Chapter 1. Revived, yet uncertain of the place, the mechanical voice resonated in her mind, signaling the completion of the task. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the W298101 Grindstone Series mission. You are now granted the reward of rebirth. You shall continue your existence in this world, free from the constraints of the system. Wishing you a joyful life. Farewell. Only after the voice faded did Jiang Luiying manage to stir her stiff limbs, struggling to open her eyes. Then, she tasted the earth. What in the world is happening? This world? Is it the modern era? After diligently undertaking tasks in the realm of cultivation for 30 years, was she finally able to return to the present? She propped herself up from the ground, wiping her face, only to realize she was in a dense forest covered in mud. The sleeves of her garment were voluminous, layered upon one another, with intricate embroidered patterns faintly visible beneath the muck. Zhang Luiying quickly raised her hand to touch her hair, a sense of dread washing over her. Long hair, adorned with tassels and hairpins. The moment she glimpsed the sleeves, she should have realized the truth, yet she clung to a thread of hope, touching her hair to confirm it. This was not her modern body. She had not returned to the present. She was still in the small world where she had completed her tasks. Her heart raced, and Zhang Luiying scrambled to her feet, anxiously shouting at the sky, "Hey, system, what do you mean? Didn't you say I would be revived after completing the mission?" She suddenly paused mid-sentence. Indeed, the system only mentioned her revival, without specifying the location of her resurrection. Damn system, how could it exploit such a loophole? Before she could utter another curse at the Temporal Management Bureau, a deep male voice echoed from the distance. "She's over there. Quickly seize her," followed by a rapid approach of footsteps. Zhang Luiying's pupils constricted, and she understood instantly. No wonder this body was covered in mud. It was clearly fleeing for its life. Instinctively, she raised her hand to perform a spell, only to be startled to find that this body possessed no spiritual power whatsoever. Damn system, she cursed through gritted teeth, then decisively turned, lifting her skirts and fleeing. From a distance, the group pursuing her brandished knives, clearly hostile. Though she was unaware of the circumstances, lacking spiritual power for self-preservation, her priority was to escape. This new body was of an unknown identity, devoid of both spiritual energy and martial arts, clad in cumbersome attire, with her hair adorned with scattered tassels. On the escape route, she had no thought for dignity. Zhang Luiying tugged at the superfluous items on her as she ran, the voluminous red outer robe flung away, shedding equipment along the way. As the pursuers drew ever closer, a flash of black appeared in her line of sight, and she felt a surge of hope, calling out, "Help!" That dark figure vanished in an instant, followed by the sound of pursuers collapsing behind her. Zhang Luiying exhaled in relief. The figure in black was clearly a cultivator, and not weak at that. Typically, when a cultivator encounters a defenseless woman being chased in such a desolate mountain, they would lend a helping hand. Seizing the moment, she rushed forward, clinging to the black-clad man's thigh. "Young master, please save me. They intend to kill me." The man looked down at her, their eyes meeting her tear-filled, reddened gaze. Zhang Luiying's expression of feigned distress froze. Her heart struck by thunder. The little person inside her was frantically screaming in despair. This man, she recognized him. He was one of the prominent figures from her previous Grindstone Series mission, Xianchen. The system had informed her that he would become the future sword master, the pinnacle of the cultivation world. In her efforts to temper this great figure, she had relentlessly targeted him during his early days when he was still an unremarkable disciple, bullying him in every conceivable way. Ultimately, she had succeeded in her own demise, sacrificing her flesh to enhance his path to becoming the sword master, only to be cast into the sword furnace as an offering. How could fate be so cruel? What had started as a mere pursuit had now escalated into a dire situation, trapped between a wolf and a tiger, with no escape in sight. Moreover, in terms of strength, Xianchen alone was far more formidable than the entire group chasing her. As a target of the Temporal Management Bureau's missions, he was among the elite in this world, endowed with an exceptional golden finger. Zhang Luiying even pondered that had she known, she would have preferred to be slain by the pursuers rather than seek help. Yet, Xianqun merely cast her a glance, his face betraying no emotion. With a slight movement of his fingertips, Jiang Luiying felt her body lighten, as if lifted by his spiritual energy. In the next moment, a brief dizziness overcame them as they shifted to a new location. Xianqun had transported them several miles away to a main road. Upon landing, Jiang Luiying felt slightly disoriented, and it took her a moment to realize she now inhabited a new body. Regardless of how her face compared to her previous one, she was currently caked in mud, her hair a wild mess. Xianqun would surely not recognize her. As if to validate her thoughts, Xianqun inclined his head slightly. The young lady is now safe. I shall take my leave. Jiang Luiying hurriedly replied. Thank you, young master, for your timely rescue. But this place, she glanced around, feigning difficulty, implying that leaving a vulnerable woman alone in such a desolate area was hardly moral. Xianqun, utterly oblivious to her plight, pointed ahead. Follow the road, there is an inn ahead. Hearing this, Jiang Luiying was even more certain that Xianqun truly did not recognize her, which reassured her. Surveying her surroundings, the dense forest was devoid of life. She had no spiritual energy and no money, with unknown pursuers potentially closing in at any moment. She needed to reclaim what she had lost, yet the distance was unknown. Before her stood a solitary figure to turn to for assistance. Whether it was luck or misfortune remained to be seen. Truly a disastrous beginning. As Xianqun turned to leave, Jiang Luiying quickly spoke up. Master, you are a righteous man, aiding those in distress. I am profoundly grateful. However, misfortune has befallen my family. My servants were all slain by mountain bandits, leaving me alone and penniless. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. I hope, kind master, that you might allow me to accompany you. I would be eternally grateful. Though this great figure harbored animosity towards her, his character was impeccable. As long as he did not recognize her, it would be safer to enlist him as a bodyguard than to continue wandering aimlessly. Xianqun pondered for a moment, seemingly agreeing that leaving a defenseless woman alone in such a place was not ideal. He thus turned and headed toward the inn. Seeing that he had acquiesced, Jiang Luiying quickly followed, matching his pace closely. Xianqun was typically reticent, and throughout the journey he remained silent, providing Jiang Luiying with the time to collect her thoughts. Fortunately, during her previous tasks, she had not used her original face. At that time, she had the system, which allowed her some autonomy over her appearance. Perhaps it was due to the morally questionable tasks the system had assigned her, or perhaps she simply did not wish to let her last line of defense merge into a world that did not belong to her. Feeling a sense of aversion hence, she had never used her true face or name. In hindsight, it was indeed prescient. Xianqun, walking ahead, resembled her memories still clad in black. He bore a solemn demeanor, now with a beard, shedding the youthful naivety of his earlier years, having matured considerably. He carried a long sword on his back, its cold edge perceptible even within the confines of its iron sheath. Jiang Luiying's heart tightened. It must be the divine weapon forged from her own sacrifice in the sword furnace. She was unaware of the current time or the state of this world's development. However, judging by the weariness etched upon Xianqun's features, coupled with the rule of Lingxiao sect forbidding male disciples from growing facial hair, he must have long since shed the identity of an ordinary disciple and ascended to the rank of swordmaster. Chapter 2. What year is it now in the Tianyuan calendar? The two walked in silence, and upon reaching the inn's entrance, Xianqun turned around decisively, preparing to take his leave. Young master, Jiang Luiying hurriedly called out to him. Do you have urgent matters to attend to? Xianqun paused for a moment, his tone indifferent. No. Jiang Luiying swallowed hard, striving to embody the demeanor of a young lady from a prominent family, and spoke in a carefully measured tone. Surely, young master must have noticed my predicament, that I am currently all alone and in dire straits, that I am a practitioner of the Tao with profound cultivation. If you have no pressing matters, would you be willing to accept a commission and escort me home? In this world, the realms of mortals and cultivators are interconnected. Many practitioners take on escort or exorcism jobs in the mortal realm, with monetary compensation being the main incentive. That I in such a remote place, lacking money and spiritual energy, it is uncertain how appealing one might appear. But malefactors do not discriminate based on beauty or modesty when targeting women. If one were to travel alone, It is likely that they would step out of the inn in the morning only to find themselves sold to a brothel by the afternoon. This is not like the modern world, where surveillance is ubiquitous. Rather than gamble on the odds of encountering ill-intentioned individuals, it would be wiser to hire a bodyguard of reputable character, as long as she remains cautious and does not reveal her previous identity. Xian Chun is the most suitable candidate to AS for compensation. Zhang Luiying hesitated slightly, fabricating a lie with a twinge of guilt. Once I return home, I shall certainly reward you. Once she retrieves her belongings. Financial matters would be trivial. Where is your home? Xianchen suddenly inquired. The Lingquan Mountain. Zhang Luiying quickly replied. Xianchen furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. This mountain is located in the mortal realm, adjacent to the renowned Xian Mountain of the cultivation world, but he had yet to visit there. Not knowing where to go next, it seems fortuitous to escort her back. A trip to Lingquan Mountain would provide an opportunity for exploration. Thus, Xianchen raised his gaze to Zhang Luiying, giving a slight nod in agreement before leading the way into the inn. This girl, covered in mud, would need to clean up first. Zhang Luiying looked at his retreating figure with immense gratitude. He remained as he always had been. Although taciturn, he still cared for those weaker than himself. How could he not be the destined pinnacle of the cultivation realm, emboldened by the fact that Xianchen would not recognize her now? Zhang Luiying followed suit and boldly asked him to lend her some silver to purchase a new outfit from the innkeeper. Although her current attire was dirty, it was evident that it was made of fine materials. The original owner of this body was either wealthy or noble, which was one of the few fortunate aspects of her situation. However, with unknown pursuers at her back, it would be best to maintain a low profile. Upon entering the guest room, Zhang Luiying's first course of action was to wash her face and approach the bronze mirror. The reflection revealed a fair visage, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, with a pair of apricot-shaped eyes slightly reddened, and her lashes still glistening with droplets of moisture, giving her an alluring appearance. However, the owner of this face had no inclination to admire it. She merely sighed deeply, as if to express a sense of resignation. Indeed, this face was Zhang Luiying's original visage. Now, she could only be grateful that she had insisted on using her points to exchange for a disguise during her previous missions, even if each task had initially placed her in debt. She had truly possessed foresight. Dressing in the ordinary clothes that the innkeeper had procured, she rolled up her sleeves and tightened her belt, barely managing to resemble a respectable individual. After changing, it was already dinner time. Upon exiting, she saw Xianchen seated in the hall with a plate of vegetables and 2 bowls of porridge already placed before him. Zhang Luiying smiled to herself, patted her cheeks, and reminded herself to remain calm. Even if Xianchen despised her, he would never suspect that someone who should have turned to dust would dare to resurrect with a new face and appear brazenly before him. As long as she steadied herself, everything would be manageable. "Young master," Zhang Luiying called from the staircase, and upon seeing Xianchen slightly turn his head, she hurried down and took a seat across from him. Xianchen lowered his gaze, not once looking at the young woman before him, "But we shall rest for the night and set off for Lingquan Mountain tomorrow." "All right," Zhang Luiying nodded, asking the classic inquiry. "May I ask how I should address you, young master?" "Xianchen." "Goodness," Zhang Luiying exclaimed, the esteemed sword master traveling incognito and using his true name without a care for being recognized. "Are you not afraid of being besieged for autographs?" At that moment, a plate of braised beef was served, but Xianchen exchanged not a single pleasantry with Zhang Luiying, remaining silent as he ate. Zhang Luiying had grown accustomed to his demeanor. Wishing to hear the words, "No need to be polite, my lady, please feel free," from him was nothing short of a fool's errand. So she refrained from being overly formal and picked up her chopsticks to fill her belly. At this time, the inn's hall was nearly empty save for their table, with the innkeeper quietly wiping down the tables nearby, and the only sounds that reached their ears were the subtle sounds of their own chewing. Zhang Luiying chewed slowly on the beef, discreetly glancing at Xianchen to ask for his appearance. While his facial features had not changed at all, there was a profound difference between the man before her and the one she had known. It was as if the exterior remained the same, yet the essence had transformed completely. Recalling the days when she had bullied Xianchen at Lingxiao sect, Zhang Luiying found herself momentarily lost in thought, as if those memories belonged to a past life. However, having died once, how could she not consider it a part of her previous existence? Back then, she and Xianchen had entered Lingxiao sect together. Her exceptional talents had earned her a position as a direct disciple under the sect master, while Xianshun had only attained the status of an outer disciple. The system had indicated that he appeared mediocre due to his spiritual roots being hampered by a special constitution. Yet, once he obtained opportunities to lift those limitations, he would soar to prominence and be taken under the sect master's wing for meticulous cultivation, ultimately becoming the sword master of Lingxiao sect. The pinnacle of the cultivation world at that time, Zhang Luiying had merely responded with a disinterested "oh," realizing that she was merely playing the role of a supporting character in a story of reversal. Since it was a tale of reversal, the protagonist's journey would inevitably require the presence of cannon fodder. Zhang Luiying was the leader of that cannon fodder. During her 10 years at Lingxiao sect, she had leveraged her status as a direct disciple to oppress and bully Xianshun at every turn in the secret realms. She had focused on snatching treasures from him, in battles against demonic beasts. She had pushed him into traps. Occasionally, she would gather a group of reckless underlings to burn his coursework or imprison him in the back mountain's ice chamber to fend for himself. Following the system's directives, she diligently honed Xianshun's character, playing her part as the whetstone, all the while waiting to be thoroughly humiliated in the in those days. Xianshun's gaze toward her had been filled with forbearance, confusion, and resentment. But it was precisely that emotional turmoil that rendered him a living embodiment of a male protagonist in a reversal narrative. Unlike now, when his eyes resembled still waters devoid of ripples. Akin to an emotionless high-level expert accompanying the male protagonist. Perhaps it was the chill of standing at the pinnacle. The sword master of Lingxiao sect, the foremost in the cultivation world. This position had surely dulled the fiery passion of youth. Zhang Luiying believed this to be true. Xianshun soon finished his meal, unconcerned with her presence, and rose to return to his room alone. Zhang Luiying watched him close the door, then drank another 2 sips of porridge before beckoning the innkeeper. How much did this meal cost? The innkeeper smiled and replied, 31. That young master has already paid. Zhang Luiying nodded. I am aware he has paid, but I merely inquire about the price for future reimbursement. The innkeeper's eyes widened slightly before he quickly realized that these two were likely not a couple. Zhang Luiying, out of the corner of her eye, glanced at Xianshun's door and casually asked, What year and month is it now? The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback, responding in confusion. It is the 11th year of Mingjing Dada. I certainly know that. Zhang Luiying waved her hand, smiling. I meant, what year is it in the Tianyuan calendar? Oh, you mean the cultivation world's calendar. The innkeeper suddenly understood. It is the 927th year of Tianyuan. Zhang Luiying appeared deep in thought. The 927th year of Tianyuan. Since her arrival in this world during the 867th year of Tianyuan. 3 tasks had each lasted 10 years, totaling 30 years. The last task had concluded in the 897th year. Yet now, it is the 927th year of Tianyuan. This means that upon her departure, the world had progressed another 30 years in the blink of an eye. Xianshun was the target of her first mission, and it had been 50 years since she had dramatically bid farewell to Lingxiao sect by sacrificing herself for the sword. Thus, it had been 50 years since her last encounter with Xianshun. Zhang Luiying felt a twinge of nostalgia. No wonder the aura surrounding him had changed so drastically. It had indeed been so long. Meanwhile, the man seated cross-legged on the bed in his room suddenly opened his eyes. As a practitioner of the Tao, his spiritual awareness was far more acute than that of ordinary mortals. To him, everything that transpired in the hall was utterly transparent. Xianshun slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the wall to land precisely on Zhang Luiying in the hall, although their conversation seemed seamless. As if a curious young woman was inquiring with the innkeeper about the current date translated into the cultivation world's calendar, he still sensed from her slightly unnatural tone that she appeared to be unaware of even the mortal realm's calendar. Chapter 3. Xianshun was searching for someone. The next morning, Zhang Luiying was awakened by a knock on the door. It was that wooden block, Xianshun. Zhang Luiying stifled her morning grumpiness, gritting her teeth in frustration. How had this person's schedule remained so rigidly unchanged over the years, and why had it become increasingly peculiar? Once upon a time, during her days at Lingxiao sect, all disciples arose at the hour of Chun to attend their morning lessons. Yet, Xianshun was an exception, rising at the 4th quarter of the hour of Mao to review the day's lessons. That time, Zhang Luiying was coerced by the system, being summoned each morning to antagonize Xianshun. Her morning irritability was quite pronounced. Unable to vent her frustration upon the system, she redirected her ire toward Xianxin, frequently casting him disapproving glances. She had thought that now, with Xianxin having ascended to the position of sword master, he would no longer be the easily bullied outer disciple of yore, and thus would not be so diligent in rising early to study. To her surprise, he was now knocking at her door at the hour of Mao. Even earlier than before, while the sky had yet to fully brighten. Having discovered the previous day that she had been deceived by the system, her mood was already foul, tossing and turning throughout the night. She had finally drifted into slumber only in the late hours. However, it was not long before she was awakened again that a fire of fury blazed within her. Her head felt as if it might explode. Another round of incessant knocking echoed through the air, and her anger surged forth. Unable to contain herself any longer, she seized a shoe and hurled it at the door with great force. With a resounding clang, the knocking ceased at last. Zhang Luiying turned over and continued her sleep. She did not awaken until nearly noon, rubbing her eyes to behold the sunlight streaming through the window paper, illuminating the quilt. Suddenly recalling the unpleasant experience of being rudely awakened earlier, her heart raced with alarm. Had Xianxin abandoned her here and left? No, that could not be. She had yet to clarify her own identity, and with pursuers lurking in the shadows. She was utterly alone, lacking both spiritual power and funds. Reaching Lingquan Mountain would be exceedingly difficult. Hastily, she jumped out of bed, donned one shoe, and hopped to the door, quickly putting on the other before bursting into Xuanqin's room. "Young Master Xianxin, are you still here?" She knocked anxiously. After just 2 knocks, the innkeeper's voice boomed from the hall. "Miss, do not fret. The young master is here." Zhang Luiying peered down the stairs, and indeed, seated at a table, sipping tea, was Xianxin. Thank goodness. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed he was a man of his word, not having broken their agreement due to her earlier outburst. "Young master." She rushed downstairs and took a seat beside him, carefully observing his expression. She discerned nothing amiss. He still bore that impassive demeanor, revealing no signs of joy or anger. "I must sincerely apologize." "Young master," Zhang Luiying began, her tone earnest as she sought his favor. "This morning, I was rather muddled from sleep, and, upon hearing some noise, I became quite irritable, acting without rational control. That I hope you are not angered by my actions?" Xianxin regarded her with a hint of confusion, inquiring, "Why were you irritable?" "Ah." Zhang Luiying was momentarily taken aback. Why would she feel irritable? Was he unaware of the concept of waking up grumpy? Yet, upon reflection, she realized this was not the modern world. Perhaps it was reasonable he would be unfamiliar with such a notion. Even if he had encountered it, he might merely perceive it as rudeness and choose to distance himself. To prevent any negative impressions of her, Zhang Luiying patiently explained, some individuals, when abruptly awakened before they are fully alert, can become quite irritable or melancholic, acting out in ways that are not reflective of their true selves. I too find myself unable to control such reactions, and I often regret my behavior afterward. As she spoke, she discreetly observed Xuanqin's expression. His gaze was not fixed upon her, but rather seemed to wander to a point on the table, as if he were contemplating the veracity of her words. "You cannot control it. Is that so?" Zhang Luiying nodded vigorously, fearful of inciting his eye or is that so. A flicker of bitterness crossed Xuanqin's eyes as he slowly closed them. Sensing the shift in his aura, Zhang Luiying cautiously inquired, "Young master, are you unwell?" "No," he replied, his demeanor returning to normal as he opened his eyes to regard her once again. "What would you like to eat?" Having just narrowly avoided offending him, Zhang Luiying was hesitant to complicate matters further and quickly waved her hands. "No need. I am not hungry at all. Perhaps I overindulged last night, but we can set off directly." Regardless of the circumstances, this man was ultimately an adversary. Even if she could not recognize him now, there was no guarantee that unforeseen complications would not arise in the future. Presently, she lacked any means of self-defense, leaving her feeling quite insecure. That it was imperative to reach Lingquan Mountain to retrieve her belongings before contemplating what came next. She had inquired with the innkeeper the previous night, learning that Lingquan Mountain was a mere 200 li away. Conservatively estimating, if Xianxin were to assist her in flying there, they could arrive in no more than an hour. This estimation was based on Xuanqin's abilities from 50 years ago, considering the time elapsed. It should not take longer than that. Just 1 hour. She could manage it, They could have a meal upon reaching Lingquan Mountain. Xianxin nodded, disregarding whether her words were mere pleasantries, and proceeded to seek the innkeeper to check out. However, as they stepped out of the inn and walked nearly 2 li eastward, Jiang Luiying could no longer contain herself. Young master. She reached for the sword strapped to his back, but found herself grasping at empty air as he sidestepped away. Internally rolling her eyes, she thought, am I some sort of pest? Is even a mere touch of your sword forbidden? Indeed, it seemed that for a sword cultivator, the sword was akin to a beloved spouse, held in the highest regard. After taking a step forward to widen the distance between them, Xianxin turned to inquire, what is it? Young master, are we to walk all the way? Jiang Luiying gazed at him with a hint of dismay. Xianxin surveyed the surroundings. Seeing that they were on a main road with no one nearby, he utilized his spiritual power to envelop Jiang Luiying, instantly transporting her 3 li ahead to a village. Stunned, Jiang Luiying stood still. What was he doing? Surely he was not planning to teleport them continuously until they reached Lingquan Mountain. How long would that take? Unable to endure any longer, she licked her lips and gently probed. I have heard that cultivators can ride their swords, traveling thousands of li in a day. Young master, have you not mastered this skill? As she spoke, she subtly gestured towards the sword hilt protruding from his shoulder. He had carried it all this way without drawing it. Was it merely for show, or was it that the esteemed sword master's spirit sword could not be casually wielded? Xianxin did not respond, but instead walked towards the village. Jiang Luiying recognized that he had chosen silence once more. However, with no alternative at hand, she could only follow closely behind him. She then noticed that Xianxin seemed to be releasing his spiritual awareness. Scanning the entire village to confirm her suspicions, Jiang Luiying ventured, young master, are you here to search for someone? He cast a quick glance at her, remaining silent. Yet that single glance confirmed her theory. Xianxin was indeed searching for someone. As they traversed the village from entrance to exit in silence, Jiang Luiying finally spoke. Are you here to find a friend, young master? Xuanqin's scrutinizing gaze fell upon her. How did you know I was searching for someone? Just a guess. She blinked and glanced around, her tone softening. You appeared alone in the depths of the mountains yesterday, and surely you did not wander aimlessly. Earlier, when you noticed the absence of others, you swiftly transported us here. Thus, she dared to speculate. Might you be looking for someone? Xianxin regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before cryptically stating, You are quite perceptive. With that, he resumed walking, evidently intent on reaching the next populated area. Jiang Luiying hastily called after him. Are you planning to search for someone while also heading to Lingquan Mountain? Xianxin offered no reply. Did I in that case? Could we? Jiang Luiying lowered her head, tugging at her sleeve, feigning a troubled expression. Could we perhaps stop for a meal? I find myself a bit hungry. It was indeed nearing lunchtime, and the aroma of food wafted from every home in the village. Xianxin considered this. Although he was a cultivator and could fast, Jiang Luiying was merely a mortal and still required sustenance. Thus, he led her to a nearby household, offering 2 taels of silver to request a meal. Jiang Luiying inwardly marveled at the price. 2 taels for a meal in such a place was exorbitant. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that this was a task chosen by the system, and he was a prominent figure in this realm. The male protagonist of a tale of reversal. In the households of others, it is quite normal for the male protagonist to flaunt a golden ingot. Yet in comparison, Xuanqin's mere 2 taels of silver seem rather diminished. Unbeknownst to Xianxin, who pays little heed to the nuances of wealth, the funds he possesses were all generously bestowed upon him during his travels as he assisted others in resolving their dilemmas. For instance, not long ago, he thwarted an invasion from the demonic realm against a small nation in the human world, and the emperor of that nation insisted on presenting him with an entire chest filled with yellow and white treasures. He never bothered to count the exact amount. Whenever he needed to make a purchase, he would simply take a couple of pieces, and if there was no change offered, he did not mind either. He seldom indulged in any extravagant spending. Half of his storage bag contained these coins of commerce, while the other half was filled with fortuitously acquired magical artifacts and talismans and there were also 2 sets of garments. One of which was the disciple's robe of Lingxiao's sect, which he had long ceased to wear. When it came time for the meal, Xianxin, for the first time, took the initiative to speak to Jiang Luiying. In rural households, the meals are unlikely to be particularly exquisite. Do you find them to your liking? Alarm bells rang in Jiang Luiying's mind. While this inquiry might sound like a gesture of concern, Coming from Xuanqin's lips, it signified something far more serious, for he never voluntarily expressed such tender sentiments to women. This was a test of her origins, when they had encountered each other in the deep mountains the day before. She was adorned in luxurious attire, and Xuanqin was perceptive enough to discern the quality of the fabric, even if it had become soiled. Thus, Jiang Luiying responded with an air of nonchalance in special times. If one were to nitpick and maintain an air of superiority, that would indeed be my fault. The implication was clear. She found the food here lacking, but given the circumstances, she could endure it. Jiang Luiying was acutely aware of the presumed noble lineage of her current form and weighed her response against the expected demeanor of a young lady from a respectable household. Responding with calmness, Xuanqin, having gleaned nothing amiss, temporarily set aside his suspicions. 2 taels of silver represented nearly half a month's wages for laborers, and for the families in this village, a meal priced at such a rate felt like a windfall from the heavens. Hence, the household bustled with eagerness, anxious not to overlook the 2 affluent guests. Even a hen that had been laying eggs in the yard was dispatched to prepare soup. After a silence of 3/4 of an hour, while Jiang Luiying and Xuanqin sat across from each other, the table was finally laden with dishes, the bowls of rice larger than their faces. Xuanqin refrained from any pleasantries and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Jiang Luiying, having not eaten since morning, was ravenous and plunged into her meal with fervor. Once satiated, she set down her bowl and sighed contentedly. Xuanqin, having finished his meal more swiftly, waited for a moment before rising to express his gratitude and take his leave. However, at the very moment he stood, his gaze fell upon the bowl that Jiang Luiying had just set down. The once mounted rice remained intact, save for a hollowed-out space near her side. This sight stirred memories of a once arrogant junior sister who had similarly left her bowl nearly empty. With only a shell of rice remaining to tea that moment, Jiang Luiying remained blissfully unaware that her small habit had been revealed, engaged in polite conversation with the cook. When she turned back to Xuanqin, he had already averted his gaze, concealing his inner doubts as if nothing had transpired. Bidding farewell to the household, the 2 strolled along the narrow path towards Lingquan Mountain. Xuanqin remained silent, and Jiang Luiying had no intention of initiating a conversation, for speaking too much could lead to errors. Reaching their destination was of utmost importance. She was confident that as long as she refrained from speaking, Xuanqin would treat her as if she were invisible. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Xuanqin's voice startled her. "What is your name?" Jiang Luiying's heart raced, and she glanced around in disbelief, pointing to herself and asking, "Are you inquiring about me? Are there others around?" Xuanqin continued walking, his pace unaltered, never turning to face her. After a moment of contemplation, she replied truthfully, "My surname is Jiang Luiying." Previously, while on a mission for Lingxiao sect, she had used the alias Chuying. However, times had changed, and she had shed her former identity, so her name should pose no issue. Yet unexpectedly, Xuanqin halted, his gaze piercing as he asked, "Which Ying?" Jiang Luiying's heart leaped into her throat. That it was merely a single character that had changed. Yet why did she sense such a sudden surge of murderous intent? Could it be that her earlier role as a grinding stone had been too dutiful, and she had bullied him excessively, causing Xuanqin to react so violently to a name that bore a resemblance? Surely, a distinguished swordmaster would not resort to violence simply because a weak woman shared a name with a past target of his ire. She swallowed hard, her mind racing, and under pressure, she mustered the courage to respond. "It is merely the Ying of Shadow. Is there a problem?" Xuanqin's pupils quivered slightly as he advanced toward her, the oppressive aura growing stronger. Jiang Luiying's heart raced uncontrollably. She sensed that the Xuanqin before her was no longer the emotionless, indifferent figure she had encountered before. She could perceive traces of his former self in his gaze. When she had been dispatched to sabotage his sword-forging furnace under the system's orders, Xuanqin had regarded her with a similar intensity, as if he wished to pin her against the wall. Under such scrutiny, Jiang Luiying felt her scalp prickle, and she instinctively took a step back. "Young master." Before she could utter anything to divert the conversation, she felt his grip tighten around her slender wrist. His long fingers encircled her wrist, rendering it vulnerable, as though he could snap it with but a squeeze. "That I end this tense moment." However, Jiang Luiying unexpectedly sighed in relief, for she realized that Xuanqin was probing her spiritual veins and roots. In this world, everyone is born with spiritual veins, which work in tandem with blood vessels and meridians. Each person's spiritual vein is unique, akin to a fingerprint in the modern world, although the differences may be subtle. Skilled practitioners can discern individuals based on these nuances. Even in reincarnation, one's spiritual vein remains unchanged. Yet Zhang Luiying was different. Every identity she assumed was bestowed upon her by the system, and now she had undergone a complete transformation. Devoid of any spiritual roots, that no matter how Xianqin probed, he could only conclude that Zhang Luiying was not the reincarnation of Chu. Indeed, Xuanqin's spiritual energy traversed Zhang Luiying's spiritual veins several times before retreating in disappointment. Zhang Luiying observed as the expression on the man's face shifted from shock to disillusionment, the light in his eyes dimming bit by bit, gradually alleviating the tension that had been lodged in her throat. The dog system proved to be somewhat useful. At the very least, she had successfully navigated this hurdle. Chapter 5. The esteemed senior sister, following the probing of her spiritual veins, Zhang Luiying's audacity surged. She no longer feared the exposure of her true identity, that in fact, she was quite pleased and felt emboldened to engage in open inquiry. Young master, what sort of person are you searching for? A man or a woman? Do you have any likenesses or portraits? I could assist you in your search. She quickened her pace to walk alongside Xianqin, her tone light-hearted. Xianqin cast a cold glance at her. Noting her sudden familiarity, a stark contrast to her previous reticence, where she would obediently follow him in silence. For reasons unknown, he harbored a peculiar sensation, an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Since he had knocked on Zhang Luiying's door that morning and received a vexed retort, this feeling had begun to manifest. Reflecting on his days as an outer disciple, when he would rise early to practice sword techniques, he always had to be wary of unexpected stones that might come flying at him, each accompanied by a distinct emotion. Today, he inexplicably felt a similar sentiment emanating from Zhang Li. It was this very sensation that caused him to linger in the grand hall, waiting until nearly noon, rather than simply departing. Furthermore, during the meal, he had observed that this woman exhibited habits akin to those of Chu. The convergence of these two peculiarities had led him to entertain the notion that she might indeed be Chu. Yet this exhilaration was short-lived, swiftly overshadowed by a crushing realization. She possessed no spiritual roots, and her spiritual veins differed from those of Chu. Chu had possessed an exceptional fire spiritual root, a talent so rare that she had caught the eye of the sect leader of Lingxiao sect, who had taken her as his true disciple. The innate abilities were self-evident that in stark contrast, the young lady before him, Zhang, lacked even spiritual roots, disqualifying her from the path of cultivation. It is vital to note that the most significant distinction between mortals and practitioners lies in the presence or absence of spiritual roots. Those without spiritual roots can never embark on the path of immortality. Their potential is predetermined. Having searched for Chu for so many years, Xianqin had encountered individuals who bore similarities to her in past lives, experiencing the joy of hope only to be met with despair. Yet he had never experienced such a profound sense of disparity as he did today. The probing of her spiritual veins had already left him agitated. And now this woman's newfound boldness only stoked the flames of his irritation. "There is no need to trouble yourself, miss," he replied, suppressing his annoyance that I have no likenesses, and even if I did, you would be of no assistance that— "Oh, why is that?" Zhang Luiying continued to probe. "You are not out chasing some wicked and ruthless fugitive, are you?" Xuanqin's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and Zhang Luiying, sensing the shift, hastily retreated. "I spoke out of turn. Please do not take offense, my lord, that I merely thought, considering your kindness towards me on this journey, that I might offer a small measure of assistance." Xianqin averted his eyes, choosing silence as he continued onward. Zhang Luiying chuckled awkwardly, realizing her suspicions were correct. He was indeed on a mission, likely one that required him to conceal his identity while carrying out apprehension activities. Could it be that a formidable demon had emerged in these past 2 years, necessitating the sword master's personal involvement to track it down? Zhang Luiying pondered, calculating that her last task had concluded in the year 897 of the Tianyuan era, which was now 30 years past. Before her demise, she had heard no mention of any particularly powerful demons. Thus, what could have arisen in these 30 years that warranted the sword master's direct intervention? Zhang Luiying's curiosity piqued. Who could possibly be so formidable as to rival the sword master? However, her amusement quickly dissipated. The only entity she could envision, with such rapid growth and power, was the notorious Li Yotsua, the born villain from her last assignment. The system had foretold that he would eventually become a demon lord, and she had perceived his potential, yet she had not anticipated his growth would reach such alarming heights in merely 30 years, drawing the attention of the foremost sect. Truly, he was a formidable figure, chosen as a target by the Temporal Management Bureau. The two traversed swiftly, gradually making their way toward Lingquan Mountain, guided by the presence of people. As night fell, they arrived at a town and chose a rather pleasant inn to lodge for the night. Ever since Xianqin had tested Zhang Luiying's spiritual veins, his mood had soured significantly. After brusquely refusing her offer to assist in locating someone, he had not uttered another word. Zhang Luiying sensed his discontent and remained unobtrusive, behaving like a mere specter. During dinner, Xianqin abstained from joining her, instead requesting several pots of wine from the innkeeper before retreating to his room. Zhang Luiying paid him no mind and leisurely enjoyed her meal. Just then, a woman clad in blue entered. Tall and wielding a sword, her collar embroidered with golden patterns of the Lingxiao flower. Her countenance was as cold as frost, seemingly exuding a chilling aura that froze all in her presence. As she stepped inside, the movements of everyone in the hall seemed to pause, including Zhang Luiying. While others were awed by the woman's imposing presence, Zhang Luiying felt a mix of embarrassment and surprise at encountering an old acquaintance. This was none other than her senior sister from the Lingxiao sect, Feng Ke. During their time of the sect, this senior sister had always looked down upon her, relentlessly pushing her to train, often donning a stern expression to lecture her, more so than even their master. Whenever Zhang Luiying was summoned by the system to trouble Xianqin, Feng Ke would invariably appear from the shadows. Disrupting her plans, it seemed that people naturally gravitate toward the foes of their enemies. After enduring considerable bullying from her, Xianqin had inexplicably grown close to this very senior sister. As handsome men and beautiful women drew near to one another, sparks were bound to fly. Zhang Luiying, caught in the middle as the meddlesome antagonist, had become the greatest villain in their tale. Perhaps it was for this reason that Feng Ke had developed an even deeper disdain for her. Zhang Luiying discreetly withdrew her gaze from Feng Ke, returning to her meal, yet the food suddenly lost its flavor. Upon Feng Ke's entrance, the innkeeper had eagerly approached her, inquiring whether she sought a meal or lodging. Feng Ke's tone was icy. "I am here to find someone." Zhang Luiying could not help but let out a soft scoff. After years apart, her senior sister still maintained that lofty demeanor. Regarding others with disdain, as a cultivator, Feng Ke possessed a heightened awareness far beyond that of ordinary individuals, swiftly detecting the mocking laughter of the woman dining in the hall. Zhang Luiying feigned choking on her porridge, coughing lightly. Only then did Feng Ke retract her awareness, ignoring the innkeeper's insistent inquiries as she instantly transported herself to the door of Xuanqin's room. Zhang Luiying lifted her gaze towards the woman's retreating figure, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washing over her. It had been 50 years since she had passed, and without her meddling presence, Xianqin and Feng Ke must have become an inseparable couple by now. Chapter 6. The pursuer turns out to be her. Zhang Luiying's room was adjacent to Xuanqin's, separated by merely a wall. Thus, she abandoned her meal and hastily returned to her quarters, closing the door behind her and pressing her ear against the wall to eavesdrop. Her curiosity was insatiable. Back in the day, her aloof senior sister had been exceptionally attentive to Xianqin, often providing him with extra lessons and guidance, which Zhang Luiying had witnessed on numerous occasions. Moreover, during the Flower God Festival, she had seen Xianqin present a beautifully crafted box to Feng Ke. Although she had been too far to hear their words, it was evident to even the most oblivious observer that in such a romantic atmosphere, a man gifting a woman a present held significant meaning. What had she been doing at that moment? Oh, right, at the behest of the system, she had dashed over and sent the box flying with a single strike of her sword, the contents shattering upon impact. She recalled seeing a jade object within, pomegranate red, causing her heart to ache at the thought of such a fine item being destroyed. Such a treasure, to be shattered so carelessly, was a true waste. Yet, under the watchful eye of the system, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and declare, "Such a fine gift, do you truly think you are worthy of it?" At that time, Xianqin had shown no sign of anger. Rather, it was Feng Ke who had been greatly incensed. just as she was about to admonish Jiang Luiying with her senior sister-s authority. The latter had swiftly made her escape, vanishing like a streak of red light. Looking back now, she realized how malicious her actions had been. Not only had she become a stumbling block in Xuanqin's path to cultivation, but she had also obstructed his romantic endeavors. Was this not the very definition of a wicked supporting character? Now, having been absent from Xianqin and Feng Kuei's world for 50 years, she genuinely yearned to know how their relationship had evolved. The inn's walls had decent soundproofing. The voices from the adjacent room were faint and unclear. Growing increasingly anxious, she found herself clinging to the wall and shifting about like a gecko, trying to find the optimal spot to eavesdrop. Finally, fortune favored the diligent as she discovered a weak point, allowing her to hear Feng Kuei's clear, chilling voice. Jiang Luiying caught a fragment of the conversation. It has been 50 years. I have long told you that the Qingming iron is imbued with an overwhelming malevolence. If she falls into the sword furnace, she shall never be reincarnated. Are you still not disheartened? Just look at what you have become. Those words struck Jiang Luiying like a thunderbolt, causing her to stagger back 2 steps and fall into her chair. 50 years, falling into the sword furnace, was that not her, the very pawn in this tale? So, Xuanqin's relentless search for someone along the way was to hunt her reincarnation. Oh heavens! How could the esteemed sword master harbor such a grudge? Pursuing a mere pawn for 50 years, refusing to overlook even the cycle of reincarnation, for reasons unknown, Jiang Luiying felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, in her final moments, she had leaped into the sword furnace. Turning to ash, had she left behind a corpse, she would surely have been subjected to desecration. How terrifying! It seemed prudent for her to remain low profile for the time being. With that thought, Jiang Luiying ceased her eavesdropping. Her curiosity sated and scurried to her bed, wrapping herself in the covers like a ball. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the man and woman both withdrew their gazes from the wall. From the moment Jiang Luiying began her eavesdropping, they had been aware. However, perceiving that the woman lacked any spiritual energy, and given that their conversation did not involve any sect secrets, they had not deemed it necessary to create soundproof barriers. Now, sensing Jiang Luiying's startled reactions, a flicker of confusion passed between them, prompting them to pause their discussion and pay closer attention to the neighboring room for a while. After a moment, seeing that Jiang Luiying remained motionless beneath her covers, Feng Kuei finally inquired, "Do you know her?" Xianqin took another sip from his wine cup, nonchalantly replying, "Just someone I encountered on the road, accompanying her to Lingquan Mountain." Feng Kuei scoffed coldly. "Not even your stubble can hide your sordid romantic entanglements." Luiying was blinded then, utterly captivated by you, neglecting her studies and ignoring her guidance, ultimately sacrificing her life for you. Upon hearing this, Xianqin paused, his hand holding the wine cup halting in midair before he slowly set it back down on the table. The other hand, which had been resting on his leg, revealed a pomegranate-red jade bracelet. The intricate design of lingxiao flowers, crafted from golden threads, concealed the cracks in the jade. Unless one looked closely, it was nearly impossible to discern that this bracelet had once been shattered. To be restored to such a state, any observer would commend the craftsmanship. Feng Kuei, having already quelled her anger, now felt a new surge of wrath upon seeing the bracelet. What had Luiying meant when she had shattered this bracelet? It had been a clear message. Do not linger in matters of the heart. Unlike us, your path ahead is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to your undoing. And why had she secretly toiled through countless nights to repair this bracelet and return it anonymously? Because she had already become enmeshed in her own feelings, unable to extricate herself. Even then, she had wished for you not to be hindered by her emotions. Feng Kuei slammed her palm onto the table, nearly splintering it. After all her efforts for you, is this how you repay her? How could you so utterly betray her expectations? Upon hearing this, Xianqin's body jolted, and the hand resting on the table trembled slightly. In a daze, he lifted the wine cup to his lips, only to discover it was empty, prompting him to reach for the wine jug in a trance. Feng Kuei, filled with frustration at his lack of resolve, sent the jug crashing to the floor, swiftly stepping to Xianqin's side to wrench the sword from his back, brandishing it before his face. "Draw the sword." The woman's voice, infused with water elemental spiritual energy, became piercingly cold, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Xianqin found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the sword hilt, his consciousness and body caught in an extreme struggle. The memories of the sword's forging clamoring in his mind, overwhelming him with anguish that I said, "Draw the sword." Feng Kuei gritted her teeth. Trembling violently, Xian Chun, in the final moments before his mind shattered, abruptly stood, seizing the sword sheath before him. Feng Kuei, seeing he only grasped the sheath and not the hilt, was furious, nearly bursting with rage. She was determined to force Xian Chun to draw his sword once more. Unexpectedly, Xian Chun flipped his left hand and launched an attack at Feng Kuei. Having been fellow disciples for so long, Xian Chun had always shown her respect, leaving Feng Kuei utterly unprepared for his sudden aggression. In an instant of negligence, she found it too late to channel her spiritual energy for defense. Consequently, she was jolted back several steps, pain surging in her chest. Xian Chun wasted no time. After reclaiming his sword, he vanished from the spot, not forgetting to take Jiang Luiying and her blanket from the next room before leaving the inn. Feng Kuei, in a frenzy, shouted after Xian Chun's retreating figure, "If it weren't for Inger being blind to your faults, who would care for you? Useless as a mud wall." Chapter 7. What kind of princess is she? In the biting cold wind, Jiang Luiying tightened her blanket and sneezed. The surroundings were pitch black, save for a small fire burning on the ground. She and Xian Chun were currently camping in the forest. Jiang Luiying could not fathom why they chose to sleep in the wilderness instead of a perfectly good inn. Had the couple quarreled? Thankfully, when Xian Chun emerged, he was gripping her neck through the blanket, dragging her out along with it. Otherwise, in her petite frame, she would have been frozen stiff by morning. Sighing, she curled up and tilted to prepare for sleep. At that moment, Xian Chun, across the fire, spoke suddenly. "Why were you eavesdropping?" Jiang Luiying's mind snapped to attention, and she sat upright, startled. Oh no! After the last mission, when her physical strength was overwhelming, she had grown accustomed to not guarding against others. Now, having just switched into this weak body for a couple of days, she had yet to fully adjust. She had completely forgotten about eavesdropping just now. Remembering her earlier wall-climbing antics, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Xian Chun continued to gaze at her, waiting for her response. She could only clear her throat awkwardly and attempt to change the subject. "Who is that beautiful girl?" "The head of Lingxiao sect." "Feng Kuei? The head?" Jiang Luiying was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. During her time at Lingxiao sect, her master had intended to pass the leadership to the senior sister, so it was unlikely she had passed away before the position was transferred. "Are you surprised?" The man across from her pressed on, "That a bit," Jiang Luiying admitted, her eyes wide as she told a white lie, never expecting the leader of the foremost sect would be such a young and beautiful woman. Leaving her feeling somewhat inferior, Xian Chun remained non-committal, still fixated on the earlier question, "Oh, why were you eavesdropping?" Jiang Luiying replied, "Is this never-ending? I was just curious, a suddenly high and mighty girl coming to confront you. I thought she was here to catch you cheating." The mention of catching cheating left Xian Chun speechless, his complexion shifting through shades of green and white before he awkwardly retorted, "Miss Jiang, mind your words. That is my senior sister, Ditto." Jiang Luiying mused, "So they haven't gotten together yet. This guy is hopeless." Even without her meddling, he still couldn't win over Feng Kuei in 50 years, seeing Xian Chun voluntarily disclose his relationship with Feng Kuei. Jiang Luiying took it as a tacit acceptance of her eavesdropping and boldly pressed on. "I heard her say you've been searching for someone for many years." "Yes," Xian Chun replied, adding a surge of spiritual energy to the fire, making it blaze brighter. Jiang Luiying continued probing. "If you find that person, what will you do?" Xian Chun's gaze hardened, fixated on the fire without speaking. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Jiang Luiying quickly shifted topics. "That woman sounded quite fierce. Does she oppose you?" Xian Chun lowered his gaze, his aura softening slightly. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a hushed tone. "My senior sister's obstruction is for my own good." Jiang Luiying stared at him, momentarily stunned, before inhaling sharply. She never anticipated that after a decade of animosity with Feng Kuei, she would ultimately become his savior. Consider the current situation. The sword master, unable to let go of the venomous adversary who tormented him years ago, would chase her reincarnation to the ends of the earth for revenge, while Feng Kuei, concerned about the weight of his bloodshed affecting his path to immortality, furiously urged him to release his grudges and move forward. At this moment, Jiang Luiying couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Feng Kuei, truly righteous. It was just unfortunate that Xianchun was incredibly stubborn. Both of them had retreated to the wilderness, making it all too obvious that Feng Kuei's persuasion had failed. Jiang Luing tightened her blanket, resembling a caterpillar by the fire, exhaustion evident in her eyes. Observing her silence, Xianchun closed his eyes to rest. After a light slumber, he awakened in the latter half of the night. A gentle breeze brushed by, and he opened his eyes, piercing and bright. "Come out." He formed a hand seal, instantly unleashing a deadly strike toward the direction behind Jiang Luing. With a loud crash, it struck a barrier, sending dust and debris flying, startling Jiang Luing awake from her dreams. What happened? She jumped up, quickly hiding behind Xianchun. With such a commotion, she feared it might be an enemy of Xianchun come to kill him. A powerful figure like Xianchun surely wouldn't have weak enemies. She just hoped she wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. As the dust settled, Jiang Luing finally discerned the figures before her. A group of cultivators clad in uniform sky blue attire stood, their waists adorned with matching tokens, disciplined and organized. "Hey, are they your enemies?" Jiang Luing grasped Xianchun's sleeve, but he coldly yanked it away from her grip. Jiang Luing rolled her eyes silently, preparing to berate him again when the leader of the group bowed to her. "Seventh Princess, we kindly request your return with your subordinates." Jiang Luing. She pointed at herself in disbelief. "Are you calling me?" The cultivator replied. "Please, Princess, do not make things difficult for us." Xianchun was equally perplexed by the scene, turning to her. "Didn't you say your family is in Lingquan Mountain?" Ah, Jiang Luing's mouth fell open. Rendered speechless, she realized this identity was of great wealth, but never expected it to be so extravagant. She was a princess? What kind of princess? In the realm of cultivation, there were only sex and noble families, with no concept of princesses. She had heard tales of princesses in the demon realm, where the demon sovereign was notoriously unfaithful, producing a multitude of princes and princesses. Although the system was troublesome, it shouldn't be this stingy. Perhaps the identity it arranged was that of a demon princess? Uncertain if her third task target, Li Yotsua, had overthrown the old demon sovereign, Jiang Luing couldn't speculate which princess she might be, and she hoped she wasn't a remnant of a fallen dynasty. At that moment, all eyes were on her, the weight of their stares making her cheeks burn and her scalp prickle as if pricked by numerous tiny needles. Rapidly, she contemplated her response, recalling her experience of being pursued by mortals upon awakening. She hesitantly asked, "What were you doing earlier that caused me to be chased?" "The princess is jesting," the cultivator replied in a stiff manner, his tone devoid of any respect or fear. "You fled from marriage. Naturally, their wedding procession has a duty to bring you back." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Luing and Xianchun were left utterly dumbfounded. Fleeing from marriage? So, the people pursuing her when she first took over this body were part of the wedding procession? No wonder her initial outfit was a bright red robe. Yet that didn't make sense. The wedding procession consisted of mortals, so it turned out she was not a demon princess. Her face was a picture of astonishment. Her mind a tangled mess as she muttered to herself, unaware of it. The others were too far to hear, but for someone like Xianchun, whose cultivation was exceptionally high, he caught every word with clarity. Fortunately, since he had already sensed her spiritual pulse, he could only suspect her mind was muddled and wouldn't associate her with the original Ing. Indeed, Xianchun gazed at her with a complicated expression, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. In the current demon palace, there isn't even a demon queen, so where would a demon princess come from? The cultivator interjected with timely updates. "Your marriage is a symbol of the reconciliation between the Jing kingdom and the demon realm. If you flee, what will become of His Majesty? What will become of the Jing royal family's dignity?" Jiang Luing's mind suddenly froze. "I in the demon palace, there was no demon empress. The Jingwa princess was to be married off. In other words, the current demon lord was none other than the little pervert Li Yotsua, who, as the system mentioned, had successfully eliminated the old demon lord to usurp the throne. And now, she was expected to marry this little pervert under the guise of the seventh princess of the human realm? Chapter 8. Did you not lose your memory? Just as Jiang Luing was barely managing to piece together her identity and the event she was experiencing, a crisp female voice rang out from behind a group of cultivators. "Princess, I have finally found you." Amidst her words, a young maid dressed in vibrant green pushed through the crowd and rushed to her side, tears streaming down her face. "Princess, I was nearly scared to death these past few days." Thankfully, His Majesty dispatched the Immortal Master's office to look for you. Otherwise, what would we have done? Jiang Luiying had a particular dread of young girls crying in front of her, and in her flustered state. She scrambled to find a handkerchief. Unable to locate one, she resorted to pressing her sleeve against the maid's face. "Stop crying, please. Give me a moment to think. Think of a solution. What should I do now?" She hadn't even reached Lingquan Mountain yet, and she possessed no means of self-protection. She didn't recognize any of these people. How was she to explain herself in a moment of panic? She caught sight of Xian Chen's sleeve, and a plan formed in her mind. She asked the maid, "Do you have any silver?" "Yes, yes." The maid nodded through her sniffles, retrieving a purse from her waist and offering it to her. "What do you wish to do, princess?" Jiang Luiying cleared her throat, adopting an air of authority as she glanced at Xian Chen. "I must express my gratitude for the protection this Taoist has provided during my journey. I have promised a substantial reward, and it is my intention to settle it." The mention of settling the reward was merely a pretext. Her true aim was to persuade Xian Chen to help her escape. However, Xian Chen, with a rather anticlimactic demeanor, replied, "There is no need." Jiang Luiying nearly choked, her lips twitching with irritation, and she hastily said, "Dao Jun, please don't be polite with me. Come, I must sincerely thank you." While speaking, she quickly seized Xian Chen's sleeve and pulled him back, exclaiming loudly, "Dao Jun, may I have a word in private?" After dragging him a short distance away from the group of cultivators, Jiang Luiying adopted a pleading expression and lowered her voice. "Imploring, sir, please save me. My life will be forfeit if I go to the demon clan. Take me away. I know you are powerful, and those people are no match for you." Upon hearing the maid mention the Immortal Master's office, she had roughly gauged the caliber of the cultivators. Nowadays, due to fears of demonic incursions, the emperors of several nations had established organized posts for cultivators. Most high-level cultivators looked down upon such positions, which were meant to serve the human emperors, leaving behind only those of lesser cultivation, yet exceptional in the art of deception. With Xian Chen's abilities, breaking through the encirclement would be a trivial matter. Yet he asked, puzzled, why does Miss Jiang believe that going to the demon clan would endanger her life? Jiang Luiying shivered involuntarily. What other reason could there be? Li Youcue was simply too depraved. As the target of her third mission, Li Youcue was the last major figure she had dealt with and the closest to the current timeline that I in Jiang Luiying's time frame. She had just been struck dead by Li Youcue while posing as his master, only to open her eyes 30 years later, in the present. The suffocating feeling of being overwhelmed by demonic energy and the chilling gaze of Li Youcue's crimson eyes still haunted her thoughts. Having been Li Youcue's master for so many years, she understood the depths of his true nature all too well. Previously, she had once purchased a cat and a dog for him, only for the cat to be drowned in broth and the dog to have its limbs broken. The reasons were trivial. The cat did not approach him, so he forced its head into the bowl after several attempts. As for the dog, it was punished for eating a bun given by a neighbor's child. He conducted these acts in secrecy, later feigning innocence and shedding tears in front of Jiang Luiying. Had it not been for the system providing her with playback, she might have believed his claims of accidents. Jiang Luiying had taken on 3 identities for her missions, but only as Li Youcue's master did her cultivation level significantly exceed the others that if it hadn't been high enough, she would have been crushed by this dangerous individual within 3 months. Now, she was merely a defenseless woman. The thought of marrying Li Youcue in the demon realm left her horrified at the prospect of her fate. One possibility was incurring Li Youcue's ire and being casually crushed. The other was gaining his favor, leading to confinement. Present. Neither outcome was acceptable to her. She could not remain passive. She had to find a way to escape. However, Xian Chen, standing there with an air of indifference, earnestly replied, "Miss Jiang, the demon lord is not a bloodthirsty individual. Since this is a marriage alliance, even if he does not take a liking to you, he would not mistreat a woman." Jiang Luiying felt a surge of frustration. "You do not understand him. Coincidentally, I have had the fortune of establishing some rapport with the demon lord." Jiang Luiying. How could the esteemed leader of the cultivation world have any ties with that pervert Li Youcue? This made no sense. Perhaps her astonishment was too evident, for Xian Chen took a half-step back, withdrawing his sleeve from her grasp. He continued, "In the years since the demon lord's ascension, he has eradicated malignant elements and corrected the moral compass. The current demon realm is far more civilized compared to the filthiness of the old demon lord's reign. Jiang Luiying felt tears welling up inside her, inwardly crying out, "You know nothing. Li Yotsua is a master of deception." She cast a pitiful glance at Xian Shun, making one last effort. "Sir, I actually have a beloved. I cannot marry into the demon realm. Please help me. If all else fails, just take me to Lingquan Mountain for one last glimpse of my beloved." "Why do you always wish to go to Lingquan Mountain?" Xian Shun suddenly inquired. "That my beloved is there. Were you not suffering from amnesia? How could you have a beloved?" Xian Chen's words struck like thunder, nearly causing Jiang Luiying to leap in shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How do you know this? Truly, he was a remarkable figure chosen by the system. His perceptiveness was terrifying." She had been exceedingly cautious, considering every word she spoke, believing there were no flaws. How could he have discerned her secret? Sighing, Xian Chen explained kindly, "When we first met, you bore the marks of a severe injury on your head. Later, when you inquired about the time at the inn, I began to harbor suspicions. Observing your reaction today, it was evident you had forgotten something. Jiang Luiying. One word, absolute. The injury on her head was concealed within her hair. She had noticed it earlier, but felt no pain, as the system had healed her. Thankfully, this esteemed individual assumed her unusual behavior was due to memory loss, rather than considering the possibility of possession. Otherwise, she would have been in quite a predicament, if he could hear her thoughts." Xian Chen continued bluntly, "The cost of the soul possession technique is exorbitant. Demons capable of employing such methods would not target someone like you, who cannot cultivate. Without spiritual energy, one is powerless. It would be a waste of effort, and without purpose it is akin to a strong man going through great lengths to seize the body of an elderly person. Unless one is utterly foolish, such an act would not occur." Jiang Luiying. "Thank you, I find comfort in your words." Chapter 9. What sword master is there in Lingxiao sect? "Princess, it is time to leave." A cultivator from the Immortal Master's office called out to her from a short distance away. Jiang Luiying took a decisive step forward, grabbing Xian Chen's arm for one last desperate plea. "Sir, please take me away." Tears streamed down her face as she implored. "You know I have lost my memory. I do not recognize anyone here, and I am truly terrified." Xian Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at the weeping Jiang Luiying and then at the group from the Immortal Master's office. For some reason, his heart was troubled in his mind. He continually juxtaposed the image of this ordinary mortal woman with that of Chuing. Though they were fundamentally different individuals, he felt an uncanny sense of deja vu, as if he had returned 50 years in the past to when the proud Chuing, his junior sister, had once grasped his sleeve while crying. His heart quivered slightly, and he instinctively raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Seeing this, the leader of the Immortal Master's office sensed the shift in the atmosphere and hastily admonished, "Princess, do not forget that you represent the royal family of Jinghua. This marriage is not merely your affair. It concerns the peace treaty and the welfare of the common people. Moreover, you are Xian Chen." "Dao Jun, correct?" the leader continued, shifting his tone to one of reverence. "The ceasefire agreement between our factions was negotiated under your auspices. Your righteousness has compelled the demon lord to relent, saving the people of Jinghua from calamity. Is it your intention today to take away the princess destined for marriage and personally destroy the hard-won peace?" This statement brought Xian Chen's hand, which had just begun to rise, back down, and his mind instantly cleared. What had he been doing? He had actually considered wiping away this woman's tears, even entertained the thought of taking her with him. No, that was not permissible. Xian Chen immediately stepped back, creating distance between himself and the two individuals. Standing before him was no mere girl from an ordinary family. She was a princess of the realm. Not long ago, the Demon Realm's Duke had led an assault on several cities of Jinghua. After much effort, a truce had finally been negotiated, and he could not afford to jeopardize ITAS for the alliance through marriage. He could not recall any such provision in the treaty he had facilitated. Perhaps it was a subsequent arrangement between the two parties, a means to mend relations. Marriage, after all, is a matter dictated by parental command and the intermediary's words, especially in the case of a matrimonial alliance that seeks to balance the interests of both sides. Should he, in broad daylight, take her away, all responsibility would fall squarely upon his shoulders, that he would be liable for any subsequent repercussions from both parties involved in the alliance, and even should Jiang Luiying encounter danger or hardship in the future. It would ultimately be his burden to bear, and he could not simply whisk her away and disregard her fate. Yet, he and Jiang Luiying were mere strangers, hardly more than companions for 2 days. Despite Jiang Luiying bearing a semblance to Chu Ying, she was, after all, not Chu Ying. That a layer of indifference clouded Xian Chen's gaze at that moment. Jiang Luiying's heart sank. So, it turned out that the marriage alliance was orchestrated by Xian Chen? How could a sword sovereign involve himself in the affairs of a nation between the demon realm and the human world? Most perplexing was that both sides seemed to regard him with such deference. This was incongruous. The cultivation world and the demon realm had always been at odds, engaged in a relentless cycle of conflict. When had he, the foremost figure of the cultivation realm, become so influential in the demon realm that his words could halt the demon lord's territorial ambitions? A torrent of questions swirled in Jiang Luiying's mind, yet one thing became painfully clear. Xianchen would not take her away. Indeed, Xianchen lowered his gaze, inclined slightly, his tone laced with regret. Miss Jiang, I reiterate, the current demon lord is not a bloodthirsty individual. You are entering into a matrimonial alliance. As long as you do not act excessively out of line, I trust the demon lord will not make things difficult for you. Should you find yourself in dire straits upon reaching the demon palace, discuss your concerns with the demon lord, and he shall assist you. He produced a talisman from his storage pouch and handed it to Jiang Luiying. If you truly encounter peril, you may tear this talisman. Within 1,000 miles, I can reach you within the span of a single incense stick. However, Jiang Luiying still wished to struggle a bit longer. Before she could voice her thoughts, Xianchen pressed the talisman into her hand and vanished as if fleeing the scene. Left standing in desolation, Jiang Luiying cursed under her breath. She had long suspected him to be a blockhead. How could he remain so unmoved when a beauty was weeping before him? It was utterly disheartening. The petite maid in green scurried over, glancing curiously in the direction Xianchen had disappeared. Princess, was that Xianchen Daojun? Yes. Jiang Luiying wearily cast a glance at her. What? Have you heard of him too? Of course. Who hasn't heard of Xianchen Daojun? A wandering cultivator traversing the 3 realms. His virtue shines brightly, bringing peace and stability. Wherever Xianchen Daojun goes, he is always the honored guest of the local lords. The maid's voice brimmed with admiration. Wait. Jiang Luiying raised her hand to halt the maid's chatter. What does it mean to be a wandering cultivator? Is he not the sword sovereign of Lingxiao sect? Princess, what are you saying? The maid blinked in confusion. Have you forgotten? Before your marriage, I accompanied you to quickly learn about the cultivation world and the demon realm. There is no sword sovereign in Lingxiao sect. Jiang Luiying's mind raced 60 years prior. When she had just entered Lingxiao sect to begin her tasks, the system had clearly informed her that Xianchen was destined to become the future sword sovereign. This narrative was amiss. Where had things gone awry? Was it possible that Xianchen had yet to fully mature and ascend to his rightful position? The maid, oblivious to her princess's turmoil, continued to speak. Moreover, Xianchen Daojun does not even practice the sword path. Jiang Luiying was incredulous, exclaiming, he doesn't practice the sword path, yet he carries a sword every day. I cannot say. The maid shook her head. I have heard that Xianchen Daojun's sword is never out of his sight, yet he has never drawn it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luiying let out a soft sigh, pondering that perhaps he had not yet encountered an adversary worthy of drawing his sword. Such is the chill of heights. Under the watchful eyes of the Celestial Master Division, Jiang Luiying and her maid boarded the heavenly horse-drawn carriage, hastening towards the wedding convoy. During the journey, Jiang Luiying skillfully pried into the maid's background. Learning that her name was Danqing, a recent addition to her entourage, designated as her maid for the marriage alliance to the demon realm. Upon catching up to the wedding procession and settling back into the bridal palanquin, she took note of the seemingly endless caravan, laden with treasures of gold and silver. Though there were numerous attendants, only Danqing remained as her maid. The rest of the entourage, rather than being a wedding procession, resembled a surveillance squad. That it was a mystery how the original owner, a frail girl, had managed to escape from under the watchful eyes of so many. Glancing at the innocent and guileless Danqing beside her, Jiang Luiying tentatively inquired, since you have accompanied me to the demon realm, there is no need for such formality. We shall be sisters from now on. Ahem, do you know my name? Danqing replied earnestly. Madam said, we are not worthy to know the noble one's name, nor may we address you directly, as that would be a great disrespect. Jiang Luiying persisted. Are you the only maid? Are there no others? Danqing blinked innocently. None. Madam said I was chosen for a special task, and she only favors me. Others are not fortunate enough to have this privilege, so I came alone. Jiang Luiying frowned, realizing that this girl seemed rather dim-witted. How could she believe such flattery? It was evident that they had selected her solely for her gullibility. It appeared that recruiting a maid for the marriage alliance was a task fraught with difficulties. Moreover, this indirectly suggested that Jiang Luiying, the seventh princess of Jinghua, was not favored at a princess of such stature, yet she had to draft a temporary maid. One could only imagine the hardships she endured. With the demon realm attacking Jinghua, it was akin to a grown man bullying a child, pinning them down and rubbing their face in the dirt. After the ordeal, they would even rob the child of their possessions, which included the princess meant for marriage. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luiying let out another long sigh. Before her arrival, the original owner had already attempted to flee once, and as the journey continued, the defenses would only tighten. Finding another opportunity to escape would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Chapter 10. The plaything sent by Jing with a carriage jostled along the road for 7 or 8 days before the wedding convoy finally entered the demon realm. Jiang Luiying felt as though she had nearly lost her life from the ordeal. The carriage's shock absorption was utterly abysmal, and the roads were nothing but cobblestones. Even speaking inside felt as if one were resonating with electricity. During her previous missions here, she had been endowed with spiritual energy, either soaring on the winds or riding flying artifacts. She had never endured such torment. By the time she was received by the inhabitants of the demon realm, she had already vomited into a pure gold basin twice. Listening to the negotiations taking place outside, Jiang Luiying felt grateful that no one had come to summon her for a few words. Though she was puzzled as to why, as the princess of a matrimonial alliance, no one came to pay her a courtesy visit. The carriage halted for about a quarter of an hour before resuming its journey. An unsettling feeling gnawed at Jiang Luiying's mind, yet her current state was far from conducive to investigation. Danqing remained blissfully unaware, humming a tune with a cheerful demeanor, sneaking little bites of this and that, and occasionally coming over to wipe Jiang Luiying's sweat and tidy her up. But it was not until they reached the gates of the demon palace that Jiang Luiying realized something was amiss. The wedding entourage had vanished. Now, soldiers of the demon realm lined both sides of the carriage. She turned to glance back, despair flooding her heart. Which princess embarks on a matrimonial alliance with only one maid? Had her family completely abandoned her? Did they have no sense of propriety? At that moment, a young man dressed in red, appearing to be around 17 or 18, approached her. That he was tall and slender, exuding an air of confidence and vitality, with hair crowned by a gold coronet that danced in the breeze with each step he took. For a brief moment, Jiang Luiying felt as though she glimpsed the shadow of her second task target. Song Qixing. In this young man, that a scion of a noble family, bright and charming, like a little sun, it seemed that all the gloom in the world would dissipate in his presence. Reflecting on Song Qixing brought a momentary cloud over Jiang Luiying's spirits. She asked herself, during the 30 years of her tasks, the happiest times had been those spent with Song Qixing. The system had informed her that Song Qixing was destined to become a Buddha's child, and thus she was to lead him to enlightenment, compelling him to renounce worldly ties and enter the monastic life. Assuming the identity of a little medicinal servant in the Song household, she cultivated an ambiguous relationship with Song Qixing over 6 years before finally gaining the Song family's approval and spending 4 years with him. Throughout this time, the system intervened little, requiring her only to coax the young master daily and explore pharmacology. Resulting in minimal task pressure, Song Qixing, the sunny and cheerful second young master, had no vices and was easy to get along with. Jiang Luiying, embarking on her maiden venture as a maid, found herself ill at ease in every aspect of the role. During their time together, it was rather Song Qixing who tended to her needs with greater diligence. Yet, the more blissful the early days were, the more harrowing the conclusion became. With her own hands, she extinguished the lives of Song Qixing's parents and elder brother, slaughtering nearly half of the Song family, only to be pierced through the heart by Song Qixing's arrow. The system, taken aback by her series of actions, frantically cautioned her against undertaking any steps unrelated to her mission. However, Jiang Luiying, with an air of indifference, remarked, "How could this be unrelated to the mission? He is burdened with too many attachments, pampered by a loving father, a doting mother, and an elder brother's affection. And no matter how deeply he loves a woman, he would not lose his mind and take vows of renunciation. Hence, I shall sever all his ties, compel him to exact vengeance upon me. Resolve our entanglements, and leave him unencumbered. Only then can he fulfill his role as a devoted disciple. That is this not the ultimate objective of the mission, as long as the goal is achieved. Does it not suffice? The system remained silent for a considerable time, tacitly acquiescing to her approach. Jiang Luiying closed her eyes, suppressing the bitter sensation in her heart, and turned to face the young man who had approached and now stood before her. You are the plaything sent by the kingdom of Jing. Jiang Luiying queried, indeed, what a catastrophic beginning. She mused to herself about how a small nation, particularly one that had been defeated, could possibly possess the audacity to forge an alliance with the demon realm. The emperor of Jing, desperate to maintain appearances, proclaimed to his subjects that it was the demon realm that sought to wed a princess as a gesture of peace, when in truth, it was merely an act of subservience to appease the demon lord by sending a princess to grovel. Her role as a princess was akin to that of the subsequent treasures of gold and jewels. No, it was even less than that. At the very least, those jewels would not be stripped away. Nor would her limbs be severed. Jiang Luiying, overwhelmed by despair, shook her legs and directed her gaze towards the young man clad in red. Yes. I am merely a plaything. Just store me in the warehouse. Thank you. The young man raised an eyebrow, regarding her as if she were a peculiar creature. That moment, one of the men disguised as a guard beside him spoke up to ease the tension, addressing Jiang Luiying. This is Prince Zhao Dado. Jiang Luiying nodded, for she truly had no knowledge of the current state of affairs in the demon realm or the reigning monarchs. She was merely surprised that Prince Zhao could maintain such a vibrant demeanor while serving under Li Yotsua. In her days as Li Yotsua's mentor, the psychological pressure had been so immense that she felt as if it was not she who was honing Li Yotsua, but rather he who was tormenting her. Prince Zhao let out a cold scoff through his nose, his gaze towards her dripping with blatant derision. Jiang Luiying, having endured a tumultuous journey, still felt queasy and was too disinterested to engage with him. With a wave of his hand, Prince Zhao summoned several individuals who came forward, bearing the gold and silver treasures sent by the kingdom of Jing to the storeroom. For Jiang Luiying. She initially thought she would have to follow a process to meet the demon lord. But to her surprise, Prince Zhao led her through a series of twists and turns to a secluded little palace. Am I not supposed to pay my respects to the demon lord first? Jiang Luiying asked curiously. Prince Zhao, with an air of arrogance, tilted his head back and scoffed. Do you think my brother is someone anyone can see? Just a mere plaything, and you truly believe you could ascend to the position of demon empress? My future sister-in-law, regardless of her abilities, must at least be of the caliber of Princess Ninghua. And you, he scrutinized Jiang Luiying with a dismissive glance. Weak as you are, surviving in the demon realm for even a few years is debatable. You should focus on how to preserve your life. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, reminiscent of a petulant little dog strutting about. Jiang Luiying tugged at the corners of her mouth, watching his retreating figure, unsure of what to say. She had merely inquired how the topic had shifted to the demon empress. She would prefer that the demon lord completely disregard her existence, ideally forgetting that she ever existed at all. Yet, why did Prince Zhao refer to the demon lord as his brother? Jiang Luiying scratched her head. If her memory served her right, Li Yotsua's kin had all been slain by him, had they not? Where did this younger brother come from? Had he adopted a sworn brother during the 30 years she had been dead? That did not seem plausible either, for Li Yotsua was not the type to casually take in siblings for companionship. Unable to decipher the situation, Jiang Luiying decided to set it aside for the moment and began tidying up the room with Danqing. Although Danqing may not have appeared particularly clever, her nimble hands and immense strength allowed her to single-handedly move a large pear blossom wood bed from one end of the room to the other, leaving Jiang Luiying astounded. Goodness, no wonder she was the only maid sent along. One of her was worth several others. Once they finished arranging the room, two maids arrived at the door point. One of them was evidently clad in more ornate attire than the other, likely signifying her higher status as a supervisor. Jiang Luiying contemplated their timing. Having just finished tidying up, the supervising maid sternly addressed her. Princess, have you finished tidying up? Then please change your clothes. Follow me to register at the maid's quarters. Jiang Luiying. Chapter 11. How did he become the demon lord? Following the supervising maid to the maid's quarters, Jiang Luiying was issued a waist token. Still somewhat in disbelief. After all, she was a princess. Even if she were merely a plaything, could such a grand palace not afford to keep one plaything? Why must she toil as a maid? Was this madness? This was not how dramas portrayed it. Excuse me, sister? Unable to gauge the supervising maid's age, Jiang Luiying tentatively inquired. What am I responsible for? Washing clothes? Cooking? Sweeping? The supervisor cast her a sidelong glance. Remaining silent. Surely not warming the bed. Jiang Luiying gasped in horror, hastily waving her hands. I cannot do that. If I were to warm the bed, I would turn it into an ice pit overnight. Perhaps I would end up needing the demon lord to warm my feet. You certainly have ulterior motives. Prince Zhao suddenly leapt in from outside, wearing a triumphant expression as if he had caught her red-handed. The supervising maid, seeing him enter, prudently exited the room, closing the door behind her. That I knew you people from Jing had ulterior motives. If you surrender, just surrender. That if you send gifts, then send them. Why must you shove a princess upon us and make such a grand show of it? Where in the peace treaty does it mention marriage? Speak. Did the Jing prince send you to the demon realm to gather intelligence and act as a spy? Jiang Luiying rolled her eyes. Pray tell. Good sir, how did you deduce that I harbored ill intentions? You are already contemplating climbing into bed. Do you not dare to fantasize about becoming the demon empress? With Jiang Luiying falling silent. Prince Zhao assumed he had struck a nerve, growing more arrogant. That I am fully aware of your little schemes. My brother is too occupied to pay you any mind. Each year, countless women aspire to share his bed. Yet you, a woman without any cultivation, would not even make it to the queue. Jiang Luiying slowly turned her head, locking her gaze onto Prince Zhao's eyes. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. Her appearance was not strikingly beautiful, rather resembling the delicate blossoms of apricot trees in the gentle spring breeze, exuding a softness tinged with a hint of playfulness. Coupled with her recent travels, her complexion was even paler. When she was not smiling, she appeared as a fragile beauty, but when she laughed, it was as if the sun melted the first snow of spring. Prince Zhao found himself momentarily entranced. Upon regaining his composure, he heard the woman's voice, as gentle as a spring breeze. Who says I desire to climb into the demon lord's bed? Jiang Luiying took a small step forward and gently tugged at Prince Zhao's collar. My target is you, dear brother. The temperature in the demon realm was just right, and Prince Zhao was dressed lightly today. As her cool fingertips brushed against his chest, a shiver ran through him. You! Prince Zhao's ears flushed crimson as he abruptly leapt back, exclaiming in exasperation, What brother? Who is your brother? I am many years your senior. What nonsense are you spouting? Dan Qing, who had witnessed the entire exchange, exclaimed, Wow. And you, Prince Zhao pointed an accusing finger at Dan Qing, his face flushed with embarrassment. If you dare to speak of this, you are done for, Dan Qing. Oh, Prince Zhao stormed out like a boiled crab, his face a deep shade of red. Jiang Luiying pursed her lips. What should one do when faced with slander? One simply retaliates. That I in the past, when pressured by her cousin to marry, a single statement of I fancy your husband proved far more effective than 1,000 explanations of her desire to remain single. The formula was simply to act swiftly. That I in the days that followed, Jiang Luiying and Dan Qing wandered through the demon palace. Initially, her identity as a maid was a deliberate challenge set forth by Prince Zhao. But suddenly he fell silent, and no one at the maid's quarters dared to assign her any tasks. The architecture of the demon palace was grand and imposing. Standing between two palaces, gazing up, it felt akin to being among modern skyscrapers. Each time she looked up, Jiang Luiying felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, deeply melancholic. Dan Qing, however, maintained her carefree demeanor, solely preoccupied with enjoying delicious food, never seeming to display any signs of sadness. Soon, 10 days had passed. After finishing feeding Dan Qing 2 pounds of shrimp noodles and 6 ears of corn, a visitor arrived at the palace. It was the guard who had been by Prince Zhao's side when she first arrived at the demon palace. The guard clasped his hands in greeting. Seventh princess, the demon lord requests your presence. The corn on the cob Jiang Luiying held fell to the ground. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Having entered the demon palace, she would inevitably confront Li Yotsua, that little perverse being. Thus, without even changing out of her maid's attire, she donned a face of tragic resolve, entrusted her meager belongings to Dan Qing, and prepared for her valiant sacrifice. Approaching the door, She even recited, "The wind howls, the waters of the river are cold. A hero departs, never to return." Dansheen, holding a pair of earrings in one hand and a bracelet in the other, continued to ponder until Jiang Luiying had walked far away. The demon lord is inviting her to meet him, right? Not to send her on her way? Jiang Luiying, with her neck drawn in, followed the guard all the way to the entrance of the demon palace. Upon raising her gaze, the colossal characters of Azura Hall loomed before her like a monstrous creature with greenish skin and sharp fangs, ready to devour her whole. The guard stepped across the threshold first, and noticing her lag behind, turned to call out, "Seventh princess?" "Ah, I'm coming, I'm coming," Jiang Luiying replied, her face a mask of sorrow as she hurried to catch up, reassuring herself with each step. "It's all right, I look different now than I did before. That I am a newcomer, completely transformed from head to toe, inside and out. That he won't recognize me, he won't." As she entered the grand hall, she quickly sensed the presence of more than one individual within. To her left sat the Crimson King, dressed in red robes, while to her right was a familiar face, Xian Chun. Jiang Luiying was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Xian Chun nod slightly in her direction, she could only muster a strained smile in return. The demon lord occupied the elevated seat at the top, upon a platform of 3 steps. Since her entry, Jiang Luiying had kept her head bowed, thus failing to notice the visage of the demon lord until now. The guard brought her to the center of the hall and performed a bow to the demon lord before returning to his assigned position. Steadying her racing heart, Jiang Luiying composed herself, embodying the demeanor expected of a princess who is not favored. Softly she spoke, "I have come to pay my respects to the demon lord." "There is no need for excessive formalities, princess," came the reply from the man, a voice devoid of the cruel and cunning tone she remembered, imbued instead with a chill detachment, yet laced with a hint of respect. At this, Jiang Luiying's head snapped up, and upon clearly seeing the face of the demon lord, her pupils constricted in shock that it was not Li Yotes was seated upon the throne, but her second target, Song Qixing. This was not right. During her missions in the past, the system had explicitly informed her that Song Qixing would eventually renounce worldly ties and become a compassionate monk of the Jingfan Temple, devoted to the well-being of all humanity. How had he ascended to the position of Demon Lord now? What of Li Yotsua? Had he been eliminated by him? For a brief moment, Jiang Luiying's mind went blank, and she quickly lowered her head to conceal her astonishment. After the Song family had been decimated by her, by the trajectory of events, he should have been free of earthly attachments and sought refuge in the monastic life. A flash of red caught her peripheral vision, the color of the Crimson King's attire, and it dawned on her why this king seemed familiar. That wasn't this Song Qixing's younger brother, Song Qiming. She had witnessed this child grow from birth to 6 years old during her mission at the Song family. What a strange turn of events. Chapter 12. Old acquaintances seated to the side, Xianchen scrutinized Jiang Luiying with a keen gaze. Since her entrance, he had detected her anxiety and unease, prompting him to pay closer attention. Thus, he noted the surprise that flickered across her face upon seeing the demon lord. Xianchen furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that such an expression was not unfamiliar. Where had he seen it before? Ah, yes, when he first encountered Jiang Luiying. Back in the depths of the forest, when she was being pursued, he intervened to save her. In that very moment of their initial eye contact, she had exhibited a similar look of shock. Although she quickly masked it, it had not escaped his notice. Xianchen turned his gaze back to Song Qixing, seated in the elevated seat. It seemed that Jiang Luiying was already acquainted with both of them. Jiang Luiying, fragile as a willow in the wind, completed her bow, prompting Song Qixing to inquire, "Why does the princess don the attire of a maid?" Jiang Luiying clenched her teeth, thinking, "See, I told you, the Grand Demon Palace cannot possibly be so destitute as to lack even a mere plaything. It would be too embarrassing for the Demon Lord. Indeed, it was that little rascal, Song Qiming, who was behind this." At that moment, Song Qiming visibly panicked, casting her a blatant warning glance. "If you dare to expose me, you are finished." Jiang Luiying inwardly rolled her eyes, incredulous that after 30 years, he still retained such a childish demeanor. Clearly, Song Qixing had sheltered him well, since the bond between the two brothers was evidently unbreakable. She deemed it unnecessary to play the villain and provoke discord. Instead, she graciously took the blame upon herself. No merit, no reward. Since I have arrived at the demon palace, I wish to contribute in some manner to the demon lord. So I sought out the maid in charge for a task. Upon hearing this, the stewardess standing at a distance behind the demon lord suddenly tensed. Jiang Luiying raised her gaze to glance at her, then deftly shifted her narrative. The stewardess was most reluctant to oblige, yet my fervent pleas could not be ignored, and thus I was granted a token. Even so, she did not assign me any laborious tasks. The stewardess relaxed, her demeanor towards Jiang Luiying becoming significantly more amiable. As long as the princess can adapt to life in the demon palace, it will suffice. Should you require anything, seek out Shifeng. Song Qixing kindly instructed her, though his tone remained polite yet distant. Jiang Luiying nodded, aware that Shifeng referred to the guard who had escorted her earlier, also a member of the Song family. After completing Song Qixing's mission, she had remained beside Li Yotsua for a decade. Thus, many had difficulty recalling him, resulting in her not recognizing him immediately. It was only upon entering the hall and encountering familiar faces that she recalled having seen them at the Song family before. With the revelation that the demon lord was Song Qixing, Jiang Luiying's anxious heart finally settled. She felt assured that as long as Song Qixing did not recognize her, he would not intentionally create obstacles for her. After all, she had spent 10 years understanding him well. In other words, the former Song Qixing had been exceedingly candid with her. Among her 3 targets, only he had been completely open, sharing both his joys and his occasional dark thoughts without reservation. At this moment, Jiang Luiying understood why Xianshun had repeatedly told her that the current demon lord was not a bloodthirsty individual, urging her not to fear and to feel at ease in the demon realm. Indeed, she felt reassured. Song Qixing was a man of strong principles, and even as the demon lord, he would not deliberately torment a weak woman, provided that her identity as the enemy of his father was not discovered. As the gathering concluded, Jiang Luiying was led to a side hall to change into more suitable attire, and thereafter, she shared a meal with them. Throughout the meal, she remained silent, focused solely on her food. Xianshun attempted several times to inquire about her, but each time the words lodged in his throat and remained unspoken. After the meal, Jiang Luiying discreetly slipped away, choosing to make her exit. Aware that Xianshun had come to see his brother for a serious matter, Song Qiming also tactfully withdrew. Only 2 remained in the grand hall, the atmosphere markedly more relaxed than before. Uv met the princess. I have no habit of troubling women that I do not understand what concerns you, Song Qixing quipped, draining his cup of wine. It is not that I wish to meddle. Having accepted the plea of the Emperor of Jingwa, I must see it through to the end. Xianshun's gaze fell upon the table laden with wine and dishes, his expression inscrutable. Song Qixing chuckled. Your reasoning is rather strained. It does not align with your usual style. Xianshun's eyes flickered slightly, neither affirming nor denying. His visit indeed harbored ulterior motives. He sought to use the pretext of the truce between Jingwa and the demon realm to ascertain Jiang Luiying's safety. Since their parting in the woods, fleeting remnants of memory had invaded his mind. Scenes from over 50 years ago, moments spent with his first disciple, now overshadowed by Jiang Luiying's visage. These memories gnawed at him, and upon reflection, he felt that he had been somewhat remiss in not considering Jiang Luiying's amnesia, allowing her to be taken away. Thus, he had resolved to visit personally, to see her safe and unharmed. And only then could he find peace. Song Qixing rose from his elevated seat, sauntering over to Xianshun's table. Casually taking a seat, he grasped a wine cup from the table, filled it, and slid it before Xianshun. His gaze drifting to the sword behind him. You regard this princess with a certain distinction. Xianshun, maintaining his composure, replied, It is merely concerned that my negligence may cost lives. There is nothing extraordinary about it. For him, apart from his first disciple, all others held little distinction, regardless of gender. Song Qixing sighed. Even after all these years, you still cannot let go. The world knew that Xianshun, the Taoist lord, had forsaken the sword path. But Song Qixing understood that his greatest strength lay in swordsmanship. Yet, due to a woman, he had been plagued by inner demons, rendering him unable to wield a sword again. Xianshun raised his cup and drained it in silence, letting his quietude answer the unspoken question. How could he let go? He had witnessed his once proud and headstrong junior sister standing beside the sword furnace, her face illuminated by the flames. Smiling sadly, her eyes filled with sorrow as she said, Let me send you off one last time. In her blood-red garment. She fell into the flames like a fluttering butterfly. In an instant, the sword furnace blazed with brilliance, marking the birth of a divine weapon. Song Qixing understood the answer that lay before him and did not intend to persuade him otherwise, merely lamenting, "What a pity for this divine weapon. Even now, it has no name." Once a divine weapon has recognized its master, it is customary for the master to bestow a name upon it, inscribing it upon the blade. Yet, Xian Chen's sword had existed for 50 years without a master, leaving others to speculate that it was simply undesired. What had started as a casual remark led Xian Chen to lift his head and, with earnestness, declare, "What of being unrecognized? Strength need not be validated by divine weapons." Song Qixing chuckled, "Such arrogant words, coming from you?" Xian Chen remained silent. Indeed, those words did not originate from his lips that 54 years ago, upon enduring harrowing trials on the other shore, Chuyin, after acquiring the renowned divine weapon in the realm of immortality, uttered the same. That divine weapon, having accompanied Chuyin for 4 years, remained nameless, as she never acknowledged it as her own. To wield such a weapon without granting it recognition as one's own was an audacious act that perhaps only Chuyin could accomplish within the 3 realms. Eventually, after Chuying's demise, that divine weapon vanished quietly from this mortal world. Chapter 13. Are you waiting for someone? Sensing Song Qixing's poignant sentiment, Xianchen refrained from further debate, redirecting the conversation towards himself. "Let us not dwell on me. It has been 30 years since you seized power, yet you still hesitate to appoint a demon queen. Could it be that you are waiting for someone?" Upon hearing this, Song Qixing, whose previously languid demeanor faltered momentarily, adopted a tone tinged with sorrow. "I am not like you, stubbornly pursuing the impossible." The two had once been acquaintances turned confidants. Thus Song Qixing was aware that it was the woman in Xuanchen's heart who sacrificed herself to forge the divine weapon. This weapon was primarily crafted from the rare Qiming iron, imbued with an overwhelming malevolence. The woman who sacrificed herself for it left no trace of her soul behind. While any rational person would understand this, Xianchen remained unconvinced. For 50 years, he bore this sword, traversing mountains and rivers in the hope of discovering even a fragment of her reincarnation. Song Qixing believed that the world mistakenly regarded Xianchen as a sage who judged matters solely by right and wrong, devoid of personal bias. In truth, Xianchen was the one who stubbornly pursued the wall, devoid of reason. Unlike him, who no longer sought to overturn known facts. Rising to his feet, Song Qixing slowly approached the throne that symbolized the demon lord's status. Behind the throne, an imposing iron frame held a nearly 2-meter-long bow, its body radiating a chilling aura, with glimmers of silver subtly visible. This was his fated divine weapon, the Chasing Soul, true to its name. Once the Chasing Soul arrow was released, it would relentlessly pursue its target, ensuring that no soul could escape its grasp. 40 years prior, a charming young girl had perished beneath the Chasing Soul arrow, her body swallowed by the turbulent river, leaving no hope of recovery. Behold, how rational he appeared. He understood the formidable power of the Chasing Soul and recognized that she could never be reincarnated. Thus, he had never entertained the notion of such a futile pursuit, as for why the position of Demon Queen had remained unoccupied for so many years. Song Qixing chuckled lightly. "Is it not an insignificant position? Must there truly be someone to fill it?" Xianchen nodded in agreement. After finishing his last sip of wine, he too stood, adjusting his attire, since there is nothing to attend to in the Demon Palace. "I shall take my leave." Song Qixing remained stationary, casually waving him off. "No need to see you off." As Xianchen departed, Song Qixing's nonchalant demeanor vanished in an instant. He turned, his gaze fixated on the Chasing Soul. Within the Demon Palace, no one had ever dared to mention the matter of the Demon Queen to him. Today, however, Xuanchen's direct inquiry stirred something within him. "Brother." Song Qixing peeked around the door before dashing in and standing behind his elder brother. "Brother, what Xianchen said makes sense. Your reluctance to appoint a demon queen. Could it be that you still hold a candle for that woman?" He had not strayed far, having eavesdropped at the doorway. Both men inside were aware of his presence and did not mind. Upon hearing Xuanchen's blunt inquiry about waiting for someone, he instinctively recalled his brother's previous fiancée, the woman responsible for the bloodshed of the Song family. Jiang Ying. Although his brother had pursued her and slain her with a chasing soul arrow without leaving any room for mercy, the aftermath had driven him nearly to madness that he had secluded himself for 10 years. Then single-handedly stormed the demon palace, avenging his family against the old demon lord in a brutal confrontation. Years had passed, and while his brother appeared to have emerged from the shadow of their family's tragedy, Xuanqin's words today made Song Qiming question his optimism. Perhaps, deep within, his brother still harbored a place for the architect of their misfortune. Indeed, Song Qixing spoke without a sidelong glance. "I will give you 3 counts to leave." This was tantamount to an acknowledgement to, "Oh, brother." Song Qiming grasped Song Qixing's arm urgently. "The Dio not forget, she was responsible for the deaths of 173 members of our family, including our parents and elder brother, who died in agony. Leave." Song Qixing's roar startled Song Qiming, causing him to shudder and release his grip. "Brother, you are yelling at me," he murmured incredulously. "You have never been so fierce with me before." All for that woman, he retreated a few steps, casting a complex look at Song Qixing before turning and vanishing from sight. Song Qixing stirred, wanting to pursue him, but ultimately restrained himself, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, Jiang Ying had been responsible for the deaths of 173 members of the Song family, including his parents, that he had chased her to the banks of the Chu River, where he had personally avenged them. Yet upon his return, he felt as if his very soul had been lost, wandering aimlessly in a daze. Each night, in his dreams, he saw the bright, beautiful girl smiling at him. Her laughter would transform into tears, each drop a crimson stain. She would ask, "Young master, do you no longer love me?" and lament, "Ah Sheng, it hurts so much." He would awaken abruptly, finding his face wet with tears that he constantly questioned himself. Had he erred? Each time, he would resolutely respond, "I did not err." He loved Jiang Ying, yet that did not mean he could forsake the blood feud that consumed his family. Even if given another chance, he would make the same choice. However, 10 days later, while cleaning the residence and scrubbing away the bloodstains, he stumbled upon a hidden underground chamber he had never seen before. Inside were numerous ledgers, medicinal herbs, and various floating objects resembling ginseng and liquid. There was also a directory of research personnel, where he discovered 173 names that in that moment, he comprehended why the Song family had thrived with unprecedented vigor in this generation, and why he had been ailing for the past month without any discernible illness. His long-held beliefs crumbled, revealing the shocking truth that in a frenzy, he rushed to the place where Jiang Ying had plunged into the river, disregarding the warnings of those around him, and leaped into the water. Why now? 10 days had passed since Jiang Ying had been shot and fell into the water, making her recovery impossible. The river surged violently as he searched for 8 long days, until he collapsed from exhaustion, only to be dragged ashore by others. The chasing soul arrow was driven by the life force of its master. After enduring the profound agony of losing his family, he had expended nearly all his life force to launch that arrow, leaving him utterly drained. After searching for 8 days, he had exhausted his last shred of strength, devoid of any rational thought. Once the floodgates of memory were opened, it surged forth like a torrent. Song Qixing's right hand rested upon the bow of the chasing soul, gripping it tightly. Yet moments later he released it weakly. That arrow, which had consumed his entire life force, seemed to return to him like a boomerang, striking him squarely in the heart. Chapter 14. Assisting the Demon Lord in managing the apothecary since receiving the Demon Lord's favor. Zhang Luiying's subsequent life visibly flourished. People had begun to come and tailor garments for her, preparing jewelry as well. One day, after breakfast, she set out as usual with Danqing for a leisurely stroll. As they walked, they arrived at a palace with a uniquely captivating design. "Are there not numerous floral scents wafting from here?" Zhang Luiying inquired softly. Danqing, resembling a small dog, sniffed the air a couple of times and affirmed, "Indeed, the soil is rich, the water abundant, and the plants plentiful. It's delightful." Zhang Luiying nodded, straightening her posture, and walked in with the poise of a princess. The demon palace was unlike any earthly royal palace. There were guards at every entrance. The attendants were few and far between, and one could walk for quite a while without encountering anyone. However, this made sense, as the nobility within the demon palace were all cultivators. Their daily tasks could be accomplished much more efficiently with spiritual energy than with manual labor. rendering servants unnecessary. Jiang Luiying entered the palace without obstruction. There, she beheld a man in white standing amidst the flowers, watering them. Jiang Luiying paused for a moment before approaching to pay her respects. Demon Lord. Song Qixing noticed her hesitation, but continued watering without interruption, casually asking, "What is it? Is it so strange to see me here?" "Not exactly," Jiang Luiying replied honestly. "It's just that seeing you in such attire feels somewhat incongruous." Incongruous? Song Qixing seemed to hear such a sentiment for the first time, but he set down the watering can and spread his arms to examine himself. He wore pure white flowing silk, edged in silver, with wide sleeves that faintly showcased the silver patterns of the ethereal flowers under the sunlight. There appeared to be no issue with his attire. Jiang Luiying kindly explained, "Typically, when one hears the term Demon Lord, one imagines a figure clad in dark robes, resembling a raven. Thus, seeing you dressed in flowing white feels a bit unusual. In truth, it is not entirely due to that. The primary reason lies in the fact that in the past, Song Qixing's garments predominantly featured vibrant warm hues, with his most frequently worn attire being a golden robe. Logically speaking, as the foremost medical family in the realm of cultivation, members of the Song family from Luling, regardless of their status, would typically opt for colors such as white, pale blue, or sky blue to showcase their identity as alchemists and healers. However, Song Qixing defied this norm. Adorning himself daily like a young master from a wealthy family, lively and regal, these were the epitomes of his persona during that time. Now, clad in white, she found it quite disconcerting. Song Qixing chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in further debate about attire, and instead inquired, "So, is there a specific reason for the princess's visit?" "Nothing in particular, just wandering about. Upon seeing this palace, I thought to come in for a look." Jiang Luiying approached a pot of maidong and gently touched its verdant leaves. "This plant is flourishing splendidly." Song Qixing's lips curled slightly. He refrained from correcting her, for it was not a flower but rather a medicinal herb. Jiang Luiying sighed inwardly. The transformation in Song Qixing was indeed remarkable. In the past, he would have taken the time to explain, "This is a medicinal herb known as maidong, renowned for its ability to nourish, moisten the lungs, aid the stomach, and clear the heart of vexation." Having served as a pharmacist in the Song family for many years, how could she not recognize it? Yet, under her current identity as the seventh princess, such knowledge seemed inappropriate. Song Qixing observed her admiring each flower pot in turn. He chose to remain silent, gently loosening the soil of a peony with a small trowel. "Master, Demon Lord." Jiang Luiying initiated, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. "Do you tend to these plants regularly? Indeed, that as the ruler of a realm, you must be exceedingly busy, I imagine." Song Qixing turned his gaze towards her. "Princess, please speak plainly." Jiang Luiying blinked awkwardly, stating candidly, "Surely you do not have the time to attend to them daily. I used to enjoy gardening as well. Perhaps I could take care of them?" Song Qixing replied politely, "I appreciate your kind offer, Princess, but these are not ordinary plants, and you may not be familiar with their specific needs. All plants share some similarities," Jiang Luiying countered, tilting her head to glance at a nearby pot and pointing to one beside Song Qixing. "For instance, this pot has small, dense leaves. Generally, it thrives in the shade and is averse to direct sunlight." She then gestured to another pot. "This one has scale-like, flat leaves and also prefers to avoid the sun." A flicker of appreciation crossed Song Qixing's eyes as he pointed towards 3 pots lined up in the distance. "What can you tell me about those?" Jiang Luiying glanced briefly before smiling. If placed by a south-facing window with moist soil, they likely enjoy both sunlight and water, but cannot endure exposure to harsh sunlight. A brief morning sun would be ideal. Only then did Song Qixing take a serious look at the woman before him. Clad in a purple outfit, a style currently favored in the demon realm, it accentuated her waist and exposed her shoulders, adorned with a delicate gold chain and pearl pendant at her neck. Though her attire was not overly conservative, it inexplicably exuded an air of dignity when worn by her. Her face was not the typical angular visage favored in the demon realm, but rather a pleasantly rounded oval, which made her appearance quite agreeable. Song Qixing couldn't help but genuinely admire her. Although this young woman lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate, she possessed a certain cleverness and an extraordinary demeanor. It was no wonder that Xianqin treated her with such distinction. Given that she might be someone Xianqin favored as his close friend, it was only right for him to look after her. Who knew when that blockhead would come to his senses? He ought to assist in ensuring that this Jiang lady did not grow impatient and leave. Thus he generously said, "Then I shall entrust the herb garden to you. Princess, should you encounter difficulties or uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your phone." Very well. Jiang Luiying beamed at him, before cheerfully fetching a watering can. After Song Qixing departed, Jiang Luiying hummed a tune as she attended to each herb, then set down her tools and cast a glance at the enormous Qilin relief on the wall. She had seen this relief before at the Song family. It adorned the entrance to Song Qixing's secret treasure chamber. Exiting the herb room, she spotted Song Qixing's silhouette from afar. Noticing the little demon king's foul mood, she decided it was prudent to keep her distance. Jiang Luiying swiftly turned to flee, only to be spotted by Song Qixing, who appeared before her in an instant, blocking her path. She had run too hastily and collided headlong into Song Qixing. "What are you doing?" Song Qixing exclaimed, taking a large step back, vexed. "Did you not see someone in front?" Jiang Luiying clutched her aching nose, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. "I was about to ask you the same. You suddenly sprang out. Are you trying to scare me to death?" With hands on his hips. Song Qixing retorted, "If you weren't running, would I have to stop you? Speak up. What misdeeds are you up to that you flee upon seeing me?" "Who flees upon seeing you?" Jiang Luiying shot back defiantly. Mimicking his pose and standing tall, "I am merely here to assist the master in managing the herb garden, intending to ask your phone for some fertilizer." "Managing the herb garden?" Song Qixing's previously haughty expression faltered, incredulously pointing towards the palace from which Jiang Luiying had just emerged. "Did my brother instruct you to tend to his herb garden?" Chapter 15. Perils on the Mountain Brother. Song Qixing was startled by the roar, nearly spilling his tea. Upon looking up, he saw an irate Song Qixing storming in like a bull. "Brother, why did you let that woman manage your herb garden?" Song Qixing replied helplessly, "I cannot oversee everything at all times. Since someone is available, why not put them to use? Then you should have asked me." Song Qixing thrust his face close to his brother's, fingers pointing at his own nose, eagerly volunteering, "I can take care of the plants too." "You must be joking." Song Qixing pushed aside his sibling's playful antics. "I have yet to settle the score for the batch of gentian flowers you drowned last time. That was unintentional. Brother, you are being biased." "I don't care. That woman has ulterior motives. You cannot trust her so easily." "Enough," Song Qixing said, his tone turning serious. "I merely asked her to help watch over things. It is not as if I am giving it to her. Do not keep causing trouble for her. After all, she was someone Xianchen valued. It was wise to leave some leeway in their dealings and avoid creating an overly tense situation." However, upon hearing this, Song Qixing felt even more convinced that his brother had fallen under this woman's spell, believing he was no longer the most important person in his brother's heart. He scowled, stamped his foot in frustration, and declared, "Brother, you watch and see. She will not manage it well," before turning and fleeing the room. Song Qixing observed his brother's retreating figure, feeling a mix of helplessness and resignation as he let him carry on. The following afternoon, after discussing military matters regarding conflicts with the cultivation world with several demon generals, Song Qixing spotted a flash of purple from a distance as he approached his quarters. It was Jiang Luiying, lurking by the entrance, and as he drew near, he could sense an overwhelming air of stealth. "Da, Master Demon Lord." Jiang Luiying scampered up to him, first performing a rather ungraceful bow, then flashing a sycophantic smile. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Song Qixing looked down at her, finding her current demeanor rather amusing, and countered, "What? Do you wish to join me for a meal?" "Oh no, no," Jiang Luiying quickly waved her hands. "I was merely being polite, noticing it is nearly noon." Song Qixing halted, curious about her intentions. She fidgeted, wringing her hands for a moment before speaking. There is a flower in your herb garden, purple in color, resembling a small lily, particularly beautiful. I wanted to ask what it is." "That would be gentian," Song Qixing replied. "Oh, where did you get it?" "I would like to cultivate a few myself." "Pray tell, how many have perished?" "What are you saying?" Jiang Luiying protested. "None. They are all thriving splendidly." Song Qixing shot her a sidelong glance, her thoughts plainly written across her face, yet she remained stubborn. Nevertheless, he was not one to dwell on such matters. He was no longer engaged in medicinal practices, and cultivating herbs was merely a remnant of past hobbies, so he would not hold a grudge over a few dead plants. Thus, he followed Jiang Luiying's lead, responding, "It is not a rare plant. There are plenty on the back mountain of the Demon Palace." "Excellent." Jiang Luiying nodded eagerly before scampering off in high spirits. The demon palace spanned a vast area, entirely enveloped in a barrier, with mountains and water within. Demon cultivators possess spiritual power, allowing them to traverse the palace swiftly, so there was no need for transportation. Jiang Luiying, lacking spiritual power, could only rely on her own legs to get around. After finishing her meal, she set off, accompanied by Dan Qing, heading south. She asked for directions several times along the way, taking an entire hour to finally locate the mountain Song Qixing had mentioned. As they ascended the mountain, Dan Qing seemed unperturbed, but Jiang Luiying had already transformed from a two-legged creature into a four-legged one. "Perhaps I should carry you," Dan Qing suggested, perhaps feeling that Jiang Luiying's hands and feet approach was somewhat undignified. However, Jiang Luiying firmly refused, insisting on climbing herself. The two of them found the gentian flowers on the mountain, dug up 3 plants, and were just preparing to descend when a thick fog suddenly enveloped the forest. Jiang Luiying's eyes flickered, noticing movement on the ground not far away. She stealthily took a step closer and suddenly pushed Dan Qing forward, saying, "Go call for help." As her words faded, a black vine erupted from the earth, wrapping itself around her waist and dragging her down to the ground, pulling her towards a nearby cave. Dan Qing gasped sharply, and by the time she regained her composure, Jiang Luiying's figure had vanished from sight. "What should I do? What should I do?" She spun in place twice before realizing, "Oh right, I need to summon help." With that, she dashed down the mountain like a gust of wind. Fortunately, there were patrolling guards nearby. Upon hearing her account, they immediately split into 2 groups. One headed up the mountain to rescue her, while the other went to report to the demon lord. After a considerable effort, they finally extracted Jiang Luiying from the vine demon's lair and escorted her back to her quarters. Upon hearing the news, Song Qixing found it utterly absurd. The vine demon was among the lowest of creatures in the demon palace, one he had never paid any heed to before. Who would have thought that Jiang Luiying, an utterly mundane being devoid of any spiritual power, would encounter it? Hearing that Miss Jiang had been quite frightened, he pondered for a moment and decided to pay her a visit on his way. He first stopped by the apothecary, where he noticed the wilting gentian flowers in a pot, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of his brother's petty remarks from the day before. At his age, Qi Ming still possessed a child's temperament, resorting to such tactics merely to drive Jiang Luiying out of the apothecary. Scanning the other herbs, he found them well tended, with no significant discrepancies. However, his gaze landed on the tools table, and his amber eyes narrowed momentarily. There lay a slender green leaf, evidently cut and yellowing. One side of the leaf had been trimmed into a wavy pattern resembling lace. Song Qixing instantly appeared beside the tools table, picking up the leaf and examining it meticulously for quite some time. In the days of the Song family, when he pruned leaves, Jiang Ying would sit by, trimming each piece he cut into delicate wavy edges. She handled the scissors with remarkable dexterity, ensuring that every curve of the lace was smooth and even. Those memories felt too distant, blurred to the point where even the background of that scene had faded. Yet the earnest expression of the young girl remained vivid. Pressing his fingers to his forehead, Song Qixing silently chided himself for being so idle that he could be reminded of Jiang Ying by a mere leaf. Nevertheless, he called out for someone to come in. Shifeng came to reply from outside the door. Upon entering, Shifeng squinted at the leaf, noting its moisture, clearly freshly cut. Only the 7th princess and her maid visited today, he stated. The 7th princess, Song Qixing mused, as the slender leaf slipped away from his fingers, and he stored it in his pouch and swept his sleeve as he exited the apothecary. Chapter 16. The children at play. Upon entering Jiang Luiying's chambers, he was met with the sight of a frightened kitten trembling beneath the covers. The kitten's face was still smeared with dirt, and its fur was a tangled mess. Only when the demon lord entered did Jiang Luiying finally emerge from the bed, seemingly putting on a brave front as she performed a curtsy. Once the covers were removed, Song Qixing noticed she was nearly covered in mud, missing a shoe, with her feet red and swollen. This woman was in a far worse state than he had imagined. "What happened to leave you in such disarray?" he inquired, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. "That I don't know," Jiang Luiying replied, her eyes welling with tears as she confessed. "Those 3 pots of gentian flowers were perfectly fine yesterday, but today they inexplicably wilted. I thought to fetch a few more, but as I made my way up the mountain, I was ensnared by something, and I thought I was going to die. Her words were heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy. Song Qixing rubbed his temples in frustration. It seems I failed to consider that you are a mortal without spiritual power. Navigating the demon palace is indeed not very convenient or safe for you. Zhang Luiying lowered her head, appearing obedient. Song Qixing had never harbored a penchant for bullying weaker individuals. Thus, he retrieved a stack of talismans from his pouch and handed them to her. These are— Zhang Luiying looked up in astonishment, confusion evident in her eyes. Some basic talismans, he elaborated, selecting a few to explain. This is a speed talismans. When affixed, it enhances your walking speed. This is a teleportation talismans, allowing you to instantly move within a 1-mile radius. This is an explosion talismans. Its power is sufficient to shatter mountains, so save it for emergencies and avoid using it unnecessarily, as it may attract unwanted attention. Carry these with you for unforeseen circumstances. Okay. Zhang Luiying nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on the talismans, clearly making an effort to memorize their functions. Today the princess has been startled. Take some time to rest. As he glanced at Danqing, he found her still sneaking oranges. Thank you for your concern, Demon Lord, Zhang Luiying said, her head bobbing like a turnip. As Song Qixing reached the door, a thought seemed to strike him. He turned back, casually asking, do you also enjoy trimming leaves and lace patterns in your spare time? Zhang Luiying blinked innocently, momentarily taken aback before recalling, oh, it's just something I do for fun when I'm bored. Her response was as good as saying nothing at all. Song Qixing scrutinized her for a moment longer, finding no signs of deception on her face, before offering a polite smile and departing the chamber. Zhang Luiying watched him leave, her emotions shrouded in ambiguity. As anticipated, he had indeed discovered the leaf. Yet his attitude— it appeared he still harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Ying. With a sigh, she lowered her gaze to the talismans in her hand. At least one thing had gone smoothly. After all, she was once a rising star among the apothecaries of the Song family, highly regarded by the old patriarch. Gentian flowers were hardly rare herbs. She was well aware of their growth habits and the potential threats posed by nearby demons. With those few pots in the apothecary, she could coax them to thrive or perish at will. It would merely require her younger brother to take the blame. Weighing the spoils in her hand, Zhang Luiying's mood shifted from cloudy to clear. The talismans in the Demon Lord's personal pouch must be of no ordinary quality. Furthermore, the thickness of the stack of talismans assured her of unobstructed passage within the Demon Palace for the next 3 months. However, the ordeal had left her utterly exhausted. After a comfortable bath and a few bites of dinner, she climbed into bed, ready for sleep. Little did she know, the following morning, a loud crash would jolt her awake. Song Qixing had burst through the door. Zhang Luiying sprang up in shock, her temper flaring as she instinctively grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Perhaps caught off guard by her swift reaction, Song Qixing was entirely unprepared and felt the pillow collide with his face. Zhang Luiying was fully awake now. Shifeng, who had been chasing after the little tyrant, froze. Song Qixing, who was typically so brazen, was bewildered that it was the first time anyone had dared to strike him in the face since his brother ascended to the position of Demon Lord. This woman had the audacity of a bear. In his fury, he entirely forgot about his own spiritual power and failed to consider that she had yet to rise. That he swiftly closed the distance to her bed and seized Zhang Luiying, shaking her as if she were a sack of rice. How dare you accuse me? What gentian flowers? Do you think I, the illustrious Zhao Wang, would resort to such underhanded tactics? Seeing the situation escalate, Shifeng dashed off to inform the Demon Lord. Zhang Luiying, dizzy from being shaken, instinctively thought how fortunate she was not to have a habit of sleeping in the nude. But bursting into a girl's room at such an early hour, was that not a breach of decorum? Zhang Luiying had never been one to indulge unruly children. She swiftly wrapped her arms around his, using his momentum against him, her foot sliding up his chest in a daring maneuver, landing a forceful kick to his chin. Song Qixing stumbled back several steps, clutching his mouth and hopping around, the kick having caused him to bite his own tongue. That why you dare to lay hands on me? His chest heaved violently, eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Luiying stood on the bed, hands on her hips. Not only did I lay hands on you, I also used my feet. Come and try it again. I'll bite you. Do you believe me? Song Qixing rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Come on. You think I'm afraid? If you can bite me today, I'll admit you're impressive. Zhang Luiying leapt from the bed, baring her teeth as she lunged forward. And in an instant, The two resembled schoolchildren embroiled in a tussle, exchanging blows amidst a cacophony of shouts. The spacious chamber was insufficient for their spirited scuffle, resulting in a cascade of shattered items from the shelves upon the table. As they grappled, Song Qiming stumbled over an unseen object, his balance faltering, causing him to topple toward Jiang Luing. Reacting instinctively, she raised her arm to shield herself, entirely oblivious to the fact that her current form was rather fragile, and thus she was promptly brought down to the floor. Fortuitously, as she fell, Song Qiming's hand inadvertently shifted to the back of her head, cushioning her descent and preventing a direct collision with the ground. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Jiang Luing found herself pinned, gasping for air. Before she could call for help, she felt a sudden lightness. Her eyes widened as she witnessed Song Qiming being lifted into the air, as if by an unseen force, and hurled against the opposite wall with such force that it nearly collapsed. Song Qixing had arrived from a considerable distance. Jiang Luing sensed the palpable wrath emanating from him. The force with which he had thrown Song Qiming left her questioning whether a human-shaped dent would be left in the wall. As Song Qiming hit the ground, he coughed up blood, seemingly dazed for a moment before slowly lifting his head, incredulously gazing at Song Qixing. "Brother, you..." Song Qixing clenched his fist tightly, his face a tumult of anger and disappointment. "Who taught you this?" Song Qiming, bewildered, stammered. "What do you mean?" In a flash, Song Qixing was before him, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. "Engaging in improper conduct within a woman's chamber. Who taught you this?" Chapter 17. A brawl with the crown prince. It was at this moment that Jiang Luing comprehended the source of Song Qixing's fury. His timing was impeccable, having entered just as he witnessed his younger brother grappling with an innocent and delicate woman amidst the chaos of the room, leading to a misunderstanding that his brother had gone astray and attempted to impose himself. Although Song Qixing had once played the role of a nobleman, he was not the type to indulge in debauchery or bully others. He possessed an inherently righteous spirit. Previously, when they had uncovered a disciple's nefarious scheme to drug a young woman in an attempt to violate her, they intervened just as the disciple was about to succeed. At that moment, she had wrapped the girl in her outer robe, only to turn and see the disciple being forcibly slammed against the wall by Song Qixing, unable to escape. This disciple held a certain status within the Song family, and after the incident, several elders attempted to advocate for him, claiming he had been gravely injured and had already faced punishment, but Song Qixing resolutely rejected their pleas that he declared to inflict violence upon the innocent, to strip away one's virtue and ruin a life. Such heinous acts are intolerable by heaven and earth. The disciple retorted, "But I did not succeed." Song Qixing stood firm, asserting, "My family has long been devoted to healing and saving lives. A physician must not only maintain a righteous demeanor but also a righteous heart. Since you harbor such thoughts, regardless of whether you acted upon them, you are unworthy to be a member of the Song family." Ultimately, the head of the Song family could not oppose his son's will and expelled the disciple from their ranks. At that time, Jiang Luing realized that Song Qixing held a profound disdain for offenders of such nature. Now, witnessing her beloved younger brother engage in such beastly behavior towards a woman he had nurtured, it was no wonder he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Jiang Luing surveyed the scene of chaos, sighed, and resignedly rose from the floor to mediate the situation. "My lord, you are mistaken," she began, extending her hand towards Song Qixing's grasp on his brother's collar. However, before she could make contact, Song Qixing flung his captive aside. Her hand hung awkwardly in the air, unable to retract or release. So she turned instead to support Song Qiming. He brusquely shoved her away, exclaiming, "Don't touch me." Jiang Luing retorted, "Well then, good intentions turn to folly. You two brothers should calm down." Rolling her eyes, she turned to the wardrobe to retrieve some clothing. Heading to Danqing's quarters to change. In the demon realm, customs were quite liberal, and the attire of women was notably bold and revealing. Thus, she thought nothing of donning a loose-fitting nightgown as she sought out Danqing. Once changed, she assessed that the two brothers had likely regained their composure before leisurely making her way to Song Qiming's quarters. He was seated at the edge of the bed, pale-faced and stubborn. Song Qixing occupied a chair at the table, and the brothers remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Upon her entrance, Song Qixing offered a slight nod, while Song Qiming turned his head away, fixating on the wall as if attempting to bore a hole through it with his gaze. After contemplating, she decided it was necessary to clarify matters for the Lord. Jiang Luiying adopted a delicate and wrong demeanor, stating, "There may have been some misunderstandings between the crown prince and myself. When he confronted me, we acted in haste and resorted to blows. It was not the crown prince's intention to oppress me. If we were to discuss it, it would be more akin to mutual combat." Song Qixing paused, seemingly taken aback by her words that a woman devoid of spiritual power could engage in a brawl with the crown prince. Who would believe such a tale? In truth, even as Jiang Luiying spoke, she found the notion somewhat amusing. Earlier, Song Qiming had been accommodating toward her, making their altercation appear intense, yet she had merely lost a few strands of hair. Conversely, Song Qiming bore several genuine scratches and bruises from her strikes. When they fell, shards of pottery littered the ground, and Song Qiming's hand had been beneath her head, sustaining grievous cuts. Knowing this, she had come to his defense, wishing to alleviate any potential misunderstandings that might lead to his distress. Now, Song Qixing had calmed, no longer driven to the brink of fury, allowing him to inquire further into what had transpired. Jiang Luiying sniffled, her tone tinged with grievance. "This morning, when the crown prince arrived, he accused me of slandering him, mentioning something about gentian flowers that I was at a loss for what he meant, and after a few retorts, things escalated that it was entirely my fault." "Gentian flowers?" Song Qixing raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Jiang Luiying affirmed, nodding in a pitiful manner. "I do not understand why the crown prince would suddenly bring up gentian flowers. I have never disclosed to anyone about the wilting of my gentian flowers." Song Qixing rubbed his temples in exasperation. "All right, I understand. This is my fault." He had initially assumed that Song Qiming was merely throwing a tantrum, which led to the misunderstanding between the two. However, he had previously wronged Song Qiming, particularly during the period following his ascension after defeating the former demon lord, when Song Qiming frequently found himself in trouble. Having faced numerous incidents, he would instinctively wonder if his troublesome younger brother was once again up to no good at the slightest sign of trouble. Each time he had such thoughts, he would confront him directly, saying, "Do not act in such a manner again." Despite being wronged, Song Qiming never sulked, but would instead defiantly argue back. After a few exchanges, he would realize it was not his brother's fault and offer an apology. Neither brother would genuinely harbor anger. This incident revolved around a few gentian flowers. They were hardly a precious item. Given Song Qiming's temperament, a simple warning to refrain from meddling with his flowers would be met with a barrage of protests. Such a trivial matter should not have escalated into a physical confrontation. Jiang Luiying's gaze fell upon Song Qiming, noting the dried blood on the back of his hand, and she added, "The crown prince is actually quite concerned about you. My presence has alerted him to a perceived threat. He fears I may usurp your place in his heart, which has caused him to act irrationally." And no sooner had she spoken than Song Qiming spun around as if his tail had been stepped on. "Shut up!" Jiang Luiying raised her hands in surrender, looking to the demon lord. "You see? I told you I was right. Get out." Song Qiming bared his teeth at her. "Then I shall take my leave." Jiang Luiying tilted her head, quickly returning the gesture before gracefully bowing and exiting the chamber, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her, secretly reveling in her triumph. "Song Qixing, this burden is now yours to bear. Carry it with a sense of guilt." Within the chamber, the brothers sat in silence. Ultimately, it was Song Qixing who approached the bed, lowering his head in concession. "That I was mistaken. I wrongly assumed you were throwing a tantrum, which led to the misunderstanding between you two. I apologize." Song Qiming, initially brimming with indignation, felt his eyes welling up upon hearing these words. Observing his brother's expression, Song Qixing couldn't help but chuckle. "However, you seem to have misunderstood something. My care for the princess arises from Xuanjin's unique feelings towards her. You may not be aware, but she attempted to escape once while on her journey to the demon realm. It was Xuanjin who rescued her. You know how he is, so wooden that even if he has feelings, he may not realize it himself. Before he comes to terms with it, I must ensure she is safe." Song Qiming remained unmoved. Song Qixing persisted, patiently soothing him. "You are my only kin in this world. No one can ever usurp your place in my heart. Do you not entertain such thoughts? That's not it," Song Qiming mumbled. Curious, Song Qixing inquired. Then what is it?" Song Qiming turned to face his brother earnestly, locking eyes with him. "That I feel as though you have never regarded me as an adult. It seems I have never truly understood the real you. Brother, all insecurities stem from that realm he cannot fathom. Song Qixing's gaze darkened as he fixed his stare upon Song Qiming. For instance, you have never shared with me the details surrounding the Song family massacre from 40 years ago. What truly transpired that day? Why did you suddenly retreat into seclusion? Upon your return, why did you storm into the demon realm, slaying the dark demon lord to seize his position? Chapter 18. One must not wrong a friend's wife emerging from his brother's chamber. Song Qixing silently returned to the council hall of the demon palace. The imposing throne loomed high, exuding a solemn chill, while the soul pursuer resting on the wooden rack behind it emanated a ghostly coldness. This bow had unleashed arrows twice. Once it struck down the true enemy behind the scenes, and the other time, it claimed the life of the woman he loved most dearly that he placed a hand upon it. His thoughts swirling chaotically. Ultimately, he refrained from revealing to his brother what he had discovered in the hidden chamber of their home. The jars and vials contained ginseng-like entities, which were the roots of human souls. Each vial, each jar was unique, some whole, some broken, some belonging to adults, others to children. The quantity indicated a preponderance of children's souls. The records in the hidden chamber meticulously chronicled every failed attempt in great detail. At the end of each entry, he could see the signature of either their father, mother, or eldest brother. He knew not from whence these soul roots originated, nor did he dare to ponder it. He recalled a time when he and Jiang Ying had encountered a middle-aged man in his 40s while buying sweet water on the street, a man who approached with a bowl, begging for water. The vendor mistook him for a beggar, offering him no kindness and promptly dismissing him. In the end, he purchased an extra serving of sweet water and brought it to the man, which led to a few exchanged words. "This is my eldest daughter, named Jiang Ningying, abducted by traffickers 10 years ago at the age of 6, the man said, handing over a portrait of a charming little girl. For all these years, we have been searching for her, from Anyang to Fengshan, and then to Zhaoshan, traversing over 3,000 miles. He felt a jolt of shock. This man was merely an ordinary person. Yet he had persevered through such a daunting journey. Noticing the man's grave expression, he attempted to lighten the mood with a smile. But now there is hope that I encountered a highly skilled Taoist near Zhaoshan, who used his powers to track down the small jade lock that hung around my daughter's neck. The man produced a cloth pouch from his bosom, layer by layer unfolding it to reveal the jade lock. Jiang Ying, suddenly intrigued, snatched the lock before he could. The man continued, "The Taoist followed the aura from this lock and suggested that my daughter is likely alive, located near Luling, so I hurried here. After so many years, I finally see a glimmer of hope. At that time, Song Qixing was filled with youthful bravado and immediately vowed to assist the man in his search. Upon returning to the Song family, he dispatched people throughout the city to distribute the portrait. However, mere days later, the man was found hanged in an iron and at that moment. He did not understand why. They were so close to finding the daughter. Just a step away. After enduring a decade with a wife and younger daughter at home, how could he have taken his own life? It was only when the Song family neared annihilation that he stumbled upon the hidden chamber. Finally realizing that the man's death was likely connected to the Song family, in other words, it was he who had inadvertently caused this man's demise, escalating the matter and alarming the true culprit behind it. Fearing that this incident might expose the dark secrets of the Song family, they silenced him. Thus, it was his goodwill, his fervor, that clashed irreparably with the corrupt nature of the Song family. This man's suicide became a tragic casualty of the conflict between two factions. In the 10 days following Jiang Ying's death, Song Qixing repeatedly reflected on their daily interactions. From the moment he spotted the beggar girl on the roadside, to taking her into the Song family, teaching her about pharmacology and medicine. After the man's death, he recalled Jiang Ying's series of unusual emotions. All the clues intertwined, leading to a singular conclusion. Jiang Ying was indeed Jiang Ningying, and that man was her biological father. Perhaps it was at that moment that Jiang Ying harbored thoughts of exterminating the upper echelons of the Song family, lying in wait to deliver a fatal blow. All those involved in the clandestine experiments within the hidden chamber were annihilated by her hand. In the end, she offered no explanations, silently succumbing to the soul pursuer. Had he not discovered that underground chamber, he might have forever believed Jiang Ying to be a heartless and malevolent woman. Had he known the truth earlier, he would not have been driven to madness by her actions and lies, which were meant to protect him, resulting in irrevocable consequences. Now that the dust had settled, Revealing these matters to Qiming would serve no purpose other than to inflict upon him the same suffering that he alone would bear the weight of all sins. The painful memories surged within him, and Song Qixing stumbled, nearly losing his footing to my Lord Demon Sovereign, that a pair of hands reached out to steady his arm. It was Jiang Luing that my Lord Demon Sovereign. What troubles you? Are you unwell? She asked with genuine concern. Nothing to worry about. Song Qixing waved his hand, declining her support. Jiang Luing withdrew her hand, casting a discreet glance at the soul pursuer, instinctively distancing herself. After all, she had once nearly perished beneath its arrow. The memory of the whistling arrow imbued with a chilling intent still weighed heavily upon her. Before entering this small world, she had been an ordinary person, one who feared death. Unlike in her first life, where she had willingly leaped into the sword furnace to sacrifice her blade, she had been in control of her fate. In her second life, she experienced the true helplessness of being killed. The two sensations were entirely distinct, with the latter instilling a far greater sense of terror. Even after all these years, the sight of the soul pursuer still prompted her to instinctively recoil. Yet, Song Qixing suddenly took note of her subtle movements and inquired, "Are you afraid of it?" Jiang Luing adjusted her demeanor and replied with a light laugh, "It is clearly a transcendent weapon. Not something ordinary individuals can approach. Fear not, it can only release arrows with my life essence blood. It poses no threat otherwise though." Jiang Luing nodded absently. Song Qixing realized he had digressed, momentarily taken aback by her words. He found it surprising that he had voluntarily explained his life weapon to a woman he scarcely knew. Perhaps it was because he had been reminded of Jiang Ying after observing her cut the flower petals yesterday. He cast a curious glance at Jiang Luing. The two bore no resemblance, and their temperaments were worlds apart. Jiang Ying had been a quintessential innocent girl, oblivious to the world's harshness and wholly absorbed in pharmacology, at least. That was how he had perceived her before the Song family massacre. This woman, however, was different. She was delicate yet reserved, clever and cunning, knowing precisely when to conceal her brilliance and when to reveal it unreservedly. Despite their stark differences, he found himself subconsciously searching for similarities between them. This could not continue. She was Xuanxin's beloved, and one must not wrong a friend's wife, though Xuanxin had not explicitly conveyed any intentions. What if he did? Perhaps he had spoken too much that he averted his gaze, turning to sit upon the demon sovereign's throne, raising his head to address her. "Is there a matter for the princess to discuss?" Jiang Luing observed his inexplicable demeanor, silently chiding him for his unchanging nature. Today, due to matters concerning the pharmacy, Prince Zhao is quite irate. After much contemplation, I believe it would be wise to avoid the pharmacy to prevent further aggravating Prince Zhao and jeopardizing your brotherly bond. Song Qixing pressed his forehead, feeling a twinge of irritation. The princess need not take offense. Both my brother and I are at fault today. Did I tease our error that you were affected that I have clarified matters with Qiming? He shall not trouble you in the future, so feel free to manage the pharmacy. Furthermore, Qiming has seldom interacted with women since childhood, lacking the discernment to understand boundaries that if he has offended you. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Once he is recovered, I will ensure he personally seeks you out to make amends. Thank you, my Lord Demon Sovereign. Jiang Luing offered a slight bow, and as she turned to leave, she suddenly heard Song Qixing's curious voice. From where did the princess learn such etiquette? Previously, during negotiations, he had encountered the noblewomen of Jinghua and vaguely recalled their bowing posture as one where both hands are clasped at the chest, with a gentle touch upon the shoulders during a bow. While he had not paid close attention at the time, he was certain that it was not the posture displayed by the woman before him. Jiang Luing's heart sank. Truly, he was the demon sovereign, capable of discerning even the slightest details. Chapter 19. You are not the seventh princess, are you? The bowing customs of various nations in the human realm differ greatly. As for Jiang Luing, she had never set foot in Jinghua before, let alone learned their manner of bowing. Moreover, if her companion, Dan Xing, were well-versed in etiquette, she would not have been dispatched here to be safe. She always kept her hands pressed against her abdomen, slightly bending her knees and bowing. That was the simplest motion she had learned from television dramas. She never expected it would reveal a hint of her true identity. Blinking back tears, Jiang Luing turned back, her eyes glistening. My Lord Demon Sovereign, I beg your pardon. I did not mean any disrespect, that I truly do not know how to properly bow before you, she sniffled. feeling aggrieved, and said, "When I got married, the old woman said that upon arriving at the demon palace, I must adhere to its rules. Yet, after all this time here, no one has come to teach me properly. I understand now." Upon seeing Jiang Luiying's tearful expression, Song Qixing quickly raised his hand to halt her forthcoming words. The demon palace had no formalities. The princess could act as she pleased. Jiang Luiying lowered her head and murmured, "I understand." Song Qixing nodded and posed one final question. "After being here for so long, you still do not know the princess's name?" At that moment, Jiang Luiying felt her breath catch in her throat, for she herself had no idea what name she should be called. The wedding entourage had left her at the demon palace and departed entirely, leaving only a somewhat dull-witted painter named Danqing, who had been hastily summoned to fill the numbers. She only knew that she was accompanying the seventh princess as her dowry maid, and had no knowledge of her master's full name, since she was merely a plaything sent by Jinghua to the demon lord. The name should have been written on the gift list. It was likely that Song Qixing had not even glanced at it. If she were to state a name now, and later Song Qixing happened to pull out the gift list for a quick look, only to find a mismatch, that would surely be entertaining. Cold sweat poured down her forehead as Jiang Luiying rapidly devised a strategy in her mind. Just before Song Qixing could grow suspicious, she spoke, "I am the seventh child in my family, so you may simply call me Xiao Qi." She was indeed the seventh princess, which could be confirmed by Danqing. Calling herself Xiao Qi would surely pose no issue. Thankfully, her cleverness allowed her to navigate this immediate predicament. She would find a way to investigate the gift list later. However, Song Qixing seemed to latch onto something, insisting on digging deeper. "But why does Xuanjun Daojun say your surname is Jiang?" Jiang Luiying thought to herself, "I completely forgot about Xuanjun. It must have been revealed to Song Qixing that I am known as Jiang Gunyang." She steadied her resolve and earnestly replied, "It is because my mother's surname is Jiang. When I fled, I wished to change my name to seek a new life. Hence I told him my surname was Jiang Dado," Song Qixing mused. Then dropped a bombshell. "But Jiang is the national surname of Jinghua, isn't it?" Jiang Luiying cursed inwardly. When did Song Qixing start to suspect her? What to do now? Should she attempt to deceive him as she had deceived Xuanjun? Clenching her fist, Jiang Luiying resolved, "In truth, I have lost my memory that I fell while escaping and hit my head, so I cannot remember anything Dado." Song Qixing's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, unrelenting in his inquiry. "If you have truly lost your memory, how do you still know what you were called?" Jiang Luiying retorted, "Are you not finished yet? Is it amusing to pry into every detail?" She regretted having attempted to play on the guilt to her advantage. Now, it seemed she was merely digging her own grave. Observing Jiang Luiying standing there, flustered and alternating between crimson and pale, Song Qixing chose not to press her further, instead presenting his deduction that I in truth. "You have no memory loss at all. You have deceived Xuanjun." Jiang Luiying felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Then, she heard Song Qixing casually continue, "You are not the seventh princess of Jinghua, are you?" Jiang Luiying lowered her head and began to slowly retreat, her hands clenched around a teleportation talisman in her sleeve. She realized she had underestimated the capabilities of these powerful figures. If Song Qixing discovered she was Jiang Ying, she would need to devise a means of rescuing herself. Although the chances of escape were slim, it was better than waiting for certain death. She wondered if the explosive talisman could breach the barrier enveloping the demon palace above. Observing the woman in the hall appearing as though she were facing a grave threat, Song Qixing slightly shifted. Lazily leaning against the armrest of the throne, his inner thoughts filled with amusement. "Relax, there is no need to be so tense." With a snap of his fingers, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared behind Jiang Luiying, blocking her retreat. Who had come, and how much had been offered? The demon lord was indifferent. Seizing Jinghua's territory had never been his desire. It was merely the work of the Prince of Duan in the shadows. As for the matter of the marriage alliance, he shifted the topic, becoming serious. "If Miss Jiang does not wish to remain here, I can arrange for your departure, that in the future, you shall have no further ties to the demon palace. As for Jinghua, I shall say you have passed away from a grave illness, allowing you to pursue the life you desire." Jiang Luiying was taken aback, her expression frozen in disbelief. Was this truly the demon lord? He was behaving like a benevolent philanthropist, but she could not leave just yet. Calculating the time, she solemnly replied, "Thank you, demon lord, for your generosity. I asked for 3 months. Song Qixing was puzzled. Jiang Luiying, with wide eyes, spun a tale. My family is under duress, so I cannot leave the demon palace for 3 months. That I ask for your kindness to allow me to stay. Previously, she had intended to retrieve her belongings from Lingquan Mountain before seeking a rare herb called Li Pei Hua in the demon realm. However, from her investigations over the past few days, it seemed this flower was strictly prohibited, with not a single bloom in sight. She doubted Song Qixing would truly eradicate it. He must have left some behind, most likely stored in his private chamber, specifically behind the Kirin relief in the apothecary. Therefore, she needed to stay to investigate it. If, after 3 months, she still could not obtain it, she would set the matter aside for later. As you wish, Song Qixing waved his hand, indicating she could depart. Jiang Luiying felt elated. Since they had settled this matter, she dismissed all concerns of etiquette and bowed to him before turning to leave. Song Qixing caught sight of her actions, momentarily taken aback, as if the scene had suddenly overlapped with a day over 40 years ago. His hand, resting on the armrest, tightened and then relaxed, lifting to reveal a slender leaf that appeared in his palm. The leaf had been meticulously trimmed into a delicate shape. It was a creation of Jiang Luiying, but he stared at the leaf for a long while, chuckling self-deprecatingly before crushing it to dust. Stepping out of the grand hall, Jiang Luiying pondered for a moment before heading to the small kitchen prepared for her, where she made some popcorn and brought it to Song Qixing's chamber. Song Qixing was difficult to handle, so she would first try her luck with Song Qixing, hoping to extract some useful information from him. Upon entering, she found the young lord sprawled out, thoroughly wrapped in his blanket. Jiang Luiying chuckled softly. This child still had some sense of shame. Your Highness, Prince Zhao. She approached the bedside with the popcorn, wafting the aroma towards his pillow. Did I have something delicious here? Would you like to try? Song Qixing remained resolute, lying still as if dead. Are you asleep? Jiang Luiying feigned regret, lamenting that her freshly made snacks, still warm, would go uneaten. Turning as if to leave, Song Qixing suddenly sat up. Stop right there. Oh, you're awake. Jiang Luiying pivoted back to the bedside, extending the popcorn towards him. Come, have a taste. Song Qixing regarded her with a peculiar expression for a moment before awkwardly reaching out to grab some. As he did so, Jiang Luiying noticed the wound on the back of his hand and gasped softly. Your Highness, has no one helped you tend to your injury? Song Qixing disdainfully glanced down at it. Dismissing, I, a dignified cultivator, have no need for treatment for such a minor injury. It will heal on its own by tomorrow. Yet before he could finish his sentence, it caught in his throat. Jiang Luiying had already taken his hand, gently wiping away the dried blood with a cloth. Chapter 20. Those in agreement stand on the left. Those in opposition stand on the right. After swiftly tending to the scab, Jiang Luiying marveled inwardly at the resilience of cultivators. Their spiritual energy enabled rapid healing. It had not been long, yet there was already a faint sign of recovery. However, she needed to maintain an appearance of genuine concern, raising her eyes earnestly. Your Highness, do you have any medicine? I can help bandage it. Song Qixing opened his mouth to decline, but to his surprise, the words that came out were, yes. He pulled his hand from Jiang Luiying's grasp, and with a flicker of spiritual energy, a small green jade vial appeared in his palm, and he quickly handed the vial to Jiang Luiying. Then, with a hint of pride, extended his hand again, observing his series of actions. Jiang Luiying struggled to suppress her laughter, instead dipping her fingertip into the ointment and gently applying it to the wound. Does it hurt? She asked softly, blowing on the injury. Song Qixing's face visibly reddened, resembling a boiled shrimp, as he stammered, this little injury doesn't hurt at all. Jiang Luiying nodded, using a handkerchief to bandage it. Such behavior would be inadvisable in modern times, as it could lead to infection. However, in the realm of cultivation, where the fantastical reigned, it mattered little to Dio not let it touch water for the next couple of days. She added unnecessarily. Song Qixing had come from a prestigious family known for its expertise in medicine. How could he not understand basic medical knowledge? Yet, she was not an ordinary mortal, so it was best she didn't know too much. Song Qixing diverted his gaze from her face, anxiously scanning the surroundings until it finally settled on the plate of snacks. What is this? Oh, it's popcorn, Jiang Luiying replied with a smile, holding it up, her face peeking out from behind the small mountain of food, mischievously winking. Is it tasty? She deliberately selected something that had never been prepared at the Song residence. Thus it was the first time Song Qixing encountered it. Bearing the burden of a vendetta against her father, she meticulously crafted an entirely different persona from before. This included her demeanor towards Xianxin. Back in the day, Chu-Ying was a brash and unruly girl with a notorious reputation. Now, she stood before Xianxin, timid, fragile, and pitiable. Similarly, Jiang Ying was once a naive and charming young girl with nothing but thoughts of her young master. Now, she presented herself as both clever and tactful in front of Song Qiming. The crux of it all was a stark contrast, ensuring that they could not link her to her past as an enemy. Song Qiming had always possessed a penchant for sweet treats, and this was his first encounter with such a novel delicacy, which delighted him to no end, causing him to quickly forget that he had just fought with Jiang Luiying earlier that day. By the way, I just heard the demon lord mention Duke Duan. Is he also one of your brothers? Jiang Luiying seized the opportunity to probe. Song Qiming snorted disdainfully. Not at all, he was an old subordinate of the former demon lord. When my brother seized the throne, he betrayed us swiftly, killing the former demon lord's 3 sons to gain favor, which earned him the title of Duke Duan. Such matters were hardly secrets. Nearly everyone in the demon realm was privy to them. Duke Duan even boasted about it daily, showing no shame for his treachery against his former master Dado. So the former demon lord isn't your father? Jiang Luiying inquired incrementally. Not at all. Our Song family had no previous ties to the demon realm. No ties? Then how did the demon lord ascend to power? Did the former demon lord acquiesce? Song Qiming proudly lifted his chin, sitting cross-legged on the bed like a little peacock. Whether he was willing to speak was irrelevant. Strength was the ultimate truth. My brother single-handedly stormed the demon palace with a bow, shooting the former demon lord from 30 miles away, and directly ascended to the demon lord's throne. Wow, that's incredible. Jiang Luiying clapped enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with admiration. And then what happened? Song Qiming, flattered by her attention, became even more boastful, his voice rising considerably, as if he could easily regale a crowd with the tale. Then my brother stood upon that throne, gazing down at the ministers of the demon realm, declaring, "From this moment forth, I am the new demon lord. Those in agreement, stand to the left, those opposed, to the right." And then, Song Qiming scoffed, spreading his hands wide. Those who stood to the right all perished. Not a single one was spared. Jiang Luiying remarked, "No wonder you're so formidable," although he appeared harmless on the surface. He showed no mercy when the time came to be ruthless. The thought that she bore the vendetta against him sent a shiver down Jiang Luiying's spine. The old ministers of the demon realm, merely opposing his ascension, were completely annihilated. If her true identity were to be revealed, the outcome would be too dire to contemplate. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Seeing her lost in thought, Song Qiming waved his hand in front of her. Jiang Luiying swatted his hand away and retorted, "First of all, I don't respond to hey. My name is Jiang Luiying." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Qiming's expression visibly darkened. "What did you say, Jiang Luiying? What's wrong?" Jiang Luiying was acutely aware of the reason behind his sudden change in demeanor, her heart racing as she silently scolded herself for her slip. The name Jiang Ying was far too similar to Jiang Luiying. If read without attention, only one character distinguished them. Thus, it was Jiang Luiying's name that triggered this young lord's animosity toward Jiang Ying. After a moment of contemplation, she took the initiative to grasp Song Qiming's uninjured hand, opening his palm and carefully inscribing the characters with her fingertip. Jiang Luiying. These are the 3 characters. She held his hand, curling his fingers into a fist, and looked up at him with a bright smile. Indeed, Song Qiming's attention was drawn to this intimate gesture, and he began to realize that this Jiang was not the same as that Jiang, his expression softening slightly, observing the change in Song Qiming's demeanor. Jiang Luiying found it amusing. This boy was far too innocent. She recalled how, as a child, he had been playfully teased by numerous maidservants. How could he now seem as if he had never encountered a woman before? But then again, how old was Song Qiming back then? Merely 6 years old. The upper echelons of the Song family had suffered greatly at her hands, their vast estate collapsing overnight. Surely, the servants had scattered, leaving him without companions to play with. Song Qiming awkwardly withdrew his hand, muttering, "There are so many beautiful names in the world. Why is it that I have to be called this? What's wrong with it? I find it quite lovely, like a stunning swan's shadow, a fleeting glimpse of a wild goose. How poetic." "That's not what I meant." Song Qiming remained uncomfortable, unable to utter a name so similar to that of his enemy. Jiang Luiying understood and, with a slight waning of her expression, casually suggested, "Then you can call me Xiaoqi." After all, if all went well, she would leave the Demon Palace within 3 months, never to cross paths with the Song brothers again. Thus, what mattered was inconsequential. Chapter 21. Is it coincidence or manipulation? Song Qiming keenly sensed the shift in Jiang Luiying's tone, and his heart skipped a beat as he instinctively asked, "Are you angry?" "No. Why would I be angry?" Jiang Luiying replied nonchalantly, then stood up, having delivered her items, "That I see that you, Duke Zhao, have no pressing matters that I shall take my leave now. Do take care of your injuries." With that, she turned and walked straight out. "Hey, stop!" Song Qiming called after her anxiously, but Jiang Luiying ignored him, closing the door behind her. Was she truly not angry? Song Qiming stared at the door, a strange sensation bubbling within him, compelling him to chase after her and explain. Yet he was at a loss as to what to clarify. That he recalled what his brother had said, that she was someone favored by Xianchen Daojun. And this peculiar feeling intensified. No matter how much he pondered, the tangled thoughts in his mind remained unresolved, only growing more agitated. Frustrated, Song Qiming ruffled his hair, threw his pillow onto the floor, and rolled himself up in the blanket. "She can be angry or not. I don't care. I'm going to sleep." The next day, just before noon, Song Qiming stood at the entrance of Jiang Luiying's palace, a stick of candied hawthorn in hand. This time he was wiser, not arriving at the crack of dawn. Spotting Danqing yawning as she approached, he waved her over. "Has your princess awakened?" "I don't know," Danqing replied, still half asleep, "that I haven't even gone inside yet." Upon noticing the candied hawthorn stick on Song Qiming's shoulder, her eyes lit up. "Hey, delicious." She reached out to grab one, but Song Qiming swiftly blocked her hand, casting a glance at the entrance to Jiang Luiying's palace, and tempted her. "Why don't you wake your princess, and then I'll give you one to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open. Jiang Luiying stretched lazily, immediately spotting the eye-catching candied hawthorn stand. The stand held 2 or 3 dozen skewers of various candied hawthorns, some orange, some strawberry, and many fruits she couldn't identify, safeguarded by spiritual energy, perfectly preserved from the sun's heat. They appeared fresh and delicious, instantly igniting one's appetite. However, Jiang Luiying merely glanced at it and chose not to linger, instead approaching Song Qiming at a leisurely pace and bowing respectfully. "What brings Duke Zhao here so early?" Song Qiming instinctively retorted, "Look at the time. It's still early." "Oh," Jiang Luiying corrected herself. "Then what brings Duke Zhao here at this midday hour?" Song Qiming was momentarily speechless, for this was not how he had envisioned it. He had specifically sought out Shifeng yesterday to subtly inquire about how he typically pleased his wife. Shifeng had clearly stated that candied hawthorns or sugar figurines were the way to go, buy the entire vendor stand and accompany it with a golden bracelet, and she'd be delighted in an instant. Thus, he had risen early to procure the treats, but after buying the candied hawthorns, he had searched for a bracelet. Yet, everything he saw appeared gaudy, so he refrained from making a purchase. Logically, having personally acquired these small gifts for her should have elicited some measure of gratitude or joy from Jiang Luiying. Why did she show none at all? He gazed at Jiang Luiying with a peculiar expression, while she remained composed, staring back at him. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward, prompting Song Qiming to feel the need to break the silence, but he cleared his throat and said, "I came to see you instead of eating candied hawthorns." "Ah, look, just these." Song Qiming positioned the candied hawthorn stand between them. "Whoever eats more in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn wins." Jiang Luiying replied, "Is this person out of his mind?" She turned to retreat into her room. "Duke, please return. I'm not in the mood to compete." Song Qiming taunted, "Are you afraid? You don't dare." Previously, when he challenged someone, they would invariably accept when he goaded them like this. Yet now, all he received was the sound of a door slamming shut. Danqing, however, was quite eager. "I can compete with you." Song Qiming's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling humiliated, and he shoved the candied hawthorn stand into Danqing's hands. "Eat, eat, eat. You'll know how to eat. Why don't you choke on it?" Then he turned and left. Danqing chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed, and carried the candied hawthorn rack back to the room that I in the afternoon, while Song Qishing was in the main hall handling memorials. He glanced up and saw his younger brother entering with a sullen expression. "What now?" Song Qishing asked in a calm tone, his actions unchanged. "Brother, what do you think Xianchen Daojun sees in that woman?" She has a terrible temper, her cultivation is lacking, and there is not a single redeeming quality in her. Song Qixing chuckled softly. Have you provoked her again? Who provoked her? Song Qiming stood up straight. Startled, I merely remarked that her name was unpleasant. She got angry with me. I tried to placate her, offered her an escape, but she wouldn't take it. Song Qixing's gaze sharpened, and he slowly set down the memorial in his hand. His younger brother had never before attempted to appease a woman. Even when Ning Hua was in the Demon Palace, during their quarrels that left her bruised, he had never made an effort to console her. Now, however, he was contemplating such an endeavor, and it appeared he had not succeeded. Song Qixing's brow furrowed slightly. He should be pleased to see his brother finally gaining some insight, yet the choice of target warranted further inquiry. Thus, he asked, "Why did you say her name was unpleasant?" Song Qiming pursed his lips, his cheeks puffed out, and after a long pause, he managed to say, "Her name is Jiang Luing." As the last syllable left his lips, the atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly dropped several degrees. "Brother, please don't overreact." Song Qiming stammered an explanation. "It's a different character. She is not the Jiang of the river. She is the Jiang of scallions and coriander." Song Qixing fell silent for a moment before replying to Song Qiming. "I understand. You may leave now." Song Qiming, bewildered and unaware of what his brother had grasped, was abruptly pushed out of the grand hall by a surge of spiritual power. After sending Song Qiming away, Song Qixing raised his hand to summon Shifeng. "Bring me the gift list sent by Jinghua." Although Shifeng was curious as to why he only requested the list after such a long time, he prudently refrained from asking, bowing and departing. Shortly after, he returned with the list. Song Qixing opened it, and the first page bore the name of the princess sent as a plaything. Shifeng stood in place for quite a while, feeling the atmosphere in the hall growing increasingly strange, that he cautiously looked up at Song Qixing, the seemingly bright and handsome demon lord, whose aura now melded eerily with the fierce presence of the throne. After a long moment, Song Qixing closed the list, his eyes darkening. Send someone to investigate the seventh princess of Jinghua. Find out what she was involved in for the 3 months leading up to her arrival at the Demon Palace, especially where she was during those 2 days of her escape. Shifeng, taken aback, instinctively replied, "Wasn't she rescued by Xianchen Daojun during her escape?" Implying that since you and Xianchen Daojun are on such good terms, why not simply ask him directly? Sending a communication talisman would be swifter than going through the trouble of investigation. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he found himself caught in Song Qixing's piercing gaze. At that moment, Song Qixing's eyes had shifted from amber to a deep black, a clear sign of his suppressed suspicion and fury. Shifeng felt a chill run down his spine, daring not to inquire further, and swiftly vanished from the spot. Song Qixing propped his arms on the armrests of the throne, gently massaging his forehead. After a considerable time, the darkness in his eyes gradually faded, that he reopened the gift list. The name of the seventh princess and the 3 characters of Jiang Luiying seemed worlds apart. Even if Jiang Luiying were a substitute bride, how could her name be so similar to Jiang Ying's? Had it not been for the frilled leaf he discovered in the pharmacy earlier, Song Qixing might have genuinely believed it to be mere coincidence. Now, with this name reminiscent of Jiang Ying, and a familiarity in habits, was it truly coincidence or something more sinister? Song Qixing lightly rubbed his thumb over the list. "Xianchen, I hope I am merely overthinking this." Chapter 22. The Demon Lord Faints. That evening, in an unprecedented move, Song Qixing invited Jiang Luiying to dine with him. Upon hearing this, Song Qiming insisted on joining as well. Logically, given Song Qixing's cultivation level, he had no need to partake in meals, as he could simply absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Song Qiming was not yet capable of enduring prolonged hunger. He could manage 3 to 5 days, but anything beyond that would be unbearable. The boy hadn't shared a meal with his brother in ages, and his delight was evident. As for the additional presence of Jiang Luiying, it was not particularly bothersome. However, just after they finished dining, Shifeng rushed in, reporting that the wine cellar, Song Qixing's most treasured possession, was on fire. Song Qiming sprang up instantly. Each jar within held his heart's treasures. How could a fire be tolerated? He vanished in a flash. The hall was left with only Jiang Luiying and Song Qixing. Jiang Luiying sensed something amiss. This was the Demon Palace, and the wine cellar was the prized treasure of the domineering Zhao Wang, the Demon Lord's only brother. How could it catch fire without reason? Her instincts told her that something was amiss. Taking decisive action, she prepared to slip away unobtrusively. However, just as she took a couple of steps toward the door, she heard the sound of a wine cup shattering on the floor behind her. She gasped, turning back to find Song Qixing collapsed on the ground, his face pale and breathing heavy. "Demon Lord!" she exclaimed, rushing over. She first checked his pupils, then felt for his carotid artery, and finally, as she reached out to take his pulse, she suddenly realized she had no medical knowledge, and her movements halted abruptly. "Demon Lord, what is wrong? Do you need me to summon a doctor?" Song Qixing struggled to open his eyes, weakly uttering two words. "No need," he then pointed at the bed, silently indicating, "Help me over there." "Keep it discreet, ditto." "Understood." Jiang Luiying had come without Dan Qing, and could only laboriously pull Song Qixing up, guiding him unsteadily toward the bed. He towered over her by more than a head, and without spiritual power in her current form. This short distance exhausted her considerably. Finally, having deposited him onto the bed, Jiang Luiying gasped for breath and asked, "What is next? Is there anything I can do?" Song Qixing opened his right hand, seemingly attempting to control his spiritual power, but clearly failed. Jiang Luiying watched his actions, her mind racing with questions. What on earth was happening? It was just a meal. How could he be so weak? This shouldn't be happening. Oh no, don't tell me the next plot twist is some little fangirl of the Demon Lord accusing her of poisoning him, as if sensing her thoughts. Song Qixing weakly explained, "It's nothing, just an old ailment left over from 40 years ago. Every 8th day of the month, I lose all spiritual power and suffer excruciating pain." Jiang Luiying stood there, dumbfounded, and after a while, uncertainly asked, "Great uncle?" The moment the words left her mouth, the darkness in Song Qixing's eyes deepened once more. He immediately recalled how, when Jiang Ying had been at a low level of cultivation, she had clutched her stomach, her face scrunched up in pain, repeatedly lamenting the curse of her period. So, great uncle, before he could inquire further, he saw Jiang Luiying's expression suddenly freeze. She then remembered that 40 years ago was when she had slaughtered the senior members of the Song family. Could it be that the so-called ailment left from 40 years ago was a side effect of the Lihui flower? With this thought, Jiang Luiying's demeanor became serious. She knelt by the bed, disregarding her lack of medical knowledge, and directly grasped Song Qixing's right hand to take his pulse. The Lihui flower was no trivial matter. Back then, she had hastily killed members of the Song family upon discovering that Song Qixing had been administered a Lihui pill made from the Lihui flower. There had only been one such pill, and only Song's parents and the eldest brother had the right to use it. During that period, Song Qixing had been in poor health, unable to keep food down, growing increasingly frail, yet no diagnosis could be made. This was because his elder brother had slipped that drug into his meals. Song's parents must have noticed his reaction and could likely deduce it was a side effect of the Lihui flower. Yet none of them spoke up to AT that time. Jiang Luiying had been trapped in a secret chamber by the Song family, coerced into revealing the specific formula for the Lihui pill, which had left her fuming with frustration. After finally escaping, she returned to find that the first Lihui pill she had concocted had been used on Song Qixing, causing her fury to explode, and she had slaughtered her way through. Later, when an oblivious Song Qixing had pursued her, her descent had been so swift that she hadn't had the chance to say a word. Subsequently, she seamlessly transitioned into her third task. Having been mistaken for a sharpening stone by Li Yu, moreover, since the system deliberately obscured the statuses of other task targets, she remained unaware of how the Lihui pill within Song Qixing had ultimately been dealt with. She had always believed that since he was a figure of significant stature, a mere Lihui flower should pose no challenge to him. Why then was the side effect so severe? Why did it last so long? It made no sense. However, as she took his pulse, she found no clarity. Song Qixing's pulse was exceedingly weak, nearly imperceptible. With no other option, Jiang Luiying had to ask the patient, "How did you cope during previous episodes?" Song Qixing, in a daze, replied, "I just slept." With that, he collapsed onto the bed, motionless. Jiang Luiying, "So he has fainted? What do I do now?" "Surely, this esteemed individual cannot meet their demise here, can they, Shifeng?" "Shifeng." She hurried to the entrance, opening the door just a crack, and called out twice into the void that an O1 responded, recalling that Song Qixing had specifically instructed her not to raise an alarm before losing consciousness. She dared not cry out too loudly. Closing the door, she swiftly returned to the bedside, and upon checking his pulse again, she was horrified to discover it was absent. Jiang Luiying was taken aback, quickly reacting by tossing her obstructive outer robe to the ground, and without removing her shoes, leapt onto the bed. Kneeling beside Song Qixing, she interlocked her hands and pressed down on the lower part of his sternum, counting as she performed CPAR point 1001, 1002, 1003. At this moment, she was devoid of any spiritual energy or useful tools at hand, so she could only administer emergency aid. This was knowledge she had acquired in modern times. The compression rate could not be too rapid, and by incorporating the phrase 1003 in her counting, it was just about right. After approximately 30 compressions, Jiang Luiying took a deep breath, pinched Song Qixing's nose, lifted his chin, and leaned down to press her lips against his. This maneuver indeed proved effective, as Song Qixing's eyes flew wide open. However, before he could react further, a voice rang out, quicker than his own movements. "What are you doing?" This startled not only Song Qixing, but also Jiang Luiying. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, maintaining their lip-to-lip position, each perceiving the astonishment in the other's gaze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they slowly turned their heads toward the doorway. Song Qixing stood there, frozen in shock, and it took him a moment to regain his composure, stuttering as he pointed at them. "Why you two?" Yet he could not articulate the next words. Jiang Luiying was the first to respond, nimbly rolling off the bed, hastily wiping her mouth with her sleeve, and calmly inquired, "In the midst of an emergency, I was administering first aid. Is there an issue?" Song Qixing cast an odd glance at Song Qixing, and upon seeing his brother lying there, pale and unresponsive, he instantly teleported to the bedside and grasped Song Qixing's shoulders. "Brother, what has happened to you?" "He has succumbed to his old ailment," Jiang Luiying interjected, pulling Song Qixing aside. "Stand back, do not jostle him." Song Qixing coughed lightly. "Let us discuss serious matters." "Oh, right." Song Qixing finally recollected, urgently declaring, "Brother, Duke Duan has invaded with his men." Chapter 23. The villain falls due to excessive chatter at this moment. Song Qixing had yet to utter a word, and Jiang Luiying was already in a state of panic. "Invasion? But your brother currently lacks spiritual power." Her words effectively silenced the rest of what Song Qixing intended to say. "What?" Song Qixing was struck as if by lightning, rushing back to the bedside. "How could this happen? Previously." "Qixing." Song Qixing sharply interrupted him, then raised his right hand to solemnly pat Song Qixing's shoulder. "The princess speaks the truth. I have lost all my spiritual energy, thus Duke Duan, brother." "I know." Song Qixing grasped his brother's hand, his eyes filled with earnestness. "Brother, you have always protected me. Now it is my turn to protect you." With that, he stood up, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that swirled around him. "Do not worry, brother. I will not allow them to harm you." Without a backward glance, he dashed out the door, slamming it shut and reinforcing it with 2 layers of barriers. Jiang Luiying stood dazed at the threshold, her heart racing, that if she recalled correctly, Duke Duan was over 100 years older than Song Qixing. Could he possibly contend with him? Glancing back at Song Qixing, who was half reclining against the headboard, Jiang Luiying lowered her eyes in contemplation and went to the table to pour a glass of water, bringing it over. "Here, have some water." Song Qixing accepted the cup, allowing his spiritual energy to circulate within it, confirming it was indeed ordinary tea before taking a tentative sip. Jiang Luiying, now devoid of spiritual roots and with exceedingly weak meridians, could not sense the flow of spiritual energy around her, and thus remained oblivious to any anomalies. She explained cautiously, "Well, I was actually performing CPR on you earlier." Song Qixing let out a soft snort, his eyes brimming with derision. CPR, a technique first employed by Jiang Ying to save lives. "To think you have gone to such lengths to learn this." Jiang Luiying interpreted his reaction as acknowledgement. Seeing he did not exhibit any extreme responses, she took the cup from his hands and placed it back on the table before sneaking to the door to listen intently for any sounds outside. Song Qixing sat cross-legged on the bed, appearing to rest his eyes, yet he was keenly observing the woman's movements with his spiritual consciousness. Beneath the flowing sleeves, his right hand subtly formed a gesture directed at her. Had Jiang Luiying been using the body from her third mission, she would have recognized this as a lethal strike, capable of ending a life in an instant. Peering through the crack of the door, Jiang Luiying caught a glimpse of flickering lights and shadowy figures outside. Moments later, a deep voice echoed, that I dedicate myself to expanding the borders of the demon realm, yet I cannot seem to reap any rewards. The land I painstakingly seized is bartered away for gold, silver, and beauties. This is rather unseemly behavior from you two brothers. Jiang Luiying understood. This must be the Duke Duan who had come to seize territory from the kingdom of Jing. After Duke Duan spoke, Song Qiming's voice arose. You disturbed the human realm without the demon sovereign's consent, instigating conflict, and yet you dare to raise your voice here when the demon sovereign has not yet punished you. Duke Duan laughed heartily. A mere mortal, akin to an insect. I command their deaths at will. Do not speak of a few cities. If I desire the entire kingdom of Jing, the Jing Emperor must make space for me. You are utterly incorrigible. Song Qiming's voice cracked with anger as he summoned a dark iron fan, flaring it open. Duke Duan bellowed in fury. This position of demon sovereign, Song Qixing can hold, and so can I. Today, I shall emulate him and seize the throne by force. Then you must first pass my test. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two transformed into streaks of light. Colliding violently, the hall instantly engulfed in dust and debris, the blue bricks beneath visibly fracturing inch by inch. Jiang Luiying observed in awe, marveling at how Song Qiming, truly the brother of a formidable figure, was effortlessly engaging in a battle beyond his level. Outside, the two clashed in a spectacular display, while Jiang Luiying inside the room was left utterly mesmerized. Yet, despite her current limitations, she could discern that as time progressed, the golden light that represented Song Qiming began to wane. Jiang Luiying's brows knitted tightly. The situation was becoming dire. After a while, a loud crash reverberated, and the door frame darkened suddenly, startling her to retreat several steps. It was Song Qiming, who had been flung against the door. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Luiying's heart raced, and she anxiously searched for any available weapon. Her gaze swept across the table, where a dagger had mysteriously appeared. Had it been there before? She quickly glanced at Song Qixing, who remained with his eyes closed, seemingly weak that in an instant. She determined her course of action, rushing over to seize the dagger, and then charging towards Song Qixing. He still had his eyes shut, but as Jiang Luiying approached, the lethal technique in his hand began to take form. Should she make a move against him, she would meet instant demise that to everyone's surprise. Jiang Luiying reached him and turned around, presenting her back to him. Gripping the dagger tightly against the door, her expression tensed at my Lord Demon Sovereign. She trembled, recalling the appropriate response for her role. If they burst in, I will hold them off for a moment. You must escape. Song Qixing gazed at her back with a complex expression. How do you intend to block them? Jiang Luiying gritted her teeth. At least I have a knife in hand. I can delay them for a moment. Just as she spoke, the door was forcefully breached, and Song Qiming, bloodied, still managed to unleash a surge of spiritual energy to bind Duke Duan's legs, attempting to impede his advance. Yet, these efforts were as futile as spider silk to Duke Duan, who effortlessly brushed them aside. Jiang Luiying trembled, retreating cautiously, her tone exaggerated. I warn you, do not come any closer, or I shall show no mercy. Despite her fierce words, her voice was undeniably pitiful. Duke Duan seemed to find her plight amusing, laughing heartily as he reached out, grasping Jiang Luiying by the throat. The dagger fell from her hand, and she felt a momentary suffocation before her breath returned. That it was Song Qixing who had intervened. He appeared beside Jiang Luiying, supporting her faltering form, his dark eyes filled with mockery. After allowing you to flaunt for so many years, did you truly believe I feared you? Duke Duan was momentarily intimidated by his presence, instinctively taking a step back. However, recalling something, he quickly advanced, declaring triumphantly, You have always been arrogant, even neglecting to carry your divine weapon with you. I have now placed 49 barriers to sever your soul. Even if you wish to summon it, you cannot. Now surrender obediently, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Yet before he could finish, Song Qixing slightly tilted his head. To kill you, I need not summon the soul that in an instant. Radiant golden light burst forth from beneath the ground. Before Prince Duan could fully register his astonishment, he was engulfed in a cloud of blood mist. Jiang Luiying's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Before she could scrutinize the formation below, Song Qixing raised his hand to block her view. The blood mist dispersed throughout the hall, yet Jiang Luiying remained unharmed. Sheltered behind Song Qixing's flowing sleeves, curiously, Jiang Luiying tugged at his sleeve. When did you set up this formation? She inquired, having assumed 3 distinct identities across 3 missions. One as a swordsman, another as an apothecary. Her knowledge of formations was rather limited. Although her final identity was that of a spellcaster, most of her focus had been devoted to dealing with a certain little pervert, leaving her understanding of formations rather superficial, despite her limited knowledge. Given her current cultivation level, she could not discern the flow of spiritual energy within the formation. With a wave of his hand, Song Qixing dissipated the blood mist in the room and cast a cleansing spell, restoring the grandeur of the hall. Then he casually shook his sleeves and replied indifferently. Indeed, villains perish from excessive chatter, Jiang Luiying mused as she observed him during his earlier monologue. Chapter 24. Not here to kill me. Once Jiang Luiying regained her composure, she remembered there was an injured person on the ground and hurried over to assist Song Qixing. That a glance outside revealed that nearly all the men brought by Prince Duan had been slain, with Shifeng directing the cleanup of the battlefield. Upon assessing Song Qixing's condition, Jiang Luiying couldn't help but gasp in shock. The severity of his injuries made it clear that Song Qixing had indeed gone to great lengths to test her. Initially, upon seeing Song Qixing unconscious with a fading pulse, she had felt something was amiss. The formidable demon lord would not allow an outsider like her to remain by his side while fully aware that he would be vulnerable one day each month. When she discovered the seemingly materialized dagger on the table, her suspicion solidified. She was certain that the dagger had not been there before. With only the 2 of them present in the room, it could only have been placed there by Song Qixing himself, feigning weakness while providing her with a dagger and the opportunity to approach. This was clearly a test born of suspicion. Just the day prior, she had revealed her name to Song Qixing, and now he sought to probe her intentions. How deep was this man's psychological trauma regarding Jiang Luiying? She resolved to keep her identity concealed and tread carefully from now on. Thus, Jiang Luiying played along, acting fearful, yet still attempting to protect the demon lord with her meager strength. That it appeared that her ruse had been effective. However, if Song Qixing were to discover that his brother had never truly lost his spiritual power and had merely been deceiving him, it would likely lead to a quarrel between the 2 siblings. With a swift thought, Jiang Luiying decided it best not to linger and risk incurring further ire. She helped Song Qixing to a chair by the table and discreetly slipped away. Song Qixing, maintaining an air of composure, approached the table to take his brother's pulse. For a moment, neither spoke. Eventually, Song Qixing could no longer contain himself, his eyes reddening as he asked, "So, brother, you were never in any real danger?" "You were lying to me," Song Qixing readily admitted. "Indeed." "Why?" With a sigh, Song Qixing explained, "I had no intention of deceiving you. I simply did not anticipate Prince Duan's recklessness in hastily storming in upon hearing a rumor. When I saw how earnestly you wished to protect me, I felt it necessary to allow you to witness the storms of life. You often claim that I treat you like a child. Today, you are no longer a child. You are capable of protecting your brother." Upon hearing this, Song Qixing's expression brightened suddenly, his pride swelling as he wagged his tail. "Brother, did you know? I held my own against Prince Duan for over 100 exchanges. Yes, my brother is indeed remarkable." Song Qixing ruffled his brother's hair and retrieved a pill from his storage pouch, handing it over. Song Qixing obediently accepted the pill and swallowed it, only to suddenly realize something. His eyes widening in surprise. "That's so, brother. Were you deceiving Jiang Xiaoqi?" "Yes." "Why deceive her? She possesses too many coincidences about her, as though someone orchestrated her presence." Song Qixing settled beside his brother, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. "What? You can't be serious. Jiang Xiaoqi, with her meager spiritual power, is hardly capable of anything. I think you may be overthinking this." Song Qixing chuckled. "Weren't you the one who constantly insisted she was suspicious and had ulterior motives when she first arrived? How is it that you now defend her?" Song Qixing was momentarily rendered speechless, recalling how Jiang Luiying had openly declared her intentions upon meeting him. After a moment of reflection, he muttered perhaps there was a misunderstanding at that time. "So, brother, did you uncover anything from your test?" Song Qixing was no fool. He had already grasped that his brother's sudden invitation for Jiang Luiying to dine with them, coupled with his feigned weakness, was a deliberate test. His curiosity regarding the outcome had reached a fever pitch. With a slow motion, Song Qixing ground his teacup upon the table, deliberately prolonging the suspense before finally stating, "She is not here to kill me." Song Qixing exhaled sharply, relief flooding over him. in those brief seconds of hesitation from his brother. His mind had spiraled into thoughts of what he would do if Jiang Luiying were indeed an assassin. Now that the tension had eased, he realized he should not have entertained such notions that if Jiang Luiying were an assassin, he would have to eliminate her without hesitation, and no one could pose a threat to his brother. A wave of guilt surged within him, prompting Song Qiming to bow his head and press a hand against his chest. However, do not rejoice too soon, Song Qishing continued lazily. While she is not here to kill me, she may still harbor other intentions. For instance, it was possible that Xian Chun had sent her to monitor him. Ever since he had discerned Jiang Luiying's unusual identity, he had contemplated that, given the Emperor's perspective and audacity, he would never dare to send someone to assassinate the demon lord to be cautious. He had decided to test her today, and it confirmed his suspicions. This seventh princess, prior to her departure from the palace, had conducted herself without issue. The only variable was her escape during the journey to the demon realm. Coincidentally, she had encountered Xian Chun, making it difficult to dismiss the possibility that they had struck some sort of agreement during their flight. Previously, Xian Chun had expressed discontent regarding his extensive slaughter of the demon race, not out of any bond with those demons, but purely out of concern that too much killing might create inner demons that would backfire on him. He understood that Xian Chun meant well, and he had made efforts to temper his bloodshed, yet he had still eradicated the demons involved in the trade of the Lihua flower with the Song family, as well as silencing all who were aware of its effects. As for other demons, like Prince Duan, who played both sides, he could tolerate their existence, that he could accept well-meaning advice but could not abide surveillance and deception masked as concern. Just like with Jiang Luiying in the past, that he had trusted Jiang Luiying's decision to withhold the sordid truths about the Song family, believing it was for his benefit. Yet, the truth always has a way of surfacing, and he had the right to know it. Discovering the truth only to realize it had led to irrevocable consequences wrought by his own hands was a far more excruciating experience than struggling with the truth from the outset. Since then, he had developed an intense aversion to the so-called benevolent deceptions of those close to him. Ultimately, it stemmed from the extreme pain he had endured, giving rise to a protective instinct that convinced him that by eliminating the root of such issues, he could avert further suffering, that he was genuinely frightened. Chapter 25. Please respect the Demon Lord. Thank you. On the day of the grand battle against Prince Duan, Song Qiming was exhilarated and full of energy. After taking the medicine provided by Song Qishing, he felt no pain whatsoever. However, the following day found him bedridden and unable to move. Jiang Luiying expressed her deep concern, bringing a basket of fruit and fresh flowers to convey her heartfelt greetings. Upon entering the room, she was met with the expectation of servitude. Pour me a glass of water. I'm thirsty. Did I want an apple? Bring me the biggest one from your basket. No, I don't eat apples with skin. I want it peeled. Jiang Luiying rolled her eyes, throwing the apple at the person on the bed, hitting him squarely, that he jolted up with a yelp. Hey, Jiang Xiaoqi, are you doing this on purpose? Did you actually notice? Jiang Luiying feigned surprise, covering her mouth dramatically, before quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Eat it or feed it to the dogs. Why does this little brat have to make such a fuss all day long? Song Qiming pouted, falling silent. Jiang Luiying glanced towards the door, where Shifeng was leading a group past. Remembering that Song Qishing had just slain Prince Duan the previous day, she surmised he must have much to attend to. She approached the bedside, slowly peeling an orange as she inquired, "You're injured so severely. Why hasn't your brother come to see you?" Song Qiming scoffed. "My brother is nothing like you, lounging about all day. He's busy, but Prince Duan is dead now, right? Surely, that means everything is resolved." Song Qiming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you think that just killing Prince Duan solves everything? He had been entrenched in the demon realm for far longer than my brother has held his position. His influence runs deep, and killing him is merely the beginning. The ensuing troubles are far more numerous." Oh, Jiang Luiying appeared suddenly enlightened. She realized that in the past few days, Song Qishing likely hadn't had the energy to keep a close watch on her. With this thought, she chuckled softly and tossed the peeled orange she held in her mouth, standing up with satisfaction as she clapped her hands. Song Qiming stared at her in disbelief. "Wait. Isn't this fruit basket meant for me? How come you've eaten more than half of it? Didn't you say you disliked this and that?" Jiang Luiying frowned, shaking her head at him. "It's so sour. This orange is exceedingly tart, so I won't let you have any." Song Qiming, nearly sitting up in anger, struggled to turn onto his side, pointing at the insufferable woman in the hall. "You just wait. Once I'm healed, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Luiying grasped his hand. She crouched down, holding one of his hands with both of hers, gazing at him with earnestness. Let us be serious. Your Highness Zhaowang, let us reconcile. Song Qiming replied. Huh. What did this woman suddenly mean by that? Jiang Luiying continued to coax him. Look, there is no deep-seated hatred between us, that it was merely a misunderstanding at the apothecary. There is no need to make it so intolerable that it brings chaos to the demon lord's harem. Perhaps her eyes were too clear, rendering Song Qiming momentarily dazed, completely oblivious to how he had been included in the chaos of the harem. Seeing that he was confused, Jiang Luiying quickly seized the opportunity. Why don't we each take a step back and coexist peacefully? It's just the apothecary after all that we can manage it together. Encourage and learn from each other, and create a harmonious and beautiful little apothecary. What do you say? Song Qiming, dazed by her gaze, didn't he know where to direct his eyes and could only nod absent-mindedly, casting aside his earlier thoughts of what he would do once he healed. All right, it's settled then. Jiang Luiying hooked her pinky with his, swaying it gently that we've made a pact, so we must keep our word. You recover quickly. I'll be waiting for you to take care of the herbs. Song Qiming's face gradually flushed from bottom to top, and after a moment, he awkwardly nodded. Then I'll take my leave. You take care of your injuries. Jiang Luiying released his hand and left his chamber, leaving him staring blankly at the pinky that had just been linked. The warmth from her touch faded, and he wondered why he felt an emptiness within. As Jiang Luiying stepped out, her expression dulled somewhat. She had a rough idea of Song Qiming's injuries, with Song Qixing present last night. He wouldn't have sustained any grave harm. This was the Demon Palace, and as the Zhaowang, he had access to the finest elixirs without concern for expense. Furthermore, although Song Qiming was considered young in the realm of cultivation, his prowess was not low. The higher a cultivator's level, the faster they recovered from injuries, roughly estimating, in no more than 5 days, he would be lively and bouncing around again. Jiang Luiying sighed, hoping that the remnants of the Prince-S faction would hold strong for a little longer, allowing Song Qixing to be preoccupied elsewhere. Surprisingly, Song Qiming had completely recovered by the 3rd day. Upon seeing him at the door, arms crossed and dressed in red, Jiang Luiying nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. Truly, youth was a blessing. His recovery was remarkably swift. The two of them headed to the apothecary together. After assigning him the care of a few less delicate plants, she took a watering can and slowly made her way towards the wall adorned with a Qilin relief. Your Highness Zhaowang, could you please fetch me the small hoe? She called out to Song Qiming, that he responded promptly, obediently retrieving the small hoe from the tool table and bringing it to her. What are you planning to do? This plant seems to have been overwatered yesterday. It's rotting at the roots and needs some attention. Jiang Luiying crouched down carefully to dig in the flower pot. Song Qiming, curious, also crouched beside her to observe. After some time, they finally managed to address the issue. Jiang Luiying wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly stood up, losing her balance and about to fall backward. Song Qiming hurriedly reached out to catch her, managing to grasp only her arm. But fortunately, the wall was behind her, preventing her from falling. As her hand accidentally pressed against the protrusion, a soft click echoed as a mechanism within the wall activated, causing the relief on the wall to gradually change. However, Song Qiming was too anxious to notice this, his focus entirely on her. Hey, what's wrong? It's nothing, Jiang Luiying replied, lowering her gaze and using his arm for support. Appearing a bit dizzy that I squatted too long and stood up too quickly. My vision is a bit blurry, just give me a moment. Song Qiming scoffed lightly. You're so weak, don't go out on windy days, or you might be blown over. After saying this, he seemed to notice something, his expression curious. Wasn't he that pattern different just now? Jiang Luiying finally turned her attention to the relief on the wall, covering her mouth in surprise. Oh, what changed? Is there a ghost? Song Qiming tapped her on the head. This is the Demon Palace. Please show some respect for the Demon Lord. Thank you. Chapter 26. The secret room in the apothecary. Jiang Luiying stepped back, looking somewhat frightened. In contrast, Song Qiming was filled with excitement. Akin to a child discovering a hidden diary with a password, he began to explore the wall, feeling a barrier behind it, and started to search for a way to unlock it. Your Highness Zhaowang, do you not know what is behind there? Jiang Luiying asked cautiously. That I don't know, Song Qiming replied without turning his head, continuing his actions. That it should be a secret room or something. Let me see if I can open it. What? A secret room? Could it be the demon lord's private treasure chamber? Possibly. Song Qiming's excitement grew. That if we go in, will the demon lord be angry? Forget it, your highness Xiaowang. Let us not try. Let us hurry and leave. However, Song Qiming was unfazed. My brother said there's no place in this entire demon palace that I can't go. His curiosity knew no bounds. That IT was reminiscent of a child trying to unlock a brother's diary filled with secrets. Moreover, his elder brother avoided discussing the events surrounding the Song family massacre and had mysteriously slaughtered the demon clan after a decade of seclusion, leaving him convinced that there was more to the story. Perhaps this secret room, of which he had never been aware, held the answers. As he thought this, he quickened his hand movements. Jiang Luiying stood behind him, silent, but her gaze was fixed on the main door, her heart racing. She feared that Song Qixing might suddenly return. If that happened, all their efforts would be in vain, and she would likely never be able to enter the apothecary again. She silently clenched her fists, internally cheering Song Qiming on. Fortunately, within the time it took to burn a stick of incense, a sudden flash of light emanated from behind the wall, and the entire wall vanished, revealing a hidden passage. Success. Indeed, Song Qixing had not changed. The formations and barriers he set up never defended against those close to him. Anyone else attempting to break through would have found it impossible. Even someone as powerful as Xianxin, without alerting Song Qixing, only with the same source of spiritual energy as Song Qixing, namely his younger brother Song Qiming's energy, could it be so easily unlocked. Let us go. Let us take a look. Song Qiming pulled her wrist without a hint of caution, leading her into the passage. The passage was short. After just a few steps, they arrived at a spacious secret chamber. In the center stood a stone platform, upon which floated an object the size of a palm, resembling a dandelion seed. Glowing faintly as they approached, they saw that it was a slender seed, about the length of a man's finger, with a mass of fine, root-like tendrils below it. From a distance, it indeed resembled the fluff of a dandelion. The seed emitted a soft blue glow, appearing both beautiful and otherworldly. What is this? Song Qiming boldly reached out to grab it. But just as he was about to touch it, he was suddenly repelled back. Hey, what a curious item. There's a barrier. He rubbed his hands together, undeterred, and began to dismantle the barrier. Seeing this, Jiang Luiying thought it was a bad idea. When he broke the outer barrier, Song Qixing likely hadn't noticed due to their shared spiritual energy, but the barrier covering the seed would certainly be more sensitive, and he would definitely be able to perceive it. So, Jiang Luiying stepped a little closer to the seed and also reached out, stopping just short of touching it. Indeed, just as Song Qiming broke through the final layer of the barrier, Jiang Luiying's sharp nails grazed the seed at the same moment Song Qixing arrived. What are you two doing? A gust of wind swept towards them, causing both Jiang Luiying and Song Qiming to stagger back several paces. Brother, why are you back? Song Qiming rushed over, his face beaming with excitement. Brother, I had no idea you had a secret room here. What is this? Song Qixing's expression darkened, and instead of answering, he asked, How did you get in here? Song Qiming, bewildered, replied, We touched that wall outside, and the pattern changed. I discovered it was a barrier. So we came in. He leaned closer to Song Qixing, his curiosity unabated. Brother, what is this? You've hidden such a treasure without telling me. Nothing much. Song Qixing's gaze fell upon Jiang Luiying, carrying a hint of coolness. Did the princess intend to take it just now? Jiang Luiying quickly waved her hands, saying, No, I was merely curious. Its bristles appear quite soft, and I wanted to touch it to see what it felt like. It's best if you had no intention of taking it. Song Qixing's tone was devoid of any emotion, as if he were contemplating how to deal with Jiang Luiying, the outsider who had uncovered a secret. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luiying's eyes widened in alarm, and she hurriedly spread her palms to look down, asking, This thing isn't poisonous, is it? Could I be poisoned just by touching it? I only grazed it lightly. Will anything happen? Song Qiming, who initially thought nothing of it, became flustered by Jiang Luiying's exclamation and rushed over, grabbing her hand to inspect it closely. Finding no signs of poisoning, he concluded that it should be safe. After reaching this conclusion, he turned to Song Qixing for confirmation. Brother, it's not poisonous, right? Song Qixing's gaze swept over Jiang Luiying's fair palm, and his expression relaxed somewhat. Today, she wore the sleeveless attire of the demon clan, only draped with a single shawl over her arms, providing no means to conceal anything. Her hands were clean, and since he entered, she had made no suspicious movements, indicating she had not secretly taken anything. No poison. You may leave. Brother, you haven't said what this is. Leave. Song Qixing's sharp reprimand silenced his brother's persistent inquiries, leaving Song Qiming momentarily stunned, realizing that his brother was genuinely angry. Jiang Luiying lowered her head and scurried away, pulling Song Qiming along as she passed him. Until they exited the apothecary's door, Song Qiming wore a dazed expression, unable to comprehend why his brother was so upset over merely discovering something his brother had kept hidden. It was not some legendary weapon. Why was he being treated with such caution? Song Qiming felt quite hurt. Jiang Luiying seemed equally startled. Without a word, she hastily returned to her chambers. Upon entering, she called for Danqing to fetch a bowl of clean well water. Danqing entered with the bowl and watched as she dipped her right index finger into the water, stirring it back and forth, unable to contain her curiosity. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Jiang Luiying quickly changed the subject. "The kitchen has just received a lot of corn. Could you go cook some?" Danqing chirped in response and scampered off to the kitchen. Holding the bowl of water, Jiang Luiying approached the several flower pots that had been prepared in the back hall, selecting a larger one and carefully pouring the water inside. She then crouched down, clasped her hands together, and began to softly plead before the flower pot. "I beseech you. I beseech you. Do not let me down. You possess an immense vitality. You must strive to grow." In the ensuing 2 days, Jiang Luiying remained obediently in her quarters, not stepping outside. Song Qiming visited her twice, to which she merely expressed her unease over having angered the demon lord and her reluctance to venture out. Eventually overwhelmed by Song Qiming's persistent disturbances, she feigned illness to avoid opening the door. Song Qiming, however, felt no concern. After all, Song Qixing was his older brother, and even if he had been angry the day prior, he would have moved on by the next day, unlike Jiang Luiying, who was excessively cautious. As the days passed without seeing Jiang Luiying, his anxiety grew, prompting him to seek out his brother to voice his complaints. "That secret chamber was my idea to bring her into, and I was the one who unlocked it. Brother, why did you have to be so harsh on her?" Song Qixing, surprised, inquired. "What do you mean? Wasn't I harsh with you as well? But she's just a girl with a delicate disposition, alone in the demon palace," she asked, frightened. "Now she wanted to even come out." Upon hearing this, Song Qixing began to vaguely sense that he may have been a bit excessive, remaining silent in rebuttal. After all, it was apparent that the girl possessed no spiritual energy. Moreover, he leaned towards the belief that Jiang Luiying had been sent by Xian Chun to keep a watchful eye on him, unaware of the secret chamber in his apothecary, which contained seeds of the Li Pei flower. After he had slaughtered the demon clan who knew the flower's properties, he had burned all the flowers, leaving only a single seed. Those from the Song family involved in researching the medicinal effects of the Li Pei flower had all been eliminated by Jiang Luiying, and he did not believe anyone still knew how to utilize it. Thus, he concluded that his reaction yesterday had been overly intense, and his words too harsh. Song Qixing couldn't help but recall how carefully Jiang Luiying had spoken before him, the way she lowered her head, the small gestures of her hands, reminiscent of the past Jiang Ing, that he momentarily lost focus. Seeing his brother's expression, Song Qiming felt more justified and pressed on. "Jiang Xiaoqi has been frightened to the point of illness. Brother, aren't you going to check on her?" "Ill?" Song Qixing furrowed his brow slightly, suspecting that Jiang Luiying had used her illness as an excuse to avoid seeing Song Qiming. If even Qiming had been turned away. It seemed she was genuinely frightened. With a sigh, Song Qixing rose. "Since I have some free time, I will go check on her." Song Qiming instantly brightened, thinking that if Jiang Xiaoqi was avoiding him, she surely could not avoid the demon lord. Danqing had mentioned she was ill, but had not summoned a physician. He wondered if it was true. If she were indeed ill, not calling for a physician would be unacceptable. Thankfully, he had not neglected his medical skills. After all, he was a readily available doctor. Though his expertise was limited, it would suffice to examine a mere mortal, that he felt he must see her in person to find peace of mind. The two brothers made their way towards Jiang Luiying's quarters, with Song Qiming glancing up at his brother's back, suddenly recalling the scene he had stumbled upon when he entered his brother's chambers that day. Jiang Luiying had been leaning against his brother. The two engaged in. Upon this thought, his expression fell, and he regarded Song Qixing with a sense of discomfort. He had visited the human realm and witnessed performances where a man and a woman in such a position implied. He felt a wave of shock and quickly shook his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, hastening to catch up with Song Qixing to walk alongside him. directly asking, "Brother, do you intend to marry her?" Song Qixing halted, looking back in disbelief. "Why do you ask such a question?" Well, Song Qiming's face began to flush slowly. "You too were in that situation. Wouldn't you marry her?" Song Qixing sighed, realizing that he had perhaps sheltered this child too well, leading to some misunderstandings regarding romantic matters. However, he could not delve too deeply into this topic, and he ought to find some books for his brother to read for better understanding. Thus, he replied, "Not every woman who comes close to me is someone I intend to marry. Does that mean you won't marry her?" "No, I will not." Since Jiang Ying's death, he had resigned himself to the prospect of lifelong solitude, harboring no intention of marrying anyone. Song Qixing's tone was resolute, yet inexplicably, after uttering those words, he felt an unaccountable sense of unease. Perhaps it was simply because this was the first time his brother had broached such a subject with him. The two arrived at Jiang Luiying's quarters, and upon seeing the demon lord himself, Dan Qing dared not stop him, merely stating that they should wait a moment. Entering, they found Jiang Luiying reclining on her bed, obscured by a screen, making it hard to discern her condition. "What brings the esteemed demon lord here?" she asked weakly, sounding genuinely ill. Song Qixing exchanged a glance with Song Qiming, whose gaze had become entirely fixated on the figure behind the screen, his face visibly anxious. Remembering how Song Qiming had inexplicably questioned him earlier about his intentions towards Jiang Luiying, he felt a jolt of concern. Could Qiming have developed feelings for this woman as well? Before he had the chance to ponder the implications of his brother potentially competing with Xian Shun for a woman, he witnessed Song Qiming impulsively dart towards the screen. "Hey, Jiang Xiaoqi, you really are sick." Before he could finish, a surge of spiritual energy yanked him back, as Song Qixing quietly admonished, "Do not be disrespectful." Although the demon realm was quite liberal, Song Qixing, having grown up in the human realm, would never approach a girl resting on her bed so casually. Song Qiming, however, felt no such restraint. He was the type to leap onto someone's bed without a second thought, completely oblivious to any notions of decorum between the sexes. At that moment, Jiang Luiying emerged from behind the screen, draped in a cloak. She first glanced at Song Qiming, then approached Song Qixing to bow respectfully. "I was unaware of the esteemed demon lord's visit and have made no preparations. Please forgive me." Song Qixing gently supported her, clearing his throat. "I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you." This statement served to reassure her, implicitly conveying that he bore no ill will. Jiang Luiying lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering as if she were on the verge of tears. Song Qiming quickly interjected, "My brother said that day was his fault. He should not have spoken so harshly. So do not take it to heart." Song Qixing cast an exasperated glance at his brother, realizing that this brat had grown bold enough to apologize on his behalf. Furthermore, when had he ever uttered such words? It was becoming increasingly evident that this impudent child had taken a liking to the girl. This presented a dilemma. He could hardly inform Xianqin that the woman he had been keeping an eye on was now the object of his brother's affections. Song Qixing felt an unsettling pang of guilt. Jiang Luiying, noticing his complex expression, was unsure of his thoughts and could only murmur, "That day, I too had my shortcomings, so the demon lord's anger was justified." "Oh, do not be so obstinate." Song Qiming once again felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly tugged at Song Qixing's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, say something." Song Qixing replied, "You little rascal, have you already turned your elbow outwards so soon?" Chapter 28. Jiang Luiying fell ill again. Jiang Luiying shot a look at Song Qiming to halt his continued teasing of his brother, and with a serious demeanor, declared, "As for the matter of the secret chamber, I assure you, I shall not divulge a single word, nor will I ever return to the pharmacy again." Her words were indeed calculated, following the incident where she and Song Qiming inadvertently stumbled into this affair. Song Qixing would undoubtedly relocate the seed of the Li Pei flower, ensuring it would no longer reside in that secret chamber. That'd be why, feigning ignorance and solemnly expressing her stance, she aimed to alleviate Song Qixing's vigilance. As expected, Song Qixing casually remarked, "There is no need to make it so formal." Jiang Luiying shook her head, her expression resolute. "I can see that the secret chamber is of utmost importance and not a trivial matter. As a mere weak woman, I may not be able to do much, yet I might inadvertently be exploited by those with ulterior motives that if my actions were to pose a threat to the esteemed demon lord, I would never escape the consequences." Song Qixing gazed at her intently for a moment, He had indeed already moved the Li Pei flower seeds, and the secret chamber in the pharmacy was now empty. Thus, whether Jiang Luiying chose to visit or not was of little consequence. However, to avoid any unforeseen changes, he pretended that the seeds still remained in the secret chamber, nodding in agreement. What you say makes sense. Henceforth, you shall refrain from visiting the pharmacy. Jiang Luiying slightly inclined her body. I have a small request. Speak. The perilla in the backyard of the flower house is flourishing and overcrowded. Might I be permitted to transplant a few to my own garden? Upon finishing her request, Jiang Luiying anxiously elaborated, I merely noticed that the plants are too close together. I fear they may not thrive, though perhaps I am overthinking it. Song Qixing chuckled, likely guessing the young woman's intentions. It was merely her fondness for gardening. Since she could not obtain them now and would not be able to visit the pharmacy in the future, she sought to dig a few to plant in her own courtyard. Not a problem. Take whatever you desire, he said, glancing at the several empty flower pots in the corner, adding with a hint of suggestion, you may fill these pots as well. My demon palace is not lacking in medicinal herbs. Jiang Luiying beamed. Thank you, esteemed demon lord, that I shall go transplant them this afternoon. May I ask you to send Shifeng to assist me? Her request for Shifeng's assistance implied a desire for him to supervise her, ensuring she would not approach the secret chamber. Song Qixing understood her implication and waved his hand. Shifeng is busy. This trivial matter you can handle yourself. No need to overthink it. Then I would also like 2 dragon ginseng flowers and lilies. If you please, take whatever you wish. Song Qixing quickly raised his hand. I'll go, brother. Could you get me 2 as well? Song Qixing shot him a glance. You can forget it. Whatever you tend to dies, though the demon palace is not short of herbs. I will not allow you to waste them. After visiting the sick, Song Qixing prepared to leave. Even when idle, he was not accustomed to lingering too long in a woman's chamber. Noticing that Song Qixing showed no signs of leaving and was foolishly sitting at the table to eat fruit, Song Qixing gritted his teeth and lifted him by the scruff of his neck, carrying him out. Song Qixing hopped and skipped. Hey brother, let go. If you're leaving, just go. Why are you grabbing me? Song Qixing transported him back to his own chamber in an instant, before finally releasing him. Once he had steadied himself and adjusted his clothing, he asked earnestly, have you developed feelings for her? Huh. Song Qixing was momentarily stunned, instinctively refuting, impossible. She has no spiritual power. I prefer those with strength. For reasons unknown, Song Qixing felt a strange sense of relief. Logically, he had no connection to Jiang Luiying. If his brother were to fall for her, he would be more than willing to support such a union. Yet, there was an inexplicable unease within him, as if he subconsciously wished for Song Qixing to maintain distance from her. After much contemplation, Song Qixing surmised that it was due to the fact that Jiang Luiying was someone Xianshun had taken an interest in. As a friend, he could not allow his brother to covet a friend's woman. The more he pondered, the more he felt justified in this reasoning, and thus he solemnly advised Song Qixing, in the future, keep your distance from Miss Jiang. Why? Song Qixing retorted. There is no why, Song Qixing said firmly. I have previously informed you that she is someone Xianshun values. Brother, why do you always use Xianshun as an excuse? Song Qixing shot back. Has Xianshun ever expressed interest in Jiang Xiaoqi? Which of his words have ever asked you to keep an eye on her? Song Qixing fell silent. Indeed, Xianshun had never openly shown interest in this Jiang girl. He had merely speculated based on a few dubious actions. Upon further reflection, if Xianshun were to approach him now, expressing a desire to take Jiang Luiying away, what would he do? Song Qixing felt his heart slowly sink. He suddenly realized that he was actually pleased that Xianshun had not explicitly conveyed any romantic feelings for Jiang Luiying. However, now Qixing had inexplicably developed affections for this woman. Song Qixing pondered deeply. He was not particularly happy about Xianshun's interest in Jiang Luiying, yet he also felt discontent with Qixing's feelings for her. Why? A vague answer stirred within him, one he dared not explore further. He yearned for a woman like Jiang Ying, charming, adorable, and somewhat naive, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet this Jiang girl was not that kind of person at all. In a moment of frustration, Song Qixing waved his sleeve dismissively, offering a less than convincing explanation. Her identity is different. For safety's sake, it is best you maintain some distance. Indeed, they had a 3-month agreement to uphold. After 3 months, Jiang Luiying would leave the demon palace. Jiang Luiying had fallen ill again. This time it was genuine. She burned with fever through the night. That it was only thanks to Danqing's timely discovery of her condition that, unsure where else to find a doctor, she barged into the demon lord's chamber to summon Song Qixing. When Song Qixing arrived, Jiang Luiying was in a daze, alternating between heat and cold, her mind hazy. She vaguely sensed something cool resting on her wrist and instinctively reached out to grasp it, pulling it towards her face for comfort. Startled by the sudden grip on his hand, Song Qixing hesitated for a moment before attempting to withdraw. Yet the woman opened her slightly flushed eyes, gazing at him, and murmured, "Young master." Song Qixing's movement froze entirely, his mind blank for an instant. Jiang Luiying continued, "Young master, I feel so hot. Could you please cool me down?" As she spoke, she pulled Song Qixing's hand to her cheek, resting her head upon it, pressing down. This action drew him closer, and at that moment, he beheld the expression on her face, somewhat dazed, yet endearingly innocent, as if she were intoxicated. Song Qixing's heart began to race. He was suddenly reminded of a time when Jiang Ying had been drunk, and he had carried her back to her room, and she had looked just like this that instant. An overwhelming sensation washed over him, that he felt as if the person before him was indeed Jiang Ying. Chapter 29. The 3-month agreement concludes the following morning, as Jiang Luiying opened her eyes. She was startled to see a man seated by her bedside, nearly losing her composure. Song Qixing. How did he end up here? Feeling the weight of the woman's incredulous gaze, Song Qixing slowly opened his eyes and asked, "What, are you surprised to see me?" "Why, yes," Jiang Luiying stammered. "How did you come to be here?" Logically, Song Qixing should not have inexplicably entered a woman's chamber at such an hour. Raising his hand to shake his sleeve, he replied nonchalantly, "Last night, you had a sudden high fever, and the little maid beside you came to find me." Jiang Luiying was utterly baffled. Was it not Danqing? How could she have been so bold as to summon the demon lord? Does she wish for her own demise? Moreover, even if she had urgently sought help, once the diagnosis was made and medicine prescribed, he should have left. What was the meaning of waiting here? Understanding the situation, Jiang Luiying forced a smile, awkwardly expressing, "Thank you, esteemed demon lord, for your diagnosis and for making the effort to come here." Seated in the chair, Song Qixing leaned slightly forward, observing her face, and suddenly asked, "How did you know I possess medical knowledge?" Jiang Luiying was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to focus on such a detail. Indeed, few in the 3 realms were aware of Song Qixing's background in a medical family, as the traces of the Song family had long faded. Thus, she explained, "Though I was muddled last night, I retained some awareness and could perceive what was happening. Oh, you were aware. Then do you recall what you called me last night?" A jolt of alarm coursed through Jiang Luiying. She unconsciously swallowed hard. Perhaps I might not remember very clearly." Song Qixing silently regarded her, and as she began to doubt whether she had sprouted flowers on her face, he suddenly dropped a bombshell. "Last night, you held my hand and called me Asheng." Jiang Luiying felt as if she had turned to stone. In her mind, it was as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding past. With a bloody SOS sign overhead, the background music blaring, "Save me, save me, save me, cursed Danqing. Why summon this ancestor of all people?" Fortunately, Jiang Luiying was no stranger to navigating the complexities of her small world. She remained petrified for less than 10 seconds before springing into action, rolling onto the ground, and, mimicking the gestures of a remorseful palace made from an ancient drama, cried out, "I was wrong." Song Qixing was startled by her series of actions and stood up abruptly from his chair. "What are you doing?" Jiang Luiying lamented, "I must have lost my mind in the fever. Daring to address the demon lord in such a manner. It is simply outrageous." Song Qixing thought to himself, "What kind of logic does this woman possess?" He could no longer contain himself and reached out to grasp Jiang Luiying's arm, pulling her up from the ground and pressing her back onto the bed. "I was just deceiving you. You did not call me that." Jiang Luiying was taken aback, cursing inwardly at this man for his audacity to trick her. Fortunately, her wit allowed her to respond reasonably in time. Otherwise, her disguise would be at risk. With this hurdle seemingly passed, she felt considerably more at ease that moment. Danqing entered with medicine, and she seized the opportunity to drink it while it was still warm. "Your Highness, you were burning with fever last night. The esteemed one is indeed impressive. He prescribed a decoction that Danqing has freshly prepared for you. Once you finish it, you will feel much steadier." "Oh, I see. The demon lord is truly remarkable. Jiang Luiying smiled at Song Qixing, secretly reflecting that perhaps she had overstepped her bounds. She had been drugged last night and was completely unaware that I hope I didn't say anything foolish. At that moment, Phone reported from outside. Esteemed one, 2 ministers are seeking an audience with you in the main hall. Song Qixing waved his hand dismissively. Tell them to wait. Jiang Luiying stifled a laugh, realizing that this man, now a demon lord, indeed bore the demeanor of a negligent monarch. However, her amusement was short-lived. Song Qixing suddenly spoke to her. Previously, I learned that you came as a substitute for the 7th princess of Jingwa. I had forgotten to inquire about your identity before this substitution. Jiang Luiying swallowed hard, realizing she was in a precarious situation. Lowering her head, she nervously replied, Actually, I am the daughter of the princess's wet nurse. Song Qixing's gaze darkened for a moment. The 7th princess was born of a palace maid and only regained her royal status at the age of 4. How could there be a wet nurse? He continued to question her. So, you grew up in the palace? Jiang Luiying steeled herself and said, Yes. Doing what work? Washing clothes? Your hands are delicate and fair, unlike those who toil in the laundry. My mother was the princess's wet nurse, and they took care of me. I was responsible for delivering clothes. Song Qixing lowered his gaze, the amber hue of his pupils gradually darkening. This woman was lying. How could someone raised in the laundry refer to him as young master during a feverish delirium? He had no idea what the laundry maids in the palace were allowed to call any young master. From the very beginning, when she claimed to be a substitute, he had sent people to Jingwa to investigate the 7th princess thoroughly, and the returned portraits matched her description perfectly. This indicated that her claim of being a substitute was entirely fabricated. Now, in her muddled state, she had grasped his hand and called him young master, only to later concoct a story about being a laundry maid, suggesting she was deliberately concealing the existence of this young master. The mysteries surrounding this woman were indeed multiplying. Song Qixing stood up from his chair, casting a deep glance at Jiang Luiying, his tone somber. Yesterday, someone from Jingwa came, threatening that if you dared to leave the demon palace, they would kill your mother. Jiang Luiying felt a chill run down her spine, suddenly sensing that she had dug her own grave. Song Qixing sneered. Thus, the 3-month period we previously agreed upon is hereby nullified. He was determined to uncover the secrets this woman harbored. As he reached the door, he added a final jab. By the way, you were the one who mentioned having ties in Jingwa. Jiang Luiying recalled that this was the flimsy excuse she had concocted when Song Qixing had suggested she could leave. Hoping to remain in the demon palace to obtain the Li Pei flower, a miscalculation. She should have made a hasty retreat without looking back, executing a perfect 360-degree Thomas spin to escape. After bidding farewell to Song Qixing, Jiang Luiying lay down for a while, feeling considerably lighter, before getting up to dress and heading to the small kitchen, that moment. Danqing was happily gnawing on an ear of corn, her face smeared with kernels. Upon seeing Jiang Luiying, she grinned and asked, Your Highness, would you like to join me? No need, you go ahead, Jiang Luiying replied, scanning the area and noticing a medicine packet. She approached and opened it for inspection. It was the medicine prescribed by Song Qixing. Last night, Danqing had prepared 3 doses, and she had consumed 2, leaving 1 remaining. Danqing continued her battle with the corn, while Jiang Luiying spread out the remaining medicine. Selecting a few ingredients and estimating their quantities before wrapping them in a handkerchief and placing them in her storage pouch. With these ingredients, along with the perilla and red peony, she had salvaged from the medicine room. She was set. Danqing, could you please help me gather 3 more doses of medicine today? She called out to Danqing, explaining, I feel the effects of this medicine are quite good, and I would like to prepare a couple more doses for emergencies. The little girl raised her hand cheerfully. Sure thing. Chapter 30. Do you have any intention of taking responsibility? Subsequently, Jiang Luiying experienced recurring low fevers for several days without summoning a doctor, relying solely on the medicine prescribed by Song Qixing. It wasn't until Song Qixing, who had been kept in the dark for several days, cleverly evaded Feng's watch and came to visit Jiang Luiying that he discovered she was ill. He immediately took her pulse. After a lengthy examination, he found nothing conclusive. Jiang Luiying chuckled softly. While her fever had indeed been induced by a cold bath, that was not the case now. This was the effect of the Li Pei Dan. Although it had not gone smoothly, it had ultimately succeeded. Reflecting on the night of her fever, Jiang Luiying could not help but feel a shiver of fear. The Li Pei flower possessed an exceptionally strong vitality, capable of regenerating with just a tiny fragment of its seed. When she found the seed in the hidden chamber, her seemingly innocent gesture of reaching out to touch it was, in fact, her scraping it with her nail. Upon returning, she promptly dissolved the powder from her nail into water, poured it into the soil, and anxiously tended to it every day. Fortunately, within 3 days, the seeds sprouted remarkably, beginning to flourish. The Li Pei flower blooms rapidly, and as the time approached, Jiang Luiying intentionally induced a fever, using several herbs from the antipyretic medicine to gather the required ingredients for the Li Pei Dan. The next month would be a trial for her. Song Qiming knew nothing about the Li Pei flower and, unable to discern anything from her pulse, assumed it was merely a lingering cold. The fever symptoms persisted for 3 to 5 days before subsiding. Jiang Luiying's current body lacked spiritual roots, and her meridians were feeble, so the side effects were not as pronounced as when Song Qixing had taken medicine 40 years ago, when he would vomit everything and suffer life-threatening fevers. Instead, she experienced occasional nausea, weakness in her limbs, and moments of darkness before her eyes that as long as she stayed indoors, she would not be discovered. Yet her isolation did not prevent visitors from seeking her out. Recently, Song Qiming had grown increasingly peculiar, often sneaking in at night, either climbing through windows or emerging from the ground, making her chambers feel haunted. However, he no longer bypassed the screen to approach her bed without restraint as he had before. At first, Jiang Luiying was startled by the sudden appearances, but she gradually grew accustomed to it. After inquiring several times about his motives, he reluctantly explained, "My brother said you have been unwell lately and forbade me from coming." Jiang Luiying fell silent, feeling an unsettling sense of vulnerability regarding her life. That if Song Qiming was being kept away, was it possible that his brother feared the messiness of killing her might splatter blood on him? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Consequently, one night, she lay in her blanket, sketching. She drew the divine weapon she had received during her time as Chuing. After completing the drawing, she touched the talisman in the pouch around her neck. Feeling somewhat reassured, this talisman had been given to her by Xianxian when she was captured during her escape from marriage, stating that it could summon him in times of danger if torn apart. Xianxian was not one to break his word, and Jiang Luiying felt confident in that if Song Qixing sought to take her life, she would summon Xianxian and leverage the divine weapon of Chuing as a bargaining chip, telling him, "I have seen this sword. If you rescue me, I will take you to find it." She mused that given Xuanxian's deep-seated hatred for Chuing and his relentless pursuit over the years, he would surely be compelled by this threat to help her escape, thus saving her life for what lay beyond the demon palace that could be addressed later. Ultimately, as long as Xianxian failed to recognize her, he would not harm her. That evening, Song Qiming, as usual, appeared unexpectedly, carrying half a roasted chicken and a jug of wine, seeking to share a midnight snack with Jiang Luiying. However, as soon as he peeled away the lotus leaf wrapping, she felt an immediate wave of nausea and rushed aside to vomit. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Song Qiming bent over, standing behind her while patting her back, glancing at the roast chicken on the table. "This shouldn't be right. I saw him roast it myself. Isn't it fresh?" Just then, Danqing arrived at the door, and upon seeing the scene, hurried in to hand Jiang Luiying a cloth. "You arrived just in time." Song Qiming instructed her, "Go and check if that roast chicken is off." Danqing frowned and glanced at the table, showing no intention of approaching it. She indignantly replied, "Your Highness has been feeling unwell these past few days. The smell of meat makes her nauseous, and her spirit is low. Why would you bring her such things?" I didn't know," Song Qiming began to explain, but suddenly halted, his hand that had been patting Jiang Luiying's back coming to a stop as well. It seemed he had realized something, gripping Danqing's shoulder and asking, "Nausea and vomiting." Danqing nodded. He continued to inquire, "Weakness in the limbs and low spirits?" "Yes." Danqing broke free from his shackles and took the handkerchief from Jiang Luiying's grasp to wash it. Song Qiming stood in place, dazed for quite a while, only regaining his senses when Jiang Luiying finished retching and stood up. "How long have you been experiencing these symptoms?" His tone was no longer as lighthearted as when he had arrived, now tinged with a hint of seriousness. Jiang Luiying, now like a startled bird, felt her heart race at the change in his tone, and her response became more guarded. "It's nothing. I've just not been feeling well these past few days." "Don't listen to Danqing's nonsense. Come, Let me check your pulse, Song Qiming said, extending his hand toward her. Jiang Luiying was startled. His sudden seriousness made her fear he might truly discover something. There was no way she could let him take her pulse. Thus, she stepped back, clasping her hands behind her back, her tone growing curt, that I'm fine. No need to trouble His Highness. Song Qiming's outstretched hand froze in midair. He observed the resolute expression on the woman before him, which betrayed her underlying anxiety, and his heart began to feel heavy. The symptoms she exhibited clearly indicated pregnancy. With her current demeanor, it was evident she wished to keep it a secret. This woman had hardly any acquaintances in the Demon Palace, except for him and his brother, Song Qisheng. But time was of the essence. Suddenly, a realization struck Song Qiming like a thunderclap. Not long ago, when Jiang Luiying had fallen ill, his brother had spent the entire night in her chamber. So, the child within her. Jiang Luiying watched as Song Qiming's face gradually drained of color, his gaze shifting to something more complex, and her heart raced, anxiety mounting. Unsure of how to remedy the situation, she decided to act swiftly, pushing him toward the door while saying, I've already told you, it's just a poor appetite these past few days. Now, I need to sleep. Please leave. Good night. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, jolting Song Qiming from his daze. He turned to stare at the door for a moment, his expression hardening with determination. The next moment, he appeared in the grand hall of Song Qisheng. Brother, I need to speak with you. That he strode over, snatching the document from Song Qisheng's hands and tossing it aside, his face grave. Do you have any intention of taking responsibility for Jiang Xiaoqi? Chapter 31. If that's the case, then I will marry her. Song Qisheng cast a bewildered glance at the document that had been cast aside. This was the first time Song Qiming had so rudely interrupted his duties. And for such a matter, he sighed, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded his younger brother. Why should I be responsible for her? Song Qiming looked at his brother's nonchalant and slightly teasing expression, his heart pounding, unable to discern whether he felt nervous or disappointed. So you don't intend to marry her? The mention of this topic once again irritated Song Qisheng. However, seeing the fervor with which Qiming approached the subject, he knew he would have to provide an answer. Thus, he leaned back, arms crossed in irritation. Yes, I have no plans to marry her. How long will you continue this? Song Qiming stared at his brother in astonishment. Taking a step back, upon seeing him finally cease his inquiries, Song Qisheng resumed his reading of the document. Yet after only a couple of lines, he heard his brother's resolute voice. Fine, if that's the case. Then I will marry her, Qiming. Song Qisheng exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Do you even know what you were saying? Marriage is not something one decides on a whim. I understand, and this is not a rash decision. Song Qiming's eyes reddened, yet he maintained his steadfast gaze. Brother, you've always told me to take responsibility for my actions. Song Qisheng's heart sank, frozen in place, his expression shifting from anger to disbelief. Before he could respond, Song Qiming turned and exited the grand hall. After a moment of processing, Song Qisheng vaguely suspected something had transpired between the two of them, prompting him to call for Shifeng. Has Qiming been visiting Miss Jiang these past few days? Shifeng lowered his head, speaking with shame, that I am incompetent. His Highness has too many tricks up his sleeve, and we are unable to guard against them. Especially since he operates at night. Each time we discovered it, he was already in Miss Jiang's chamber. Meanwhile, Jiang Luiying had just watered the few unbloomed lilac seedlings perched at the corner of her bed and nestled in her covers when Song Qiming suddenly appeared from behind the screen, startling her. Why are you here again? Jiang Luiying adjusted herself, pulling the blanket around her to shield herself from view. Song Qiming lingered behind the screen for a moment before saying, I know everything. Jiang Luiying? She quickly glanced at the lilac seedlings on the bedside, weakly asking, What do you know? Song Qiming hesitated, stammering, I know the reason for your discomfort. Jiang Luiying. What is happening? How does this child know? The Demon Palace had no trace of lilac seedlings, and even the medicinal text from the demon realm had erased all mention of them. She had specifically researched and discreetly inquired, confirming that the plant had been eradicated by Song Qisheng. The last remaining seed, the only one, was in the hidden chamber, and Song Qiming had clearly not recognized it when he saw it. How could he know now? Did he not react at the time and only now realize? Jiang Luiying cautiously glanced at the door, ensuring no guards were stationed outside. She then uncertainly asked, You didn't tell the demon lord, did you? You don't want him to know? Song Qiming countered. Jiang Luiying gasped that if he finds out, he will kill me. Setting aside the issue of her identity being hidden, the mere act of secretly using the demon lord's forbidden herbs to concoct medicine would be akin to dancing on Song Qixing's minefield. Song Qiming fell silent for a moment, then replied, "My brother wouldn't he kill someone so easily that he has tried to kill me several times." Jiang Luiying retorted defiantly. After another moment of silence, just when Jiang Luiying thought he might be having a hysterical episode, Song Qiming suddenly spoke that, "Don't worry, I will marry you soon." He understood that the human and demon realms differed. In the demon realm, many women married after becoming pregnant, leaving their children in the care of their fathers. No one would say anything, but the human realm was different. He thought that Jiang Xiaoqi, living in the demon palace without any title, pregnant before marriage, and with the father unwilling to accept her, would surely suffer greatly as long as they married quickly. Once the child was born, it would be legitimate, and no one would discover she had been pregnant before marriage. At this point, Song Qiming felt an inexplicable sense of relief and a hint of anticipation. Jiang Luiying, still stunned by his sudden proposal, was just about to sit up and refute him when the figure behind the screen vanished in an instant. "Hey, His Highness!" Jiang Luiying threw off the covers and prepared to chase after him. Bewildered by the turn of events, what was wrong with this child? He must be confused. She needed to clarify. However, just as her feet touched the ground, another figure appeared behind the screen. Jiang Luiying quickly withdrew her feet, pulling the blanket higher. This figure was even more daunting. She could not let him see the lilac seedlings behind the bed. She had placed the pots there, confident that Song Qixing would not use his divine sense to probe a woman's chamber. Now, she could not rely on blocking his divine sense while exposing her eyes. "Demon Lord, you are here as well?" Jiang Luiying managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. What was wrong with these brothers tonight? Taking turns to invade her room, Song Qixing saw her tightly wrapped in the blanket, and a tinge of disappointment crossed his features. Qiming had just left, so they had been close moments ago? He had no habit of probing into a woman's private quarters with his divine sense. He had merely approached the door when he overheard Jiang Luiying say he had tried to kill her several times. At that moment, he was unsure of his feelings. He had long known that this woman was perceptive, but had not anticipated she would be sensitive enough to detect even his fleeting murderous intent. Once when the Duke of Duan had caused a ruckus, he was testing whether Jiang Luiying was sent by the kingdom of Jing as an assassin. The other time was in the hidden chamber, when he truly considered whether to silence her. Had his two instances of harshness led her to live in fear? Song Qixing's voice was low and hoarse as he futilely attempted to explain. "I merely had some thoughts at that time. I would never truly kill you." Even knowing her identity was suspect and that she spoke many lies, he no longer harbored any murderous intent. Only wishing to keep her close to discern her ultimate goal, as for what to do after learning her true intentions. He himself did not know in fact, he was currently unsure of why he found himself here. As if a force he was unwilling to admit was driving him forward. That moment, Jiang Luiying quietly sighed in relief. Based on Song Qixing's reaction, he had not overheard her earlier conversation with Song Qiming regarding her discomfort. Moreover, was he attempting to explain himself? The current environment still felt safe for her. Chapter 32. I believe this wedding can be arranged sooner. With newfound courage, Jiang Luiying boldly challenged Song Qixing, adjusting her blanket over her legs. "Even if you didn't act on it, you did indeed consider it, didn't you? Since you had that thought, there is no guarantee you won't impulsively act on it next time." Song Qixing fell into a moment of silence. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though he had been transported back in time, as if Jiang Luiying was on the opposite side of the screen, angrily holding him accountable. Jiang Luiying sighed, weary of further debate, and simply lay down, pulling the quilt over her head. That was futile. After all, there would be no intersection between them in the future. However, these words did not convey the same meaning to Song Qixing. His mind was consumed with the thought that perhaps Jiang Luiying was willing to marry Qiming out of fear of him, seeking refuge. After all, in this demonic palace, the only one capable of speaking on her behalf was Qiming. Song Qixing clenched his fists, a hint of expectation in his voice as he asked, "Have you truly made up your mind to marry Qiming? If I were to assure you that, regardless of what happens in the future, I would never harm your life, would you still choose to marry him?" Jiang Luiying, reluctantly peeking out from under the quilt, was about to express her lack of consideration for such matters. Yet, a sudden spark ignited in her mind. Back when she was at Lingxiazong, she had heard tales of the grand banquets hosted by the old demon lord in the demonic palace. At such times, the barriers above the palace would be lifted, allowing a mingling of people, a veritable chaos that if one were to escape during such an occasion, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. Perhaps even the summoning talisman that Xianxian had given her could be spared. Thus, her words transformed into, "I would be quite willing, actually." After all, Qiming is quite capricious. Who knows if he truly intends to marry me, or if he's simply reacting to some stimulus, like a close friend getting married and feeling the need to join the crowd. The ceremonies in the demonic palace were notoriously haphazard. There had been all sorts of bizarre occurrences in the past, even during the old demon lord's taking of concubines, when a beautiful concubine abruptly transformed into a man. And the demon cultivators had grown accustomed to such spectacles. There was no concern for embarrassment, to be why the time she made her escape. Qiming might regain his composure, and it was entirely possible that the wedding feast could transform into a celebration for the 30th anniversary of the old demon lord's passing. The more she contemplated, the more advantageous it seemed that in a fit of excitement, she sat up from the bed, her tone lifting. "Thank you, my lord demon. I believe this wedding could be arranged sooner, perhaps on the 8th of next month, which would be a splendid date." Song Qixing momentarily lost his bearings. Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, an inexplicable pain seized his chest, and he staggered forward, bracing himself against the screen. However, this action startled Jiang Luiying, who feared he would circumvent the screen and step inside, prompting her to shout, "Don't move." Song Qixing slowly raised his head, a wave of self-mockery washing over him. She was now that wary of him. Naturally, as a future sister-in-law, she ought to maintain her distance. That he straightened, flicked his sleeves, and vanished from sight. Jiang Luiying exhaled deeply, leaning over to observe the several pots of Li Pei flowers arranged on the ground. The buds were poised to bloom. This was her first time using Li Pei Dan on herself, and the effects and dosage were uncertain, necessitating adjustments based on her physical condition. These flowers must be preserved. By the 8th of next month, the connection between her spiritual veins and her body would likely diminish to its lowest point. Regardless of whether the wedding could proceed, she had to leave the demonic palace. In the ensuing days, the demonic palace bustled with activity. Though not particularly busy, the demon realm held little regard for etiquette, and everyone possessed spiritual power. Once the materials were procured, a single maid could arrange several palaces in an afternoon. Qiming visited her daily, bringing various trinkets, be they mechanisms, storybooks, or exquisite ornaments. In addition, there were many children's toys. At that moment, Jiang Luiying picked up an ivory rattle, shaking it with a bewildered expression, then gazed at Qiming, who was seated at the table. "Your Highness, do you think it's appropriate for someone my age to play with this?" Qiming cleared his throat, replying, "That's for children." Jiang Luiying retorted, "But, dear brother, we aren't even married yet. And you're already thinking about children?" Isn't that a bit premature? With a sense of helplessness, she set the rattle down and glanced at the small clay figurines, windmills, and fabric tigers in the box. Utterly perplexed, did he impulsively wish to become a father, hence the hasty marriage? If he was in such a hurry to marry, why choose her? Was it because her current mortal status meant a short lifespan? Allowing for frequent replacements? Did that imply she was merely a breeding tool, to be discarded once used? The more she pondered, the more it seemed plausible, sending shivers down her spine and causing her gaze towards Qiming to grow increasingly peculiar. This child had been a well-behaved young lad in his youth. How had he grown into someone like this? Yet, upon reflection, he was the crown prince, the second most influential figure in the demon realm. A person above all, but one that was hardly surprising that he had been subtly influenced by power, leading him to disregard human life. With this thought, Jiang Luiying lowered her gaze and sighed, lamenting the unpredictability of life. Qiming, interpreting her silence as a desire not to discuss pregnancy, tactfully refrained from mentioning it further, simply placing the items into the box, thinking they would be useful once the child was born. When lunchtime arrived, as was customary, a maid arrived, using her spiritual energy to present 4 dishes. Jiang Luiying focused her gaze. Yam and black chicken soup, steamed pumpkin with red dates, stir-fried pig liver with goji berries, and black bean stewed ribs. Qiming stood beside her, offering chopsticks and urging, "Hurry, eat while it's hot." Jiang Luiying felt an escalating sense of unease. This nutrient-rich diet had persisted for several days, and she felt akin to a pig being fattened for slaughter. After nervously finishing her meal and sending Qiming away, she resolved to seek out Song Qixing for a conversation. Arriving at Song Qixing's chambers, she encountered Shifeng guarding the entrance and politely requested his assistance in conveying her intent, recalling how such matters were handled in dramas. However, Shifeng looked at her with surprise, saying, "You may enter directly. No need for a message, da." Jiang Luiying awkwardly smiled. "You demon lords are indeed quite accommodating." She then wasted no time, carefully lifting her skirt as she entered. Shifeng watched her retreating figure, perplexed, unsure of her intentions. The chamber was also protected by a barrier, allowing only the crown prince and her free access, that he wondered where she had gleaned the notion of needing to announce her entry. Upon entering, Jiang Luiying surveyed the room, finding it empty of Song Qixing, and decided to rest in a chair for a moment. Just as she approached the chair, she noticed several handwritten notes spread across the desk. Intrigued, she leaned in for a closer look. What she saw was alarming. Words pertaining to prenatal care and childbirth leaped out at her. Jiang Luiying's pupils dilated in shock, and she stumbled back several steps. Indeed, the objective was to make her bear children. Flee. She swiftly turned and collided with a solid object. Looking up, she found Song Qixing regarding her with a lowered gaze, and from this vantage point, he exuded an unsettling, oppressive aura. Song Qixing extended a hand to steady her wobbling form, then discreetly withdrew it, his voice cool as he inquired, "Miss Jiang, is there something you need?" "No, nothing." Jiang Luiying forced a smile, discreetly retreating a couple of steps to create distance before bolting away. Song Qixing, concerned that her sudden movement might endanger the pregnancy, instinctively started to pursue her, but halted abruptly. What right did he have? She was to be his future sister-in-law. After a moment of internal conflict, he called out towards the door, "Shifeng, escort her back." Though Shifeng felt the distance was small enough to forego an escort. Years of service had taught him to refrain from curiosity or questioning, and he respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord." The hall fell silent once more as Song Qixing, feeling a tinge of melancholy, walked slowly to the table and resumed reading the notes. He had neglected his medical studies for a long time. Since arriving in the demon realm, he had scarcely glanced at medical texts. Now, revisiting such complex subjects felt both distant and unfamiliar. Yes, during his time in the Song family, his focus had rarely strayed to medicine, with his elder brother consistently excelling in their parents' assessments, but he had been preoccupied with researching formations, only able to focus on medical texts when the elders would pull his ear to make him study. Not only had he neglected medical knowledge, but his understanding of pharmacology had also languished. Growing up in the Song family, he had only begun to explore herbal medicine at the age of 14. While Jiang Luiying's foundation was solid, Jiang Luiying, Song Qixing closed his eyes. He found himself thinking of Jiang Luiying with increasing frequency. Every encounter with Jiang Luiying evokes memories of scenes reminiscent of the past. At the tender age of 17, he rescued a young girl from the clutches of a group of small beggars, bringing her into the Song household to serve as a maid. That it soon became apparent that she possessed an exceptional memory. She could recall the troublesome herbs and their properties in a single glance, prompting him to enlist her assistance in discreetly addressing the elders' inquiries. Thus, Jiang Ying's innate talent for pharmacology was discovered by the elders, transforming her from his devoted maid into an esteemed apprentice pharmacist of the Song family. Initially, when he and Jiang Ying began to share their feelings, they faced staunch opposition from his parents, who deemed her a mere orphan, unworthy of the Song family's second young master. However, as Jiang Ying's proficiency in pharmacology flourished, achieving the position of chief disciple in just 3 short years, his parents relented, allowing the two to pursue their romance freely. As time passed, Jiang Ying became increasingly occupied, spending less and less time at the estate. Song Qixing speculated that it was during this period that Jiang Ying was selected to participate in the development of the Li Pei Dan. He had stumbled upon her analysis of the medicinal properties of the Li Pei flower and its synergistic effects with other herbs in the records kept in the secret chamber, revealing concepts he had never encountered before. It was then that he realized the elevated status Jiang Ying had attained within the Song household. According to the records, only one Li Pei Dan had been successfully formed, crafted by Jiang Ying herself, though the details of its creation were not thoroughly documented. Reflecting on the peculiar treatment Jiang Ying received from the Song family in the month leading up to the tragedy, Song Qixing deduced that perhaps Jiang Ying had never fully disclosed the actual formulation. The sole trial of the singular pill was meticulously documented, mirroring all of his ailments. Thus, unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become the first test subject. It was no wonder that during that harrowing period, his elder brother had shown him extraordinary concern, remaining by his side at all times to monitor the effects and adverse reactions of the medicine. It was equally unsurprising that their parents refrained from visiting him, fearing that witnessing his suffering would lead to regret and the cessation of the experiments. This concoction was capable of severing the connection between a person's spiritual roots and meridians, minimizing their correlation. In other words, it was a preparatory step for the transplantation of spiritual roots. Whether for transfer in or out, that he was blessed with an exceptional with spiritual root, a rare and coveted talent that countless medical practitioners sought. Yet he harbored no interest in the art of medicine. His elder brother, he was squandering a remarkable advantage. Consequently, his elder brother sought to procure his spiritual root in a month's time. The bond between his spiritual root and body would be completely severed, at which point a surgical extraction could preserve it for future use. Once the separated spiritual root and Li Pei Dan were confirmed to be problem-free, his elder brother would consume the Li Pei Dan, employing the same principle to detach his original earth-grade spiritual root from his body, replacing it with a new one that their father and mother, for the sake of the Song family's future, acquiesced. After ingesting the Li Pei Dan, he suffered from persistent high fevers, unable to retain any food, nearly expelling his bile. When he occasionally regained consciousness, he could not find Jiangying. When he inquired about her whereabouts, his elder brother merely replied that she was deeply engrossed in formulating a remedy and could not be disturbed. In retrospect, it seemed that Jiangying had been imprisoned, for if she were to see him, she would immediately discern that he had ingested the Li Pei Dan, thus necessitating the termination of the experiment. These thoughts coursed through his mind. Song Qixing's heart began to ache uncontrollably, overwhelmed by profound sorrow and regret. Had Jiang Ying's discovery of the Li Pei Dan being used on him driven her to commit such atrocities against the Song family? She had stained her hands with blood for him, while he had, in turn, invoked a soul-chasing curse that led to her eternal damnation. That moment, Jiang Luiying hurried back to her quarters, not due to a lack of teleportation talismans, but rather to conserve her resources for unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering, she caught a glimpse of Shifeng shadowing her, causing her complexion to pale. This was bad. The surveillance had already commenced. She slammed the door shut, her heart racing inexplicably. Even now, she was reluctant to believe that Song Qixing could transform into a person like his elder brother, one who would disregard human life in fervent pursuit of certain goals. When Jiang Luiying had been cultivating the Li Pei flower, she had been unaware that the Song family had conducted experiments on living subjects for decades. Nor did she know that the original identity she had assumed had also been purchased by the Song family for experimentation. The original owner had been too young at the time, blending in among the other children, and had fortuitously escaped that a child, separated from home, lacking in survival skills, could only resort to wandering and begging on the streets, ultimately perishing in the winter snow. It was then that Jiang Luiying had taken over the body, drawing close to Song Qixing to fulfill her mission. 40 years prior, during the Song family massacre, Jiang Luiying had discovered that the original owner's father had fallen victim to the Song family's hands. The lowest level of the secret chamber was filled with children bought from human traffickers for the purpose of manual extraction of spiritual roots. Song Qixing was the first test subject for the Li Pei Dan, and their father had sought to compel her to produce a complete formula, even going so far as to confine her with Song Qixing in the hope that she would become the elder brother's woman and thus submit. A multitude of reasons converged, igniting her fury and prompting her to unleash a bloody retribution upon the Song family, entirely disregarding her mission. The system had also fallen silent during this process. Yet she could feel her power intensifying, presumably bestowed by the system. It was important to note that the Song family's clandestine and unsavory dealings had been conducted in secrecy, as they dared not let Song Qixing discover the truth. His unwavering integrity meant that if he were to learn of such matters, he would sever ties with his family, or worse, confront them with unyielding wrath. Their parents had permitted the elder brother to administer the Li Pei Dan to the younger brother because they deemed him uncontrollable. However, those were the days of the past. He had now occupied the position of the Demon Lord for over 30 years. Power is the most potent force for altering the human heart. Chapter 34. The Escape from Marriage in the Blink of an Eye. It was the 8th of April, and the Demon Palace was abuzz with festive cheer, with people coming and going in droves. To everyone's surprise, Xianxun had also arrived. When Song Qixing had sent him the invitation, he had felt a peculiar sense of discomfort, and after sending a message that went unanswered, he was further convinced that Xianxun would not attend. Yet, unexpectedly, he spotted him among the crowd. The two exchanged brief pleasantries, and Song Qixing gleaned that Xianxun had recently been in the vicinity of Linquan Mountain. When he inquired about the sudden interest in visiting Linquan Mountain, Xianxun did not provide a direct answer, merely stating that he had happened to pass by. As the guests settled down and preparations for the ceremony commenced, a sudden eruption of flames burst forth from a distant direction. It was Zhang Luiying's quarters. Song Qixing was the first to react, vanishing from sight without a word. Xianxun followed closely behind, and the two arrived simultaneously at the entrance of the blazing palace. With a swift gesture, Song Qixing cast a spell with his left hand, effortlessly suppressing the skyward flames with astonishing efficiency. This fire was not natural. He cast a glance at Song Qixing, who was rushing toward him in a crimson robe, his brow furrowed in concern. This was clearly an act of arson, perpetrated with incendiary talismans. The three individuals present quickly recognized the situation and surged through the palace doors. What greeted them was a scene of utter devastation. The once opulent interior lay charred and unrecognizable, blackened remnants scattered across the floor. There was no sign of any occupants. Jiang Shaoqi. Song Qixing first scanned the entire hall with his spiritual sense. Then, refusing to lose hope, personally searched the premises but found no trace of the woman. As Song Qixing maneuvered past the debris of the screen, he grasped his nearly frantic younger brother by the arm. Qixing, listen to me. If someone has taken Zhang Luiying hostage, they will undoubtedly use her as leverage. Before he could finish his warning, something familiar caught his eye. He froze, slowly releasing Song Qixing's arm, and approached the bedside. There, he found several charred flower pots. Scattered within were remnants of black powder, along with a small segment of a luminescent blue root system. With trembling hands, Song Qixing extracted the root, his breath hitching in his throat. He was all too familiar with this substance. After vanquishing the former demon lord, all remnants of the Li Pei flower had been incinerated, leaving behind a sea of luminescent blue waste. Thus, these pots had once housed Li Pei flowers. A memory flashed through Song Qixing's mind. Zhang Luiying curiously prodding the last surviving Li Pei flower seeds. It dawned on him that his instincts had not misled him. Zhang Luiying had sought the flower seeds. But could a mere touch have been sufficient to cultivate them anew? His thoughts raced, drowning in a cacophony of uncertainty. In the Song household, the individual most knowledgeable about the Li Pei flower had always been Jiang Ying, the very one who had formulated the Li Pei dance. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he rushed to Song Qixing, seizing his collar. How can you be certain that she is with child? Xianxun, upon hearing this, whipped around in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Song Qixing. So, the urgency behind the wedding was due to her pregnancy. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him, causing his limbs to momentarily freeze before he averted his gaze. His feelings complex. Song Qixing blinked, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. How do you know she is with child? Song Qixing clenched his fist tighter. How do I know? You're in such a hurry to marry her and have been purchasing items for a baby. It's obvious to anyone with half a brain. Do not attempt to divert the topic. Just tell me honestly, were you the one who diagnosed her condition as a joyful pulse? Song Qixing shook his head. No, I did not diagnose her. Her symptoms were exceedingly apparent. Nausea, vomiting, weakness in her limbs, accompanied by a fever. Yes, indeed. Song Qixing loosened his collar, his tone tinged with a barely detectable hint of panic. She is not pregnant at all. These symptoms are merely the result of the Li Pei flower. She never intended to remain in the Demon Palace. Today's conflagration was ignited by her own design. Xianxun suddenly turned around, and Song Qixing's face was filled with disbelief. That moment, on the western mountain of the Demon Palace, two young women dressed in maidservant attire were hand in hand, frantically fleeing with a speed talisman. It was Zhang Luiying and Dianqing. It must be said that the talismans provided by Song Qixing were of exceptional quality. A journey that would typically take an hour on foot was completed in less than half a stick of incense with the use of this speed talisman. With another lightness talisman, they effortlessly vaulted over a 10-zhang high wall. Zhang Luiying inhaled deeply. The air outside the Demon Palace was indeed refreshing. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared behind her, indicating that the barrier above the demon palace had been restored. Clearly, Song Qixing had realized that she had taken the initiative to escape her marriage and was preparing to send people to capture her. Jiang Luiying hastily reined in her previously relaxed demeanor. Seizing Danqing's arm, that if you don't land, what is the maximum distance you can fly? Danqing tilted her head, contemplating. I am rather weak. If I don't land to rest, I can only fly about 200 miles. How did you know I could fly? Jiang Luiying forced a mechanical smile. It was so obvious. What 15 or 16-year-old girl could lift a solid wooden bed over her head and run about with it? Moreover, the original owner was a frail woman who managed to escape from layers of guards on the way to her marriage. It was quite unfathomable, wasn't it? Aside from this somewhat dim-witted flying creature. Who could assist her? Time was of the essence, and Jiang Luiying pushed her. Transform back to your original form and head toward Lingquan Mountain. I will explain on the way. Danqing nodded, not hesitating. Extending her small hand and stamping her small foot, her figure suddenly expanding several times, accompanied by a flurry of pure white feathers. Jiang Luiying understood with a nod. She was indeed a celestial crane spirit. Previously, she had tested the waters with food and discovered that this little girl consumed fish, shrimp, corn, grains, and fruits, devouring several pounds in a single meal. However, she held a strong aversion to the flesh of chickens, ducks, and geese. Hence, she tentatively concluded that Danqing was a flying demon cultivator. She perched on the back of the celestial crane, feeling through her clothes for the stack of talismans in her storage bag. To prevent Danqing from being a type of bird like a chicken or duck that could not fly far, she had stockpiled numerous speed talismans and teleportation talismans. The generous stack given by Song Qixing, along with another stack sent by Shi Feng, and a few more acquired through tricks from Song Qiming, had left her quite affluent. Danqing. She patted the crane's neck and inquired, Do you know where Lingquan Mountain is? Yes, even though my magical abilities are modest, I am still a celestial crane spirit. I can recognize the way. Danqing replied with a hint of exasperation. Jiang Luiying nodded. How far is it from here? She was generally not adept at estimating distance or direction. In her former identity, her cultivation strength was high, allowing her to arrive anywhere in an instant without paying attention to the actual distance. Then she heard Danqing's cheerful voice. Not far, just over 3,000 miles. Jiang Luiying. Over 3,000 miles? Not far. Just? No, sister. You can only sustain 200 miles without landing. How can you claim it's merely 3,000 miles? She stiffly lowered her head, feeling the bulging storage bag. Too soon to celebrate. Chapter 35. I have returned. Jinghong, a person, and a crane sped forth through the clouds and mist, adorned with an array of talismans, stealth talismans, speed talismans, and even a gale talisman. Jiang Luiying affixed it to Danqing's crane leg, forcefully blowing wind behind them, acting as a propellant. Danqing, a modestly skilled celestial crane, was propelled by an abundance of talismans to achieve a 3,000-mile range. In the Demon Palace, both Song Qixing and Song Qiming had gifted her numerous magical artifacts, yet she had taken none upon her escape. Unlike talismans, which are consumable, magical artifacts could easily be tampered with. They might be embedded with a tracking device or simply summoned back by the creator with a snap of their fingers. Now, without any spiritual energy, Jiang Luiying could not discern if there was anything wrong with those artifacts. Given the stakes involved, she dared not take any chances and opted to avoid them altogether. As the familiar mountain drew closer, her heart raced with excitement. Closer, closer. The victory was within reach in that moment. She remained vigilant, attentively monitoring the movements behind her. The Song brothers had not pursued. Wonderful. Yet, before Jiang Luiying could revel in her joy, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the clouds, directly obstructing their path ahead. Danqing abruptly halted, and Jiang Luiying, distracted by the commotion behind her, lost her footing and soared forward. Instinctively, she attempted to cast a spell mid-air, but her body lacked any spiritual energy and was utterly ineffective. Thus, she plunged headfirst into Xian Chen's embrace, stars dancing before her eyes. Xian Chen conjured a small platform of spiritual energy beneath them, supporting her arm, and once she steadied herself, he gently retreated a step. A flicker of light glimmering in his eyes. Miss Jiang, why did you flee your marriage? Upon realizing that Jiang Luiying was escaping from her engagement, Xian Chen immediately considered her likely destination. Lingquan Mountain, the place she longed for. Unlike Song Qixing and Song Qiming, who needed to broaden their search, he directly came to Lingquan Mountain to wait for her, not expecting to actually find her. Jiang Luiying, covering her nose, muttered, "I never intended to marry." Xian Qin, puzzled. "If you did not wish it, why agree? I know that neither the Demon Lord nor the Zhao Wang would force anyone against their will." Alone in the Demon Palace, without family or support, didn't that mean whatever they said was law? Jiang Luiying retorted. Upon further reflection, Xian Qin understood. When under someone else's roof, one must inevitably accommodate and compromise. If the Demon Lord had indeed asked her, "Would you marry my brother?" she would likely have found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, she had only been in the Demon Palace for less than 4 months. Qiming's sudden declaration of wanting to marry her was probably a whimsical notion, akin to acquiring an intriguing magical artifact. As their conversation continued, a dark cloud surged over them. Song Qixing had arrived. Jiang Luiying's hair nearly stood on end, instinctively grasping Xian Qin's sleeve and hiding behind him. Before Xian Qin could respond, a woman behind them hastily exclaimed, "Young Master Xian, I once caught a glimpse of a divine weapon by chance. If you can help me fend off the Demon Lord today, I will take you to find it." Xian Qin sighed, preparing to explain that he did not covet any divine weapon, when his gaze fell upon the paper she presented. And he suddenly froze. That was the divine weapon that had vanished with Che in 50 years ago. It belonged to Che, that he snatched the paper from Jiang Luiying's hand, trembling as he examined it closely. Having not found a trace of this divine weapon for so long, he felt both exhilarated and incredulous. Observing his expression, Jiang Luiying recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly beckoned to Danqing, who was circling nearby. Danqing approached to receive her, and Jiang Luiying solemnly addressed Xian Qin. "Young master, if the Demon Lord captures me today, you shall never learn of the whereabouts of this item from my lips. Please consider this carefully. I will wait for you on the mountain." Xian Qin nodded slightly, and Jiang Luiying felt a weight lift from her heart as she mounted the celestial crane and dove downward. Victory was within grasp. She swiftly directed Danqing to weave through the trees, arriving at a waterfall. "Here, strike with your spiritual energy, and there as well." Jiang Luiying pointed to several locations, and though Danqing did not fully comprehend, she complied. As Danqing performed the actions, a massive barrier appeared before the waterfall, adorned with swirling patterns that continuously shifted. In the cultivation world, barriers could be reinforced solely with spiritual energy, but some, particularly unique ones, could employ special encryption methods. To break them was not solely reliant on spiritual energy. It was akin to a modern password lock. Inputting the correct code would suffice. Jiang Luiying's fingers flew through the air, decoding the password. After unraveling the first barrier, the waterfall parted, revealing a cave. The two rushed into the cave, repeating the process to unlock 2 more barriers, ultimately arriving before a massive stone. This rock seemed to have materialized from thin air, boasting a narrow crack in its center, from which protruded a divine weapon faintly glowing red. Upon sighting it, Jiang Luiying's eyes grew misty. She stepped forward resolutely, grasping the hilt. "I have returned," Jinghong did in an instant. A surge of crimson light erupted, dazzling and brilliant. The sword trembled incessantly, accompanied by a mournful hum, a testament to the grievances and elation of the Jinghong sword reuniting with its master after 50 years of silence in the mountains. Before Jiang Luiying could fully savor her excitement, a thunderous sound emanated from the cave entrance, announcing the arrival of Song Qixing and Xian Qin. They did not approach side by side, but rather charged in with a fierce intensity. One never drew his sword, while the other had left his divine weapon in the demon realm's grand hall. Neither wielded arms, relying solely on their spiritual energy to clash, shaking the very mountains around them. Jiang Luiying's heart raced in astonishment. These two indeed lived up to their formidable reputations, able to unleash such aggression in this peculiar locale. It was essential to note that Lingquan Mountain possessed an extraordinarily unique topography, where the flow of spiritual energy was exceedingly rapid. Ordinary cultivators would find their spiritual attacks swept away by the torrents of spiritual essence before they could even manifest. Jiang Luiying had chosen to conceal the Jinghong sword here, aware that few cultivators dared to tread in this place, making it relatively safe even without protective barriers. Cultivators required the absorption of heavenly spiritual energy for their training, Yet the swift currents here rendered practice akin to being thrown into a surging estuary. Surviving, let alone imbibing, would be nothing short of miraculous. With a decisive strike, Song Qixing unleashed a palm attack that collided with Xian Qin's technique, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Xian Qin Daojun. Today, I must take her back. Do you truly wish to oppose me at this juncture?" The use of Daojun to address his former close friend underscored the extent of his pent-up fury that a woman seemingly connected to the Song family of old had stirred such profound emotional upheaval within him. "Qixing, your state is amiss," Xianqin remarked, his brows knitting together, a hint of concern creeping into his tone, that if you understand, then step aside. Song Qixing issued his ultimatum. Xianqin inhaled deeply, contemplating the final clue inscribed on the paper he held. "Related to Chuing, showing no intention of retreat, that I apologize. On other matters, I may concede, but this time, it is not possible." Chapter 36. She would not yield again as danger loomed. Jiang Luiying could no longer afford to indulge in sentimentality. Swiftly, she retrieved a small dagger from her sleeve, making a swift incision in her palm before grasping the hilt of the Jinghong sword. Instantly, the sword blazed with newfound brilliance, its released aura compelling the nearby Danqing to stagger back several steps. The two men at the entrance halted in unison. Song Qixing was still processing the events within, while Xian Qin stood frozen, sensing the familiar sword aura that he recognized it all too well. This was Chuing's divine weapon. This sword had accompanied Chuing for 6 years. Even without a formal blood oath of allegiance, it would not easily acknowledge another. Yet the overwhelming surge of sword energy was unmistakably a response to its master, who now resided within. Xianqin was not foolish. He simply found it hard to accept. After the initial shock, he recalled Jiang Luiying's prior threats involving the sword's image and deduced that she must have known it was here all along, using him to stall Song Qixing and buy time for the sword to recognize its master. The pressing question now was, how did she know that wielding this sword would make him readily comply with her demands? A nagging answer stirred within him, causing Xianqin to feel as though the very blood in his veins had congealed, his mind a blank slate. That in that moment of distraction, Song Qixing had already darted deeper into the cave, summoning his soul-chasing technique after a long absence that he was uncertain of what transpired inside. The terrain was too peculiar for extensive spiritual probing. However, the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy and sword aura led him to believe that Jiang Luiying could not possibly summon such force. She lacked even a spiritual root, that he feared she might have inadvertently provoked some formidable being from beyond. It had been 30 years since he last employed the soul-chasing technique. The intensity of the spiritual energy unleashed here today evoked a sense of threat he had not felt in years. If Jiang Luiying were to be held captive inside, he might need to resort to the soul-chasing technique to ensure her safe extraction. Debris cascaded down within the cave, obstructing visibility. "Jiang Luiying," Song Qixing shouted, urgency lacing his tone, startling the young woman who was busily unboxing something. She whirled around, catching a glimpse of the man drawing near, her heart leaping to her throat. How had he pursued her so swiftly? Had Xianqin truly not managed to best him? The tone of his voice sounded as if he intended to flay her alive, that if a fight ensues, "Danqing, you must flee without concern for me," she hastily instructed. Danqing, wide-eyed, stammered, "Must we really fight? I dread fighting." With that, she shrank into the size of a small bird and nestled into Jiang Luiying's embrace. Jiang Luiying sighed internally. This child is beyond saving. Cocooned in her arms, if a confrontation broke out, would she not simply serve as a shield against the sword? Yet, Jiang Luiying had no time to argue with Danqing. She deftly opened the iron box she had unearthed, revealing a pill that shimmered with a faint golden glow, surrounded by a rich aura of spiritual energy. Clearly no ordinary item. Without hesitation, she seized the pill and consumed it. Simultaneously, Song Qixing's soul-chasing technique reached its peak. The blade aimed squarely at Jiang Luiying's position as the smoke within the cave began to dissipate. Jiang Luiying abruptly turned, her gaze colliding first with the icy tip of an arrow, then locking onto Song Qixing's astonished eyes. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, stretching infinitely, transporting them back to 40 years ago by the banks of Chujiang. It had been just like this then, as he pulled back the bowstring aimed at her, her eyes wide with shock and horror. Yet, that astonishment was fleeting, quickly giving way to tranquility. She stood unwavering by the riverbank, allowing the fierce winds to billow her sleeves and skirt, that an arrow forged from her own blood essence whistled forth, piercing through the delicate flesh of the woman, drawing time back to the present. Jiang Luiying stood amidst the dust, staring at him in disbelief. Her form gradually melded with the shadow of memory, while the dark depths of Song Qixing's eyes shattered inch by inch. Jiang Ying, he moved his gaze mechanically down to the box at Jiang Luiying's feet. Moments earlier, he had sensed a powerful and unfamiliar source of spiritual energy outside. And upon entering, he had seen no one else. He had witnessed the woman consuming the pill. That it was evident that this was a drug meant to rejuvenate one's spiritual roots when used in conjunction with the life-bound pill. As noted in the notes left by Jiang Ying, only Jiang Ying knew the formula for the life-bound pill. Thus, the identity of the person before him was unmistakable. Jiang Luiying's heart sank. Had Song Qixing truly recognized her? Moreover, his soul-chasing technique had clearly been fully drawn when he burst in. He intended to kill her once more. Realizing this, Jiang Luiying forced herself to regain her composure, her gaze towards Song Qixing gradually hardening. The last time, she had sacrificed herself to help him ascend as the Buddha's son, enabling him to exact vengeance and sever karmic ties. This time, she would not passively submit. Casting a quick glance behind her, she noted there was still a path to escape. With a long sigh, she lowered her head, feigning docility. She remained oblivious to the disarray and distress evident on the man's face across from her. As Song Qixing approached her, hand outstretched like a marionette, Jiang Luiying's expression sharpened, and she let out a furious cry. Jinghong. The Jinghong sword, like a flash of light, surged forth with lightning speed towards Song Qixing. With its recognition of a master, it gained the ability for autonomous action, its power multiplied manifold. Jiang Luiying dared not underestimate this formidable figure, especially with Xian Chun, a ticking time bomb, momentarily dazed nearby. She had to act decisively and retreat swiftly. Almost in the same breath as the Jinghong sword was unleashed, she turned and fled. Song Qixing appeared as though his soul had been wrenched from him, his gaze never leaving the silhouette of the woman as she dashed away. Yet, she did not look back. Not once did that moment. Xianchen finally regained his senses and instinctively took off in pursuit. If initially he had hesitated to believe that the divine weapon belonged to Chuying, upon hearing Jiang Luiying call out Jinghong, he was left with no doubt. Jiang Luiying was indeed Chuying, that he recalled how the little junior sister in her red robes had once bested him on the deserted sword platform of the back mountain, elegantly executing a sword flourish as she proclaimed, "You will not last 3 moves beneath my Jinghong sword." Everyone believed that Chuying's divine weapon was nameless. Not even Fenkue and the old master were aware. Yet he knew. This was a secret shared only between him and his junior sister, never spoken of to others. The name was Jinghong's sword, Jiang Luiying. Jinghong Luiying, that was something he should have realized long ago. The path within the cave was shrouded in darkness as Jiang Luiying, holding a faintly glowing talisman, dashed forward recklessly. Feeling the man pursuing her closely behind, her heart raced with panic and anxiety. She stumbled several times, leaving her in a disheveled state. All of this was observed by Xianchen, whose pain slowly spread within him, that he called out hoarsely, "Junior sister, please don't act this way." However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Luiying seemed to be invigorated, suddenly leaping ahead several steps. Xianchen froze in place. She was afraid of him. Realizing this, his heart plunged from the ecstatic joy of discovering Chuying was still alive into an icy abyss, as if being twisted and torn by invisible hands, making even breathing a struggle. Yet, after a few steps spurred by her newfound zeal, Jiang Luiying was forced to halt, for there was no path ahead. Chapter 37. To Jingfan Temple, what could be more terrifying than falling off a horse? Falling off 2 horses at once. What could be even more dreadful than that? Having one's escape route blocked. At that moment, Jiang Luiying's mind was filled with expletives, cursing whoever had the audacity to block the well-prepared thoroughfare she had previously secured. She pushed against the obstruction a couple of times, only to find it had been sealed from the outside, the stone layers thick and evidently there for quite some time. Turning to glance back, she noted that Xianchen was about 10 paces away. Yet he did not approach any closer. Xianchen stood silently, observing his once vibrant and carefree junior sister, now entirely on guard against him. Her vigilant gaze pierced him like a multitude of daggers, each stab striking at his heart, He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but no sound emerged. It was as if the moment he recognized Jiang Luiying as Chuiying had momentarily robbed him of his ability to speak. The tumult of emotions leaving him utterly speechless. Even if he could voice his thoughts, he would not know what to say. 1,000 words lodged in his throat, yet when the moment for expression arrived, all language felt utterly inadequate. That moment, the Jinghong sword rushed past him, returning to Jiang Luiying's grasp. Instinctively, she twirled the sword, reversing it behind her back, finding some semblance of calm. Due to the terrain, Xuanzhen's abilities were significantly hampered. With many talismans still at her disposal and Jinghong's sword in hand, she had a sliver of hope for a desperate struggle. That moment, the danqing in her arms stirred, letting out a soft sound. "What is it?" Jiang Luiying asked quickly. "There is a sound of water behind this stone," danqing replied. Jiang Luiying pondered for a moment. She recalled that beyond this exit lay a waterfall. If danqing could hear the water, it indicated that the stone barrier was not as thick as she had imagined. She took a couple of steps forward, her hands swiftly rummaging through her storage bag. Seeing her familiar sword-drawing motion, Xianxin unconsciously stepped forward. "Junior sister, is that you? Have you returned?" Jiang Luiying forced a smile. "Xianxin, what are you talking about? I don't understand." A warmth began to rise within her dantian, signaling the rebirth pill was taking effect. The rebirth pill was an idea she had conceived while at the Song family, later developed during her trials with Li Yuxiuo. It involved using the Li Pei Dan to strip a person's spiritual roots and flesh, then utilizing items from the system shop to extract and condense the spiritual roots into a single pill that if another person consumed this rebirth pill, their spiritual roots would regenerate within them, and their spiritual veins would be reshaped accordingly. Prior to this, Jiang Luiying had been consuming the Li Pei Dan for about a month. The original spiritual veins of this body had been nearly stripped away, making the new growth more feasible. However, the regrowth of spiritual roots within one's body required time. As for how long it would take, Jiang Luiying had no clear estimate. This was her first and only time using such a substance, and it was infused with the spiritual roots of her identity as Li Youcua's disciple. This identity had been meticulously fabricated by the system, with top-tier configurations. Now, she could master all 7 elements of the cultivation world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. When she first entered the task, her comprehensive strength had already surpassed that of Qin Xiao, the head of the first sect in the cultivation world, who was also her first master. After 10 years of diligent cultivation, her power had become immeasurable. Now, transferring to a new body, she wondered if there would be any diminishment. Jiang Luiying was using this pill for the first time, experimenting on herself, leaving her uncertain. The urgent priority was to find a place of absolute safety, ideally somewhere that both Song Qixing and Xianxin would regard with caution, making it impossible for them to directly intervene. Allowing her to recuperate in peace, resolute in her decision, she lifted her head, her expression relaxing slightly, smiling brightly as she said, "My lord, it's me. I apologize. I intended to bring this sword to you, but somehow it has recognized me as its master. Next time, if I encounter another divine weapon..." Before she could finish, a smile spread across her lips, and the protective talisman glowed brilliantly. Then a tremendous explosion erupted from behind her, blasting away the obstruction at the cave's entrance, revealing light and the cascade of a waterfall. The woman dashed toward the light, leaping gracefully, tracing a perfect arc in the air. Xianxin instinctively rushed forward, attempting to catch her, but as he reached the cave's mouth, Jiang Luiying's danqing emerged, transforming into its true form, soaring with her into the sky. Meanwhile, Xianxin felt as though all strength had been drained from him, forgetting to stabilize himself with spiritual power as he plummeted into the water. Floating and sinking in the water, he closed his eyes, his dark divine weapon sensing his turmoil and trembling in unease. She hated him so much so that she would rather risk an explosion to escape than engage in even a few empty words with him. "Princess, where are we headed now?" danqing asked as they flew forward, glancing back at the girl on her back. Jiang Luiying pressed down on her head. "Focus on the path. I'm trying to think. Also, we've escaped now. So stop calling me princess." "Huh. Then what should I call you?" "Jiang or Xiaoying, either is fine." "All right, Jiang, where shall we go now?" Jiang Luiying had already decided on a perfect safe haven, the Tio Jingfan Temple. Jingfan Temple is the only place in the cultivation world that is completely neutral, free from power struggles and does not take sides, remaining uninvolved in any disputes among the three realms. At least, it had been that way before her last demise. The wise and compassionate Ziyuan Buddhas at Jingfan Temple would always extend a helping hand to the weak, regardless of the strength of their adversaries, advocating for justice without regard for status or coercion. There were also barriers within the temple that could block all forms of probing spells, that if there was still a place in the cultivation world where neither Xianxin nor Song Qixing could act with impunity, it could only be Jingfan Temple. During her third task, Jiang Luiying had developed a slight rapport with the wise Ziyuan Buddhas. She was confident that as long as she could enter Jingfan Temple and recuperate, she wouldn't need to worry about Song Qixing and Xianxin coming after her for a while. The sun hung low in the sky, painting the horizon with hues of crimson that a giant celestial crane carried the woman on its back as it soared toward the vibrant sunset. "Danqing, why were you in the palace?" "I was too weak, and the clan leader said I should go out and hone my skills. When I came across a notice for palace maids, I decided to go." "And where do you plan to go from here?" "I don't know. Did I in that case? Shall we wander around together?" The celestial crane turned its head back to look at her. Although the girl currently had no spiritual power, her eyes were filled with determination, as if no obstacle in the world could defeat her. Though she appeared so fragile, she exuded an inexplicable sense of strength, akin to resilient grass seeking sunlight in adversity. Even when buffeted by the winds, it would find its way back up, growing a few inches taller, still reaching toward its original direction. Danqing had never thought of friends as a positive term. Her previous companions had merely viewed her as foolish, approaching her to achieve their own ends. Yet, at that moment, Danqing felt an inexplicable urge to embrace the notion of a new friendship. Chapter 38. Assisting the young lady with her attire. Jingfan Temple is situated atop the westernmost Jingfan Mountain in the cultivation world, where it remains perpetually winter, cloaked in snow year-round. Years ago, the various sects of the cultivation world, led by Lingxiao sect, proposed inviting the monks of Jingfan Temple to relocate to the more temperate Fengshan, but were gently declined by Ziyuan Buddhas. That on one hand, he advocated for rigorous cultivation, believing that a harsh external environment could better hone a cultivator's will. On the other hand, he stated that better conditions should be reserved for those who struggled more in their practice. Standing before the snow-covered Jingfan Temple, Jiang Luiying was awash with a torrent of thoughts. During her third task as Li Yotshua's disciple, she had crossed paths with Ziyuan Buddhas a handful of times, and held a genuine respect for him. Now, in her timeline, it had been less than 2 years since their last encounter. However, in the timeline of Zhiyin Foz, 32 years have already passed. The sun has set, yet the peaks of Jingfan Mountain are covered in snow, which, illuminated by the moonlight, does not appear dark at all. Jiang Luiying intercepted a young monk, expressing her desire to seek lodging, and was promptly escorted to a guest room in the backyard. She was utterly exhausted today, and with the rebirth pill taking effect within her, a burning sensation began to manifest in her dantian, making rest all the more necessary. Danqing had overexerted herself during their flight, and now lay sprawled on the bed like a small creature. Jiang Luiying wrapped her in a blanket and placed her on the bed, not even changing her clothes before collapsing onto the bed in slumber. Soon, 3 days passed. Perhaps due to the discomfort following the ingestion of the rebirth pill, Jiang Luiying remained in a state of drowsiness, sleeping throughout the day and lacking the energy to pay her respects to Zhiyin. On the morning of the 4th day, she awoke feeling invigorated and mentally clear that a simple invocation of her spiritual power revealed the nascent form of her spiritual root beginning to take shape within her dantian. Jiang Luiying's heart leapt with joy, and she quickly withdrew her focus on the spiritual power. The complete formation of the spiritual root was uncertain, and this rebirth pill had been painstakingly concocted using various items from the marketplace while the system was offline. There was only this solitary pill, without any reference specimen. To be on the safe side, she decided to refrain from using spiritual power during this period, lest she inadvertently disrupt the developing meridians. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Luiying set out with Danqing, affixing a red fire talisman, to the village at the foot of Jingfan Mountain, intending to purchase a few warm garments. Although Danqing, in her true form, was a celestial crane unfazed by the cold, this body was still susceptible to it. The past 3 days, confined to the warmth of the bed, had been manageable, but stepping out caused her to shiver uncontrollably, even making eating feel akin to a monkey trying to crush garlic, while Jingfan Mountain was subject to relentless cold winds throughout the year. The town at its base was not unbearably frigid. The skies above were protected by a barrier set by Yin against the biting winds. It did not guarantee a spring-like warmth, but it certainly ensured that no one without sufficient clothing would perish on the streets. Daily, throngs of visitors flocked to Jingfan Temple, rendering the town bustling and prosperous. Jiang Luing located a pawn shop. Retrieving several bracelets she had secretly brought from Jinghua from her storage bag, she retained a single, rudimentary silver bracelet of considerable age, pawning the rest for a few silver notes, and proceeded directly to the most appealing clothing shop at the street's corner. At that moment, she was still clad in the maid's attire she had worn while escaping the Demon Palace, which did not convey an image of someone with purchasing power. Thus the shopkeeper paid her little mind. Jiang Luing perused the racks, selecting a set of teal cross-collared skirt and jacket for Danqing to try on, and then found a misty blue long coat with a standing collar. Pairing it with a deep blue pleated skirt, which she took to the fitting room to try on herself. Upon emerging to assess the result, she found it quite satisfactory. She then pointed to a pure white fox fur cloak hanging on a wooden rack and said to the shopkeeper, "Please help me take this down to try." The shopkeeper glanced at her, speaking in a sarcastic tone, "Miss, this garment is too light in color and prone to dirt. Therefore, we do not allow fitting." Jiang Luing clicked her tongue, not dwelling on it further. She could understand the concern about potential stains. Just then, a charming voice interjected, "I'll try that cloak on." The shopkeeper immediately became obsequious, swiftly retrieving the white cloak and presenting it to a young girl in a pink jacket. Jiang Luing pondered, why the disparate treatment? She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, noting her lack of adornments, her hair merely tied back with a simple band, and compared herself to the young girl, who was adorned with delicate floral hairpieces that in the realm of cultivation. Such embellishments were no less valuable than gold and jewels. Thus, it was no surprise that they were cautious about allowing her to try on that cloak, fearing she might stain it beyond compensation. Having spent 30 years in this small world, even when she held the lowest status as a minor medicinal servant in the Song family, she had never experienced such treatment. With a sigh, she chose to remain silent. Currently, her cultivation had not been restored, and with two formidable adversaries lurking, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. The young girl in pink casually swept her hand across a row of high-end garments, and the shopkeeper, beaming, assisted her in trying on each piece. Jiang Luing wandered into that section, finding no more options to select from, and decided to purchase her current outfit to make do for a couple of days. Just as she was preparing to check out, the young girl emerged wearing a goose-yellow tunic. The shopkeeper, ever eager, chimed in, "Miss Ning, you look absolutely radiant in that." The girl frowned as she twirled in front of the mirror. "But it makes me look so plump." "Not at all. It exudes a charming opulence." Jiang Luing could not help but chuckle softly, noting how the shopkeeper could unabashedly flatter the girl, despite her slender figure appearing quite round in that outfit. It was commendable dedication to their sales. This sound of amusement drew the young girl's attention. "Hey, come here," she beckoned Jiang Luing with a finger. "Help me see if this outfit makes me look fat." Jiang Luing considered for a moment. The girl appeared to be a sheltered young lady, clearly lacking malice, adhering to the principle of not letting a fellow girl be taken advantage of. She obediently approached and offered her opinion. "This one indeed does not flatter your figure." The shopkeeper's face fell immediately. "My dear miss, how can thick garments be expected to be flattering?" Jiang Luing shrugged at the girl. "I've said my piece. Whether you heed it is up to you." After all, a wealthy young lady was bound to prioritize costlier items over fitting ones. The girl seemed receptive to the advice, exclaiming, "I knew my instincts were right. This outfit does make me look bulkier. Wait a moment, I'll try on a few more, and you can help me decide." Jiang Luing ignored the shopkeeper's dagger-like glare and leaned against the wall, leisurely waiting. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a round face and almond-shaped eyes, her features endearing. Upon first sight, Jiang Luing felt a sense of familiarity and warmth. Danqing had already chosen her garments and transformed back into a small bird, nestling into her sleeve. With no pressing matters for the afternoon, Jiang Luing patiently assisted the girl in selecting outfits. Chapter 39. Wan Chenfoz prepares to emerge from seclusion during the interlude while the girl changed. They exchanged a few pleasantries, discovering that she frequently resided at Jingfan Temple. Jiang Luing decided to inquire about Jianfoz's current situation. Jianfoz? The girl widened her eyes in disbelief. Staring at her, Jianfoz has long since attained nirvana. You didn't know? Jiang Luing felt as though she had received a heavy blow. Nirvana. When did this occur? About 17 years ago. The girl replied while adjusting her sash. Jiang Luing pressed her lips together, her heart a tumult of emotions that in her timeline. Only 2 years had passed since her last encounter with Jianfoz. Little did she know that he had already been in nirvana for 17 years. The vicissitudes of life can alter everything in an instant. This adage perfectly encapsulated her current state of mind. With a sense of melancholy, Jiang Luing composed herself and inquired further, then who currently oversees Jingfan Temple. She had previously met several of Jianfoz's disciples, all of whom were compassionate and dedicated to the welfare of all beings. Yet she was unaware of who held the leadership now. The girl's eyes gleamed with a different emotion, her voice sweetening. The current leader is Wan Chunfoz. Jiang Luing frowned. Wan Chun. She could not recall any of Jian's closest disciples bearing that name. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Jingfan Temple existed beyond the confines of the three realms. Whoever was in charge would inherently ensure safety beyond elsewhere. Mentioning Wan Chunfoz seemed to unleash the girl's enthusiasm, and she began to speak animatedly. Wan Chunfoz is not only immensely powerful, but he is also ethereal and untainted by worldly affairs. Devoted to the betterment of the cultivation realm, taking it upon himself to eradicate demonic cultivators, that he is my utmost idol. The girl clasped her hands in front of her chest, exuding an infatuated demeanor. Jiang Luing, however, felt increasingly perplexed. Devoted to the betterment of the cultivation realm and eradicating demonic cultivators, this contradicts the principles upheld by Jingfan Temple, leading the charge in the divisive stance against demonic forces. Would Jianfoz's disciples truly align with him? The girl continued her enthusiastic discourse, completely oblivious to the strange expression on Jiang Luing's face that a year ago he led the cultivators in an assault against the demonic realm and was injured. Since then, he has been in seclusion, but if all goes well, he will emerge tomorrow. Did I plan to greet him? With that, she spun around in front of Jiang Luing, arms outstretched. Do you think this peach-colored outfit would be more festive for the occasion? Indeed, Jiang Luing absent-mindedly nodded. The girl selected several outfits, purchasing them along with 2 monk robes, paid, and happily packed her belongings into her storage bag, heading up the mountain alongside Jiang Luing. Ultimately, Jiang Luing purchased the white cloak, which the girl dismissed as too plain and unappealing. Then on their way back to the temple, Jiang Luing inquired about the girl's name. That my name is Jiang Ninghua. You can just call me Ninghua. What about you? The girl appeared utterly guileless. Jiang Luing blinked, finding the name somewhat familiar, but thought little of it, responding graciously, Jiang Luing Dutto. You share the Jiang surname as well. How coincidental. Indeed, what a twist of fate. Jiang Luing smiled lightly. The names Jiang and Jiang are homophones, and she had used both forms, thus she did not consider the implications of their phonetic similarity. At present, her curiosity was piqued by another matter. You mentioned that a year ago, Wan Chunfoz led the cultivation world to assault the demon realm. What was that all about? Jiang Ninghua exclaimed, indignantly declaring. The demon realm is tyrannical, oppressing both men and women. They deserve to be dealt with. As the foremost figure in the cultivation world, Wan Chunfoz should have vanquished those demons decisively. Who would have anticipated that the demon lord had some sort of formation at his disposal? Employing underhanded tactics, Wan Chunfoz was caught off guard and sustained injuries that as she spoke, her fists clenched in determination. However, I have heard that Wan Chunfoz has made significant progress during this retreat. He will surely triumph in the next encounter with the demon realm. The young girl brimmed with confidence. Yet Jiang Luing found herself increasingly perplexed. Why did the title of the foremost figure in the cultivation world sound so familiar? Moreover, even if Jingfan Temple were not to remain neutral, it should not take the lead in warfare, right? A sense of foreboding began to stir within her. The current situation diverged from her expectations. She resolved to wait until tomorrow when Wan Chunfoz emerged from seclusion to gauge the circumstances. Hoping to bide her time. Upon returning to Jingfan Temple, Jiang Luing discovered that Jiang Ninghua frequently resided there due to her mother, Madame Ning, dedicating herself to secluded cultivation. Madame Ning often ventured out to undertake commissions. assisting people in subduing demons and refining weapons for profit. However, when Wanqing Fozu was present in the temple, she would certainly remain to guard it. Jiang Luiying found this perplexing. That isn't Wanqing Fozu a monk? The young girl blinked in surprise. Indeed. Then he cannot take a wife. Can he? Precisely. Jiang Ninghua said earnestly. There are many female cultivators who admire Wanqing Fozu. Just wait and see. When he emerges from seclusion tomorrow, the temple will be filled with helpless lodgers. Female cultivators vying for attention. That my presence will neither add nor diminish. With a glint in her eye, she continued, and who can guarantee that he won't renounce his vows in the future? There are plenty of tales about aloof monks descending from their pedestals for the sake of their beloved. Jiang Luiying recalled that during the time of Jian Fozu, such tales had never circulated within the cultivation world. This suggests just how remarkable Wanqing Fozu's appearance must be, for even with a shaved head, female cultivators flocked to him, without hesitation. As evening fell, it was indeed as Jiang Ninghua had predicted. Jingfan Temple was teeming with visitors. Jiang Luiying felt fortunate to have arrived several days earlier. Otherwise, she feared she would have struggled to even enter through the gates. The next evening, shortly after finishing dinner, Jiang Luiying was pulled by Jiang Ninghua to welcome Wanqing Fozu's emergence from seclusion at Wuhui Cliff. By the time they arrived, the place was already packed with people, mostly female cultivators holding bouquets and signs. Creating an impressive spectacle, Jiang Luiying stood in stunned silence, thinking that anyone aware of Wanqing Fozu's emergence would assume a celebrity was disembarking from an airport. As the time for his emergence approached, the female cultivators huddled together to gossip. Do you think Wanqing Fozu is coming out because he knows something has changed in the demon realm? Are you referring to the incident with the princess of Zhao running away from her marriage? What? Why would the Zhao prince matter? I mean the demon lord. A female cultivator lowered her voice, sharing a secretive tidbit with her companion that I heard from my uncle's neighbor's nephew, who has connections in the demon palace. This matter is quite complicated. From the moment Jiang Luiying overheard the first sentence, a chill ran down her spine, and she instinctively crouched low, intending to flee. However, Jiang Ninghua was relentless, dragging her along with enthusiasm, asking, "What were you saying just now? The princess of Zhao ran away from her marriage?" "Yes." The female cultivator nodded, seeing the crowd's growing interest and exaggerating her tone. "Let me tell you, the truth is that the princess of Zhao didn't run away at all." The crowd gasped in unison. The cultivator, with an air of mystery, scanned the audience before revealing, "She was abducted." Jiang Luiying gasped in astonishment. Chapter 40. This Fozu looks familiar, hey? Don't dismiss it so easily. The female cultivator, noticing Jiang Luiying's skeptical expression, placed her hands on her hips defiantly. My uncle's neighbor's nephew said that the demon lord was furious and chased after the kidnapper, battling for 300 rounds, leveling several mountains, creating chaos and darkness. Then, no need for such details. Jiang Ninghua impatiently interrupted. Just tell us the outcome. Who won? The outcome is unknown, the female cultivator replied. The crowd groaned in disappointment. But I do know that the demon lord was injured, and the princess of Zhao has not been retrieved. It seems likely that he lost. The demon lord was injured. Jiang Ninghua's voice rose dramatically, nearly shattering Jiang Luiying's eardrums. Rubbing her ears, she asked, "Why are you so excited?" "Oh, it's nothing," Jiang Ninghua said sheepishly. "I just heard something quite extraordinary. I was taken aback that if this is true, then the one who abducted the bride must be incredibly formidable. To injure the demon lord, their strength must be at least comparable to Wanqing Fozu's, right?" Jiang Luiying, feeling guilty, touched the Jinghong sword within her storage bag, thinking, "You might have misjudged." However, she had never anticipated that the Jinghong could injure Song Qixing. At that moment, her best-case scenario had merely been to use Jinghong to distract him, creating an opportunity for her escape. When she later retrieved the sword and discovered it stained with blood, she had pondered for a long time. He was injured? That shouldn't be possible. He was merely restricted in his spiritual power on Lingquan Mountain. It wasn't as if he couldn't move at all. He should have been able to evade. Now, hearing the female cultivator's words, she could finally ascertain with certainty that the blood on Jinghong was indeed Song Qixing's, yet it was genuinely surprising that such a formidable figure could be wounded by Jinghong. She was uncertain whether to commend Jinghong's prowess or lament Song Qixing's underestimation of his opponent. Having finished their gossip, the female cultivators began to speculate on the identity of the abductor. The demon lord, Song Qixing, was already a peak figure within the three realms. The only one capable of abducting someone under his nose was likely Wanqing Fozu, perhaps with Xianxin as an addition. The mention of Xianxin was somewhat tenuous, as he had not unsheathed his sword in 50 years, leaving his capabilities shrouded in mystery. Moreover, he had never engaged in the disputes among the three realms, which led everyone to tacitly omit him from discussions of strength. Someone impulsively suggested that Feng Kuei, the leader of Lingxiao's sect, could also be a contender, but their idea was swiftly dismissed by the group. The reasoning was simple. What would a woman want with abducting a bride? If anything, she would go after the groom. Bah! Zhang Ninghua scoffed, that little brat Song Qiming. Do you think Feng Kuei would even consider him? Zhang Luiying tugged at her sleeve. You seem to hold a low opinion of the Zhao prince. Humph. You should ask what is there about him that is appealing. A useless second-generation heir, incapable of anything. At his age, he behaves like a child, shirking his responsibilities. He is neither diligent in cultivation nor reliable in tasks, and he lacks any sense of cherishing others. He cannot compare to his brother at all. After speaking, she hastily added, of course, his brother is also far from Wanqing Fozu. I do not mean to praise him. Zhang Luiying let out a long "oh," realizing that the demon lord and Wanqing Fozu were at odds. Thus the young girl was fervently disparaging the opposition. A.S. time slipped away amid the crowd's chatter. When the temple bell struck the 7th chime, a golden light suddenly erupted at Wuhui Cliff. The surroundings fell silent, and all eyes fixated on the entrance across from them, that a barrier materialized in the air, gradually parting to reveal a man's silhouette within the radiance, draped in monk's robes. With his brow lowered, he emanated an aura of sanctity that was almost otherworldly, a scarlet lotus pattern adorning his forehead, both sacred and slightly bewitching. The man stepped forth, traversing the lotus path, his robes rustling in the wind. Ah! Wanqing Fozu! The crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations, their volume so overwhelming that Zhang Luiying instinctively covered her ears and retreated at this moment. Zhang Ninghua had entirely forgotten about her, brandishing a sign and rushing to the forefront. Zhang Luiying, amidst the throng, felt immense relief that Dan Xing, having been well fed, chose not to accompany her. Otherwise, the poor creature might have been crushed in the frenzy, finally finding respite away from the center of the chaos. Zhang Luiying leaned against a tree to catch her breath, allowing herself a moment to scrutinize the appearance of this Wanqing Fozu. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. This Fozu looked oddly familiar. Having been momentarily blinded by the golden light, she rubbed her eyes and widened her gaze, only to stand frozen in shock, her pupils trembling. Isn't this Li Yotsua, my third task target, that little pervert? Wanqing Fozu. How can it be him? Having not seen him for some time, she had nearly forgotten that such a dangerous individual had yet to make an appearance. Zhang Luiying once harbored suspicions that her vision had faltered, compelling her to rub her eyes, striving to discern the distinctions between the immaculate figure of the Buddha child now gracing the heavens and Li Yotsua. However, the conclusion she reached was disappointingly simplistic. It was merely a shaved head. A wave of dread washed over Zhang Luiying as, at that moment, the man's gaze swept over the throng, landing upon her, prompting her to hastily turn and flee with all her might. What a stroke of ill fortune this was! Just moments ago, she had escaped the clutches of her two adversaries, Xianxun and Song Qixing, only to unwittingly walk into the trap set by Li Yusu. Li Yotsua was far more unnerving than the former two. Had she known he was here, she would have preferred to perish outside, at least leaving behind a complete corpse. With her tail tucked firmly between her legs, Zhang Luiying dashed back inside, grasping the neck of Dan Qing, who was wrapped in a blanket and stuffing him in her sleeve, all the while hastily packing two newly acquired garments into her storage pouch. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a set of maidservant attire from the demon palace resting on a nearby stool. And just as she reached for it, a small pink butterfly whirled in through the door. Xiaoing, Xiaoing, why have you returned? Come with me quickly. Zhang Ninghua, having just turned and realized her absence, was in a state of panic as she instantaneously teleported back. Today, she was determined to showcase her new friend to the radiant visage of the Buddha child. Zhang Luiying forced a smile, attempting to dissuade her. No, I shall not compete with you for his attention. Surely, The Buddha child can spare a glance without me. Oh, come along. I am one of the few who can converse with the Buddha child. I need to deliver his monk robes, and you must accompany me. The mere thought of direct interaction sent Jiang Luiying into a deeper state of terror, her head shaking vigorously like a rattle drum. Absolutely not. I get anxious around strangers. You need not even speak. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Others would envy my chance. Jiang Luiying flailed her arms vehemently. I refuse. I would rather die than go. I am socially anxious. Oh, what a person you are. Jiang Ninghua suddenly noticed something, her voice cutting off abruptly. Chapter 41. Flattery gone awry. Jiang Luiying paused, bewildered by the sudden cessation of the girl's words, and upon closer inspection, she realized that Jiang Ninghua's attention had been captured by the maidservant outfit in the corner. Ah, that attire looks familiar. Is it from the Demon Palace? Jiang Ninghua remarked, preparing to stride toward it. Jiang Luiying, alarmed, darted in front of her and spoke rapidly. I've changed my mind, since the opportunity is rare. I should indeed go and meet him. With her body entirely renewed and her spiritual roots yet to sprout, she reasoned that as long as she remained silent and refrained from close contact, Li Yotsua should not recognize her. But aren't you socially anxious? Jiang Ninghua questioned, puzzled by the swift change of heart, recalling her earlier stubbornness. That it's fine. I shall stand behind you and remain silent. Jiang Luiying affirmed solemnly, her expression grave. It would have been better had you agreed sooner. Jiang Ninghua rejoiced, yet her gaze remained fixated on the outfit, stretching her neck to peer past Jiang Luiying. This attire. Ah, Jiang Luiying shouted, startling Jiang Ninghua. What is it? Weren't you supposed to deliver the monk robes to the Buddha child? Jiang Luiying exaggeratedly scrutinized her. Where's the Buddha child now? Will we make it in time? Oh no, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Jiang Ninghua exclaimed louder than Jiang Luiying, quickly turning and hastening to drag her outside. The two arrived at the residence of the Buddha child, Wanshan, where the crowd was relatively sparse. Although the chase had been fervent, everyone was well aware that the Buddha child maintained a considerable distance, preferring solitude in his abode, the Wu Wu Zhai, which rarely welcomed uninvited guests. Jiang Ninghua stood at the entrance, poised and respectful. Though the door was ajar, she did not enter immediately, but called out, Buddha child Wanshan, I am Jiang Ninghua. Having heard of your emergence, I have come to present 2 sets of monk robes. After a moment, a voice, ethereal and distant, resonated. Miss Jiang, please enter. Jiang Ninghua turned back, winking at Jiang Luiying, and handed her one of the monk robes, signaling for her to follow. Jiang Luiying, clutching the robe as if it were a scalding potato, futilely inquired, perhaps I should wait for you outside? Jiang Ninghua decisively dismissed her suggestion, stepping into the courtyard. Left with no choice, Jiang Luiying exhaled a resigned sigh, lowering her head and hastily following behind. Wu Wu Zhai, perched atop the highest point of the Jingfan Mountain, was enveloped in a blanket of snow, the biting wind howling fiercely. Jiang Luiying shivered the moment she entered. The newly purchased fox fur cloak felt utterly ineffective against the chill, and she suppressed the urge to fetch a red fire talisman for warmth, trembling as she trailed Jiang Ninghua. The Buddha child, clad only in a thin monk robe, sat barefoot in the courtyard upon an icy lotus pedestal, an aura of sanctity permeating the air around him. Jiang Luiying quickly averted her gaze, peeking at him with fluttering eyelids, her mind racing with disbelief. What had possessed Li Yotsua to mimic the Buddha child so closely? He was playing the part to perfection. Had he ever possessed such admirable patience? Surely, he had not been usurped. What if the system had created a top-tier identity only for him to smite it with a single blow, opting instead to find a host? If the possession was complete and the position of Demon Lord had been claimed by Song Qixing, could it not be that Li Yotsua was now set to inherit the Buddha child's role? Originally intended for Song Qixing, such a scenario was not implausible. At that moment, Jiang Ninghua had already presented the monk robe to the Buddha child, her voice soft as she said, This is a small token I prepared for you, Buddha child, and I hope you will not find it lacking. The Buddha child nodded slowly, a flawless smile gracing his features. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Luiying promptly offered her robe as well, and this one too. She received a bland thank you that a slight relief washed over Jiang Luiying. The Buddha child had not inquired about her name, suggesting he held no interest in her. In other words, he had not associated her with a shadow dust Taoist. His former mentor, who had become a mere shell of a person 30 years prior. With this realization, Jiang Luiying's courage surged, and she retrieved a hand warmer from her storage pouch, tentatively suggesting, "The air here is frigid, and you are lightly clad. This is a small gesture from me to alleviate the cold." Upon seeing Jiang Ninghua's astonished expression, she extended the hand warmer towards the Buddha child. He glanced at it with indifference and replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but all beings share a connection, emerging from the same universe and returning to the path of nature. One must embrace compassion and refrain from utilizing their hides." With this eloquent discourse, Jiang Ninghua finally grasped the implication that the hand warmer was encased in animal skin. Wow, had the Buddha child not mentioned it, I would not have realized. She swiftly snatched the hand warmer from Jiang Luiying and concealed it behind her back. Explaining to the Buddha child, she did not mean any offense. It was her first time meeting you, and she was a bit nervous that we truly did not know it was made of animal skin. We will make amends and perform good deeds to atone for any offense. Having said this, she dared not linger, pulling Jiang Luiying along as they exited. They ran quite a distance before stopping, at which point Jiang Ninghua returned the hand warmer, chuckling in disbelief. "Seeing you take the initiative to offer something, I thought you finally recognized the Buddha child's merits and had an epiphany, only to discover you handed him an item made of animal skin. You truly," Jiang Luiying jested. "I guess I flattered him right to the horse's leg." Jiang Ninghua could not suppress her laughter. Remarking how Jiang Luiying was clearly not destined to connect with the Buddha child, striking a perfect misstep, their laughter lightened their spirits considerably. Following that encounter, Jiang Luiying gleaned a significant insight. It appeared that Li Yotsua might indeed have been forcibly usurped by the system. It was well known that the previous Li Yotsua would not have flinched at the thought of taking a life. He had always been remorseless that in years past, a man rushing to the morning market had accidentally bumped into him while pushing a vegetable cart, barking a rude remark about dogs not blocking the way. That man had subsequently collapsed, his head tragically positioned beneath the wheels of an oncoming carriage. When she had arrived on the scene, she had seen the little monster standing closest to the corpse, grinning eerily as he reveled in the crimson-stained ground. That in Li Yotsua's eyes, life had been the least valuable commodity. Conversely, the Buddha child had discerned the hand warmer's material, not only refusing it but also taking the time to offer counsel. Tio possessed such compassion for animals. How much more profound must his mercy be for humanity? What a truly magnificent Buddha child. Li Yotsua is entirely of a different ilk. It appears that she is safer now, and there is no need to worry about her suffering grievous harm. Jiang Luiying felt a sense of relief, which led her to indulge in an extra couple of bowls at dinner. Madame Ning, the mother of Jiang Ninghua, was here in seclusion, preparing the meal herself. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Luiying had been bringing Danqing along to enjoy her cooking. What was merely a simple congee and side dishes somehow tasted far superior to the extravagant delicacies available outside. Madame Ning was a warm-hearted individual, appearing to be in her early 50s, lacking any cultivation, yet her spirit was remarkably vibrant. She took a great liking to Jiang Luiying, and today, with Danqing in tow, she had prepared several additional dishes, leaving the 3 young women with full bellies. Consequently, that night, Jiang Luiying found herself unable to sleep. A gentle heat simmered in her dantian, causing an unsettling restlessness throughout her body. The process of spiritual root regeneration was inherently uncomfortable, compounded by the indigestion from lying down immediately after eating, leading her to rise in the middle of the night for a stroll to aid her digestion. Chapter 42. Master, I feel so wronged. As night fell, the winds on Jingfan Mountain howled incessantly. A man clad in a pristine white sleeping robe stood before the window, quietly observing the snow accumulating on the branches. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the stillness, causing his gaze to shift, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. However, this unusual emotion was swiftly concealed as he raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to open the courtyard door. Standing outside was a shivering female cultivator, clad in thin garments. "The Buddha's son, please save me," she implored, her complexion pale and her lips tinged with a delicate pink, exuding an air of helplessness. Wanchan sighed softly and spoke gently. "If you don't mind, come in and have a cup of hot tea." A glimmer of joy crossed the woman's face as she hurriedly stepped through the courtyard and into the room. Wanchan approached the table, placing his left palm near the teapot, allowing his spiritual energy to infuse it with warmth. In no time, the water began to heat up, and he poured a cup of tea, preparing to call the female cultivator over, only to turn around and find her had already shed her garments and burrowed beneath his covers. Her eyes glazed and cheeks flushed as she reached out a hand toward him. "The Buddha's son, I have been poisoned. Please help me." She had fallen victim to a potent aphrodisiac, and if she did not engage in a union with a man within the hour, her meridians would rupture, leading to her demise. She had deliberately waited for over half an hour to seek assistance, confident that the compassionate Buddha's son would not stand idly by and allow her to perish. She thought that previous women had failed to entice him into breaking his vows, simply due to their lack of audacity. Today, she wagered her life, believing she could pluck this elusive flower from its high perch. Wan Chan stood at the table, still holding the steaming cup of tea, quietly observing the woman on the bed, his gaze gradually deepening. This subtle change only heightened the woman's delight. She was certain she had not miscalculated her gamble. If she survived the night, Wan Chan would belong to her. The protagonist from the tales who lured the Buddha's son down from his pedestal was destined to be her. Wan Chan lingered at a distance for a moment, seemingly embroiled in internal conflict, that in a short while, he resolved his struggle. He approached the bedside, slowly curling his lips into a smile. "That my dear, let us first have some tea." The female cultivator nodded shyly, taking small sips of the tea from his hand. With one hand supporting the teacup, he gently caressed her hair with the other, that a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. She was about to speak when she felt the pressure of his hand on the back of her head suddenly intensify. Followed by a sharp pain in her mouth, he was attempting to force the entire teacup in her mouth. "Ah!" The woman struggled fiercely, her nails clawing at Wan Chan's arm, yet her head remained firmly ensnared between his hands. The teacup, about the size of a man's palm and made of porcelain, was inexorably crushed against her teeth by his relentless strength. Her choked cries mingled with the sound of shattering porcelain. Carried away by the biting winds, unable to reach even half a mile, the commotion began to wane. The man slowly released his grip, carelessly tossing the woman to the ground like a discarded rag. The shards of the teacup had been completely swallowed, and the woman lay bloodied, her eyes wide open, lifeless. Yotsua closed his eyes and tilted his head back, releasing a long breath before casting a disdainful glance at his hands. In his left hand glimmered a faintly luminous orb of energy, the essence he had just extracted from the woman's brain. His right hand, stained in a seductive red, resembled a poppy in the night, both alluring and beautiful to filthy. The man stepped over the woman's lifeless body, wiping his hands clean on the bedding before draping it over her. After a moment's thought, feeling that this was perhaps inappropriate, he used his spiritual energy to erase the scars from her face and neck, adjusting her clothing before snapping his fingers. The woman's corpse wobbled unsteadily and rose to its feet. "The door is there. No need to see you out," Yotsua smiled enigmatically, and the corpse, wrapped in the bedding, staggered out the door. The winds on the mountain continued to howl, and Yotsua stood at the edge of the courtyard, watching as the snowstorm enveloped the figure, now receding like a small hill, a helpless smile playing upon his lips. Upon returning indoors, he stowed away the Ascension of the Heavenly Origin Taoist scroll, revealing another portrait behind it. The image depicted a woman with a stern countenance, her phoenix eyes narrowed, exuding an air of aloofness. "The master." Yotsua knelt reverently, leaning against the portrait, gently stroking the hem of the figure's dress. His tone both cunning and pitiful. "Master, someone disturbed my rest and even soiled my bed. I feel so wronged," he sniffled, adopting a childlike expression, his eyes glistening as they gazed at the cheeks of the figure in the painting. "But master, I do not blame her. It is cold outside, and I even lent her my blanket. Master, am I not a good child?" He affectionately rubbed his cheek against the shoes of his master, his voice tinged with grievance. "Master, I am being very obedient. I am striving to be a Taoist lord who cares for the world. If you are angry, please return. I miss you dearly." Meanwhile, Jiang Luiying, who had stepped out for a breath of fresh air and a stroll to aid her digestion, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, her body covered in goosebumps. How peculiar. She rubbed her arms, glancing around. There was no wind, so why was it suddenly so cold? Upon closer inspection, she noticed something moving slowly in the snow, resembling a person. Jiang Luiying squinted, observing for a while before deciding to issue a warning. Hey, you shouldn't go over there. If you continue, you'll reach a cliff. It's very dangerous in this snowy weather. The figure did not respond, continuing to stagger toward the precipice. Jiang Luiying let out a cry of despair, unable to quell the instinctive urge to intervene. Ultimately racing toward the figure that as she drew nearer, she realized it was a woman. Her hair adorned with icicles, wrapped in a blanket that appeared utterly ineffective at providing warmth, hanging loosely around her. "Excuse me, miss?" Jiang Luiying approached her from the side, catching a glimpse of the cliff just a few steps away, and in a friendly tone, asked, "What are you doing out here so late?" The woman's gaze was vacant, and she ignored Jiang Luiying, brushing past her shoulder and continuing forward. Jiang Luiying stumbled slightly from the impact, an inexplicable sense of eeriness washing over her from the point of contact. She stood frozen for a moment, still unable to comprehend the situation, when a sound sliced through the air behind her. The woman had jumped, without hesitation, without pause. She stepped off the edge as if walking normally, plummeting down the cliff. "Hey!" Jiang Luiying lunged forward with all her might, hoping to catch her, but only grasped the edge of the blanket. She leaned over the cliff, watching helplessly as the woman struck the ground with a resounding thud that echoed through the mountains. In that instant, she understood the source of the earlier eeriness. The woman was devoid of warmth. She was not a living being. Chapter 43. Caught in the act at that moment, Jiang Luiying felt her hands and feet grow cold, a wave of chill piercing her heart. Such a bizarre scene, occurring anywhere else, might have led her to believe she had encountered a demon or was caught in an illusion. Yet having just seen the seemingly possessed Li Yotsua during the day, encountering such a situation at night left her with no doubt. Wanshan, the Buddha's son, was none other than Li Yotsua, that original little pervert. His facade of holiness and compassion was merely a mask. Jiang Luiying shut her eyes, mentally chastising herself for earlier that day. After having interacted with this little pervert for a decade, knowing full well his penchant for feigning innocence, how could she have been deceived by his performance? She felt as though she was regressing. Time was of the essence. She scrambled to her feet, activating a swift travel talisman, preparing to flee with Dan Qing under cover of night. The danger posed by Li Yotsua was far too great, and she was currently in the delicate phase of spiritual root regeneration, leaving no room for error. As for the woman from before, Jiang Luiying suppressed the faint pang of guilt within her. It was not that she was unwilling to seek justice for the woman, but rather that she was struggling to protect herself in the present. Once Li Yotsua has her in his grasp, the consequences could be dire. At best, she would face a fate akin to her previous life, reduced to ashes with a single slap. At worst, she might be subjected to the gruesome fate of becoming a human puppet. In such a precarious situation, her foremost priority must be her own survival. The distance from the back mountain to the guest room is less than 2 miles, and in just a few fleeting moments, Jiang Luiying darted back, only to freeze in place upon entering. At the round table within the room sat a man, impeccably pristine, savoring his tea with an air of tranquility. Jiang Luiying inhaled sharply, her mind ablaze with alarm. This is it. It's all over. Although she was uncertain of Li Yotsua's current prowess, anyone who could oppose the demon lord for so many years and stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world must possess strength equal to, if not greater than, Song Qixing's that in their realm. Jiang Luiying had reached this level during her shadow dust phase, allowing her to perceive everything within a 100-mile radius through her spiritual senses that if they wished to see, there was nothing beyond their sight, save for beings of superior strength. The woman moments ago had evidently been lured to the edge of the cliff by Li Yotsua's spiritual energy, creating the illusion of an accidental fall. Li Yotsua would undoubtedly be aware of this incident through his spiritual senses that if he noticed what transpired, he would surely witness her desperate attempt to seize the woman. Thus, the current predicament was that Li Yotsua, under the guise of a bodhisattva, was engaged in nefarious deeds, and she had stumbled upon him. It was evident that his appearance in her room had but one intention, silencing her permanently. That a myriad of self-preservation strategies flooded Jiang Luiying's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. That in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. She was merely a fledgling, and confronting a powerhouse head-on would only lead to her utter annihilation. That a wise woman knows when to bend. Preserving her life took precedence. Therefore, she let out a desperate wail, clinging to Li Yotsua's leg, tears streaming down her face. "Bodhisattva, your timing is impeccable. The back mountain is haunted." Her cries were loud, yet they failed to rouse Danqing, who was peacefully slumbering at the bedside. Indeed, Li Yotsua had employed a soundproof barrier. Li Yotsua cast a downward glance at the woman ineffectually clinging to his pant leg, a wave of irritation rising within him. He despised anyone sullying his personal belongings, be it bedding or clothing. Sensing the shift in his mood, Jiang Luiying wisely released her grip, retreating a couple of steps to kneel on the ground. Trembling, "Bodhisattva, will you not take a look? It's terrifying. I truly fear for my life." Li Yotsua probed the woman's spiritual pulse with his senses, noting only a faint trace of power, comparable to that of an ordinary person. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Luiying's forehead. Her current spiritual roots were that of shadow dust, and she was uncertain if her spiritual pulse had changed in tandem, that if she had developed a spiritual pulse first. Given Li Yotsua's strength, he might detect the similarity, that as time dragged on. Mere seconds felt like an eternity for Jiang Luiying to at last. Li Yotsua spoke that I end the sacred grounds of Jingfan Temple. No malevolent spirit shall roam. Jiang Luiying stared at him blankly for 2 seconds, then exaggeratedly exhaled, patting her chest and muttering to herself. Right, this is Jingfan Temple, with the foremost bodhisattva presiding. How could there be any demons or ghosts? It seems I was merely dreaming. My eyesight deceived me. Did I end this moment? She resolved to flatter him, elevating him to the status of her idol, for doing so would enhance her chances of survival. Indeed, Li Yotsua's murderous intent seemed to wane considerably. Since night has fallen, it would be prudent for you, young lady, to refrain from wandering about, lest you truly encounter some malevolent entity. Jiang Luiying nodded vigorously. Understood. Thank you for your concern, Bodhisattva. Once Li Yotsua confirmed that she posed no threat, he prepared to take his leave. Even if the female cultivator's body were discovered the following day, she would not stir any significant turmoil. She possessed no evidence linking her death to the esteemed Bodhisattva. That as he moved, his peripheral vision caught sight of a wooden wardrobe in the corner, inside which lay a maid's outfit from the demon palace. It belonged to Danqing. Jiang Luiying had already tucked hers away in her storage pouch. That Li Yotsua paused, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Jiang Luiying with newfound calculation. This woman had significant ties to the demon palace. Considering that the demon palace had recently lost a royal bride, he swiftly connected the two events. The demon palace lost a bride, and now a maid's outfit from the palace appeared in Jingfan Temple. If that royal bride had indeed fled her wedding, Jingfan Temple would serve as an ideal sanctuary. With this thought, Li Yotsua's lips curled into a subtle smile. The demon palace was indeed a foul place. Look at how they all scurried away. Jiang Luiying, mentally cheering for this ancestral figure's departure, was taken aback when Li Yotsua halted just before crossing the threshold. Turning to face her directly, that I perceive a dark aura accumulating in your brow, suggesting you may be afflicted by malevolent forces. Starting tomorrow, you shall visit the Wu Chamber daily, and I will assist in purging your malignancy and cleansing your spirit. Jiang Luiying forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace, thinking to herself that it was proximity to him that truly constituted the malignant influence. Yet, she could not refuse. After all, she was merely an ordinary mortal, and hearing the Bodhisattva make such a declaration was bound to leave her both astonished and flattered. Thus, she anxiously inquired, as a mere woman, what merit do I possess to trouble the Bodhisattva with my afflictions? I could simply attend the temple and listen to the chanting. That Li Yotsua fixed her with an imposing gaze. Did you not just witness a ghost and were terrified? What, now you are no longer afraid? I am terrified. Jiang Luiying quickly adopted a quail-like posture. For the Bodhisattva to personally exorcise my demons is a blessing I could scarcely wish for. Yet I fear I may impede your important matters. Noticing Li Yotsua's expression shifting toward suspicion, Jiang Luiying hastily expressed her gratitude. Upon reflection, since the Bodhisattva has offered, it would be ungracious of me to refuse. Let us agree on this. I shall come tomorrow. I cannot disappoint the Bodhisattva's kindness. Li Yotsua smiled with an inscrutable intent. But do not forget, should you leave Jingfan Temple without permission, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. His words sent a chill down Jiang Luiying's spine. Watching Li Yotsua gracefully depart, she nearly ground her teeth in frustration. That it was a threat, an unabashed threat. Chapter 44. The Mirror of Mount Sumeru. The next morning, Jiang Luiying climbed to the mountaintop, grumbling as she made her way to the Wu Chamber. The door stood ajar, and as she approached, she found Li Yotsua standing before two plum trees, meticulously pruning the branches. Bodhisattva, she called softly, entering the courtyard only upon receiving his nod of permission. Bodhisattva, I have arrived. How shall we proceed with the exorcism? Jiang Luiying feigned ignorance in her inquiry. Li Yotsua cast her a brief glance, not turning his head as he instructed. First, clean the snow off the lotus platform. Jiang Luiying complied, thinking it was merely a chore. Wiping a lotus platform was hardly a daunting task. Wrapping her cloak tighter around her, she pulled an unwanted garment from her storage pouch to use as a rag and began to clean the platform. The previous night had seen another snowfall. The morning sun had warmed it just enough to create a thin layer of ice. Jiang Luiying, being merely human, could not withstand the cold and ultimately resorted to applying a heat talisman. Li Yotsua observed her actions with his spiritual sense, remarking pointedly, "That talisman is quite impressive that I purchased it. It cost a fair sum." Jiang Luiying fibbed effortlessly. "Oh, where did you acquire it? Such a talisman must have come from a master of considerable skill." Jiang Luiying's hands paused, mentally cursing the little weirdo. It was just a talisman. Why delve so deeply into its origins? It was from the black market. With enough money, anything could be purchased. She had no idea who crafted it. All that mattered was its efficacy. As she scraped the last of the ice away and tossed it aside, she swiftly wiped the lotus platform clean, then patted it proudly, looking up at Li Yotsua. "Bodhisattva, it is done. What comes next?" Li Yotsua merely glanced at her before stating, "The windowsills also require cleaning. I would appreciate it if you could attend to them." Jiang Luiying rolled her eyes silently, saying nothing as she stepped inside to wipe the windowsills. While cleaning, her peripheral vision caught sight of an object on the table that seemed familiar, prompting her to approach it. It was a copper mirror, roughly the size of a human face, its edges adorned with intricate patterns of Bodhi leaves. The design was simple, yet exuded an allure, resembling an unfathomable abyss that seemed to draw one closer with an unseen force. Jiang Luiying furrowed her brow. She had seen this artifact in the possession of Ji Yin, the Bodhisattva. This was the mirror of Mount Sumeru, which contained a vast space within. Its owner could manipulate everything within, including time and the concentration of spiritual energy. During a plague outbreak in the human realm, Ji Yin had utilized the mirror of Mount Sumeru to cultivate a plethora of spiritual herbs in a remarkably short time, saving countless lives. Now, however, this mirror of Mount Sumeru was in Li Yotsua's possession. This was Ji Yan's most prized artifact. Even if it were passed down, it should have gone to his disciples. How could it possibly end up with Li Yotsua? Upon this realization, Jiang Luiying was suddenly struck by a terrifying thought. During her stay at the Jingfan Temple, she had not encountered a single disciple of the Jiyan Buddha in his lifetime. Jiyan had 18 true disciples, who were known for their discreet demeanor, dressing and behaving like the most ordinary novices in the temple, engaging in the same tasks when not in cultivation. Although Jiang Luiying had visited infrequently, she had always managed to encounter 2 or 3 of them attending to the Buddha. Now, not only did she fail to see any, but she hadn't even heard anyone mention them, as if they had collectively vanished in the past. She might have thought they were all engaged in some group activity away from the temple. However, with Li Yotsua present, she was forced to consider the worst possibilities. She walked over to the Shumi mirror, where an intense premonition surged within her that it was highly likely that the Jiyan Buddha had not passed away in the usual manner. What role had Li Yotsua played in this? The Shumi mirror emitted a faint glow, as if beckoning her, enticing her to extend her right hand, and, almost instinctively, she touched it. The moment her fingers brushed against the mirror, a jolt surged through her mind, her vision first flickering like static before turning completely white. After a few seconds, the whiteness gradually faded, revealing that she was seated in a familiar bamboo hut. This place was all too familiar to her. It was where she had spent a decade alongside Li Yotsua, since her last task involved dealing with Li Yotsua, and after he had struck her down. She had closed her eyes only to find herself here in the present. Consequently, everything concerning Li Yotsua left a profound impression on her. Now, suddenly discovering herself back in the bamboo hut was as shocking as a bolt from the blue. What had transpired? Had time warped, bringing her back to a previous moment? She glanced down at herself and saw that she was clad in the pale blue robe she used to wear. Devoid of any embellishments, she attempted to summon her spiritual energy and was horrified to discover that her cultivation was intact. No way, Jiang Luiying thought, on the verge of tears. Could this truly be a system glitch? Throwing her back to the time of her task involving Li Yotsua, she had no desire to relive that experience. System, system, she called out softly, but found no response from the system. Instead, another voice answered her. Master, Jiang Luiying's pupils constricted, and she turned to see Li Yotsua standing in the doorway, his hair flowing and his attire sharp, illuminated by the light behind him, his gaze filled with shock and uncertainty. Jiang Luiying held her breath, frozen in place, unsure how to react. Yet before she could gather her thoughts on whether to acknowledge him as master, she saw Li Yotsua's expression darken, his eyes filled with a brooding intensity. In an instant, he appeared before her, and the next moment, she felt a swift punch to her senses, the world spinning around her as her neck tightened in his grip. Speak. Who are you, truly, Jiang Luiying? Dazed, took a moment to realize that what had just transpired must have been an illusion. She was still in the Wu Hall, her neck caught in Li Yotsua's grasp. What's wrong with me? She gazed at Li Yotsua, seeking answers from him. Although the earlier events had been fleeting, they felt incredibly real, enough to deceive her into believing she had returned to the past to not evade the topic. Li Yotsua said, his piercing gaze fixed on her face. How could this woman be naturally drawn to the Shumi mirror? And how could she so easily possess the form of my master? He had expended every effort to preserve a fragment of his master's soul within the Shumi mirror, painstakingly crafted a physical body for him, only for the soul to enter the body but remain in a comatose state. Like a puppet, the body, now occupied by a soul, would naturally reject other souls. Yet this woman had merely touched the Shumi mirror without being repelled, directly inhabiting his master's form. Jiang Luiying, witnessing the incredulity in Li Yotsua's eyes, felt her own despair deepen. Before she could inquire about the situation, this peculiar man had begun to interrogate her. Feeling the grip around her neck tighten, she could only feign ignorance and stubbornly deny any wrongdoing. I am just an ordinary person. What do you mean? What are you saying, Buddha? Li Yotsua's tone grew colder, pulling her closer, his aura imposing. What is your name? Where do you come from? What is your purpose at the Jingfan Temple? Chapter 45. We will catch her off guard. Jiang Luiying sensed that the situation was turning dire. This peculiar man was clearly beginning to harbor doubts. At this moment, she had to reveal some truths. Thus, she quickly confessed, I am actually the 7th princess of Jinghua, and I am here seeking refuge. Perhaps due to her willingness to confess, the skepticism in Li Yotsua's eyes slightly waned, and he let out a soft laugh. The 7th princess of Jinghua, so you are the one who recently went missing from the Demon Palace, the Zhao Wangfei. Indeed, that is me. Jiang Luiying closed her eyes and steeled herself, adopting an expression as if she were prepared to sacrifice herself. The demon lord forced me into this situation. Fleeing from marriage was my only option that I end this vast world. Only the Jingfan Temple stands against the Demon Palace and is willing to protect the weak. You, Buddha, harbor compassion for all and possess strength surpassing that of the demon lord, which is why I sought refuge here. If I have caused you any trouble, I shall leave at once. She elevated the Buddha and the Jingfan Temple, showering them with praise before taking a step back, avoiding any semblance of aggression. Since Li Yotsua occupied this position, he would undoubtedly have his reservations. For instance, the female cultivator from the previous night, had this been in the past. He would have simply scattered her ashes without hesitation, never bothering to fabricate a scene of suicide. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Luiying felt the constricting force around her neck dissipate. Li Yotsua turned and approached the table, gently brushing his fingers over the Shumi mirror without speaking. Jiang Luiying dared to steal a glance at him, only to find him smiling, a genuine smile that suggested he had finally discovered a reason to embrace his true nature. It's over. He intends to kill. Jiang Luiying instantly realized this, mentally replaying which of her words might have provoked Li Yotsua's murderous intent. Her previous response had seemed flawless, yet here he was, caressing the Shumi mirror. Could it be because of the earlier illusion? It had to be. After all, Ancient had appeared. If Li Yotsua wished to kill her now, it was undoubtedly due to her connection with Ancient, understanding the root of the issue. Jiang Luiying acted decisively. Earlier, a woman appeared in my mind who claimed to be Ancient, as expected. The moment those words left her lips, the smile vanished from Li Yotsua's face, in an instant. Her neck was seized once more, his flawless visage mere inches from hers. Say that again. Each word dripped with a biting intensity. Jiang Luiying swallowed hard, struggling to respond. Just now, A woman who called herself ancient suddenly appeared in my mind and spoke to me. Buddha, am I being entangled by something? Please help me. You say you saw her. Did you catch a glimpse of what her sword looks like? Li Yotsua inquired. Jiang Luiying rolled her eyes internally. Her identity as Ingshun had been fabricated by the system. She didn't require a weapon. Her very essence was her greatest tool. This peculiar man was testing her. She feigned contemplation and replied weakly. It seems that woman did not possess a sword. That Li Yotsua nodded, a glint of eagerness flickering in his eyes. What else did she say? Jiang Luiying, brainstorming rapidly, fabricated. She mentioned that we share some fate and hopes I will seek her out. She will guide me. Li Yotsua's mind raced, questioning the veracity of her words. His master soul had been carefully preserved within the Shumi mirror. How could she guide this woman? His master had always acted discreetly, never flaunting his abilities or revealing his name to outsiders. After the demise of Jiyin and his bothersome disciples, few in the cultivation world even knew of Ingshun's existence. Yet this woman not only knew his master's name, but also stated the fact that his master lacked a sword. Was it possible that during the time he collected his master's soul, he had overlooked something, causing the master within the Shumi mirror to remain unconscious? And now, the master appearing in this woman's mind was a fragment of that neglected soul. Jiang Luiying, discerning his thoughts, estimated that she had gained his trust, and thus, she slowly added, she also specifically emphasized that I must not tell you. Upon hearing this, it felt as though a knife had plunged into Li Yotsua's heart, his gaze freezing in place. Seizing the moment, Jiang Luiying lunged forward, freeing her neck from his grasp and clinging to his leg. Buddha, please save me. Is it possible that the vengeful spirit I encountered last night has entangled itself with me? How terrifying. Why did she ask me to find her? Surely she doesn't intend to take me away, does she? I do not wish to perish. Li Yotsua abruptly rose from her seat amidst her incessant ramblings. Striding towards the celestial ascent painting of Tainyuan Daijin hanging on the wall, her eyes ablaze with a crimson intensity as she gazed intently at a particular spot. Beneath that painting was the portrait of Ingshun Daojun, and the focus of Li Yotsua's stare was none other than Ingshun's visage. The atmosphere in the room was fraught with tension. Jiang Luiying had expressed all that she could and acted her part, her heart pounding incessantly. The practice of silencing witnesses and eradicating threats was Li Yotsua's modus operandi. Upon learning that her former master, who had once regarded her with disdain, might still be alive, Li Yotsua would undoubtedly find a way to seek her out and ensure her demise, condemning her to eternal suffering. Now, with the guide finally emerging, Jiang Luiying was greatly reassured that Li Yotsua would not easily resort to violence against her before locating Ingshun. Therefore, her immediate task was to engage in a delicate dance with Li Yotsua while preserving her own life. Once her spiritual roots were restored and her cultivation regained, everything would be manageable. Even if she openly acknowledged herself as Ingshun, what of it? This little pervert would be no match for her. Indeed, after fixating on the celestial ascent painting for a moment, Li Yotsua turned back, her voice laden with an oppressive weight, that I shall assist you in exorcising the malevolent spirit. But to address the root of the issue, we must locate her. Jiang Luiying nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Buddha's child, I shall keep her steady. When she next appears, I shall deceive her into believing I have divulged nothing to you, and then allow her to guide me to find her. We shall strike her unawares. Li Yotsua narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, offering a non-committal hum as she contemplated that once she found her master's lingering soul, she would swiftly eliminate this audacious woman. That oh no, killing her was not an option. She still held great utility. Li Yotsua had hurriedly emerged from seclusion, intending to leverage Jiang Ninghua as a bargaining chip to constrain the demon realm while obliterating the demon race amidst the demon lord's grievous injuries. Recently, the demon lord had remained unconscious, leaving the Zhao Wang to handle state affairs, preoccupied with the search for the whereabouts of the Zhao Wangfei. Ostensibly a search, yet not entirely so, according to reports from covert channels. The Zhao Wang had issued a strict order forbidding his subordinates from harming the Zhao Wangfei. They were instructed to immediately report any sightings without causing alarm, even before the demon lord fell into a coma. He had specifically instructed that the seventh princess should not be troubled on account of his injuries. This seventh princess was indeed intriguing. Although it had been publicly announced across the three realms that the Zhao Wang was to marry the seventh princess of Jinghua, And even the Zhao Wang search employed the title of Zhao Wangfei. The demon lord referred to this prospective sister-in-law as the seventh princess. The more Li Yotsua pondered this, the more amusing it became, prompting her to cast another glance at Jiang Luing. It appeared that this woman held a significance in Song Qixing's eyes far surpassing that of Jiang Ninghua, the princess. Chapter 46. I mistook the person when Jiang Luing returned to her guest room. She found Jiang Ninghua waiting at the door for quite some time. "Where have you been all morning? I haven't seen you at all." Jiang Luing offered a wry smile. "I went to assist Buddha Wanchen with some labor." "What? Buddha Wanchen sent you?" Jiang Ninghua seemed taken aback. "Yes." Immediately, Jiang Ninghua's excitement surged, linking her arm with Jiang Luing and proudly stating, "As I thought, the Buddha must take extra care of those I bring along. Had it been anyone else, they wouldn't even have been allowed through the doors of Wu Zhai." Jiang Luing sighed. "So the Buddha holds you in high regard?" "Undoubtedly." Jiang Ninghua beamed with pride, placing her hands on her hips to flaunt. "I prepared the Buddha's monk robes, and only I can visit Wu Zhai whenever I wish. The Buddha will certainly see me ditto." Jiang Luing feigned envy, but inwardly felt a twinge of unease that Li Yotsua would not shower special attention on someone without cause. Did Jiang Ninghua possess something that Li Yotsua desired? With this thought, Jiang Luing unconsciously scrutinized the girl beside her, curiously inquiring, "I still don't know where your family is from." Jiang Ninghua paused momentarily before carelessly replying, "I wander the Jianghu, making the world my home." "What of your family?" "I have only my mother left." Jiang Luing fell silent for a moment, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. "Oh, it's been so many years. I'm not that sentimental. I won't cry over it." Jiang Ninghua chuckled, intertwining her arm with Jiang Luing's once more, her spirits seemingly unaffected. Jiang Luing chose not to press further. Recognizing that the girl clearly had no intention of sharing her tragic past for sympathy, nor did she wish to pry into her wounds, that it was lunchtime, and as the two entered the courtyard arm in arm, Madame Ning had already laid out several vegetarian dishes on the table. Danqing was crouched nearby, munching on corn. Upon seeing them return, Madame Ning waved them over, just in time. "The meal is ready. Eat while it's hot." After glancing at Danqing, she added with a laugh, "This child, eating so much corn before dinner. Can you manage anything else?" "Of course." Danqing nodded vigorously, bits of corn husk still clinging to her face that a demon cultivator. Her appetite was naturally large. Those 8 ears of corn were merely an appetizer. Jiang Luing felt a pang of melancholy as she touched her storage bag, relieved that Danqing's favorite food was corn. She could still afford that if it were sea cucumbers, she feared she would have to sell her kidneys to keep her fed. After the four of them finished lunch, Jiang Luing and Jiang Ninghua proceeded to wash the dishes together. Danqing had been rather disoriented lately, mostly alternating between eating and sleeping, reportedly due to the low temperatures here, which were somewhat unaccommodating for her celestial crane. Thus, Jiang Luing did not expect much from her, and simply urged her back to her room for a nap. Jiang Ninghua, brimming with spiritual energy, was nonetheless bound by the old customs of Jingfan Temple, which forbade the use of spiritual power for mundane tasks, as it was also a means of cultivating one's character. Therefore, Jiang Ninghua always washed the dishes and clothes by hand. Once they had finished tidying up, Jiang Ninghua suggested descending the mountain to purchase a couple of garments. Jiang Luing glanced down at herself. Having left the demon palace without a single item, she indeed needed a change, so she agreed to accompany her. Upon arriving in town, they headed to the same shop where they had previously bought clothes. Although the service from the attendant was rather lacking, the garments were truly exquisite. Jiang Luing estimated her remaining silver and decided to purchase 2 pieces of undergarments, also bringing back 2 for Danqing. The weather in town was fair, with no snowfall, as the sun peeked intermittently from behind the clouds, casting a few golden rays upon the snow-laden rooftops, creating a picturesque scene. Having bought only a few items, Jiang Luing settled the bill and leaned against the door, enjoying the scenery while waiting for Jiang Ninghua to complete her transaction. Amidst the bustling crowd, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure, clad in dark robes. A long sword slung across his back, the stubble on his face had vanished, rendering him considerably more polished, as if he had freshly prepared himself. Although he had changed dramatically from the rough appearance she last encountered. Jiang Luing recognized him at once, that it was the ancestor, Xinshin. She inhaled sharply, instinctively attempting to slip into the shop, only to collide directly with Jiang Ninghua. who had approached from behind. Jiang Ninghua rubbed her nose. "What are you doing?" Jiang Luiying, in a frantic hush, covered her mouth and pulled her away, hoping to escape swiftly, continuously praying that her formidable foe, Xianchen, had not spotted her. Yet, as fate would have it, just as they had taken a few steps, they heard a calm voice call out, "Jiang Gunyang," that a cold sweat broke out on Jiang Luiying's back as she pretended not to hear and kept walking. However, Jiang Ninghua suddenly halted, turning to look back. "Is someone calling for me?" Seeing her stand still, Jiang Luiying's heart raced, and she relinquished her grasp, whispering, "Perhaps they are looking for you. I shall take my leave," before sprinting off with her head down. After all, Jiang Gunyang and Jiang Ninghua sounded alike, so she assumed it was meant for Jiang Ninghua. However, not 2 steps later, she found herself staring at a pair of dark boots. She immediately hit the brakes, pivoted, and accelerated, her movements fluid and seamless. "Jiang Gunyang, please stop." Xianchen called out again, his tone growing more grave. Jiang Luiying suddenly experienced a flash of realization. What had he called her? Jiang Gunyang? Not Shiji? Before she could fully process this, Xianchen had already stepped past her, positioning himself directly in front of her, kindly retreating a step to create some distance. This was a distance that did not impose undue pressure, at least not enough to heighten Jiang Luiying's sense of crisis. Without further ado, Xianchen clasped his hands in greeting. "I must apologize for the last time at Lingquan Mountain. I mistook you for another. Which startled you that I have come to offer my sincerest apologies." Jiang Luiying, taken aback, slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes tracing the contours of the man's face as she murmured, "Mistook me?" Indeed, Xianchen lowered his gaze, his expression earnest, "To be candid, the divine weapon you possess once belonged to my Shiji. Upon seeing it, I naturally mistook you for her, that it has been a long time since I last saw her. And I regret my hasty words and actions." Jiang Luiying, somewhat dazed, nodded slowly. "Oh, well then, I forgive you that I shall take my leave now." With that, she prepared to depart. However, Xianchen called out to her once more, "Jiang Gunyang, may we have a moment to talk?" Jiang Luiying was drenched in cold sweat. "It's rather inconvenient, you see. I have friends waiting to at that moment, not far away." Jiang Ninghua, with remarkable perceptiveness, shouted to her, "You all take your time chatting. I will go ahead and browse a bit." Jiang Luiying retorted, "Having good sense is not meant for this moment. Can't you see your current predicament of being caught in a dilemma?" Chapter 47. Has the disguise been dropped or not? Xianchen smiled gratefully at Jiang Ninghua, cupping his hands in appreciation, before shifting his gaze to the flustered Jiang Luiying standing awkwardly in place. "Does Miss Jiang seem to be afraid of me?" "Well, not exactly." Jiang Luiying scratched her temple and touched her neck, racking her brain for an excuse. "That it's just that I inadvertently took your senior sister's sword, and I feel a bit guilty about it." Xianchen nodded, empathetically providing her with a rationale. "So, the reason Miss Jiang fled in a panic last time was due to fear that I might seize the divine weapon." "Ah, well, somewhat, but to be honest, I'm more afraid that you would take me back to present to the demon lord." Jiang Luiying took the cue he offered. Xianchen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Miss Jiang need not worry. Since the divine weapon has already recognized its master, it is destined to be with you. I would not engage in any act of seizing it for capturing you. He shifted the topic abruptly, addressing another matter. "To speak plainly, since I have promised to assist you in stopping the demon lord, I will not return you there, especially not to return you for marriage. That is out of the question." Jiang Luiying could not help but admire this formidable individual, who was simply acting with such audacity. Then, she heard Xianchen continue. "However, since you have promised to help me search for the divine weapon, I kindly ask that you do not go back on your word." Jiang Luiying was perplexed. When did I promise to help him find the divine weapon? Does he think I am some sort of treasure hunter? It seemed her internal monologue had been overheard, as Xianchen replied softly, "In the cave, after you realized there was no way forward, you made that promise with your own lips. At this point, he suddenly hesitated, his gaze dropping, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. "You said, the next time you encounter any divine weapon, you would take me to retrieve it." Jiang Luiying was taken aback. When had she ever said such a thing? The esteemed Xianchen, how could he be misrepresenting her? Moreover, isn't he already carrying a divine weapon on his back? That is an unparalleled divine sword. The system had stated that this sword was already at the pinnacle among weapons in the cultivation world. What other divine weapons could possibly compare? Xuanqin's neck flushed slightly, and he visibly stiffened, his toes beginning to dig into the ground. The first half of that statement was true, but he had added the latter part himself. It was his first time using such a clumsy lie to deceive someone, and it was aimed at his junior sister, making it hard not to feel anxious. Since Jiang Luiying had fled in a panic before him, he realized he had frightened her. Although Dan Xing was a celestial crane spirit, her cultivation level was not high. With Xuanqin's strength, if he truly wanted to pursue her, Jiang Luiying would have no means of escape. Yet he did not chase after her. He sensed that when he had cornered Jiang Luiying, she had resembled a startled bird, desperately concealing her vigilance and fear, which he could still see through. He did not wish to frighten her further or press her unduly. Thus, he chose to take a step back, retreating to a time when their interactions were relatively peaceful, pretending not to recognize her, and approaching her with a new identity. Indeed, upon discovering that he had not recognized her true identity, Jiang Luiying's defenses visibly lowered. Xianqin observed the woman before him, who could finally speak calmly, and his gaze became somewhat hazy that he suddenly recalled the scene from 50 years ago when he forged the divine weapon. Just as he was reaching a critical moment, Chu Ying had unexpectedly barged in and attacked him from behind. He had been so focused on the sword furnace that he had not noticed who was behind him. He only sensed the imminent danger, prompting him to retaliate indiscriminately. That it was only after the strike that he realized it was her. He wished to explain, but Chu Ying did not afford him the opportunity. Spitting out blood and launching another fierce assault against him, that he recognized that she was injured. His previous strike had been unrelenting, and she must have been gravely wounded. Thus she could only defend herself and dared not counterattack, pushing him closer to the sword furnace. Then, he heard someone approaching from outside. He reached out to grab Chu Ying, but she assumed he meant to attack again, gracefully leaping onto the sword furnace. The number of people rushing in from outside grew, and he felt a surge of anxiety, yet he dared not call out to her. Lingxiao sect had strict rules. No one was allowed to disturb the sword forging process for any reason. The scene was clearly one of battle, and the sect master placed great importance on this sword forged from Qingming iron, that if the sect master discovered that Chu Ying had intruded and disrupted the process, she would surely face punishment. He had no idea what Chu Ying intended to do, only able to frantically signal with his eyes for her to come down and stand behind him. That as for the chaos here, he would find a way to explain later. However, Chu Ying did not understand his intentions. When the sect master, along with Feng Kuei and several elders, hurried in, they were met with the sight of Chu Ying resolutely leaping into the sword furnace. Recalling this, Xianqin felt a sharp pang of pain deep within his heart, but he urgently lifted his gaze to Jiang Luiying's face before him, feeling as if he had found an antidote, alleviating his anguish somewhat. She was still alive. She was still here. The misunderstandings of the past would eventually have the opportunity to be unraveled slowly. Jiang Luiying observed his startled demeanor, her heart racing with unease, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. However, one thing she was certain of was that Xianqin would not lie, not even a bit, and he was incredibly single-minded, since he had come to apologize. Acknowledging his mistake, it must mean he had realized that Chu Ying would not have reincarnated, thus dispelling the notion that Jiang Luiying was Chu Ying and sincerely coming to apologize. That so, had her disguise truly fallen or not? It seemed it had not. Otherwise, Xianqin would not be able to converse with her so calmly, and he would likely have drawn his sword immediately. With this thought, Jiang Luiying felt somewhat reassured. Li Yotsua was an unpredictable bomb. Now suspecting her, remaining by his side felt akin to walking a tightrope, where one misstep could lead to her demise. That as someone chosen by the system for the task, her combat power was exceptionally superior in the cultivation world. If Li Yotsua genuinely intended to kill her, perhaps only the equally formidable Xianqin or Song Qixing could save her. Jiang Luiying subconsciously wished to avoid further contact with Li Yotsua, yet given Xianqin and Song Qixing's close relationship, it was possible they might discover they shared the same enemy and directly take her to the demon realm for punishment. Counting on her fingers, it seemed she had a larger grievance with Song Qixing, having just stabbed him with a sword, and it was said his injuries were not light. Should Xianqin betray her and deliver her to Song Qixing, past and present grievances would surely be settled, and she might face tenfold or even 100-fold retribution. Thus, remaining by Xuanqin's side was not without its own dangers. Her spiritual root was still growing slowly, and her spiritual veins were just beginning to take shape. From her preliminary assessment, her new spiritual root while somewhat similar to Yingqian's, still bore slight differences, so Li Yotsua would not directly expose her disguise in the short term. Additionally, given Li Yotsua and Song Qixing were bitter enemies, he would not be so kind as to deliver her to Song Qixing. After much contemplation, Jiang Luiying decided to maintain the current situation while seeking an escape route. She retrieved the summoning talisman that Xianqin had once given her from her storage bag, shaking it slightly. So, Xianqin Daogun, does this talisman still work? Previously, Xianqin had explicitly stated that in the event of danger, tearing this talisman would summon him to her aid. Such a talisman was a one-time consumable, akin to a life-saving pass, and was quite precious for the currently inexperienced Jiang Luiying that a flicker of joy appeared in Xuanqin's eyes. He had thought Jiang Luiying would not keep his belongings. Yet she had surprisingly carried it with her, and he reached out to grasp the talisman, pulling it from her fingers. Jiang Luiying was momentarily bewildered, wondering if he intended to reclaim it. Then, she watched as Xianqin inscribed another spell upon it before handing it back to her, articulating each word with assurance. It works, and it will always work. Chapter 48. Do you know Xianqin Daogun? Jiang Luiying gazed at the talisman in the man's hand, suddenly realizing where the persistent sense of abnormality had stemmed from. Xianqin had previously been a man of few words, almost silent, functioning like a machine that only moved when prompted. Today, however, he was far more talkative and even took the initiative to act. What was happening? A transformation, as the saying goes. When something is out of the ordinary, there is bound to be something amiss. Jiang Luiying cautiously refrained from reaching for the talisman, but Xuanqin's hand remained suspended in midair, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Just as he was uncertain of the next move, a cool, ethereal voice broke the current standoff. Xianqin Daogun. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Luiying instinctively shivered, quickly snatching the talisman and stuffing it into her sleeve, before stiffly turning around. Behind her stood Li Yotsua, clad in monk's robes, radiating a sacred aura. Xianqin glanced at the hand that Jiang Luiying had just touched before he cupped his hands in greeting. Wanshan, the son of the Buddha, the Li Yotsua, did not look at Jiang Luiying, casually exchanging pleasantries with Xianqin. I did not know that Xianqin Daogun had business at my Jingfan Mount. He was already aware of the recent movements in the demon realm and knew of Xuanqin's connection with the demon lord. As soon as Xianqin stepped into the territory of Jingfan Mountain, he had sensed it. Now he has deliberately approached Jiang Luiying, and he cannot help but suspect that Xianqin is tasked by the demon lord to bring her back. With his master on the verge of recovering the last vestige of her primordial soul, he cannot allow this woman to return. Xianqin cast a puzzled glance at Li Yotsua's face. For some reason, he sensed a faint hostility emanating from the Bodhisattva. Having roamed the three realms for 50 years, he had always maintained a neutral stance, thus he could converse with anyone of note within those realms. He had previously interacted with the Bodhisattva Wanshan, who always exuded an air of detachment, and aside from his extreme obsession with exterminating the demon race, nothing seemed to disturb his emotional equilibrium. This was not Xuanqin's first visit to Jingfan Mountain. Wanshan had never sought him out before. Why this sudden deviation from the norm? Suppressing his inner curiosity, Xianqin replied in a conventional manner. Nothing in particular. Just traveling through and decided to take a look. Jiang Luiying blinked. This succinct answer was rather typical. Li Yotsua then turned to her and inquired, "Do you know Daojun Xianqin?" I suppose we are acquainted?" "But not very well," Jiang Luiying replied, scratching her head, her tone uncertain. She did not want Li Yotsua to think that she shared a close bond with Xianqin. Otherwise, when the time came for Li Yotsua to eliminate her, he might take precautions against Xianqin intervening. That a flicker of hurt crossed Xuanqin's eyes as he reluctantly echoed, "We have crossed paths a few times." That Li Yotsua noted the expressions of both individuals, and his intuition told him that their relationship was far more complex than mere casual encounters. However, he was solely focused on using this woman to locate his master and then leveraging her as a hostage to orchestrate the demise of the demon lord and the Prince of Zhao. As for the entanglement between this woman and Xianqin, he had little interest in it. Thus, he nodded to Xianqin in farewell and, turning to Jiang Luiying, remarked lightly, "Miss, your Buddhist scriptures for today remain unfinished. It would be best to complete them before sunset." Jiang Luiying looked bewildered. "What scriptures?" Li Yotsua cast a sidelong glance at her, prompting her to quickly amend, "Oh, I remember now. I'll return to continue copying." She realized that Li Yotsua, this little pervert, was monitoring her, Fearful that she might escape, Li Yotsua began to stride toward the direction of Jingfan Temple. Jiang Luiying sighed and was about to follow when she was suddenly tugged by Xianxun at her sleeve. She was taken aback, her eyes wide with confusion as she turned to him. Previously, when she had fled her wedding, he had not allowed her to touch the hem of his garment. How could he now be the one to take the initiative to pull her? Xianxun seemed to recognize that this action was somewhat abrupt, yet he did not release her, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. "Miss Jiang, could you please not forget the promise you made to me?" Jiang Luiying paused for a moment. Oh, he meant to take him to find new divine arms? Given his tone, he was serious. However, Jiang Luiying felt it unwise to create tension with him at this moment. So she nodded reassuringly like one would to a child. "I haven't forgotten, just that my schedule is quite full at the moment, and I have to push it back." Only then did Xianxun release her sleeve, his tone lightening somewhat. "Then I shall remain in this town until you finish your affairs." All right. Jiang Luiying waved her hand, quickening her pace to catch up with Li Yotsua on the way back. They happened upon Jiang Ninghua emerging from a rouge shop, and the three ascended the mountain together. Upon entering the gates of Jingfan Temple, Li Yotsua suddenly announced, "From today onward, I shall enter seclusion." Jiang Ninghua looked somewhat disappointed. "Did you not just come out of seclusion? Why enter again? Are we not battling the demon realm anymore?" Li Yotsua nodded slightly, offering no explanation. Jiang Ninghua was accustomed to this. After all, Wanchan was the bodhisattva, and there were reasons behind his every action. Jiang Luiying breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yotsua likely intended to focus on intensive cultivation again, aiming for a decisive strike once he found Ancient. This meant she could avoid dealing with this ticking time bomb and nurture her spiritual roots in peace. However, just as she felt a moment of joy, Li Yotsua added, "During my seclusion, I ask you, Miss, to maintain cleanliness and order in the courtyard." Jiang Luiying's eyes widened in shock, instinctively glancing at Jiang Ninghua, who looked at her with envy. "Not me. You enter seclusion, and what am I to do?" Jiang Ninghua pressed her hands on Jiang Luiying's shoulders. "To serve near the bodhisattva is a blessing that others can only dream of." Jiang Luiying sighed in resignation. How is serving someone considered a blessing? "Do you want this blessing for yourself?" "Yes, of course." Jiang Ninghua quickly declared, her eyes glimmering with a plea of "take me with you." Li Yotsua said nothing, but his gaze conveyed a clear message. Not a chance. Jiang Ninghua left in tears, leaving only Jiang Luiying and Li Yotsua exchanging glances. Should I go back and tidy up a bit?" Jiang Luiying asked weakly. "No need. Wu Zhai has everything that I feel cold. I need to take more clothes. I have those that you have women's attire. When serving before the Buddha, attire is irrelevant to gender." Jiang Luiying felt helpless. "Then I must at least return to inform my friend." "Right, the temple will take care of her so. It's really forced upon me." Seeing her give up on resistance, Li Yotsua directly bound her waist with spiritual power, lifting her into the air as they headed straight to Wu Zhai atop Jingfan Mountain. Jiang Luiying wrapped her cloak tightly around herself, reaching into her storage bag for a red fire talisman. "The demon lord is quite generous with you," Li Yotsua remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Luiying forced a smile. "Indeed. More so than the bodhisattva." Li Yotsua cast her a knowing glance but did not retort, leading the way into the room. Chapter 49. You are ancient today. The wind atop Jingfan Mountain was rather strong. Even inside the room, it felt little warmer, akin to stepping into an ice cellar. Jiang Luiying sighed, noticing that Li Yotsua had already seated himself cross-legged on the couch, meditating. She busied herself with tossing a fire talisman into the brazier to warm herself. Unlike Li Yotsua, who had spiritual power to protect him, her spiritual veins were still in the process of revival, and she did not wish to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation unless absolutely necessary. Fearing that excessive force might sever her fragile spiritual veins, Li Yotsua, seated on the couch, opened his eyes and regarded the woman warming herself by the brazier, his gaze contemplative. After she had left that morning, he returned to the Shumi mirror to take another look. His master's body remained as it had been, a soulless puppet, merely capable of basic movements under external influence. Only when this woman had inadvertently entered the Shumi mirror had his master seemed to regain a semblance of soul. He had long speculated that his master's inability to awaken was due to the loss of a fragment of his primordial soul. And today, after this woman entered, his master had awakened, and the fact that she claimed to have seen his master within her mind suggested that the fragment of his master's primordial soul might indeed reside within her. As for her assertion that his master wished to guide her in finding him, he believed not a word of it. He only trusted in facts, and the fact was that this woman had entered the Shumi mirror, attached herself to his master's corporeal form, and had not been rejected by the soul within that form. Yotsua narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly drumming on his knee as he contemplated what to do next. Jiang Luiying had just turned the charcoal, warming her hands, when she glanced back to find Yotsua staring intently at her, causing her hair to stand on end. Bodhisattva, why are you looking at me? Yotsua remained silent, closing his eyes once more. Jiang Luiying remarked, "This is absurd." Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the Shumi mirror placed between them, her thoughts swirling in her mind. She had always felt that the current state of cultivation of this little pervert was rather abnormal. Previously, during their missions, Yotsua had been her last target and the youngest among them, having only been 13 when she took him under her wing. She had raised this little pervert and was well acquainted with his spiritual roots and cultivation habits. In terms of task subjects, Yotsua's talent was not particularly remarkable. He possessed a soil spiritual root of the lowest grade, which paled in comparison to Song Qixing and Xianxin in the realm of cultivation. Innate talent was a chasm that could not be crossed at a lower grade. Spiritual root required one to exert 10-fold or even 100-fold more effort to reach the same level as others. Yotsua held no advantage in age or talent. So how had he managed to reach a level on par with the demon lord Song Qixing in just 30 years? The title of the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation is not one that can be borne by just anyone. Furthermore, the Mirror of Sumer evidently harbors its own issues that a plan must be devised to investigate further. This is also the primary reason she chose to remain stationary, continuing to walk the tightrope in the presence of Yotsua. Jiang Luiying subtly shifted her gaze back to the fire pit before her, pondering while warming herself, the flickering flames reflecting no shadows in her eyes. The two remained silent until evening, each contemplating their own schemes. When it was time for dinner, Danqing arrived to deliver her meal, which consisted of a simple tofu dish and a bowl of porridge. During Yotsua's seclusion, he was abstaining from food, so Jiang Luiying paid him no mind, finishing her meal before returning the dishes to Danqing, who was waiting at the door. The cold here was severe, and water left outside would quickly freeze, making the conditions for washing up exceedingly harsh. On the first day of following Yotsua's seclusion, nothing of note occurred, and she slept on the couch that night. In a daze, she felt as though she had dreamt, her consciousness plummeting abruptly before she opened her eyes. Indeed, she found herself back in the bamboo cottage where she once resided as Ingshun. A look of perfectly timed bewilderment crossed her face as she rose and curiously surveyed her surroundings before stepping outside. The sky outside was a brilliant blue, with birds occasionally flitting by. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze caressed her face, making everything feel astonishingly real, suppressing the strange sensations bubbling within her. Jiang Luiying traversed the small courtyard in front of the bamboo cottage, pushing open the bamboo door, revealing the familiar bamboo forest. It was here that she had once taught Yotsua the ways of cultivation. Guiding him into the fold, on a sturdy bamboo 10 paces ahead, marks from his practice of attack techniques remained. Jiang Luiying slowly walked along the forest path, and at the end of the grove, she spotted Yotsua, clad in a fitted outfit, his hair all tied up. In this moment, he was not the shaven-headed monk, but rather the boy whose smile always bore a hint of mischief. Jiang Luiying gazed at him for a moment, adjusting her expression to reflect what a normal person might feel upon seeing a monk with long hair, her eyes widening slightly. "Wanchon Buddha, is that you?" Yotsua approached her, lowering his gaze to meet her eyes. The youthful figure had grown, and now Jiang Luiying, already tall among female cultivators, found herself looking up at him by more than half a head. With great difficulty, Jiang Luiying swallowed, asking Buddha, "Where are we? And what about your hair?" Yotsua did not answer her questions. Instead, he grasped her chin, compelling her to hold his gaze. "Tell me, who are you?" Jiang Luiying's heart raced in alarm. Could this little pervert have recognized her? The experiences she had gleaned from lurking around Xianxin and Song Qixing taught her that as long as one did not reach the final step, denying it to the death was the way to go. Thus, she replied softly, "I am Jingwu Qi. I am asking for your name." Jiang Luiying. A shadow of darkness flickered in Yotsua's eyes, and before Jiang Luiying could decipher his intentions, she felt a powerful force propel her from this corporeal shell. When she opened her eyes again, it was on the couch in the nothingness chamber. Sitting up, She glanced toward the bed behind the screen, where Li Yotsua lay quietly, making everything that had just transpired feel as though it had been merely a dream. The following day, Jiang Luiying refrained from mentioning this dream, and Li Yotsua did not speak to her either. Merely placing an incense burner beside her couch, the fragrant herbs igniting a pleasant aroma reminiscent of medicinal herbs. The evening followed the same pattern, with Jiang Luiying awakening in the bamboo cottage, wandering about the courtyard, and eventually encountering Li Yotsua outside the bamboo forest. Li Yotsua, behaving like an NPC, inquired about her identity. She adhered to the routine, responding, Jiang Luiying. And once again, her consciousness returned, for several consecutive days. This pattern persisted. The only variation was that her excursions in the dream grew progressively farther, reaching 3 miles beyond the bamboo forest by the 5th day. After these initial explorations, Jiang Luiying was nearly certain that the mirror of Sumeru had been transformed by Li Yotsua into a miniature world. It was an independent space, vast in scope, filled not only with flowers and trees but also with birds and beasts, and even people. The AS these days continued, perhaps due to Li Yotsua's silence during the day. She felt increasingly stifled, and each time Danqing came to deliver meals, she would pull her to the door for a lengthy chat, 8 out of 10 sentences revolving around the enigmatic Wanshan Buddha, followed by a few dishes she wished to eat. Next by day, she faced Li Yotsua's growing silence, while by night, her range of movement in the dream expanded. Within that realm, she frolicked and leaped, picking flowers and touching grass, as if this place was the true reality. Finally, on the 18th day, when Li Yotsua once again asked her who she was, hesitation flickered across her features. That I am. She lowered her gaze, her face contorted with struggled. Li Yotsua did not rush her, his lips curling upward as her hesitation prolonged. I am Jiang Luiying. Excitement gleamed in Li Yotsua's eyes, his hand gently brushing the back of Jiang Luiying's head. No, you are mistaken. You are ancient. Chapter 50. Is the general level of cultivators so low? Akuo, come try this. That a melodious female voice chimed, followed by a youthful, cheerful response. Coming, Master. Li Yotsua bounded in through the door with a bamboo basket on his back, his dark hair cascading halfway down his back, a radiant smile gracing his face. Master, look! Is this the wild vegetable you mentioned? Jiang Luiying rummaged through his basket, extracting a plant with a hint of purple at its roots. Nodding affirmatively. Indeed, this is it. I spotted it while taking a stroll on the mountain last night. Xiaorong said this vegetable is best served cold. Xiaorong was their neighbor, a girl under 20 who lived on the edge of the bamboo forest. And during their outings, they often passed by her home. In recent days, Jiang Luiying had taken the time to chat with Xiaorong, and they had gotten along quite well. Xiaorong lived alone, cooking for herself daily, and had honed her culinary skills, transforming various vegetables and wild greens into delectable feasts. Consequently, Jiang Luiying had picked up a few tricks from her. Li Yotsua's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the white porcelain dish beside her. Master, what is this? It's a cold dish Xiaorong taught me. Want to give it a try? Without using chopsticks, Li Yotsua pinched a small piece of leaf and tossed it into his mouth, only to pause in surprise, nearly spitting it out. The taste was both bitter and astringent. He could hardly fathom how the locals managed to consume it. How does it taste? Jiang Luiying watched him intently, initially wishing to learn a meat dish. But Xiaorong did not eat meat and could not prepare it, so she chose to start with a wild vegetable that Li Yotsua continued to chew, mumbling indistinctly, delicious, master is the best. You learned it once and made it this well. He stretched his neck to swallow the morsel, adding, but master, perhaps you shouldn't make it again. You really ought not to be in the kitchen. Jiang Luiying's eyes drooped, her spirits waning as she replied. I can't remember anything right now. I don't know what I used to do, or what I should do now. That it's all right, master. Upon seeing her despondent, Li Yotsua quickly changed his tone, saying, You were gravely injured by the evil spirits while protecting me, leading to your amnesia. That I bear a significant part of the responsibility. For now, just focus on doing what you want to do. Once your mood improves, perhaps your memories will return. Given the circumstances, there was little else to be done. Jiang Luiying sighed. Sensing her mood, Li Yotsua suggested taking her to explore the nearby city in the afternoon to lift her spirits. That he had painstakingly used medicine to erase the final remnants of her memories linked to Jiang Luiying from the last thread of her original soul. Now he simply needed to nurture her well, allowing this thread to merge with her former essence, and his master would return to her original state. Jiang Luiying nodded, glancing at her attire. Perfect. I need to procure a couple more outfits. All right, I'll help you choose. The two skipped lunch, heading directly towards Yunfan City, which lay 30 miles away from the bamboo cottage. Jiang Luiying was currently using Yingchen's identity, her cultivation at its peak within the mirror of Sumeru. No longer needing to consume grains for sustenance, and she traveled by riding the winds that Eli Yotsua followed closely behind her, his heart brimming with joy as he watched her figure. Indeed, Master was about to return. Whether riding the winds or employing other techniques, even without her memories, she could use them effortlessly. Yunfan City was considered the most prosperous city within this nearly 100-mile radius, as they landed outside the city gates. They caused quite a stir. Look, is that an immortal? They can fly through the air. What incredible speed! I just blinked, and they arrived. The most formidable Taoist I've encountered could only fly on a sword. And even that speed cannot compare. Jiang Luiying absorbed these remarks, feeling somewhat perplexed. Was the general level of cultivators in this Sumeru world truly so low to understand the world of cultivation outside? It is common for novice disciples to begin their training with the fundamentals of sword control. Those who have practiced for 3 to 5 years can effortlessly achieve the ability to ride the wind. However, the sight of her gliding through the air was met with astonishment by the locals, akin to witnessing a celestial maiden descending from the heavens that Eli Yotsua, trailing behind her, let out a cold snort. Yet she refrained from displaying her curiosity and chose to suppress her questions for the time being, opting instead to observe the situation. Upon entering the city, Jiang Luiying surveyed the evidently impoverished and desolate surroundings, feeling a twinge of disappointment. After all, this was supposed to be the most prosperous city within a 100-mile radius, yet it resembled a remote village from the cultivation realm. The buildings were constructed of crude mud walls, and the streets were sparsely populated, giving the impression that the cultivation world had regressed by several centuries. Eli Yotsua noticed the subtle change in her expression and, with concern, inquired, Master, is something the matter? It's nothing, Jiang Luiying replied, shaking her head, that I merely feel that this place appears rather bleak. That Eli Yotsua pressed his lips together and glanced around, his gaze tinged with mockery, since discovering that the Shumi mirror could not only sustain flora and fauna but also humans. He had conceived a bold idea. There existed a type of soil in the cultivation world known as thick soil, capable of harboring spiritual energy and exhibiting remarkable malleability. It could be shaped with minimal force, and many cultivators utilized it to create puppets. After attempting to place a person's primordial spirit into a puppet crafted from thick soil, he found that it could exhibit thought and move freely, much like a human. Coupled with the vast expanse of space within the Shumi mirror, he had fashioned a new world using thick soil. However, acquiring human primordial spirits from the cultivation realm posed a significant challenge. As the Buddha's disciple, his ambitions were substantial, and should an unusual number of deaths occur, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he began experimenting by dividing an individual's primordial spirit into several fragments and embedding them into different thick soil puppets. Discovering that these beings could also move freely and possessed rudimentary awareness, albeit somewhat sluggishly. Nevertheless, as they continued to absorb spiritual energy and undergo cultivation, experiencing multiple deaths and reincarnations would gradually nourish their primordial spirits back to completeness. This resulted in an overall decline in the cultivation and living standards of this world compared to the cultivation realm. However, he believed that as long as the population was sufficiently large, he could guide and control them, leading to gradual development. That it was merely a matter of temporarily subjecting his master to life in such a place, enduring the company of these foolish individuals. Jiang Luiying visited a tailor shop, but found only coarse fabrics. In her search for something more refined in the upscale area, she could only discover garments made of unevenly dyed silk. Losing interest, she decided to find an inn to eavesdrop on the gossip at the neighboring table. Indeed, taverns served as natural gathering spots for gossip, and as soon as she sat down, she overheard discussions about the impending conflict between two small nations. How could things escalate to war so suddenly? One patron lamented, don't mention it. Yin Nation has suffered a drought for 3 years, leaving its people destitute. Jin Nation, being their neighbor, has long coveted this ripe territory, waiting for internal strife in Yin before swooping in to seize the opportunity. I've heard that Yin Nation boasts a considerable number of cultivators, with the ruler commanding a formidable force adept in magical arts. Isn't it a bit challenging for Jin Nation to conquer? What do you know? Do you think only Yin Nation's ruler nurtures a team of cultivators? Jin Nation's ruler certainly does as well. Moreover, the Taoists from both nations will not stand idly by. The battlefield might become a veritable bloodbath. Jiang Luiying sipped her green wine, crinkling her brow at the unpleasant taste. The brewing techniques here left much to be desired. She glanced across the table at Li Yotsua, who appeared equally disdainful, but quickly masked his expression upon catching her gaze. Why do you think Yin Nation is experiencing such a drought? Jiang Luiying inquired, setting her cup down languidly. Who knows? Li Yotsua shrugged nonchalantly, his smile playful. Perhaps it's divine retribution? Chapter 51. The spiritual energy purification machine. As they strolled through the city, they passed a spice shop, where Jiang Luiying whimsically decided to craft 2 sachets, keeping one for herself and offering the other to Li Yotsua. That I want the one you have. Master, that Li Yotsua did not take the one offered to him. Instead, he gazed at the sachet hanging from Jiang Luiying's waist with feigned innocence. Jiang Luiying sighed. It's merely a different design. The contents are identical. I simply prefer the one Master has, Li Yotsua pouted. All right, fine. You can have it. Jiang Luiying relented, removing the sachet from her waist and securing the one she originally intended to give him back on herself. That Li Yotsua mimicked her movements, tying his sachet onto his belt with a similar knot. His expression inscrutable. Finding no other amusements in the city, they returned to their bamboo cottage. The following morning, Li Yotsua's absence was palpable in his room. Darakyo. Jiang Luiying called, searching the premises before stepping outside to shout into the bamboo grove. But received no response. As she passed by Xiao Rong's home, she spotted her sitting at the doorstep, an expression of melancholy etched across her face. Upon inquiry, Jiang Luiying learned that today marked the official outbreak of war between Jin and Yin nations. Xiao Rong and her 2 brothers were from Yin Nation and practiced cultivation. She had just received a message from her brothers, stating they had arrived at the battlefield, hoping to lend aid to their country. Jiang Luiying fell silent for a moment before reassuring her. Do not worry. I will go take a look. You? How will you get there? It's so far. Xiao Rong's words trailed off as the woman before her suddenly vanished into thin air. Jiang Luiying rode the wind, heading towards the direction of the most intense spiritual energy fluctuations. Every individual within the Shumi mirror possessed spiritual veins, and their breathing would emit spiritual energy fluctuations. Regardless of their cultivation status, in the event of a large-scale conflict between the 2 nations, such as war, the spiritual energy would converge in a distinct manner. Following the guidance of the energy fluctuations, Jiang Luiying swiftly arrived at the battlefield. Hovering amidst the clouds, she looked down to see the ground stained crimson, littered with corpses. Further afield, the battle among cultivators raged on, comprising forces nurtured by both the rulers of Jin and Yin, as well as independent cultivators who had joined the fray to defend their homeland. Cultivators possessing spiritual roots exhibited more pronounced energy fluctuations when gathered together to channel spiritual energy. Although the cultivators here were generally of a lower caliber, their sheer numbers compensated for this deficiency. Jiang Luiying's heart raced, and she activated her invisibility technique, cautiously approaching the battleground. Above the fray, Li Yotsua stood entranced, gazing down at the ants below engaged in their deadly struggle. With each fallen cultivator, the pure spiritual energy accumulated through their lifetime would escape their bodies, coalescing into strands that flowed towards the Shumi mirror's exit, where it would be absorbed by its master. Jiang Luiying felt as though her breath might cease. She realized she understood why Li Yotsua, despite not being particularly gifted in cultivation, could catch up with Xian Chun and Song Qixing in just 30 years. The principle of cultivation revolves around absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, purifying it, and storing it within one's spiritual roots for personal use. Every individual within the Shumi mirror absorbed the natural spiritual energy that Li Yotsua injected from the outside. After their cultivation, he would reclaim it for his own benefit. Thus, Li Yotsua had essentially created a vast reservoir of spiritual energy purification machines. Acquiring the purified spiritual energy cultivated by others was exponentially faster than self-cultivation. Realizing this principle sent chills down Jiang Luiying's spine, rendering her hair standing on end. The mass death of cultivators and mortals would generate a considerable amount of purified spiritual energy. War, as the most effective means of causing widespread death, would allow Li Yotsua to plunder the spiritual energy of countless individuals with a single conflict. And no wonder this little aberration, chosen by the system for a mission, was capable of evoking such admiration. Jiang Luiying shut her eyes, forcing herself to suppress her discomfort, her right hand brushing against the sachet at her waist. This was the sachet she had purchased in Yunfan City just the day before. She had specifically checked Li Yotsua's room that morning and noticed the one she intended for him was absent. This implied that he had it on his person. Without further hesitation, Jiang Luiying turned and departed. As night fell and the chill in the air intensified, Li Yotsua returned to the dark bamboo cottage, his demeanor icy, only to be startled by the sight of Jiang Luiying sitting motionless at the table. "Master?" His tone was one of surprise. Pausing for a moment before slowly approaching the table to light a candle, it was then that he noticed the numerous leaves reduced to fragments scattered across the table. As the light flickered, casting shadows on their faces, a subtle yet eerie atmosphere enveloped them. "Why are you still awake at this hour, Master?" Li Yotsua picked up a handful of the crushed leaves for inspection, concern lacing his voice. "That aren't these the wild greens left over from yesterday? What is troubling you so much that you resorted to venting your frustrations on leaves?" Jiang Luiying raised her gaze to meet his, her voice heavy with foreboding. "Where did you go today?" "I was just about to tell you, Master." Li Yotsua felt a surge of excitement when he heard the woman's voice, which was not as gentle as it had been in the past few days. This was more reminiscent of his master. Indeed, his master was gradually returning to his side. He approached Jiang Luiying, half squatting by her legs, resting his head against the side of her thigh, nuzzling his cheek like a small kitten. "I heard that the kingdom of Jin and the kingdom of Yin are at war, and it saddens me that I tried to mediate, but they would not heed my counsel. Not only did they ignore me, but they also struck me." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a patch of bruising on his arm, which he had just conjured with his spiritual power. "Look, Master, had I not dodged in time, this bone might have shattered. But it's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore, so you need not worry about me." Listening to his light-hearted and sweet tone, Jiang Luiying felt her muscles tense with each passing moment. This little pervert was indeed just as he had been before, always disguising himself as the victim, portraying an air of innocence no matter what mischief he engaged in outside. The semblance of normalcy he had maintained in recent days was clearly a facade. Now, as she displayed a hint of authority, he began to bare his fangs that he had to draw so close for just a few words. Surely, once he confirmed that Ancient had returned, he would begin to torment her, seeking to reclaim all the grievances he had suppressed in the past. Jiang Luiying stiffened her back and cast a sidelong glance at the fragrant pouch hanging from Li Yotsua's waist, its fragrance intensified by the surrounding spiritual energy. "Very well, I understand now." She pushed his head away and said nonchalantly, "Next time you go out, remember to inform your master." "Understood." Upon hearing the term master, Li Yotsua's eyes brightened a bit more. Chapter 52. "Please punish me, Master." Another uneventful night passed, and Jiang Luiying only fell asleep in the latter half of the night, waking close to noon. Stretching as she pushed open the bamboo door, she spotted Li Yotsua squatting in the yard, chopping firewood. Hearing the door open, the man looked up, quickly setting down his axe and standing upright, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Master, you're awake?" Jiang Luiying replied with a nonchalant refraining from initiating conversation. Whenever Li Yotsua spoke to her in such a tone, it was invariably after he had committed some misdeed outside. She extended her spiritual sense to survey the area within a 10-mile radius, and, as expected, spotted a group of people 3 miles away in the woods, preparing a trap to rescue someone. However, the term rescue was misleading. It was a hunting trap, lined with sharp spikes, and the unfortunate individual who had fallen in was clearly a woodcutter, now pierced through by several spikes, lifeless. The group was merely retrieving the body. Jiang Luiying glanced at the firewood beside Li Yotsua, evidently sourced from that very forest. "Where did you go this morning?" She inquired blandly. "The my family was out of firewood, so I went to the mountain to chop some." "You chopped it yourself?" "Yes." Li Yotsua lifted his eyelids to glance at her, and then feigned grievance. "That on the way, I encountered a kind woodcutter who not only advised me on what could be burned and what couldn't be chopped, but also gifted me a great deal of firewood before I left." Hearing his innocent words, Jiang Luiying couldn't help but scoff internally. In the past, she had often been deceived by his seemingly innocent demeanor. But back then, with the system at her side, she could review the events at any time. Based on our understanding of Li Yozua's behavior over the years, it was likely that he had simply demanded firewood from the woodcutter, and when refused, used his spiritual power to push the man into the hunting trap. Maintaining a calm expression, Zhang Luiying approached the yard, seized the axe from Li Yozua's hands, and tossed it aside. There is no need for such futile endeavors. How much practice have you completed on your cultivation today? Li Yozua lowered his head, stammering, I completed one small cycle of the Tai Xian heart method this morning, but I haven't practiced the Wenxing inner method yet. Upon hearing this, the last vestige of Zhang Luiying's concern dissipated, replaced by a sense of assurance. These two methods were taught to Li Yozua during the 8 years he had been her disciple. Thus, his memory was still anchored in the year 895 of the Celestial Era. Just 2 years before he had murdered his master, the effects of the medicinal herbs in the fragrant pouch had begun to take hold. Come, spar with your master, as soon as Zhang Luiying finished speaking. She raised her hand and struck at Li Yozua. Accustomed to this, Li Yozua reacted not too slowly, barely managing to block the first strike. Zhang Luiying chuckled lightly and swiftly followed with a second and third strike. Each decisive and fierce that in mere moments, several tears appeared in Li Yozua's clothing. Master, Li Yozua's face displayed difficulty, clearly unprepared and wishing to ask her to pause, yet Zhang Luiying provided him no opportunity to speak. After 3 more strikes, Li Yozua was sent soaring through the air, crashing heavily onto the pile of freshly chopped firewood. Zhang Luiying gradually withdrew her hand, lightly uttering 2 words. Waste that Li Yozua struggled to support himself, attempting to explain, but as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spilled forth, painting a tragic scene. Zhang Luiying turned her back to him, mercilessly declaring, I, Ancient, have never encountered an opponent in the realm of cultivation. Who would have thought that taking on a disciple would result in such a useless creature, tarnishing my reputation? Master, that is not true. Today, my condition was merely poor, that Li Yozua shifted to his knees. Blood still staining his lips, helplessly attempting to explain, I woke up this morning with an unbearable headache, and when I began to cultivate, the pain intensified that I should have practiced, Master. I was wrong, it won't happen again. Unmoved, Zhang Luiying was well aware that Li Yozua was indeed suffering from a headache. This was a side effect of the memory-erasing drug. However, she needed to maintain her role as his master in his mind. When they had previously interacted as master and disciple, this was how they had conducted themselves. She could not extinguish Li Yozua's inherently malevolent nature. Rather, she needed to elevate his cultivation prowess while simultaneously serving as a sharpening stone for his growth, providing trials and tribulations. Thus, Zhang Luiying always pretended not to notice the misdeeds he committed outside, genuinely teaching him while also delivering real punishment. Each time they sparred, Li Yozua risked losing half his life, only to be subjected to her scornful rebuke as a waste. As the hem of her skirt was gently tugged, Zhang Luiying looked down to find a somewhat soiled hand. Master, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Please punish me, Master. The man's voice was feeble, his kneeling form exuding an air of pitifulness. Zhang Luiying's brow twitched. This again did I in the past, when she punished Li Yozua. She would directly use her spiritual power to lift him and strike him. Though excessive, it had been the most humane option from those presented by the system. The others had been so extreme that merely thinking about them induced physical discomfort, prompting a swift desire to forget. Even so, after each punishment, Zhang Luiying would claim to enter seclusion for a period of recovery. As a product of modernity, she had never before subjected anyone to such treatment. Thus, each time she wielded the whip, both her moral compass and psychological state were severely tested. She had thought that completing the 3rd task would bring her relief, but she never anticipated having to endure it once more within this Shumi mirror. Life was hard. Taking a deep breath twice, Zhang Luiying steeled herself for the task at hand, preparing for a swift resolution. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed 2 strands of spiritual energy, binding Li Yozua's wrists. With another swift motion, she hoisted him into the air, his arms outstretched, utterly devoid of any means to resist. Grinding her teeth, Zhang Luiying resolved to act decisively, her right palm condensing spiritual energy into the form of a whip. Crack! Li Yozua let out a muffled groan, his face reflecting agony. This strike is a punishment for your negligence in focusing on the proper matters, for your laziness. Crack! Suspended in midair, Li Yotsua instinctively attempted to curl his body. Yet his efforts were in vain, only resulting in a futile spasm. This strike is a punishment for your laziness and your subsequent attempts to concoct excuses when discovered. Breathing heavily, Li Yotsua bit his lip, his reddened eyes fixated on the woman standing before him. Jiang Luiying felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, retracting her spiritual energy and lowering him to the ground. That will be all for today. Your master must enter seclusion. Take care of yourself. As she spoke, she walked into the room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang after uttering her final word. In the courtyard, only Li Yotsua remained, lying motionless on the ground with his hand pressed against his wound. After a while, he propped himself up, his gesture of covering the injury shifting to a gentle caress. Having endured the worst of the pain, he was now left with only a lingering, fiery sensation. He gazed at the two dark purple bruises on his chest, the corners of his lips curling higher with each passing moment. His master had been remarkably gentle this time, yet it brought him greater pleasure than before. The piercing pain had penetrated his skin, reaching his heart, compounded by the intoxicating feeling of being unable to resist the powerful constraints. With a subtle stirring in his lower body, Li Yotsua shifted his posture, kneeling and leaning forward towards Jiang Luiying's door, pressing down on his wound with increasing force, which elicited a soft gasp from him. Recalling the delicate movements of his master's slender hands and the struggle reflected in her eyes, his excitement intensified. At the summit of Jingfan Mountain, within the empty chamber, a woman slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Luiying sat up, rubbing her stiff neck, while her stomach let out a low growl, indicating she had slept for quite some time. Outside, the wind and snow had ceased, but the temperature remained biting. The quilt felt chilly against her skin, prompting her to quickly apply a red fire talisman to her body. After sitting for a while, she finally felt her limbs begin to lose their stiffness. Searching through her storage bag, she found 2 pieces of pastry to quell her hunger before she wrapped herself in the quilt and got out of bed, intending to assess the situation. As she passed the low table beside the bed, she noticed the incense burner still emitting curling wisps of smoke, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Jiang Luiying let out a cold laugh, extinguishing the flame within. Did they still think to erase her memories with drugs? They should consider her past life before attempting such foolishness. Having formulated the miraculous Liaodin, her expertise in pharmacology had earned her a revered status within the esteemed Song family of the cultivation world. From the moment the incense burner was first lit, she sensed something was amiss, which led her to discreetly request Danqing to bring her antidote materials in batches whenever he delivered her meals. Feigning amnesia to be brought into the Shumi mirror, she managed to gather the same medicinal ingredients inside, masking their scent with spices and returning the favor by using them on Li Yotsua. Now, with Li Yotsua trapped in the Shumi mirror and suffering from memory loss, he would believe himself to be a native of that place. Attempting to escape without regaining his memories would prove to be a challenge. Jiang Luiying circled around the screen to the bedside, where the tranquil-faced Wanchan Bodhisattva lay quietly. His primordial soul had already sunk into the Shumi mirror, giving the appearance of being asleep. It must be said that with his shaved head and monk's robe. Had she not known him previously, no one would dare associate Wanchan with the depraved Li Yusi. Yao. Jiang Luiying murmured, uttering a name she had not spoken in 10 years. This was Li Yotsua's original name. When Jiang Luiying first encountered him, he had been scurrying around the courtyard with a bowl of rice, shoving food into his mouth as he ran, pursued by a burly man wielding a broom, cursing him for snatching the meat from his bowl. Ultimately, the frail boy of just over 13 was cornered, beaten with sticks, yet stubbornly clung to the bowl. That moment, Jiang Luiying appeared, intercepting the man's blows and offering to take the boy as her apprentice. To take him away, the man had no hesitation, bitterly declaring, "If you want this child, then take him quickly. We cannot wait to be rid of him. Better yet, may he never return." The 13-year-old boy huddled in the corner, gazing greedily at the woman shielding him. Jiang Luiying took him to a bamboo hut, cleaned him up, and asked, "What is your name?" The boy replied, "Li Yao." "Peach trees in full bloom, radiant in their beauty?" "No, it means untimely death. My father hoped I would die early, hence the name." After a moment of silence, Jiang Luiying said, "Since you have become my disciple, may I give you a new name?" A voice in her mind cautioned her. This child is born of evil. Do not harbor futile hopes for him. Yet Jiang Luiying did not heed the warning, sincerely responding, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Yotsua, Li Yotsua. May the heavens grant you forgiveness for your transgressions. And may you also extend forgiveness to others." She heard the system sigh within her mind. Returning her thoughts to the present, a knock at the door interrupted her. Jiang Luiying stood to answer it, revealing Danqing, who had come to deliver food. Upon seeing her, Danqing burst in a joyful exclamation. "At last, there is news from you, Ah Jiang. For the past 2 days, every time I came, no one answered. I thought no one was here." Jiang Luiying stepped outside, sitting on the steps as she opened the food tray Danqing had brought, which contained a steaming bowl of vegetarian noodles. Famished, she began to eat while incoherently asking, "How long have you been unable to find me?" "Until today, it's been 2.5 days, Dada. So you still came 3 times a day?" "Yes," Danqing blinked. "I thought perhaps you had relocated, and what if you returned and couldn't find anything to eat?" A warm feeling spread through Jiang Luiying's heart. Just as she was about to say something heartfelt, Danqing continued, "But it's fine. I didn't waste any food that if I couldn't find you. I just ate it myself." Jiang Luiying nearly choked on her noodles. After finishing her meal, Danqing left with the food container. As Jiang Luiying returned to the courtyard, preparing to close the door, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation and glanced towards a distant withered tree. "Is someone there?" She leaned forward for another look, clicking her tongue in realization that she must be imagining things, mistaking it for Song Qixing. Jingfan Temple and the demon realm were fundamentally incompatible. A demon lord would have to be out of their mind to approach the home of Wanshan Bodhisattva, especially after sustaining serious injuries. Jiang Luiying shut the door and returned to the bed. Closing her eyes to recuperate, she could feel that her spiritual pulse had taken shape, and it was markedly different from before, more transparent and resilient. Indeed, the materials from the system store were exceptional. Her substantial expenditure of points to redeem them had not been in vain. The ability to meld and preserve one's spiritual root and pulse, allowing them to regenerate within another's body, with the reincarnated version surpassing the original, was unprecedented in this world. However, such things were best kept rare. Otherwise, the cultivation world would be rife with danger. Previously, one only had to guard against sudden attacks. But now, they also had to be wary of those coveting their spiritual roots. Taking a deep breath, she cast a final glance at Li Yotsua, who lay on the bed, and began to attempt absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The energy flowed into her body, traversing her spiritual pulse, ultimately reaching her spiritual root, settling quietly within. Jiang Luiying watched her hands with delight. Her efforts had borne fruit. Her spiritual root had successfully regenerated. Although it was currently devoid of energy, she sensed that once filled, her strength would rival that of Ingshun at his peak. Strength was paramount. At that point, none of the 3 great powers would pose a threat to her. Presently, Li Yotsua was said to be in seclusion, trapped within the Shumi mirror, while Xinshin and Song Qixing were both wary of Wanshan Bodhisattva, reluctant to come here seeking him. With both internal and external threats resolved, this empty chamber was undoubtedly safe for her. She resolved to seize this time to diligently cultivate and elevate her abilities. The more she thought about it, the more invigorated she felt. The future appeared promising. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the Shumi mirror on the table, still subtly absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. She leaped off the bed and ran over, tapping the mirror's surface. "Little pervert, did you think you could scheme against me? Have you forgotten all these years that your master is no fool? You've only ensnared yourself, before my cultivation surpasses yours. You'd best stay put inside." As the sun began to set that evening, Danqing arrived as usual to deliver food. Having poured her heart into her training all afternoon, Jiang Luiying was famished. She sat down on the steps with the food tray and began to eat voraciously. "Slow down. Don't rush." Danqing hesitated, raising her hand to smooth Jiang Luiying's back, startling her to the point of nearly choking. What was with this carefree girl suddenly speaking to her in such a tender tone? Coupled with that gentle gesture, it felt oddly unsettling. Danqing withdrew her hand, placing it awkwardly on her lap, sitting up straight and falling silent. Jiang Luiying cast a puzzled glance at her, only to realize with dawning awareness that there were 4 dishes in the food container. Previously, there had only been 2 dishes in a single tray. But today the food container had 2 layers, each with its own plate. Was today a special occasion? Jiang Luiying swallowed the bun in her mouth and took a sip of porridge, curiously inquiring. Is today some kind of special day? No, not really. Then why are there suddenly so many dishes? I can't possibly finish them all. Danqing paused before explaining. Ninghua returned this afternoon, bringing a lot of things, including plenty of food, so Mrs. Ning made extra dishes for dinner. Ninghua has returned? That explains it. Jiang Luiying nodded, understanding the situation. Ever since Li Yotsua had announced his seclusion, Jiang Ninghua had slipped away. She is preoccupied with earning money, only staying at the Jingfan Temple when the Zen master Wanchan emerges from seclusion. Today, upon her return, Lady Ning is sure to prepare a greater variety of dishes. Jiang Luiying, having snatched a piece of vegetarian chicken, consumes it alongside steamed buns while inquiring, has there been any news from the demon realm lately? Danqing tilts her head and asks, what kind of news are you referring to? What else could it be? Jiang Luiying exclaims, tapping Danqing's forehead with the handle of her chopsticks. Of course, it's about how they're trying to hunt us down. This child seems utterly oblivious. Has she forgotten that they escaped from the demon palace? A flicker of pain flashes in Danqing's eyes. Yet Jiang Luiying remains focused on her meal, oblivious to in truth. The demon lord never explicitly stated an intention to pursue us. Jiang Luiying, as if startled, gazes at Danqing in disbelief. If it's merely about fleeing from marriage, then perhaps we wouldn't be pursued. But remember this, I stabbed him with a sword. Jiang Luiying flips her chopsticks, mimicking a stabbing motion at Danqing's chest. Do you understand? I stabbed him hard enough to leave him in a coma for almost half a month. He is the demon lord, after all, who would let such a grave offense go unpunished. Danqing gazes at her, her expression complex. Jiang Luiying, contemplating the chopsticks in her hand, sighs. Moreover, my feud with him is far more than just a matter of one sword. He certainly won't let me off easily. Danqing suddenly seizes on the crucial point. Do you have any other grievances with the demon lord? Jiang Luiying lowers her head, shoveling rice. The grudges are too deep for you to comprehend. It's best you remain unaware. Just remember, if you ever encounter him, run as fast as you can and distance yourself from me. You might just save your life. I'd say there's a good chance you would survive. Although the demon lord holds animosity towards me, he is not the type to indiscriminately harm the innocent. As Jiang Luiying speaks, she finds herself extolling the demon lord as character, only to reconsider. Even if he is decent, he is still pursuing her, prompting yet another lament. Danqing's lips move several times, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but each time she finds herself at a loss for words. That's it. I can't eat anymore, Jiang Luiying declares, setting down her bowl and chopsticks, glancing at the 4 dishes resting on the step beside her, at least 2.5 of which remain. Next time, don't bring so much. It's wasteful if we can't finish it. This is a place of Buddhist purity. Waste of food is not encouraged. Danqing murmurs a low agreement. It's fine. I'll take care of the leftovers. Jiang Luiying's eyes widen. Did you not have dinner? Danqing blinks, hesitating before nodding slightly. Why didn't you say so earlier? With so many dishes, we should eat together. How could I let you eat my leftovers? Danqing's eyes light up, and she quickly replies, then next time. All right, Jiang Luiying says, hands on her hips, turning to glance at the courtyard. The door to the inner room is tightly shut, and Li Yotsua lies on the bed as if lifeless. Eating alone is rather dull. Having a dining companion would allow for a greater variety of dishes. What is not to enjoy? Good. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Danqing's spirits lift, her voice light and cheerful. Anything will do. Jiang Luiying retrieves the last silver note from her storage bag and hands it to Danqing. Take this to settle the lodging fee. And purchase whatever you need. Let me know when you've spent it all. No need. Danqing shakes her head. I've been idle these past few days and helped some people rid themselves of a few nuisances, earning quite a bit of silver. She pulls out a thick stack of silver notes from her bosom, leaving Jiang Luiying utterly astonished. Such a hefty bundle resembles a brick. How did she conceal it? Danqing nonchalantly places the stack into Jiang Luiying's hand, her gaze falling on the red fire talisman affixed to her. She then reaches in her robe and produces another stack of new talismans. And these were brought back by Ninghua for you. Danqing speaks rapidly, clutching the food box as she departs, leaving Jiang Luiying rooted in place, stunned. She glances at her left hand. A brick of silver notes. She looks at her right. A brick of talismans. Both hands feel heavy, almost surreal. Her mind races with countless thoughts, all converging on a singular possibility. This child isn't resorted to theft, has she? Jiang Luiying ponders, resolving to inquire further in the morning. This child isn't particularly clever. She mustn't be misled into doing something foolish. That the doors of the Wu Zhai close. Danqing's figure reappears behind a distant stone. There, a celestial crane is trapped within a cage made of spiritual energy, swaying dizzily in midair. Danqing waves her sleeve, causing the cage to vanish, and the crane plummets to the ground, regaining consciousness and transforming back into a woman. Danqing, still dazed, looks up to see someone who resembles her perfectly, her eyes widening in shock. She watches as the Danqing before her resumes her original form, revealing Song Qixing. Oh no! The demon lord has come after me. Danqing's mind freezes for several seconds before she suddenly gasps, ready to shout towards the Wu Zhai, only to realize that no sound escapes her lips. Song Qixing uses spiritual power to lift her entirely. Gesturing for silence, that if you call out again, I'll send you back to the Celestial Crane clan. Danqing obediently shuts her mouth, fear evident in her eyes as she gazes at the man before her. Earlier, she had merely been delivering food to Jiang Luiying when she suddenly felt darkness engulf her, losing consciousness, and upon awakening, found the imposing figure of the demon lord standing before her, nearly giving her a heart attack. Now, unable to alert anyone, Danqing's heart races, completely devoid of any plan, and she can only ask, Demon Lord, what do you wish to do? Song Qixing replies coolly, starting tomorrow, you no longer need to deliver meals to the Wu Zhai. Danqing blurts out, are you trying to starve her? Song Qixing, exasperated, rubs his temples, I'll deliver them myself, duh. Danqing continues in shock, are you trying to poison her? That one do. Song Qixing realizes at that moment why this crane was expelled from the Celestial Crane clan. With such a mind, she would drive anyone mad if kept at home. However, to prevent this foolish crane from causing trouble, he patiently explains, I've already met her, if I intended to kill her. I could have done so just now. Danqing stands there with her mouth agape for a while, slowly realizing that the demon lord genuinely doesn't intend to commit murder, which is why she dares to nod in agreement. Chapter 55. Observing the little pervert at work after finishing dinner. Jiang Luiying diligently practices for another hour at by nightfall. She feels completely alert and energized. With her top-tier spiritual roots and veins, an hour of progress equals that of an ordinary person's 6 months. Feeling invigorated, she rises from the couch, approaches the table, and picks up the shimi mirror, sitting beside Li Yozua's bed. Since she can't sleep anyway, why not see what the little pervert is up to? With a flick of her fingers, she channels spiritual energy, leaning against the wooden frame of the bed with her eyes closed, entering the shimi mirror. Inside, the sky is bright, and the flow of time differs from that of the outside world. The exact ratio remains uncertain. Jiang Luiying steps outside, using her divine sense to probe the vicinity, only to find Li Yozua absent, that a familiar flash of white catches her eye. She turns to see a pristine lily in a vase on the windowsill. The petals glisten with fresh dew, indicating they were recently changed. This vase was placed here by Li Yozua. Each time she emerges from seclusion, she finds it filled with fresh flowers, all blooming exceptionally well. Previously, she had wondered if this little pervert was spying on her, knowing she wasn't actually in the room but had sneaked out to do private work. Otherwise, how could he always manage to place fresh flowers just as she returned? After checking the surveillance through the system, she discovered that while she was in seclusion, Li Yozua would bring a few fresh flowers each day to place on her windowsill, peering in with curiosity. As for where the flowers came from, Jiang Luiying no longer had the courage to investigate. According to the system, he had plundered someone else's flower field, carefully selecting the best blooms, discarding one after another until he found an even better one. Tossing aside whatever he held, that time, Li Yozua's cultivation was far below hers, and he couldn't see through the puppets she left in her room. Thus, every time he peeked in, he could only see his master meditating in silence. Jiang Luiying reasonably concluded that this little pervert used the act of placing flowers as a means to monitor her. Not dwelling on it further, she expanded her divine sense and quickly located Li Yozua's figure 10 miles away in a nearby forest. Concealing herself with an invisibility technique, she observed as the little pervert stood atop a tree, excitedly watching a group of wild beasts engage in a fierce battle below. Jiang Luiying frowned slightly, suddenly recalling that it was Li Yozua who had led a mutated beast horde to attack Night City years ago. slaughtering nearly half the city's populace. That Li Yotsua's original home was here, the first to suffer the consequences. She had heard that his father had been controlled, resulting in the massacre of their entire family. Not only does it involve murder, but also dismemberment. It is indeed a scene of unspeakable horror. That moment, she had just integrated her spiritual pulse and roots into a rebirth elixir stored at Lingquan Mountain, only to return to find the world had collapsed around her. By the time she arrived in Night City, Jiyin, the Bodhisattva, was struggling to fend off Li Yotsua, whose spiritual power was surging uncontrollably like a madman, causing the Vajra pestle in his hand to shatter inch by inch. In the end, she rushed forward, placing herself in front of Jiyin. However, the little pervert had already succumbed to a bloodlust, teetering on the edge of insanity, showing no regard even for her, his once respected master. That moment, Zhang Luiying had lost her spiritual roots and pulse, rendering her an ordinary mortal. Thus, beneath Li Yotsua's palm, she was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. The abruptness of her demise was something Zhang Luiying herself had not anticipated. Thinking she had failed her mission, she was taken aback when, upon closing and reopening her eyes, the system informed her of her success, unceremoniously abandoning her in this place. Contemplating this, Zhang Luiying silently cursed the entire family of the system in her heart, severely doubting whether it had encountered a bug, as the locations of the 3 mission targets were in utter disarray. How could this possibly be deemed a success? Observing Li Yotsua, who was controlling the fray among the beasts, Zhang Luiying could not help but marvel at how early he had begun his research on mutation and control over animals. Present, Li Yotsua's memories were still anchored to the time he had just become a disciple 8 years prior, which meant he had already begun to secretly delve into dark arts back then. During their decade-long master-disciple relationship, Zhang Luiying had scarcely monitored his actions through the system in the latter 5 years, opting instead for blissful ignorance. Hence, she remained oblivious to precisely when this young man had embarked on such endeavors. The beasts around him were evidently under his control, engaging in brutal infighting, with even a mother deer consuming her own offspring. Among the pack were animals with grotesque physical deformities, products of some inhumane breeding methods. Zhang Luiying felt an overwhelming discomfort at the sight of these abominations and promptly released her spiritual energy to send a warning to Li Yotsua. He jolted, the smile on his face vanishing instantly as he snapped his fingers at the beast horde. In the blink of an eye, the remaining creatures scattered, leaving behind a gruesome carpet of corpses. Zhang Luiying stood with her arms crossed, watching as the little pervert swiftly cleared the scene before finally revealing himself. Master, you've emerged from seclusion? Li Yotsua, still catching his breath, bore an unnatural flush on his face, the result of nearly having his clandestine activities exposed, coupled with the frantic need to tidy up. Zhang Luiying glanced at him, her tone cool and devoid of warmth. What are you doing here? I came to see if there was any game, to procure some for you to taste, Li Yotsua replied, maintaining a facade of composure. Master, you're just in time. I spotted 2 deer earlier and was in pursuit. Have you ever tasted roasted venison? Shall I catch one for you? No need, don't exert yourself. The mere thought of the mother deer she had witnessed devouring its own child made her stomach churn, causing her complexion to pale. She now felt quite unwell, her curiosity about the little pervert's activities having led her into this grim reality. At this rate, she doubted she would be able to eat breakfast the following day. As the 2 soared back to the bamboo grove, Zhang Luiying's steps suddenly faltered upon landing. Sensing her confusion, Li Yotsua followed her gaze to find her eyes fixated on the entrance of Xiao Rong's home. There, numerous plain banners fluttered gently in the wind, unmistakably indicating a household in mourning. Li Yotsua stifled a chuckle within, unperturbed. Noticing Zhang Luiying's gaze upon him, he hastily adopted a sorrowful expression and inquired, "What has happened in her family?" Zhang Luiying rolled her eyes inwardly at his feigned concern. "What do you think has happened? It is evident that Xiao Rong's 2 elder brothers have perished on the battlefield. The pure spiritual energy you have absorbed includes a portion of their essence," Li Yotsua perceptively noted, sensing a shift in his master's emotions. "What is troubling you, master?" Zhang Luiying found herself with no outlet for her pent-up frustration. This little pervert, devoid of memories, did not recall that they were within the realm of Sumi, nor did he comprehend that everything here was of his own making. Scolding him was futile. She sighed, remaining silent as she stepped into Xiao Rong's courtyard. There, two coffins lay, containing the bodies of Xiao Rong's elder brothers, returned just yesterday by friends who had aided in the collection of corpses. Xiao Rong sat to the side, her gaze vacant, resembling a soulless puppet. Their parents had passed away early, leaving the three siblings to rely on one another. Now, with both brothers gone, she was left to navigate life alone. Jiang Luiying opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Any words now would be in vain. Chapter 56. Not everyone can offend my master. Upon seeing the two enter, Xiao Rong's dazed expression gradually sharpened. Fixing her gaze on Jiang Luiying for a long moment before suddenly rushing forward to grasp her collar, "Then aren't you a powerful Taoist? Didn't you go to the battlefield to assess the situation? Why didn't you save them? Why didn't you stop this war?" Jiang Luiying, unprepared and without the use of her spiritual energy, was shoved backward by her forceful advance. That Li Yotsua reacted swiftly, stepping forward to separate them, ruthlessly throwing Xiao Rong to the ground, his gaze dangerous. How dare she speak to his master in such a manner? How could she even lay hands on her? A thought flashed through his mind, and a surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, ready to pierce through the chest of the still sobbing girl on the ground. Jiang Luiying grasped Li Yotsua's shoulder, firmly pushing him aside, and personally knelt down to help Xiao Rong up, her emotions in turmoil. Xiao Rong's accusations had suddenly illuminated a crucial realization for her that on the day the Jin and Yin nations went to war, she had indeed been present at the scene. Moreover, given her cultivation here, it would not have been difficult for her to intervene and prevent the conflict. Yet, she had harbored no such intentions. Her mind had been solely occupied with how to deal with the little pervert and whether the herbs in that sachet would yield better effects when stimulated by such massive spiritual energy. As she watched person after person fall on the battlefield, their souls departing to merge with the earth, awaiting reincarnation, she had never truly considered them dead to her. They were akin to recyclable data. In other words, she had subconsciously regarded the inhabitants of Sumi as lesser beings, not worthy of the same consideration as herself. After helping Xiao Rong back to her seat, she approached the altar to pay her respects, placing a bag of silver coins on the table. Whether in Sumi or the realm of cultivation, silver was universally accepted. She understood that Xiao Rong's brothers had toiled to exorcise demons and earn a living. Now that both were gone, Xiao Rong's future was fraught with uncertainty. Xiao Rong, in her lifeless state, remained oblivious to Jiang Luiying's actions. Frustrated, Jiang Luiying returned to the bamboo hut, using the pretext of assessing techniques to reprimand Li Yotsua once more. Before declaring a retreat into seclusion, exiting the realm of Suem, Li Yotsua suppressed the boiling pain in his chest, swallowing the taste of blood, and forced a chilling smile. Once the pain subsided, he stood and turned to face the direction of the bamboo grove. At that moment, Xiao Rong noticed the silver on the table and approached, only to be startled by Li Yotsua's sudden appearance as she stepped onto the narrow path of the bamboo grove. "Li Gongzi, it's you," she exclaimed, sniffing back her tears, her emotions calming somewhat as she extended the pouch of coins. "This is the silver left by your master. Please return it on my behalf, that I shouldn't keep this money." Her head bowed, her voice earnest. "What I said earlier was just ramblings born of grief. Please." Realizing that asking someone else to convey her apology seemed insincere, she withdrew her hand that held the pouch. "Never mind. I'll personally seek her out to apologize." With that, she forced a strained smile and nodded at Li Yotsua in gratitude, attempting to pass him on her way to the bamboo hut. However, just 2 steps in, her pace abruptly halted. Her expression froze as she slowly looked down, only to find a pale blue, translucent blade piercing through her chest. That it was a blade formed of spiritual energy. In disbelief, she attempted to turn and see who had struck her, but before she could fully turn, she collapsed limply to the ground. In her final moments, she caught a glimpse of Li Yotsua regarding her with a disdainful, contemptuous gaze one might reserve for an insignificant insect, as he softly uttered, "My master is not someone who could be offended by just anyone." Jiang Luiying tossed and turned in bed, her mind consumed by the scenes within the mirror of Shumi. She had previously perceived the little pervert as someone who disregarded human life. Yet upon realizing that she was confronting countless lives within the mirror, utterly oblivious to their humanity, a wave of unease and strangeness surged within her. It was as if she suddenly recognized that, at certain moments, she was akin to that little pervert, transitioning from a self-proclaimed compassionate observer to one who could wield control over the lives of others. The things she saw were profoundly different. Irritated, Jiang Luiying turned again, her gaze falling upon the discarded mirror of shimi on the floor. She reached out and threw a piece of clothing over it, resolving never to enter it again. The following morning, Song Qixing arrived to deliver breakfast, assuming the guise of Dan Qing. Jiang Luiying had pulled an all-nighter, and just as she began to feel drowsy, she was roused by a knock at the door. With dark circles under her eyes, she opened the door, startling Song Qixing. "What happened to you?" he inquired with concern. "Nothing, just burning the midnight oil," Jiang Luiying replied in a half-hearted manner. Song Qixing understood the moment she opened the door. He sensed the shift in her aura that if she had seemed like a robustly spirited, ordinary person the day before, today she appeared as a cultivator, her spiritual roots beginning to manifest after roughly a year on the path of immortality. Such a pace of cultivation would be inconceivable for an ordinary individual. However, having witnessed Jiang Luiying's talent in cultivation, Song Qixing was not entirely astonished. It was merely that an entire night of practice must have been quite taxing for her. He opened the food box in his hands, layer by layer placing the contents onto the doorstep to A.S. longtime rivals. He knew that the disciple of Wanchan would never allow anyone to disturb him without his consent during seclusion. And when Danqing had previously delivered meals, he had always accompanied Jiang Luiying to eat on the steps. That today's breakfast consisted of a variety of dishes, stacking the food box to a height of 6 layers. Just as he was setting down the 3rd layer, Jiang Luiying pressed her hand against his. The man's body froze momentarily, his actions halted mid-motion. "Isn't there too much food? It won't fit on the doorstep," she remarked. Song Qixing's gaze fell upon her hand resting on his heart racing, and he hoarsely asked, "Then pick a few dishes you wish to eat." "No need," Jiang Luiying replied, glancing at the courtyard before retracting her hand and returning the plates to the food box. "Let us eat inside. There are tables and chairs there." As she spoke, she stood up, carrying the food box toward the courtyard. Song Qixing hesitated, remaining rooted in place. He was still nursing serious injuries, having stubbornly come alone against all advice. Managing to conceal his presence and infiltrate Jingfan Temple so close to Wuzhai was already a considerable risk that if they were to attract Wanchan's attention and end up in conflict here, he would gain nothing and could further mislead Jiang Luiying. Noticing that Danqing had not moved after a couple of steps, Jiang Luiying turned back and grasped his hand, guiding him inside. The myriad strategies swirling in Song Qixing's mind were abruptly interrupted by this unexpected contact, leaving him with only the thought, "Follow her for now." They reached the stone table and chairs beneath the plum tree in the courtyard. As Jiang Luiying reached out to brush the snow off the table, Song Qixing preemptively wiped it clean. Jiang Luiying paused, surprised at this sudden display of attentiveness from Danqing. However, being in the serene surroundings of Wuzhai, suffused with divine light, her guard diminished significantly, and she thought perhaps he had encountered someone outside and learned from them. Chapter 57. Hoping they both perish. Snowflakes gently descended in the early morning, vanishing upon contact with the barrier above their heads. Song Qixing chewed slowly with his chopsticks, his gaze softening as it focused on the woman across from him, joyfully enjoying her meal. She remained unchanged, still preferring to add sugar to her porridge and stuffing vegetables into her steamed buns. How had he not noticed this before during their time in the Demon Palace? Reflecting on their days there, he suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing they had never properly shared a meal together. The only time they had, he had suspected Jiang Luiying of ulterior motives. A test set on her part. His treatment of her had been far from kind, so it was no wonder she preferred seclusion in Jingfan Temple over returning to the Demon Palace. Sensing the gaze directed at her, Jiang Luiying looked up, puzzled. "Why are you staring at me? Eat your meal properly." Only then did Song Qixing snap back to reality, diverting the conversation awkwardly. "Will Wanchan be all right with me coming in like this?" "Rest assured," Jiang Luiying replied, taking a bite of her bun stuffed with vegetables, her words muffled. "Li Yotsua hasn't come out of the room, so even if we set off firecrackers here, he wouldn't know." Li Yotsua. Song Qixing frowned slightly, that he recognized this as Wanchan's mundane name, but was Jiang Luiying really so unreserved as to call him by his full name? Did Wanchan truly allow her this familiarity? Having been in opposition to Wanchan for over 20 years, Song Qixing's understanding of him surpassed that of anyone else in the cultivation world. While Wanchan appeared to be detached from worldly affairs, viewing all things as insignificant, he was, at his core, radical and obstinate. Every time they faced each other, Song Qixing felt an unsettling illusion that his adversary was not the pure lotus of the snow-capped mountains, but rather a rat cloaked in sanctity. Many of Wan Chan's tactics and schemes were beneath the dignity of the true leader of the demon realm. Thus, Song Qixing found it hard to believe that this anomalous monk would allow someone to call him by his mundane name without reservation. Sensing his confusion, Jiang Luiying suddenly realized she may have overshared. Biting her chopsticks, she pondered for a moment before explaining, "Wan Chan hasn't left the room since entering. He didn't respond when I called that I suspect his seclusion is merely a pretext. He probably slipped into the demon realm to kill the demon sovereign." Song Qixing was suddenly struck by a burning question. "Do you hope for Wan Chan to succeed?" Jiang Luiying earnestly weighed the threat level posed by both individuals and replied sincerely, "To be honest, I rather hope they both perish together." Although she wished for this, she also understood it was impossible that as chosen targets of the system, the powerful figures in this world could not truly kill one another, no matter how fiercely they battled. Song Qixing's complexion drained of color, as if struck by a blow, his heart twisting painfully, causing old wounds to throb, but he trembled, wishing to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. Seeing Danqing so startled, Jiang Luiying couldn't help but chuckled. "I was just joking." She flicked his forehead playfully and teased, "It's just that one wants to hunt me down while the other confines me here as forced labor. I was merely complaining a bit." Only then did Song Qixing feel a bit better, yet the mention of pursuit reignited his sorrow. Did she truly believe he would want to kill her? Jiang Luiying took another sip of porridge, her gaze drifting toward the doorway, recalling how Li Yotsua, that little pervert, engaged in inhumane acts daily, causing her temples to throb. However, if a confrontation were to occur, I would still prefer the demon sovereign to eliminate the monk, Jiang Luiying ultimately concluded. After all, Song Qixing merely harbored a personal grudge against her. He was by nature a relatively normal person with decent character. Even if he captured her again, it would amount to little more than another attempt at revenge, a straightforward approach. The little pervert, on the other hand, was truly a malignant tumor in the cultivation world. His thoughts incomprehensible from a normal perspective. Should her identity as ancient be exposed without her strength to back it up, she dared not imagine the inhumane torment she would face at the hands of Li Yotsua. She couldn't fathom how, after her demise years ago, this little pervert had convinced Yin to bring him into Jingfan Temple and seize the title of monk. Upon hearing this, Song Qixing's eyes visibly brightened, and he felt his chest wound cease to ache and his breathing ease. Looking at the meal before him, his appetite returned, that he knew that despite Jiang Luiying's lingering misunderstandings regarding him, deep down, she was inclined to care for him and wished for his safety. After finishing breakfast, Song Qixing collected the bowls and chopsticks back into the food box and prepared to leave. Once outside Jiang Luiying's line of sight, he waved his sleeve, sending a communication talisman to the demon realm to alert Song Qixing to be vigilant for any unusual occurrences within the demon palace in the coming days. Wan Chan's sudden disappearance was not a good omen for the demon realm, but perhaps it was a blessing for him. Song Qixing cast a glance at the food box in his hand. A smile gracing his face, he pondered what delightful treats to bring for little Ing at noon. Feeling a joy he hadn't experienced in ages, after lingering for a moment, lost in blissful thoughts, he descended the mountain with a lightened step, intending to visit the town and procure some intriguing items. Snowflakes danced in the air atop the mountain, while the ground below remained untouched by snow. The snow on the road has been shoveled to the sides, forming little hills. Song Qixing was in high spirits, admiring the roadside stalls, finding beauty in everything he saw, until his gaze fell upon a particular sight that instantly dampened his mood. It was a tavern, and through the window he caught a glimpse of a tall, handsome figure clad in black, Xianshun. The joy on Song Qixing's face faded in an instant. His expression clouded. He had not forgotten how this former friend had obstructed him at Lingquan Mountain when he attempted to bring Jiang Luiying back to the demon palace. Sensing the intensity of Song Qixing's gaze, Xianshun lifted his head to look over. Their eyes met, and the air between them seemed to spark with tension. After a moment's contemplation, Song Qixing let out a light laugh, adjusted his expression, and strode into the tavern. "Esteemed guest, how many of you are there?" The attentive waiter rushed over to inquire. The young man in white exuded an extraordinary air, unmistakably not an ordinary person, and deserved special attention. Song Qixing pointed to Xianshun. "I am with him." "Oh, so, you two are acquainted?" The waiter complimented, noting the distinct aura of the two men, clearly indicating that they were of significant standing and had a connection. "Please do take a seat." The waiter guided Song Qixing to sit opposite Xianshun, then went to fetch wine. From the moment he entered, Song Qixing wore a standard smile, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor towards Xianshun. Xianshun remarked, "At last, you've decided to rid yourself of that bothersome stubble." Upon seeing Xianshun for the first time moments ago, Song Qixing had noticed this change that he had often advised Xianshun to tidy up his appearance, as his looks were not to be wasted, but Xianshun had always brushed off such advice. Now, he had voluntarily shaved. As a man, Song Qixing immediately deduced the reason, a warning bell ringing in his mind. Recalling how Xianshun had resolutely blocked Zhang Luiying previously at Lingquan Mountain, combined with the fact that Zhang Luiying was now at the foot of Jingfan Mountain, Song Qixing's gaze turned increasingly perilous. His fingers tightened around the wine glass as he inquired, each word deliberate. "Why are you here?" Xianshun, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Waiting for someone." The sound of shattered porcelain rang out as wine splashed from Song Qixing's fingertips. "Waiting for someone?" Song Qixing cast a cleaning spell, methodically gathering the shards on the table, and pointedly asked, "Waiting for whom?" Xianshun replied candidly, "Miss Zhang." Song Qixing scoffed. "Ah, Xianshun, you truly are a paragon among the realms. It appears you were aware of Miss Zhang's presence here all along." "Indeed." "Xianshun, do you know that Zhang Luiying is the one our demon realm has long sought?" "I know." The smile on Song Qixing's lips widened. Yet his eyes grew colder, an aura of chilling hostility surrounding him. "That if you know, why did you not inform me?" Xianshun pursed his lips, remaining silent. After years of camaraderie, Song Qixing understood that Xianshun was resolute in his refusal to divulge any information. Determined to oppose him at all costs, that a wave of mockery surged within him. He had thought of Xianshun as a confidant, only to realize that it was this very confidant who would betray him at a crucial moment. "Very well, so you choose silence," Song Qixing said, his voice laced with derision. "Let me inform you, I already know where she is, and I will soon bring her back to the Demon Palace. You cannot take her." Xianshun fixed his gaze on Song Qixing, his eyes resolute. "You are still recovering from your injuries, and you are not my match." Zhang Luiying had nearly exhausted her strength delivering that strike with the Jianhong sword, which was no ordinary weapon. Even without the wielder's spiritual energy, it could unleash formidable power. Song Qixing had put up no resistance at all, brushing perilously close to death. Though his external wounds had healed, he would require time to recuperate before regaining his peak strength. "Haha!" Song Qixing erupted into laughter, unable to contain his amusement at Xianshun's unreserved provocation. "Oh, Xianshun, it seems I have underestimated you. To conduct such treachery so brazenly, you truly are the first in the cultivation world." Xianshun was direct and forthright, merely stating facts without intent to provoke. Yet, seeing Song Qixing in such a furious state, he was at a loss for words to calm him. Admitting he was wrong and relinquishing Zhang Luiying, impossible. But to explain was a lengthy matter, one that would require recounting events from 60 years ago. He had long been aware of the secrets surrounding Luiying, but he did not know how she had preserved her soul amidst the overwhelming malice of the sword furnace, nor how she had returned. Upon reflection, there were too many suspicious aspects about Zhang Luiying that if doubts arose, particularly from someone as astute and powerful as Song Qixing, it could be perilous for her. Thus, until he fully understood the situation, he preferred to keep the details hidden. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to avoid confrontation. Noticing Xianshun standing to settle the bill, Song Qixing understood his intent all too well. He was resolutely adopting the role of a coward. "Xianshun." He rose, halting Xianshun as he prepared to step out the door. "Do not forget, she was sent to the Demon Palace for a marriage alliance, a pact you facilitated." His voice carried a hint of spiritual energy, audible only to Xianshun. Stopping in his tracks, Xianshun's hands clenched into fists. After a moment, he replied in kind. "Firstly, the truce agreement does not include any marriage clause. Secondly, I promised her I would not let you take her away. What conditions did she offer you that would make you forsake our past friendship to oppose me?" Song Qixing pressed, clinging to the last shred of hope. "What she can offer you, our demon realm can match." He wished for Xianshun's relationship with Zhang Luiying to be an equitable exchange, that she had presented some enticing condition which had captivated Xianshun. rather than a matter of emotional entanglement. This way, he would not have to confront the dilemma of betrayal from a former friend. However, Xianqin's silence spoke volumes. There were no conditions. She was more important than anything else for several consecutive days. Zhang Luiying indulged in a variety of delicious food, feeling she had gained a bit of weight. After completing her afternoon training, she turned in front of the mirror, deciding to inform Danqing not to bring her dinner anymore, as she intended to lose weight and adopt intermittent fasting. However, upon hearing this, Danqing scrutinized her sincerely and said, "Why lose weight? If you lose any more, the mountain winds might just blow you away." As he spoke, he continued to serve her food from the box, all of which were Zhang Luiying's favorites. His words were not flattery. Zhang Luiying's physique was already quite slender when dressed in loose clothing. It was acceptable, but when she wore less, she appeared almost skeletal. Now that she had gained a little, it was just right. Initially, Zhang Luiying had been skeptical of such remarks, insisting she would not eat. Yet upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma from the dish, she immediately relented. Starting tomorrow, I will definitely start my diet. She had no idea where Danqing had procured such food. It was ostensibly vegetarian, yet it tasted as exquisite as any gourmet dish. Sometimes, she even suspected it was made from purely plant-based ingredients. Watching the young woman before him relish her meal, Song Qixing felt a wave of pleasure wash over him. He could sense that Zhang Luiying's cultivation had been advancing rapidly over the past few days, having broken through to the Tai realm in just one day, now on the verge of reaching the Tire realm. Ordinary cultivators might spend 3 to 5 years honing their skills to achieve such a level. He himself had taken a full 10 days upon entering the path, while Zhang Luiying had done it in merely 5. Truly, she was his little shadow, excelling in both medicinal knowledge and cultivation. Yet this realization suddenly filled him with a sense of urgency. Once a cultivator breaks through to the Taishe realm, they can ascend. This is the lifelong pursuit of cultivators. The cultivation world marks time by the name of the last ascended individual. Currently, it is the year 927 of the Tianyuan era, meaning the last ascendant was the Tianyuan Daojun, an event that took place 927 years ago. With such talent, could she become the next ascendant? Since the ascension of Tianyuan Daojun, he has not been seen again, leaving one to ponder his whereabouts, should Xiaoying ascend. Song Qixing quietly summoned his spiritual power and circled around his spiritual root. Currently, he resided in the Taichi realm, and if he diligently practiced and controlled his progress, perhaps he could ascend alongside Xiaoying. With this thought, a flicker of unease dissipated from his heart. Time spent in focused cultivation always seemed to fly by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Zhang Luiying had progressed from being a novice to the Taixi realm. Yet she found herself stagnating there, unable to advance despite her efforts. After 2 days of fruitless endeavor, Zhang Luiying was anxious to the point of distraction, unable to even eat a morsel. She sensed that the issue lay with her spiritual root. The spiritual energy filtered through her meridians dissipated inexplicably upon reaching her spiritual root, rendering her unable to consolidate it. Naturally, Song Qixing felt her fluctuations in realm and had discreetly investigated several times. Yet he could not ascertain the reason. Observing Zhang Luiying frantically tugging at her hair, he could only suggest pausing her cultivation progress to relax and seek answers elsewhere. Zhang Luiying found this suggestion reasonable and promptly locked the door to Wuzai. Intending to take a leisurely stroll, Song Qixing gazed at the heavy lock on the door in silence for a long while. So, she was indeed free to leave. Danqing, what are you waiting for? Come on. Zhang Luiying waved at him. Song Qixing acknowledged her call and stepped forward to catch up. Chapter 59. Creating an encounter, the two strolled slowly through the icy expanse, engaging in casual conversation. Ever since his unpleasant parting with Xianxin at the foot of the mountain half a month ago, Song Qixing had harbored a knot in his heart. However, seeing Zhang Luiying so engrossed in her cultivation, he dared not pry further. Now, sensing the moment was right, he cautiously broached the subject. I encountered Daojun Xianxin in town yesterday. What brings him here? Xianxin, upon hearing this name, Zhang Luiying's mind was suddenly illuminated, and she lifted her head. He is still here? Yes, Song Qixing nodded slowly, uncertain of her thoughts. Yet, Zhang Luiying suddenly brightened. She recalled that when Xianxin was a novice at Lingxiao sect, it was due to issues with his spiritual root that his cultivation was restricted. Once he resolved the problems with his spiritual root, his progress was astonishing. Could it be that her current issues with her spiritual root were akin to Xuanqin's past? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Without hesitation, she turned and descended the mountain to find Xianqin. In the vastness of the world, cultivation reigned supreme. Regardless of past grievances or hardships, the priority was to acquire his solution. Observing Zhang Luiying's intense reaction to merely mentioning Xianqin, Song Qixing felt a swirl of emotions. He stood in place for a long time, ultimately deciding not to follow. Zhang Luiying dashed down the mountain, using both running and teleportation, reaching the town in less than half a stick of incense. Gazing at the bustling crowd, she smacked her forehead in frustration, having forgotten to ask Danqing where Xianqin was encountered. In such a large town, locating him would require scanning with her divine sense. And given her current strength, which paled in comparison to Xuanqin's, high-level cultivators could easily block lower-level scans. With a sigh, she resolved to inquire at each inn. However, just as she turned a corner, she spotted Xianqin seated at a tea house across the street, conveniently positioned at the edge, making him quite conspicuous. Timing is everything. Zhang Luiying's heart leaped with joy as she hurried over, her smile radiant. Daojun Xianqin, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Her gaze swept across the table, noticing 2 teacups, one before Xianqin and another across from him. The cup opposite him was empty, suggesting someone had just left. Displaying her tact, she did not sit down directly but approached the edge of the tea house, conversing with Xianqin from across the railing. Oh, are you waiting for someone? Xianqin paused, noting the cup across from him, and could only nod in affirmation. Zhang Luiying turned to leave. Then I shall. Before she could finish her sentence, he grasped her wrist. Confused, she turned to look, finding Xianqin leaning slightly over the railing, an expression of urgency on his face. What is it? Zhang Luiying was perplexed. She intended to suggest that since he had an appointment, she could find a place to sit and wait. After all, he was right there and wouldn't be leaving any time soon. Why the fuss? Xuanqin's neck slowly turned red, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke in an awkward tone. Right now, I have no one waiting to— Oh, Zhang Luiying understood. She had arrived just in time. The previous guest had just departed, making way for her. With a smile, she pressed her hand against Xuanqin's arm, lightly vaulting over the railing to sit in the empty seat across from him. Gazing at the teacup before her, she noticed remnants of lipstick on the rim that a knowing smile crossed her face. Realizing the previous guest had been a lady, suddenly, a thought struck her, and her smile faltered, for the lady Xianqin could not possibly be Feng Ke, could it? Noticing the change in her expression, Xianqin inquired cautiously, What troubles you, Jianggu? It's nothing. Zhang Luiying waved her hand, casting a furtive glance around, relieved not to see Feng Ke. She must have wandered off. Xianqin glanced at his teacup, discovering a trace of red lipstick. Swiftly, he raised a hand to shield it, calling for the waiter to bring a new pot of tea. The waiter, astonished, looked between him and Zhang Luiying, scratching his head in confusion. Weren't there 2 ladies sitting here just now? Go brew the tea. Xianqin placed a silver ingot on the table, startling both the waiter and Zhang Luiying. The waiter quickly realized that the 2 ladies who had occupied the seat were now displaced by the generous offer. Without further delay, he accepted the silver and hurried off to brew tea, discreetly removing the previous cups from the table. With the table finally cleared of any distractions, Xianqin asked, Have you completed your tasks? Jianggu, not yet, it's still early. Zhang Luiying plucked a dried apricot from the fruit platter and pondered how to subtly extract information from Xianqin. Few knew of Xuanqin's past issues with his spiritual root. She had only learned of it through the system, but she had never inquired about the specifics. Eventually, through a fortunate turn of events, Xuanqin's restrictions had been lifted. The world believed he was a rising star who had acquired some innate treasure that allowed for his rapid cultivation. Only Zhang Luiying knew he had not merely obtained a golden finger, but had unsealed it. Even the initial shadow was unaware of this matter. Thus, the question arose. No one knew the reason behind Xuanqin's novice struggles. So where could she begin her inquiries? Surely, she could not directly ask. I heard you were particularly weak in your early days, bullied within the sect. How did you suddenly become so powerful? Moreover, Xuanqin's current reputation was well established, and few were aware of his novice phase. If she pried too deeply, Xianqin might retort, How do you know I was once weak and bullied? That would be hard to explain. It was a delicate situation, exceedingly delicate. Jiang Luiying found herself regretting not having asked the system more questions about Xuanqin's spiritual root issues and how they were resolved back then. Noticing her deep contemplation as she chewed on the dried apricot, Xuanqin silently pulled the fruit platter closer, intending to have the waiter replace it with a new one when he arrived with the tea. This platter had belonged to the previous two ladies, and he felt it was inappropriate for Jiang Luiying to consume what they had left behind. However, Jiang Luiying caught the subtle movement, her thoughts racing as she wondered, does he really think he can eat all the dried apricots without sharing? For someone of his status, is he really that stingy? The atmosphere grew a touch awkward. Chapter 60. Lifting stones to stumble upon oneself, seeing her conflicted expression and her silence, Xuanqin, anxious as well, could only inquire indirectly. You seem troubled, Jianggu. Jiang Luiying scratched her head for a moment before finally finding an entry point that I have recently begun practicing under the guidance of Wanchon Bodhisattva. For an ordinary person to embark on the path of cultivation, one cannot do so without guidance. She could not claim to be self-taught, as rapid progress would certainly raise suspicions, since Li Yotsua was currently unavailable to refute her, and she had been residing in Wuzai. It was perfectly plausible to say she was being guided by Li Yotsua. To Xuanqin's gaze darkened slightly, and he responded with a soft hum, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. From the moment he met Jiang Luiying, he had discerned the changes in her cultivation. Compared to their last encounter, her progress was nothing short of meteoric. Such rapid advancement was even beyond what Chuiying could achieve. The speed at which she cultivated was undoubtedly due to Wanchon's guidance. Xuanqin pressed his lips together, repeatedly reminding himself that Wanchon was a bodhisattva, devoid of worldly desires. It seems that Jiang Luiying's guidance was merely based on her innate talent, devoid of any ulterior motives. Noticing his silence, Jiang Luiying grew anxious and decided to probe further. Recently, she had encountered a bottleneck, having been stuck at the 4th level for quite some time. Given that Xuanqin was well-versed and knowledgeable, he must have encountered similar situations before, right? Upon hearing her words, Xuanqin swiftly cast her a glance, realizing that her insinuation was quite pointed. She indeed knew that he had once been shackled by such limitations as well. Before Jiang Luiying could gather her thoughts, Xuanqin preemptively divulged everything. Yes, I too have faced such a predicament. Once my cultivation was stalled at the 3rd level for an extended period, unable to condense my spiritual energy within my spiritual roots. This issue troubled me greatly for a long time. Jiang Luiying stood speechless for a while, taken aback. This person is remarkably candid. While others would keep such dark histories hidden, he shows no signs of evasion whatsoever. At that moment, a waiter approached with a new teapot, placing 2 fresh teacups before them. Xuanqin, while handing the fruit platter to the waiter, continued. Later, when we were at Yunya picking star-cloud flowers, I fell from a cliff and encountered Zon Bodhisattva at the valley's base, who helped me exchange for a fresh platter. Thank you. The last remark was directed at the waiter. Jiang Luiying's mind momentarily crashed, completely oblivious to Xuanqin's use of the word we, as she fixated on the mention of Yunya. She recalled that at that time, she had forced Xuanqin to pick flowers from the cliffside, only to push him down with a palm. There was no helping it. It was a requirement from the system. So the system had instructed her to do this because there was an opportunity beneath the cliff. Indeed, as a cannon fodder female supporting character, all her misdeeds were for the growth of the protagonist. Pushing someone down to unlock their potential was also part of her duties. With that thought, it was no longer surprising. Jiang Luiying nodded, only to belatedly realize another issue. So, the problem with your spiritual roots was resolved by Ziyuan Bodhisattva? Internally, she was in a frenzy, far too excited to even consider the terminology of spiritual root issues, that if it were indeed Ziyuan Bodhisattva, she would be utterly doomed, because Ziyuan had passed away 17 years ago. His disciples had either died or gone missing over the years. Where could she inquire about the methods to lift the restrictions? Xuanqin nodded, his expression complex. Do you know what method he used? Jiang Luiying, clinging to her last shred of hope, pressed on. Ziyuan Bodhisattva mentioned that he employed the Shiyu Heart Sutra. Do you know how to use it? Xuanqin slowly shook his head. The technique he practiced required this method to channel spiritual energy into my spiritual veins, thereby revealing the underlying issues covering my spiritual roots. At this point, he suddenly recalled that Ziyuan Bodhisattva had once stated that such issues typically arose from conflicts between the spiritual veins and the body. Does this mean that Jiang Luiying's body is also in conflict with her spiritual veins? Jiang Luing's brows knitted tightly, as if she could crush a fly with them. She comprehended that this was a classic case, needing someone who practiced the Shiyu Heart Sutra to help her extract the issues. The pressing question now was, where could she obtain the Shiyu Heart Sutra? She had never heard of the Jingfan Temple possessing such a technique. It must have been uniquely created by Ziyuan Bodhisattva. Perhaps he had imparted it to his disciples. However, now that she could not locate any of Ziyuan's 18 true disciples, this posed a significant problem. Observing Jiang Luiying's troubled expression, Xianqun poured her a cup of tea and then offered some words of comfort. It is well known in the cultivation world that before Ziyuan Bodhisattva passed away, he entrusted the mirror of Xumi to Wanshan Bodhisattva. Although Wanshan entered the fold later than others, he was the closest disciple to Ziyuan, and they were nearly inseparable. It stands to reason that Wanshan Bodhisattva has already received the true transmission of the Shiyu Heart Sutra. Jiang Luiying. Suddenly, Xianqun's tone grew curious. Since the Bodhisattva has guided your cultivation, did he not discern the issues with your spiritual roots? Jiang Luiying. Li Yotsua is still locked within the mirror of Xumi. How could he ascertain whether my spiritual roots are problematic? For the first time, Jiang Luiying experienced a sense of self-sabotage that to eliminate the restrictions on her spiritual roots, she would have to bring out the little pervert. What a jest! She had painstakingly confined the little pervert within the mirror of Xumi, and now she had to release him. The first thing that little pervert would likely do upon emerging would be to devour her alive. Yet, if she were to remain with her hard-won talents and spiritual roots, forever stuck at the 4th level, it would be better to kill her. Jiang Luiying painfully closed her eyes, burying her face in her arms. Her entire being deflated as she lay motionless on the table. Xianqun was oblivious to what he had said to upset her, unsure how to broach the subject, and could only sit in awkward silence. Fortunately, the waiter arrived with new snacks, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Try this. Xianqun nudged the fruit platter towards her arm, gently poking her with his finger. Jiang Luiying let out a long sigh, then suddenly invigorated. She lifted her head and stood up, her right fist clenched before her chest, embodying a defiant spirit of self-determination. It's fine. I can do this. Isn't it just a matter of deceiving him in different ways? Having been the master of the little pervert for so many years, if she could not handle him now, it would be a disgrace to her 30 years of experience. Jiang Luiying Xianqun, sitting on the stool, looked up at her, bewildered by her sudden resurgence of enthusiasm. That I'm fine. Thank you for the information. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Without further delay, Jiang Luiying dashed out, completely oblivious to the fact that a new platter of fresh snacks had appeared on the table. Xianqun promptly stood up in pursuit, yet Jiang Luiying showed no inclination to explain herself and swiftly vanished from sight. The waiter, noticing the situation, curiously approached and inquired, "Young master, would you like me to help you pack up the snacks to send her?" Xianqun cast him a glance, his expression puzzled. The waiter, exasperated, replied, "If you fancy the young lady, you mustn't be bashful. Look, on the surface, you are merely sending her delightful treats, but in reality, it's an opportunity to create another connection." Xianqun suddenly understood and produced a silver ingot. "Pack it up for me. And if you have any other sweets that girls enjoy, include a portion of those as well." "Certainly." The waiter cheerfully accepted the silver and hurried off to prepare the order. Chapter 61. My master wants to kill me. Jiang Luiying hurriedly returned to Wu's studio. Her mind racing as she to bring Li Yotsua out of the mirror of Xumi was simple. All she had to do was kill him inside. However, the memory erasing potion she had used on Li Yotsua was specifically designed for the body trapped within the mirror of Xumi, and his outer self remained unaffected. In other words, once Li Yotsua emerged, he would remember everything that had transpired in the mirror, including the events leading to his amnesia. How could she concoct a story to deceive this little pervert while avoiding his wrath that might lead to her immediate demise? Jiang Luiying contemplated this dilemma, ultimately deciding to shift all unfavorable circumstances onto Yingxin, ensuring her own safety. After all, for Li Yotsua to find Yingxin, he needed to keep Jiang Luiying alive. She simply needed to elevate her cultivation level within this time frame. Once her strength grew, she would have no cause for concern. With her resolution firm, Jiang Luiying approached the table and grasped the mirror of Xumi. Channeling her spiritual energy through her fingertips, she was transported back to the bamboo cottage within the mirror. Rising to her feet, she stepped outside to stretch her limbs, using her spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. only to find that the little pervert was once again absent from this location. Sighing, Jiang Luiying was about to brace herself to investigate Li Yozuo's whereabouts when she suddenly detected his presence within her current spiritual awareness, approaching her at an astonishing speed. Instinctively, Jiang Luiying wondered what trouble he had stirred up this time. Whether during her previous encounters with the system, or now in this little world, she had always found tracking the little pervert-esque movements to be a test of her mental fortitude. It was highly plausible that she would witness a gruesome scene unfold before her eyes. Even if it were not so bloody, it could involve him wreaking havoc on others' farms or livestock. And she couldn't even blame the system, as Li Yozuo was destined to become the demon lord, unable to suppress his malevolent nature. There was nothing she could do but watch helplessly as the mischievous child veered further off course. All while she remained his nominal guardian, which was an agonizing predicament that in the past, when he committed misdeeds and was pursued, those he could defeat would be vanquished, while only those beyond his capabilities would return to seek refuge. Judging by the speed at which the little pervert was charging towards her now, Jiang Luiying could tell from the heel of her foot that he had once again provoked someone he could not contend with. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Li Yozuo's figure appeared within her line of sight. Jiang Luiying scanned him from head to toe, relieved to see he was not drenched in blood. Yet, she remained curious about which unfortunate soul he had offended this time. The cultivators within the Mirror of Shumi were all so inept. Who could possibly chase him down? Jiang Luiying finally registered the situation. But before she could utter a word, the youth lunged at her, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Master. His arms encircled her securely, his chin nestled in her neck, rubbing affectionately, his voice a soft murmur. Master, you've finally emerged from seclusion. It's been 188 days. You've been in closed cultivation for so long. I missed you so much, Jiang Luiying. She had only been outside for over half a month. Yet within the mirror, an astonishing 188 days had passed. The disparity in the flow of time was truly remarkable. All right, I was breaking through this time. I was in seclusion longer than anticipated. Now, please let go that I do not wish to let go. Li Yozuo leaned against her shoulder once more, showing no intention of releasing his grip. Jiang Luiying sighed, contemplating the matter she had noticed earlier. Has Xiaorong moved? When she had used her spiritual sense to locate Li Yozuo just moments ago, she had discovered that Xiaorong's door was tightly shut, locked, and the yard was overrun with weeds, presenting a scene of utter desolation. It was evident that the place had been uninhabited for quite some time, that Li Yozuo replied with an unflinching demeanor. Indeed, Xiaorong mentioned she no longer wished to live here, as it brought back painful memories. So she moved away. Before leaving, she even came to bid farewell to the master, but unfortunately, the master was in seclusion at that time, and they couldn't meet for a final goodbye. Oh, I see. Jiang Luiying responded, her tone slightly somber. Initially, she had thought that Xiaorong had simply relocated, but after Li Yozuo's explanation, she realized that this little pervert had once again acted out of line. She had believed that her next course of action might betray her conscience. But now it seemed she had been overly concerned. Jiang Luiying's gaze darkened, and in the next instant, a long sword appeared in her hand. Taking Li Yozuo completely off guard, she thrust the blade diagonally into his abdomen. Its tip piercing through his back as her arms were constrained. She feared not reaching a vital area and provoking retaliation that a diagonal thrust, however, would surely inflict a crucial wound. Li Yozuo let out a muffled groan. Slowly loosening his embrace, his eyes filled with disbelief. Determined, Jiang Luiying conjured a dagger in her left hand, ready to deal another blow without hesitation. Li Yozuo's instinct for survival compelled him to push her away forcefully. Nevertheless, the dagger still found its mark in his shoulder, and he stumbled back rapidly, his injuries causing him to lose his footing and fall to the ground. Jiang Luiying advanced step by step toward him, while he clumsily rose, hunched over like a cornered beast, clutching his wound and retreating with a look of confusion and fear in his eyes. Master, are you going to kill me? Jiang Luiying regarded him coldly, offering no reply. The mutated creatures he had nurtured, sensing the surge of spiritual energy, began to gather around the bamboo cottage. These animals had lost their consciousness, now mere puppets for Li Yozuo. Upon sensing their master in peril, they encircled him, forming a protective barrier. Jiang Luiying's stomach churned at the sight of these aberrant beings. Though this little pervert was gravely injured, if he managed to escape, he would undoubtedly recover that moment. Killing him would require considerable effort and could lead to further psychological trauma. She resolved to eliminate this little pervert today, to drag him out from the Sumi mirror. Thus, Jiang Luiying reigned in her murderous intent and opened her arms with a warm smile directed at Li Yotsua. "Akuo, come here." Her voice was gentle to the extreme, her smile radiant, as if the person who had just attempted to deliver a fatal blow was not her. Blood trickled from Li Yotsua's mouth and nose as he looked at her. Bewildered, the mutated creatures surrounding him had quieted, their master no longer exuding the fierce intent to retaliate from moments prior. Jiang Luiying observed their behavior with a secretive smile, maintaining her facade as she continued to entice him. "Akuo, why are you standing so far away? Come to your master." Li Yotsua remained frozen in place, his gaze wavering, a flicker of sorrow emerging in his eyes. "Come." Jiang Luiying held her arms wide in an inviting gesture, her gaze steady upon him. Blood dripped from Li Yotsua onto the ground. He was a living target, pierced by both sword and dagger, his eyes a fierce crimson, gasping for breath, nearing his limit, that if he were to flee now. With so many troublesome mutated creatures blocking the way, Jiang Luiying could not guarantee she would find him swiftly. However, this was the first time his master had offered him such an embrace. His master wanted to hold him. Jiang Luiying patiently maintained her position, no longer calling out to him, merely smiling with affectionate eyes. After a long moment of hesitation, Li Yotsua finally took a tentative step forward. Jiang Luiying's smile widened, her pupils reflecting the image of a beast stepping into a sweet trap. "Master." The bloodied arms of the man trembled as they lifted, embracing her once more. "Good, Akuo is truly obedient." Jiang Luiying's smile bloomed like a flower, and in the next heartbeat, the sharp dagger plunged into the man's back, piercing his heart. Chapter 62. Why do you think I want to kill him? In the woo-woo studio, the man on the bed suddenly regained his senses, tumbling to the floor, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Jiang Luiying feigned surprise, moving away from the Sumi mirror, positioning herself against the door, ready to flee at any moment. Li Yotsua's eyes were bloodshot as he knelt, struggling to stabilize the chaotic spiritual energy within him, his gaze locking on a Jiang Luiying through the screen. He recalled everything that had transpired within the Sumi mirror, including how this woman had feigned amnesia to deceive him, how she had drugged him and turned the tables, and how she had ruthlessly taken his life. Jiang Luiying keenly sensed the murderous intent in his eyes and instinctively edged closer to the door, saying at the opportune moment, "Buddha's child, I believe I was just under some form of control." Li Yotsua regarded her in silence. "That I don't know what happened. My limbs were unresponsive, and I felt my consciousness clouded, as if someone was manipulating my body. And was that a dream just now?" Regardless of the specifics, she aimed to shift the blame onto Ingshun for the sake of self-preservation. Finally, Li Yotsua lowered his gaze, no longer regarding her with the intensity of a predator, but instead focusing on the Sumi mirror on the table, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his heart. Every shell within it possessed an exclusivity concerning the primordial souls, meaning if one shell had already been claimed by a primordial soul, no other could attach itself. Yet, Jiang Luiying's primordial soul so easily occupied the body of his master, which housed the master's own primordial soul. She was an immensely powerful entity. The exclusivity of her primordial soul would only be greater. Let us suppose, following his original thoughts, that the fragments of his master's primordial soul he had gathered were incomplete, with some inadvertently residing within Jiang Luiying. Ultimately, however, it was predominantly comprised of her own essence. How could the master's body tolerate the predominance of Jiang Luiying? Moreover, why did Jiang Luiying lack any memories of the master, yet suddenly regain them within the mirrored world? At what exact moment did she transform into Ingshun? Was the act of drugging him within the mirror the doing of Ingshun or Jiang Luiying? Why did she so smoothly revert to Ingshun the moment he lost his memory, no matter how he attempted to rationalize it? The situation remained inexplicable that Li Yotsua shifted his position, settling into a cross-legged posture to meditate and adjust his spiritual energy. Observing that he did not immediately retaliate, Jiang Luiying felt a measure of relief and, with righteous indignation, declared, "Buddha's child, that woman who controlled me is utterly despicable. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully to uncover her whereabouts, and we shall find her and exact our vengeance." Li Yotsua's eyes snapped open wide. "Why do you consistently believe I wish to kill her?" Jiang Luiying replied. Is that not evident? Ancient torments him daily, never uttering a kind word. Does he not deserve punishment? Furthermore, I witnessed her being slain by Li Yotsua 30 years ago. The fury and madness in his eyes were unmistakable. At that time, I thought, being the master, he would at least show her some restraint and not pursue her relentlessly. Yet, it was a grave miscalculation. This little pervert had long desired to eliminate her as well. Merely biding his time, as for that shell of Ancient within the Sumi mirror, it seems this little pervert was unsatisfied with mere murder and sought to toy with her. Given her understanding of Li Yotsua's vengeful nature, she was certain he would not simply keep a replica of his master in the mirrored realm for sentimental reasons. Thus, it struck her as absurd that Li Yotsua would question her reasoning behind believing he wished to kill her. No, wait. Jiang Luiying's heart sank. She was no longer Ancient. She was the seventh princess of the Jing Kingdom. Entirely unrelated to Li Yotsua, he had never shown any disdain or displeasure towards Ancient in her presence. Why, then, would the seventh princess presume that the Buddha's child intended to kill Ancient? Panic surged within her. Before she could formulate an explanation, Li Yotsua had already stepped around the screen, standing before her. Who told you that if I found her, I would kill her? Who gave you the audacity to speculate about my intentions in such a manner? Jiang Luiying stammered. Earlier, Buddha's child, you mentioned that I was possessed by an evil spirit, leading me to think that expelling it was your usual course of action. That was Ji Yan's doing. Not mine. Li Yotsua grasped Jiang Luiying's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze that if I allowed you to misconstrue my intentions. Then let me make this clear. If I find her, the first to die will be you. Your body will serve her, and consider it a privilege. Jiang Luiying. Her mind was somewhat muddled. If I understand correctly, the term little pervert implies that once he finds the remnants of Ancient's soul, he intends to obliterate Jiang Luiying's original soul and bestow this body upon Ancient. What does he seek? The constant torment from the master. The disdainful glances from the master. Does he wish to savor the pleasure of abusing the master as the wheel of fortune turns? Jiang Luiying believed she had underestimated Li Yotsua. This little pervert always managed to deliver unexpected blows in the most unforeseen ways. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Luiying timidly inquired, is this person very important to you? Indeed, Li Yotsua replied candidly that so. Do not let me hear anything resembling reduce her to ashes from your lips again. Jiang Luiying's lips twitched, remembering how 30 years ago he had indeed reduced her to ashes with a mere slap. And now, he forbids her from speaking of it. What else was she thinking? Li Yotsua noticed the fleeting mockery in her gaze, and his tone suddenly turned perilous. Nothing. I understand now, Jiang Luiying replied earnestly. So if you intend to allocate this body to her, is there any issue you could resolve? Surely, one cannot leave her with something unfavorable, right? Li Yotsua asked. What do you mean? Jiang Luiying pushed him back a step to create some distance and then extended her wrist. It seems my spiritual root has some issues. I wonder if the Buddha's son has a way to resolve this. Upon hearing this, Li Yotsua finally noticed the changes in her cultivation. Although it still posed no threat. Compared to her former self, it was nothing short of a transformation. Li Yotsua skeptically grasped her wrist, channeling his spiritual energy through her meridians, and his brow furrowed tighter. Her meridian pathways were alarmingly similar to those of the master. What connection does this woman have with the master? So, have you identified the problem? Jiang Luiying asked anxiously. She dared not mention that Xianqian had informed her about the Shiyu Heart Sutra, fearing that Li Yotsua might think she had a close relationship with Xianqian and thus heighten his wariness towards her. She could only hope that Li Yotsua would discern the issue with her spiritual root on his own. However, if he failed to notice, it would imply that Ji Yan had not passed the Shiyu Heart Sutra to Li Yotsua before his demise. That would truly be catastrophic. Chapter 63. Miss Jiang has only met Xianqian. After a period of anxious anticipation, Jiang Luiying heard Li Yotsua casually remark, "It can be resolved." She let out a sigh of relief, finding the little pervert somewhat more agreeable. It seemed that Ji Yan had indeed passed the Shiyu Heart Sutra to Li Yotsua during his lifetime. Thank goodness, a silver lining amidst misfortune. So, Buddha's son, when will you assist me with this issue? Li Yotsua gazed at her with a hint of amusement. Why should I help you? Because you intend to seize my body for your important person, she retorted. That wouldn't it be more beneficial for me to allow her to inhabit your body first, and then tend to her? Jiang Luiying suddenly found herself at a loss for words. How could she refute that? No, this body is hers now. bestowed upon her by the system, and she knew it was a deliberate arrangement due to its striking resemblance to her original appearance. Although the reasons remained unclear, they were certainly no coincidence. How could the little pervert so brazenly declare his intent to kill her before claiming her body? Such shamelessness exists in this world. Jiang Luiying forced a smile, still contemplating how to argue with him when a knock echoed from outside. Li Yozuo was the first to react, his sharp gaze directed towards the door. His spiritual sense had already discerned who was standing outside. Xianxin, what brings him here? Li Yozuo's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, his tone becoming unfriendly. Jiang Luiying's mind raced with inspiration, and she dashed to the door to open it. Xianxin, my dear, she called out in a feigned affectionate tone, eagerly approaching him. What brings you here? Her voice was so familiar that it seemed as though they were longtime friends, leaving Xianxin momentarily taken aback, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. That I brought you some snacks since you didn't get to try the ones I ordered earlier, he said, handing her the food box, his neck slightly flushed. Yet he thought to himself that the innkeeper's words were indeed true. Delivering some treats, though not a grand gesture, might bring joy to his little senior sister. Jiang Luiying was momentarily stunned upon seeing the food box. Was he genuinely here for her? She had simply mentioned Xuanqin's name and abruptly shifted her strategy, intending to create a false impression of familiarity between herself and Xianxin to instill caution in Li Yozuo, deterring him from easily killing her. Previously, she had to prevent Li Yozuo from believing she had a close relationship with Xianxin because she thought that if he intended to kill Yingxin, he wouldn't hesitate to target Jiang Luiying. Therefore, she needed to appear weak and powerless, devoid of any background, so that Li Yozuo would not be wary of her, enabling her to escape or retaliate more smoothly. But now it was entirely different. The little pervert intended to kill Jiang Luiying to resurrect Yingxin. She could no longer afford to appear completely harmless. Ideally, she needed to convince Li Yozuo that she had a good rapport with Xianxin, so that if she were to die, Xianxin might pursue the matter, thus providing her with a degree of personal security. Considering Xuanqin's somewhat wooden demeanor, she initially thought this charade would be challenging. However, she was surprised to find him initiating the delivery of items to her. Opening the food box, she discovered it contained the tea fruits served earlier by the innkeeper, and she quickly pieced together the situation. It was undoubtedly because they had already been ordered, and wasting them would be shameful. Since she didn't particularly like them, it was better to allow her to benefit, although the truth was thus. It was fortuitous, so, Jiang Luiying exclaimed in delight. These are all my favorites. Thank you, Xianxin. You are truly kind. Xianxin blushed further at her praise, stammering, No, it's nothing, it's my duty. Jiang Luiying suppressed a laugh, just as she was about to invite him in for a chat. She felt her hands become empty and realized Li Yozuo had approached her from behind at some point. Reaching over to take the food box from her grasp, Li Yozuo lazily opened the lid of the food box and remarked nonchalantly, So, Dao Xianxin came all this way just to deliver these items. Xianxin furrowed his brow. The way this was said, especially coming from someone as hallowed as the Buddha's son, carried an oddly sarcastic undertone. Furthermore, wasn't he the Buddha of Wanxin known for his cleanliness, disliking others' proximity? How was it that he was now so close to Jiang Luiying, and it was he who had approached her? However, with the Buddha's name attached to him. Xianxin suppressed the discomfort rising within him and replied earnestly, I sought an audience with Miss Jiang for a matter. She had to leave for a moment, and since she hadn't had a chance to eat the tea fruit she ordered, I brought them to her. Ditto. Li Yozuo's gaze towards Jiang Luiying grew threefold more dangerous. Miss Jiang just met Dao Xianxin. Jiang Luiying inhaled sharply. This was BAD to Li Yozuo had just emerged from the Shumi mirror, and according to her earlier evasive reasoning, they should have exited simultaneously. She could not have freely roamed or appeared in the town at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Luiying began to petrify from head to toe, while Xianxin continued, Yes, we happened to meet in the town and shared some tea for a while. Jiang Luiying thought, what is wrong with Xianxin today? Why is he so eager to share details? Who asked for such specifics? He had never been one to share whom he had met for tea before. Ah, I see. Li Yozuo's tone grew significantly more laden with meaning, sending chills down Jiang Luiying's spine. Now that the items have been delivered and the meeting has concluded, does Daoist Xianxin have any other matters to attend to? Xianxin glanced at Jiang Luiying, sensing something was off about her. Yet unable to pinpoint it, he inquired, Is Miss Jiang feeling unwell? Not at all, Jiang Luiying replied, managing a smile that resembled a grimace. I just feel a bit cold. Xianxin immediately realized that Jiang Luiying with her low cultivation level, would struggle in this perpetually cold environment. He swiftly retrieved a Xinyan orb from his storage bag and offered, "Miss Jiang, keep this with you. It can ward off the cold and provide warmth." "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I have the Qihua." Jiang Luiying barely finished her sentence when Xianchen swiftly grasped her wrist, pressing a red orb into her palm before turning to leave, moving as if someone were pursuing him for debts. Jiang Luiying stood there clutching the orb, feeling the chilling aura emanating from Li Yotsua, who stood less than a step away behind her, rendering the Xinyan orb almost useless in her grasp. "Miss Jiang possesses quite the remarkable capabilities," Li Yotsua remarked, chewing on a dried apple from the food box. "That I remain trapped within the mirror, unable to emerge. Yet you can come and go as you please?" Was your meeting with Xianchen orchestrated by her? The Xiumi mirror is not something one can simply enter or exit at will, even if he had forgotten to close the entrance due to his amnesia. Discovering a way to come and go would not be an easy task. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Luiying's forehead as she struggled to feign indifference. "In truth, my mind is somewhat unclear, and her control over me comes in waves." That Li Yotsua gazed at her with a complicated expression, and after a long moment, he returned the food box to her and turned back towards the house. He thought to himself that he needed to carefully untangle the mysteries surrounding this woman. Chapter 64. The haunted safe house. As the sun gradually descended, the snow and wind atop Jingfan Mountain intensified. In the afternoon, Jiang Luiying placed the mysterious fire pearl and the summoning talisman given by Xianchen together, storing them in the silk pouch hanging around her neck. The pearl was the size of a thumb, fitting perfectly inside without weighing down her neck. Bored, she took another bite of the pastry. Such delicacies were meant to be savored with tea, but she had no mind for tea now, choking slightly on the overly rich treat. Li Yotsua had remained inside the house all afternoon without showing his face. With the situation unclear, she dared not take any initiative, fearing she might inadvertently worsen matters. Finally, when night fell completely, the door to Li Yotsua's room creaked open. The man stepped out, looking haggard, and slowly made his way to the stone table in the courtyard. Jiang Luiying was dozing with her head resting on the table, still holding a half-eaten green plum. Li Yotsua looked down at her from above, his gaze complex. The food box on the table had been half consumed, with only red bean cakes and pea cakes remaining. Suddenly, he recalled that his master disliked bean-based foods, even avoiding adding them to kanji. The cool touch of his fingers brushed against her cheek, and his voice was so soft it seemed to be carried away by the wind. "Master, you have returned. Why do you refuse to acknowledge me? Do you still hold on to your resentment towards me?" Years ago, when his cultivation had reached its peak, his first intention was to eradicate all those who had harmed or insulted him. At the top of his list was his father, who had wished him dead since the day he was born. Next was the half-blind fortune-teller who, upon reading his fate, had declared him a harbinger of death and advised immediate execution. After the death of his only kind-hearted mother, the hatred from his father and the disdain from neighbors surged like a flood. Mastering the art of spirit capturing, he stormed through the gates of Night City with a horde of mutated beasts. His master had vanished without a trace, and his rampage was swift. He had already slain half the city in under half an hour. Just then, Jiyan arrived, foolishly attempting to stop him single-handedly. It was laughable that Jiyan struggled against his ferocious blows. His master appeared, standing protectively in front of Jiyan, chiding him to cease his actions as he usually did. Jealousy surged within him as he watched his master defend another man so fiercely. "Master, I care for you too much that I have always been obedient, as you know. That time, I thought you were so powerful that you would strike me down as usual and punish me harshly. I never expected." He could not finish his sentence, for Jiang Luiying had sensed his movement and instinctively sprang up from the stone bench, retreating several steps, watching him warily. That Li Yotsua's hand lingered in the air. Filled with hurt at Buddha's child. "You have emerged?" Jiang Luiying felt the atmosphere had grown awkward, unsure of what to say, and thus inquired, "Have you eaten?" After asking, she realized how foolish the question was. After all, he did not need to eat. Li Yotsua slowly shook his head, about to ask something when his expression suddenly darkened. With a swift motion, he waved his sleeve, and the door of the Wu Zhai burst open with a resounding crack, splintering into two and flying apart. Jiang Luiying was startled, instinctively wanting to flee. However, as she moved, Li Yotsua used his spiritual power to bind her, pulling her directly into his embrace. In a flash, she managed to raise her hand to shield her neck. Desperate to prevent Li Yotsua, the Strangler, from inflicting further harm. Once the snow and mist conjured by his power settled, Jiang Luiying could finally see a figure standing outside the door. That it was Danqing, who had come to deliver food. Furrowing her brow, she sensed that the situation was far from simple. Li Yotsua tightened his grip on her wrist, pulling her behind him, a murderous smile playing on his lips. Demon Lord, daring to appear before my door at this moment. Do you truly believe yourself invincible across the three realms? Upon hearing the title, Jiang Luiying was momentarily stunned. Demon Lord? Song Qixing. So, the one delivering meals to me all this time has been Song Qixing? This realization struck her with dread. The safe house was haunted. A mighty demon lord, bold enough to flaunt himself before the enemy's doorstep while severely injured. Yet upon reflection, perhaps it was a matter of the bold thriving and the timid perishing. As her thoughts raced, Song Qixing transformed back to his usual appearance, clad in white, blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape. His long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, fluttering gently in the wind and snow. If one could overlook the murderous intent in the air, it would indeed resemble a beautiful painting. However, Jiang Luiying had no mind for admiration, her thoughts consumed with anxiety. What to do? Trapped between a wolf and a tiger. The little pervert was unresolved, and the demon lord was closing in. She glanced at Li Yotsua's hand, which gripped her wrist tightly, evidently fearing her escape. Then, she looked at Song Qixing's expression, which clearly indicated he was contemplating how to eliminate Li Yotsua before capturing her. Song Qixing then spoke, I would like to inquire about the Buddha's child detaining my people from the demon palace in the Wu Zhai. What is your intention? Your people for the demon palace? Li Yotsua tilted his head, a wicked smile forming. You say she is, then she is. Song Qixing, uninterested in further banter with Li Yotsua, raised his hand to unleash a deadly strike. That Li Yotsua was not to be outdone. As he defended himself, he summoned his divine weapon, a bizarrely shaped Vajra pestle. Jiang Luiying was caught in the gust of wind generated by their exchange of spiritual energy, shielding her eyes from the bluster. When she squinted down, she saw the ground covered in intricate formations. These formations not only targeted Li Yotsua, but also ensnared her. It was unclear whether they were meant to trap her or for other purposes. Neither of the two excelled in close combat, and with approximately 3 zhang between them, they engaged in a battle of spells, their hand seals blurring into afterimages, making it impossible to discern a victor. Jiang Luiying found herself caught between Li Yotsua's restraints and Song Qixing's confinement array, utterly immobilized and filled with anxiety. Li Yotsua, bolstered by his divine weapon, began to gain the upper hand in the battle. Consequently, Song Qixing had no choice but to summon the pursuing soul. Their strengths were nearly equal, but he had just recovered from severe injuries, making it nearly impossible to defeat Li Yotsua and take Jiang Luiying without the pursuing soul in hand. Upon seeing the pursuing soul, Jiang Luiying was terrified. She feared he might attempt to accomplish both objectives with a single arrow and pierce them together. The sensation of being struck by the pursuing soul was far from pleasant, and in her lifetime, she wished to avoid such an experience again. Moreover, without her system, death would be final. Thus, she frantically tried to shake off Li Yotsua while exerting all her strength to flee, hoping to distance herself from the epicenter of the battle. Alas, not only could she not shake off the grip on her wrist, but she also tripped, falling flat on her face. That Li Yotsua, unwilling to release her, was thrown off balance by her sudden burst of strength, causing a crack in the barrier of spiritual energy. His pupils constricted. Such a mistake would not go unnoticed by Song Qixing, and in the next moment, the pursuing soul arrow might break through the shield and strike. However, when he looked at Song Qixing, he found him standing there dazed, the pursuing soul still unstrung in his hand. Trembling, Song Qixing's gaze was fixed on the disheveled Jiang Luiying on the ground. A flash of rage crossed Li Yotsua's eyes as he flipped his left hand, sending the Vajra pestle streaking towards Song Qixing's vital point. Chapter 65. They are collaborating to attack your brother. Though Jiang Luiying's actions had distracted Song Qixing, he was not so easily hit. Instinct propelled him to dodge swiftly, and the streak of light grazed his shoulder, drawing forth a line of blood. The pain snapped him back to reality, and with gritted teeth, he forced himself to retract the pursuing soul, resolving not to use it again. Jiang Luiying, unaware that Song Qixing had withdrawn the pursuing soul, found one of her hands gripped tightly by Li Yotsua. While she quickly pulled out a talisman from the silk pouch around her neck, that as her palm glimmered with spiritual energy, the talisman tore in half. Almost simultaneously, Xianchen appeared outside the door of the Wu Zhai. Upon witnessing the fierce battle unfolding in the courtyard, he paused for a moment before instinctively searching for Jiang Luiying. Young Master Xianchen. Jiang Luiying, disregarding everything else, simply wished to escape from the center of the battlefield, shouting at the top of her lungs, "You must stop them. Tell them to cease fighting." Xianchen quickly grasped her meaning. The Demon Lord and the Buddhist Sun were inexplicably at odds, and regardless of which side emerged victorious, the outcome would be a relentless struggle. Currently, the three realms maintained a fragile peace, but should one party fall, it would undoubtedly incite a wave of chaos. Thus, Xianchen made a swift decision, forming seals with his hands and directly entering the fray. The balance between the two factions was abruptly disrupted by a third party, forcing Li Yotsua to release Jiang Luiying's arm and concentrate more intently on countering their spiritual energies. Observing Jiang Luiying's release, Song Qixing swiftly altered his tactics, gliding towards Li Yotsua like a specter. Alarmed, Xianchen knew that close combat was not Song Qixing's forte, and fearing that Li Yotsua might strike him down, he redirected his spiritual energy to suppress Li Yotsua. Caught off guard, Li Yotsua found himself slightly misaligned as he prepared to face the dual onslaught. Just then, Song Qixing deftly maneuvered past him, his left hand clasping the shoulder of Jiang Luiying, who had just regained her footing and taken a few steps. Jiang Luiying was taken aback. She had not anticipated that amidst the life-and-death clash of three top-tier powerhouses, someone would have the presence of mind to seize her. Instinctively, she formed a countering seal. With this retaliatory move, Xianchen understood that she remained steadfast in her refusal to return to the Demon Palace, and once again unleashed his spiritual energy to restrain Song Qixing. The three formidable figures' spiritual forces intertwined with remarkable synergy, yet they all prudently avoided Jiang Luiying's direction. Stumbling and staggering, Jiang Luiying managed to escape the battlefield's confines. Just as she was about to summon the Jinghong sword to flee, a crimson light suddenly descended before her. Song Qiming? Jiang Xiaoqi. At the moment the red light landed, the astonished voices of both rang out in unison. A look of delight flashed across Song Qiming's face as he reached out to grasp her hand, only to be preempted by Jiang Luiying, who anxiously clutched his sleeve. "Hurry and help. Xianchen and Li Yotsua are teaming up against your brother." Following the surge of spiritual energy, Song Qiming glanced into the courtyard and witnessed Xianchen taking action to thwart Song Qixing's pursuit, causing him to gasp in alarm and dash inside. As he ran, he turned back to shout at Jiang Luiying, "Stay here and don't run off." Okay, you go quickly." Jiang Luiying waved him off. One Song Qiming summoned the Xian Taifan to join the battle. Jiang Luiying wasted no time in fleeing in her haste. She used her spiritual sense to search the back mountain guest rooms, but found no trace of Danqing. The Jinghong sword shimmered into being, and she leaped onto it, not caring about the direction, only intent on rushing forward. Those powerful figures were far too terrifying. She had no desire to remain there as the ultimate prize for the victor. Regardless of who triumphed in the end, she would find herself in an inescapable predicament. Faced with absolute power, all pretenses were discarded, and she dared not gamble. She needed to evade this storm, and once she found a relatively safe place, she would devise a plan to locate Danqing. The clouds brushed past her, and the cold wind, mingled with snowflakes, sliced against her skin like a knife. Night had fully descended, having passed through the thickest layers of clouds. The radiant Milky Way illuminated her path. Jingfan Mountain was now behind her, completely out of sight, yet Jiang Luiying dared not relax, pressing onward with determination. Suddenly, a flash of blue light flickered in the air ahead, resembling a star winking. Jiang Luiying abruptly slowed, instinctively preparing to change direction. However, the newcomer offered her no chance to escape, appearing before her in an instant, halting her progress, their gaze fixated on the Jinghong sword beneath her feet, eyes wide with astonishment. "This sword is..." Jiang Luiying felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, realizing that her luck had truly run out. Having just escaped the brutal battlefield, she now found herself face to face with her old adversary. Feng Kuei. It seemed as though the entire world conspired against her. Jiang Luiying forced a contrived smile. "This is a divine weapon I just found, haha." Only then did Feng Kuei's gaze shift to her face, her eyes narrowing in recognition. "I have seen you before." Jiang Luing scratched her head. "Have you?" "I don't remember today." As she raised her hand, Feng Kuei's eyes sharpened, and she seized Jiang Luing's wrist. "What is this?" Following Feng Kuei's gaze, Jiang Luing's eyes widened in shock. There, perfectly intact, was the summoning talisman Xianxian had given her, fluttering in the wind at the binding of her sleeve. Jiang Luing's mind was awash with confusion. She had clearly torn the talisman to shreds earlier. Could it be that she was hallucinating? "Is this from Xianxian?" The astonishment in Feng Kuei's voice was palpable, her gaze shifting as her demeanor began to change. The weapon beneath her feet belonged to Inge. Although it had not yet recognized a master, having been with Inge for so long, it had developed a certain sentience and would not easily acknowledge another as its own. Initially harboring only a modicum of suspicion upon seeing the divine weapon, her doubts surged to 8 parts upon witnessing the talisman imbued with spiritual power from Xianxian. Feng Kuei's breathing quickened, her lips trembling uncertainly as she murmured. The mere utterance sent a shiver down Jiang Luing's spine, prompting her to instinctively wrench free from Feng Kuei's grasp and flee. Yet in her current state of merely being at the 4th stage, she stood little chance against Feng Kuei, who was on the verge of breaking into the 7th stage, that in the realm of cultivation. Surpassing the 5th stage meant that each subsequent tier was exponentially more difficult, with each higher level representing an overwhelming advantage. Within the span of 2 exchanges, she found herself ensnared, her hands twisted behind her and her spiritual energy confined in midair, unable to move. "The sect leader has mistaken me for someone else," Jiang Luing retorted defiantly. Feng Kuei's tone lost its usual calmness, a barely perceptible tremor lacing her voice. "If you are not Inge, then why do you flee upon seeing me?" Jiang Luing bit her lip, the fight draining from her as she resignedly closed her eyes, feigning death. The Lingxiao sect was, after all, the foremost sect in the cultivation world. If she said nothing, Feng Kuei, as the sect leader, would not make things difficult for her. Feng Kuei took several deep breaths to calm herself, casting a glance towards the distant Jingfan Mountain. She had come because she sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy emanating from that direction, along with the movements of her troublesome junior brother, Xianxian, and intended to investigate. Little did she expect to encounter the panicked Jiang Luing fleeing in haste. Her instincts told her that the commotion at Jingfan Mountain was likely connected to her inexplicably resurrected junior sister. She glanced back at Jingfan Mountain, then at the unconscious Jiang Luing, who was pretending to be dead in midair. It was evident that a brawl was taking place over there. Her interest in Xianxian was merely due to Inger's affection for him. Now that Inger had returned, why should she concern herself with Xuanqian's fate? First, she would take her junior sister back to the sect. Chapter 66. The senior sister actually cried. Jiang Luing was utterly exhausted. Cradled by Feng Kuei's spiritual energy, she floated comfortably, and as she feigned death, she eventually drifted into genuine slumber. When she awoke, the familiar sights of a room she had once occupied in the Lingxiao sect greeted her. She lay on the bed for a while, gazing at the pink gauze curtains swaying gently before her, disbelief washing over her. This was the very fabric she had seen during her last shopping trip before her demise. Exquisite and costly, others would lament spending it on a garment. Yet she had chosen to fashion it into curtains for her bed. It was not that she relished extravagance. Rather, she thought that since she was nearing death, it would be a final indulgence. Why had the curtains remained unchanged until now? Presumably, Feng Kuei, who advocated frugality, deemed such an item too precious to discard until it had served its time of at least 100 years. Jiang Luing nodded in understanding, then rolled over in bed, discovering that the room appeared exactly as it had before. The intricately carved sandalwood cabinet leaned against the wall, spanning the length of the room. Custom-made by a carpenter she had once commissioned, the jade table was pristine, covered with open scrolls and various knickknacks. The wooden shelves were devoid of dust, housing the small trinkets she had collected over time. On the wall opposite the entrance hung a classic depiction of the ascension of the heavenly Yuan Taoist Lord, illustrating his moment of vanquishing the demon lord and ascending, exuding both majesty and sanctity. Lying there in a daze, her initial confusion gradually morphed into astonishment that if she could rationalize the presence of the curtains, then the untouched furnishings throughout the room utterly dismantled any lingering doubts in her mind. This was her room, and nothing within it had been disturbed. The lingering traces of spiritual energy indicated that someone had been coming regularly to clean using a purification spell. Slowly, she sat up in bed, only to feel a sudden wave of heaviness in her eyes and a pang of bittersweet ache in her heart that you've finally awakened. The door swung open as Foam Kue entered, carrying a tea tray, and casually made her way to the table to prepare tea. Jiang Luiying swallowed hard, her throat parched and painful, feeling like a child caught in wrongdoing as she slid out of bed. Bare feet padding softly to the table. Foam Kue poured tea without a word, appearing utterly unperturbed as she sipped her drink. The atmosphere in the room plunged to an icy silence. Jiang Luiying stared at the cup of tea Foam Kue had poured for her, waiting for a long time, yet receiving no customary invitation to partake. Hesitant to reach for it, she sensed Foam Kue's displeasure, fearing that any movement would result in a reprimand. After enduring the awkward silence, Jiang Luiying finally succumbed, her voice barely above a whisper, "Senior sister." The aura surrounding Foam Kue underwent a sudden transformation. The typically proud and icy expression of the sect leader turned red in her eyes. She slightly tilted her head, maintaining her composure, and let out a cold snort, yet her voice quivered slightly. "Not so stubborn anymore." Jiang Luiying forced a smile, stammering, "I was just afraid of being scolded by my senior sister." "Afraid of my reprimand?" "Huh." Foam Kue continued to tilt her head, her voice tinged with rising anger. "When did you return?" Jiang Luiying murmured, "Perhaps around half a year ago." "Half a year? So, when we last met at the inn in the mortal realm, it was indeed you?" "Yes. I had just returned at that time, Dada. That explains it. And oh wonder your demeanor was unusual. You were trying to figure out how to avoid me, weren't you?" Foam Kue's tone became increasingly sharp, causing Jiang Luiying's heart to race. "Senior sister, Jiang Luiying steeled herself to explain, "I had just attached myself to this new body, and I wasn't quite accustomed to it yet, so you chose to hide from me, preferring to wander outside for half a year rather than return to the sect to see me." Foam Kue's voice suddenly rose in pitch, frightening Jiang Luiying into hunching her shoulders, resembling a quail. She hung her head, eyes shut tight for a long while, her mind racing to find a way to explain her resurrection. However, before she could formulate a relatively perfect answer, she heard a faint sobbing sound. Although its owner had been trying to suppress it, they ultimately failed, and the sound of sniffles reached Jiang Luiying's ears. Jiang Luiying was taken aback. "Foam Kue, is she crying?" Goodness, that senior sister, who always looked down upon others with her cold and serious demeanor, is actually crying. Realizing this, Jiang Luiying felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her head. Foam Kue's emotions spiraled out of control. Still refusing to turn around, her trembling shoulders spoke of the sorrow accumulated over the years. Jiang Luiying's mind began to cloud, for in her 10 years at Lingxiao sect, she had never witnessed Foam Kue display any vulnerability. She pondered that she might have misjudged her senior sister's feelings towards her. "Senior sister," she reached out to rest her hand on Foam Kue's shoulder, her eyes reddening as she spoke hoarsely. "I'm sorry, senior sister." She was at a loss for words, having once believed that both her senior sister and master disliked her, even feeling that her existence tarnished the sect's reputation. Now, however, she sensed that her understanding had been skewed. This misperception arose not only from the disappointment in her master's gaze and her senior sister's stern teachings, but also from the constant surveillance and reminders from the system that urged her to commit those extreme transgressions. Look, she was undeniably a disobedient and unruly person. How could her senior sister genuinely like her? How could she truly regard her as a junior sister? Many times, she had loathed that version of herself, the one who inflicted great harm on an innocent and kind-hearted person for the sake of rebirth. And even more so, the one who continued to do so despite knowing the pain she caused others. She felt that no one could possibly love someone like her. At that time, she was indeed a contradictory individual. Now, 50 years later, she suddenly discovered that there was still someone who cared for her, and the emotional impact was overwhelmingly profound. Foam Kue gasped for breath, and after a moment, she managed to compose herself, her tone calming. "All right, no more of this. Sit down and have some tea. I had the kitchen prepare some food. They will bring it over shortly." Only then did Jiang Luiying take a seat at the table and lift her teacup. Foam Kue cast a cleaning spell and used her spiritual energy to reduce the swelling around her eyes before speaking again in a more normalized tone. "How did you return? And what about your current identity?" Upon seeing Jiang Luiying, she immediately sensed a shift in the flow of her spiritual energy. It was no longer the same as when they had met at the inn, where she had appeared to be a cultivation failure. Something must have happened during the past 6 months. Jiang Luiying set down her teacup, scratching her head that it's a long story. Suddenly, Feng Kuei's expression became serious, and she lowered her voice to ask, "Did you seize a body?" No, 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 absolutely not. Jiang Luiying waved her hands frantically, nearly creating an afterimage. The most taboo act in the realm of cultivation was body snatching. Anyone suspected of such would be captured and severely punished. Her initial avoidance of Feng Kuei was partly due to this concern. She feared that if she couldn't explain herself clearly, Feng Kuei might mistakenly believe she had returned by seizing a body, which would be disastrous. Previously, the system had clearly informed her that its powers only allowed her to attach to the bodies of those who had recently died. The bodies she had used in her 2 previous missions had all been selected from those who had just passed away. The identity of Ying Chun she used in her 3rd mission was different. It had been reconstructed using all the points she had accumulated from her previous tasks, which had been quite the effort. Given the system's nature, it was unlikely they would kindly create a new body for her. It was likely they simply found a still warm corpse to insert her consciousness into. Thus, this could not be classified as body snatching. It was merely reusing a discarded shell. As for why she looked identical to her modern self, she had no concrete explanation for that either. Jiang Luiying felt anxious. She knew that her inability to articulate anything would raise suspicions. Yet she genuinely could not clarify her situation. Just as she was sweating profusely with worry, she heard Feng Kuei let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's not body snatching. That's all right. Jiang Luiying was taken aback. You believe me. She hadn't even prepared a reasonable explanation yet, and Feng Kuei had already accepted it. Moreover, judging by her expression, it seemed as if Feng Kuei would find a way to assist her even if she had returned by body snatching. Feng Kuei ignored Jiang Luiying's astonished expression, took a waste token from her storage bag, placed it on the table, and stood up to leave. There are many affairs to attend to. I must go. If you need anything, seek out Xiao Feng. His residence remains unchanged. All right, Jiang Luiying replied, nodding in a daze. After Feng Kuei stepped out of the room, her pace faltered momentarily, and she spoke with a hint of frustration. I haven't placed a barrier here. If you truly don't consider this your home, I won't stop you. With that, she transformed into a beam of light and swiftly departed. Jiang Luiying watched her leave. Her expression a mixture of complexity. Chapter 67. I said it would always work. Not long after Feng Kuei left, a disciple arrived to deliver a steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup, her favorite dish from her days as Chuyi. The steaming noodles brought tears to her eyes. After finishing her meal, Jiang Luiying remembered something and rummaged through her sleeves, pulling out a piece of talisman paper. It was the summoning talisman given to her by Xian Chun. Jiang Luiying furrowed her brow and examined it for a long time. She could sense the traces of spiritual energy attached to the talisman, but could not discern its specific function, as her current cultivation level was too low to perceive the spells cast by high-level cultivators. She recalled the scene from yesterday, when Li Yotsua and Song Qixing inexplicably fought, and she was certain that she had indeed torn the talisman apart. There had been no hallucinations, nor had she misremembered, as how had it reappeared intact in her sleeve? Jiang Luiying looked left and right, pondering that since the talisman had been used once, it should no longer have summoning effects. Curious, she decided to test it again. She pinched the center of the talisman with both hands and gently tore it in half. That seemed there was nothing unusual about it. Jiang Luiying pouted, tossing the torn talisman onto the table, secretly berating herself for being so forgetful. Then, her eyes widened in surprise as she noticed that the torn edges of the talisman began to visibly mend themselves at an astonishing speed. In no time, it had returned to its original form. Jiang Luiying stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. This talisman has a self-repair function. She picked it up and shook it, tearing it apart again and watching it revert to its original state. She did this repeatedly, and each time it tore apart, it mended even faster. After several iterations, she exclaimed in wonder, "If I could take this to the modern world, it would save on props for magic shows." After playing with this peculiar talisman for a while, Jiang Luiying placed it on the table and decided to take a stroll. As she turned around, she was startled by the man behind her, nearly leaping onto the table. Xian, what are you doing here? No, when did you arrive? Xian looked at Jiang Luiying, whose face was filled with terror, and felt a dull ache in his heart. "I just arrived. How did you find this place?" Jiang Luiying was somewhat dazed. She had only just returned to Lingshao's sect less than a day ago, so how had he tracked her down so quickly? Xian Chen's gaze fell on the talisman on the table. "Didn't you summon me here?" Jiang Luiying's mind slowly processed the question, and then she belatedly picked up the talisman and asked, it can still be used? Wasn't it said to expire after one use? How is it still effective?" Xian Chen's voice grew heavier. "That I told you. It will always work." Jiang Luiying realized that the validity he referred to was not the same as her understanding of expiration. Great! Just as she had escaped from the heart of the battlefield, she had inadvertently revealed her location. What was she to do now? Jiang Luiying, with an inscrutable expression, pondered how to concoct a plausible reason to placate Xianchen. However, it seemed as though Xianchen could hear her thoughts. He promptly divulged, "The battle yesterday was fierce. Both the demon lord and the Buddha's son were injured. The Zhaowang must attend to the demon realm while also caring for the demon lord. So it is unlikely he will seek you out in the near future." Ditto. Jiang Luiying mechanically nodded, her gaze falling upon his arm, where evident bloodstains marred his attire. "You are injured?" A flicker of surprise crossed Xuanchen's eyes as he hastily replied, "It's nothing. Merely minor wounds." As he spoke, he performed a cleansing spell, erasing the bloodstains from his garments, and tidied his disheveled hair in the process. Jiang Luiying cast him a suspicious glance. He stood straight and tall. Though his complexion had paled slightly, it was likely that he had sustained these injuries while intervening in the fray, but for someone of his stature, it should be of little consequence. Now, with the two of them alone in the room, Xianchen, being rather wooden in nature, struggled to find a topic of conversation. Jiang Luiying, feeling guilty, remained silent, and the atmosphere in the room grew palpably awkward. Since young Master Xianchen has returned, are you not to seek out Master Feng?" Jiang Luiying finally could endure the tension no longer and attempted to usher him away. Xianchen contemplated for a moment. Since Jiang Luiying was present in her original room, it was evident that Feng Kuei had discovered her identity and chose to retain her. Thus, he too resolved to stay. However, having voluntarily withdrawn from the sect in his early years, he could not return unceremoniously but required the approval of the sect master. He nodded and said, "I should first pay a visit to my senior sister." Jiang Luiying began to urge him to leave. That's perfect. I too must step out. Shall we go together?" Xianchen, unable to quell his concern, inquired, "Where are you headed?" "To Juyu Peak." Jiang Luiying deliberated, recalling that Master Feng had mentioned needing someone named Xiao Feng at Juyu Peak. "Yes," she replied. Xianchen nodded. "That is quite near Ling Xiao Peak. We may go together." "Very well," Jiang Luiying replied, steeling herself. What business did she have seeking Xiao Feng? This was merely a ruse to avoid the awkwardness of hastily dismissing him. Now, she had no choice but to feign the need to visit. She took the lead and stepped outside when Xianchen suddenly called out to her, "Miss Jiang." "What is it now?" she asked. Xianchen extended his hand, offering her the summoning talisman that had been left on the table. "You forgot to take this." Jiang Luiying smirked, accepting the talisman and refolding it into a small square before tucking it back into the pouch around her neck. Observing her actions, Xuanchen's smile widened. The two of them, one riding a sword and the other gliding on the wind, leisurely traversed the mountainous terrain of Lingshao's sect. Jiang Luiying intentionally slowed her pace and remarked, "Young Master Xianchen, this is my first visit. I wish to take in the scenery at a leisurely pace. That if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go ahead. No need." Xianchen showed no intention of hastening, maintaining a half-step behind her, proceeding at a measured pace. Jiang Luiying sighed. She had initially hoped to sneak back, but now it seemed she had no choice but to visit Juyu Peak. Xianchen accompanied her to the foot of Juyu Peak before reluctantly turning towards the main peak to find Feng Kuei. Jiang Luiying sighed again, her gaze wandering towards the structures atop Juyu Peak. This was the residence of the Grand Elder of Lingshao's sect, and the Xiao Feng mentioned by Feng Kuei was the former true disciple of the Grand Elder, Feng Chenren. With the change of leadership, it was uncertain whether Juyu Peak had undergone any transformations as well. She summoned her sword, landing on the mountain path, and ascended step by step. 50 years had passed, and the changes here were monumental. Had she not known that she had descended upon Juyu Peak, she might have doubted her bearings. Chapter 68. The flamboyant and dazzling gentleman, the winding mountain path led her astray, and she found herself inexplicably lost. Gazing up at the sky with a long sigh, she lamented her recent streak of misfortunes, even losing her way to familiar grounds. Just as she prepared to return to her residence at Chi Wu Peak on her sword, a melodious male voice echoed from afar. "Miss, are you lost?" Jiang Luing turned to see a swing adorned with blossoms hanging from a large tree, upon which sat a tall and slender man. Dressed in a bright orange ensemble, with fragrant pouches and jade pendants hanging at his waist, his hair flowed freely behind him, exuding a languid charm. The swing swayed gently in the breeze, the man's wide sleeves and hair dancing gracefully in the air. Resembling a vibrant butterfly from a distance, upon recognizing the man's features, Jiang Luing's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This flamboyant and dazzling gentleman could only be Fang Chenren. How had he transformed so drastically after 50 years? No wonder she was taken aback. Her recollection of Fang Chenren was still anchored in the image of a timid young boy from half a century ago, who had been shy and reticent. Barely reaching a respectable height, he was the youngest true disciple of the Grand Elder, his cultivation modest, and he rarely made public appearances, leading Jiang Luing to believe he suffered from social anxiety. How had he transformed from socially anxious to socially adept? Not only was he flamboyantly attired, but he also dared to engage with a stranger. Jiang Luing's expression was complex, unable to ascertain whether this was a positive or negative development. Just then, Fang Chenren sauntered closer, raising his hand as if to touch her hair. Jiang Luing instinctively recoiled, retreating a couple of steps while eyeing him warily. Fang Chenren chuckled, "There is a leaf in your hair. Allow me to assist you." No. Jiang Luing hurriedly blocked his reaching hand, brushing her hair aside herself, finding no leaf at all. Unfazed, Fang Chenren attempted to drape his arm around her shoulders. "Fear not. The paths of Jiu Peak can be convoluted. Where are you headed?" "I shall escort you." Jiang Luing sidestepped, evading his grasp at "I was sent by Master Feng." Fearing that he might make yet another overly familiar gesture, she hastened to mention Feng Kuei. Upon hearing this, Fang Chenren's expression sobered slightly, though not entirely, as he stepped closer and lowered his gaze to inquire. "Oh, the senior sister sent you to find me." His proximity made Jiang Luing somewhat uncomfortable. They were not particularly close to begin with, and after 50 years of absence, the distance felt too intimate for comfort. Thus, she pressed her hand against his chest, gently pushing him back, maintaining her composure. She fabricated, "Master Feng invited me to stay for a while and suggested I seek you out if I needed anything, so I thought I would familiarize myself first at." "Oh, I see." Fang Chenren regarded her with interest, stroking his chin. "But how do you know I am the person she referred to?" Jiang Luing swallowed hard, responding with measured caution. "Master Feng said that I would know upon seeing you. That's so?" "Master Feng truly said that?" Fang Chenren's smile was enigmatic. "Yes," Jiang Luing replied somewhat stiffly. "Such a distinctive appearance would indeed make one easily recognizable. In that case, allow me to show you around. May I ask for your name?" "Jiang Luing." "Miss Jiang, I am Fang Chenren. Please do not stand on ceremony. You may simply call me Chenren." Jiang Luing forced a smile, responding vaguely, and followed Fang Chenren as they began to ascend the mountain. As they passed an area cordoned off by barriers and enchantments, Jiang Luing halted her steps. Before them stood a flat stone about half a person high, with a diameter of roughly 3 feet. An ideal spot for sunbathing. Alas, it was enclosed, and a sign stood before it, inscribed with the words "Cautionary Stone." Jiang Luing found the stone somewhat familiar, yet stones of this nature were common, and she did not dwell on it, merely curious about its connection to the cautionary aspect. Seemingly perceiving her confusion, Fang Chenren began to explain. This area was not originally enclosed, but many years ago, approximately 58 years back, a senior sister taught a lesson to 3 disciples who spoke disrespectfully here. After the senior sister ascended to the position of sect master, she had it enclosed as a warning for future disciples. Teaching a lesson here, Jiang Luing's mind immediately recalled that Ling Xiao sect strictly forbade fighting among disciples. How could it be protected in such a manner? She recalled receiving over 30 lashes merely for a few misdeeds back in the day, spending a considerable time in the ice chamber as punishment. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with uncertainty, she asked, "Who was the senior sister you mentioned who struck them?" Fang Chenren's smile dimmed slightly as he replied softly, "The second disciple of Master Qin, senior sister Chui." "Jiang Luing?" "This is incorrect. There must be something amiss." She recalled the situation at that time with great care. The eldest disciple under the Grand Elder always seemed to be at odds with Feng Kuei. Yet every time they engaged in a duel, he was unable to prevail, growing increasingly furious like a fighting cock. Then, inexplicably, rumors began to circulate in the outer sect that senior sister Feng Kuei was being kept by some wealthy septuagenarian. There were even vivid illustrations depicting her clandestinely boarding the old man's carriage, masterfully rendered. Initially, these rumors spread from the outer sect, and since Feng Kuei rarely ventured there, she remained entirely oblivious. However, Jiang Luiying was different. She was almost always in the outer sect for her tasks, fixated on Xianxin. Naturally, such gossip did not escape her ears that in her spare time. She traced the origins of these rumors and discovered the traitor responsible for spreading the illustrations, capturing him and hanging him over the rushing river, coercing him into revealing that the mastermind behind it all was indeed the Grand Elder's eldest disciple. Jiang Luiying harbored a deep-seated disdain for those who resorted to slander when unable to best others, particularly for such vile rumors. Their behavior was scarcely better than that of a rat in a sewer. Thus, she confronted Yu Feng, just as she chanced upon the instigator and his two sycophantic lackeys reveling in their mischief. Look at our lofty senior sister, always presenting herself like a goddess before us. Who could have imagined that she was being held in the embrace of an old man at night? They laughed. You wouldn't understand. By day she is a goddess, and by night a harlot. What a delightful contrast. They grew increasingly animated, even convincing themselves, entirely forgetting that they were the very ones who had spread the rumor. Jiang Luiying's task was to cultivate the image of a malicious supporting character. But these crude remarks ignited her fury that in a flash, she lunged at the eldest disciple, delivering a punch that sent his two front teeth flying. The two lackeys, seeing this, bared their teeth and rushed to attack her, resulting in a chaotic brawl that in the end, due to her remarkable talent and reckless ferocity, Jiang Luiying emerged victorious, claiming as spoils an average of 3 teeth and an egg per person. Chapter 69. Just one big victim, although she won the fight. She had violated the sect's regulations, and compounded by the eldest disciple's embellished account to the Grand Elder, he stormed to Chuwu Peak that very night, demanding an explanation. Given Jiang Luiying's notorious reputation, her master, Qin Shopa, nearly erupted with fury upon summoning her to question her actions. Jiang Luiying was eager to expose the eldest disciple's sordid deeds, but alas, the system prevented her from doing so. She had to maintain the persona of a wicked supporting character, and a wicked supporting character could not perform virtuous deeds. Consequently, she was punished with 30 strikes of the disciplinary ruler and sent to the ice chamber on the back mountain for a month of reflection. The disciplinary ruler of Lingxiao sect was not a mere tool for slapping hands. It was over 3 feet long, forged from fine iron, capable of inflicting severe injuries with a single blow. Such measures were seldom employed, and even then, a maximum of 10 strikes would suffice. Only Jiang Luiying, who engaged in senseless brawls causing irreparable harm and showed no remorse, would be subjected to 30 strikes at once. With a heart full of anger, Jiang Luiying went to receive her punishment, only to find that the punisher was Feng Kuei, who was nearly bursting with suppressed rage. Fortunately, at that time, the system was present. It knew better than to push her too hard and shielded her from pain. After enduring the punishment, she was dragged, bloodied, to the ice chamber for solitary reflection, to AS1 with a fire affinity. Being confined in an ice chamber for a month was nothing short of torture. After spending half a month inside, even without feeling pain, her body reached its limits, and she lost consciousness. Eventually, Qin Shopa's heart softened, and he released her early. Even 50 years later, recalling that experience left Jiang Luiying with an unquenchable resentment. Later, when she became the master of Liuotsua, she finally understood the headaches that come with having a troublesome disciple. Reflecting on how she used to mercilessly chastise Liuotsua, she could empathize with Qin Shopa. All the blame lay with that wretched system. Jiang Luiying stomped her foot in frustration, startling Fang Chenrin beside her. "What's wrong with Miss Jiang?" "Nothing," Jiang Luiying replied bitterly. "That aren't we forbidden from fighting? Isn't this just encouraging everyone to brawl?" Fang Chenrin paused, sensing an odd bitterness in her words that it's not about encouraging fights. It's a warning to disciples to be cautious with their words and actions. Otherwise, they shouldn't complain when they get punished. Jiang Luiying remained silent. Fang Chenrin, noticing her disturbed mood, made an effort to elaborate. That initial senior sister, Chu Ying, was severely punished for fighting. I've heard her life was nearly at stake. Yet, I was there when she faced 3 opponents alone. Jiang Luiying slowly turned her head, staring blankly at him. Fang Chenren's demeanor shifted, his expression serious as he gazed at a stone. The one who was beaten was my eldest senior brother. I was quite timid back then and hid behind a tree to witness the entire ordeal. The bloodshed was overwhelming, and it terrified me. So I retreated indoors. About 10 days later, I finally found the opportunity to sneak out and went to Chiwu Peak to inform Master Qin about what transpired. Jiang Luiying's eyes widened in shock. You want to tell Master Qin? What did you say? Naturally, I spoke the truth, recounting their vile words and the threats they made while Chu Ying was dealing with them. Indeed, senior sister Feng Ka was there too. You wouldn't believe it, but those individuals were hurling filthy words at her before Chu Ying retaliated. Jiang Luiying massaged her temples that so Master Qin's early release of her wasn't due to pity, but rather an awareness of the truth. No wonder. After she healed, the culprits behind the rumors had mysteriously vanished, and Feng Ka often spoke to her in a manner suggesting, I am your senior sister. You must inform me of everything. Prior to this, Feng Ka had never acknowledged her, viewing her as a troublesome girl prone to bullying. She found her presence irritating. Upon further reflection, it seemed that ever since that incident, whenever she stirred up trouble, the consequences were never as severe. At most, she would be confined to her own courtyard. Jiang Luiying suddenly felt a bit lighter, asking what ultimately happened to those individuals. Fang Chenren chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. The elder generation values their reputation. They believe such incidents occurring on their mountain were a disgrace, that MY Master and Master Qin deliberated, concluding that since Chu Ying had already been punished, and the storm had passed, they chose not to revisit the matter and simply expelled those individuals from the sect. Jiang Luiying sighed, so I was the only one left as a scapegoat. Suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort, she turned to leave, saying, I won't be visiting the Grand Elder today. I have matters to attend to. I'll come again next time. Fang Chenren found her words amusing and laughed. After chatting for so long, what do you mean by not visiting? Jiang Luiying halted, puzzled, and turned back. She saw the man, who resembled a fluttering butterfly, now standing straight and serious, declaring, I am the current Grand Elder of Lingxiao sect. Jiang Luiying scrutinized him from head to toe. The Grand Elder of Lingxiao sect was typically a figure of prestige, yet judging by his demeanor, it seemed the sect's reputation had diminished in the main hall of the peak. Feng Ka remained focused on the documents before her, casually inquiring, Isn't this Xian Chen Daojun? What brings you to Lingxiao sect? Xian Chen felt uncomfortable under her scrutinizing tone and unsure of how to respond. Bluntly stated, Senior sister, I wish to stay for a while. Please don't call me senior sister. I cannot bear that title, Feng Ka replied, glancing at him with a disapproving expression. Xian Chen could only remain silent. Feeling guilty, as their last encounter had ended in discord due to his sudden aggression towards the senior sister, the hall fell into a prolonged silence as Feng Ka busied herself with her affairs. While disciples scurried back and forth, casting curious glances at Xian Chen, who stood like a pillar in the center of the hall, secretly speculating about his intentions, after attending to a batch of documents. Feng Ka noticed Xian Chen still standing there and softened her tone slightly. What prompted your sudden desire to return? Xian Chen spoke in a hushed voice. Senior sister, you must know that Jiang Luiying is the little junior sister. Correct? Yes, I know. Feng Ka nodded. That I searched for 50 years before finally finding her, Xian Chen said, his voice filled with joy at the reunion mingled with sorrow over the long wait. Senior sister, I live for her. Wherever she is, that is where I shall be. Feng Ka's gaze flickered, and after a long moment of eye contact with Xian Chen, she sighed and waved her hand in acquiescence. Since you are back, you may stay at Chiwu Peak, but you must change your courtyard. Xian Chen's face lit up with joy, and he bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior sister. Chapter 70. Truly impressive, indeed resilient, as Jiang Luiying returned with Ju Feng. She spotted Xian Chen standing at the entrance of her courtyard from a distance. Instinctively, she turned to leave, but alas, the moment she moved, Xian Chen's gaze fell upon her. Tio run away, and now would seem overly deliberate. Thus Jiang Luiying resigned herself to the situation, landing on her feet and feigning surprise as she inquired, Young Master Xian Chen, what brings you here? I reside here as well. Xian Chen's voice was somewhat lacking in strength, his complexion paler than usual. Though he had emerged relatively unscathed from the battle last night, in truth, he was merely the least injured among the four that when titans clash, each strike is lethal. Moreover, Song Qixing and Li Yotsua seemed to have consumed some potent elixir, as each of their blows was delivered with deadly intent. Whenever he intervened, they would instinctively target him first, had it not been for the ruckus attracting the attention of both the immortal and demonic realms. The situation might have escalated beyond control. After the fray, Song Qixing and Song Qiming were forcibly taken back to the demonic realm by Shifeng to recuperate, while Li Yotsua was left with his arm barely hanging by a thread of flesh, necessitating his retreat into seclusion. Qianchen bore wounds on his shoulder and back, inflicted by spiritual energy, and his internal injuries were significant. Just as he was about to catch his breath, he sensed Jiang Luiying's call and rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Earlier that morning, he had managed to hold on, but now he felt increasingly breathless, his legs growing weak. Jiang Luiying evidently perceived his distress, her brow furrowing slightly. "Have you injured your lungs?" "It's nothing," Qianchen shook his head. His reactions less swift than in the morning, though he stubbornly insisted, "Just a minor injury. I shall recover in a couple of days." With a sigh, Jiang Luiying stepped forward, grasping his arm, her fingers resting on his pulse. Qianchen's breath hitched, his arms stiffening. Her fingers were cool to the touch, yet they radiated a subtle warmth. After a moment, she released his hand and gently brushed her fingers against his feverish forehead. Murmuring softly, "Injured to this extent, yet you call it a minor injury? Truly impressive, indeed resilient." Most importantly, despite his severe injuries, his spiritual veins appeared stronger. Jiang Luiying estimated he had likely broken through to the 8th level, though his current exhaustion made it difficult to discern. "What?" Qianchen felt as if a swarm of buzzing insects had invaded his ears, drowning out Jiang Luiying's words that I said, "Shall I prepare some medicine for you?" Jiang Luiying raised her voice, her tone tinged with helplessness that no, it's nothing. Qianchen's response was cut short as he suddenly lost consciousness, collapsing towards Jiang Luiying. Startled, she instinctively took a step forward, bracing his weight. Now a practitioner of the 4th level, she was no longer as easily toppled as before. With her spiritual energy to draw upon, supporting a grown man was well within her capacity. Thus, she hoisted Qianchen like a sack of rice and made her way to the nearby courtyard. Qifeng was the mountain where successive sect leaders and their direct disciples resided. Initially, it was home to only the old leader Qin Shopa and Feng Kuei Chuying. After Chuying's 9th year in the sect, Qianchen was accepted as a direct disciple by Qin Shopa, thus establishing his residence here, the closest courtyard to Jiang Luiying. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, Jiang Luiying was taken aback by the sight before her. The place was overrun with weeds, boxes piled haphazardly, obstructing the path, all covered in a thick layer of dust. Struggling to navigate through the clutter, she eventually reached the door of the house, only to be further astonished. "What on earth is this? This is hardly a dwelling. It resembles a storage room. How could there be so much clutter? Even dragon and lion dance costumes are here." Jiang Luiying scratched her head in confusion. Her own courtyard and home were impeccably clean, untouched by anyone. How had Qianchen's abode come to such disarray? In the past, when Qianchen resided here, she had often visited, and the interior had been remarkably sparse. Clearly, none of this belonged to him. At present, it seemed impossible for anyone to reside here in the foreseeable future. With another sigh, Jiang Luiying resigned herself to the situation and carried Qianchen back to her own room. Laying him upon the bed, she adjusted him. Fresh blood began to seep from his back, staining the sheets. Jiang Luiying tugged at her hair in frustration, caught between treating his wounds and summoning Feng Chenren, that rogue, to assist. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to sit at the bedside and unfasten his belt. Qianchen's injuries were concentrated on his shoulders and back, necessitating the removal of his clothing to tend to the wounds. Jiang Luiying worked swiftly. The moment she pulled off his waist sash and tossed it aside, she sensed movement from the man on the bed. Even in his semi-conscious state, he instinctively clutched at his shirt. After all, he was a major figure, and although he was physically drained, his awareness had returned somewhat. Seeing him awake, Jiang Luiying ceased her actions and leaned on her elbow, boldly asking, "Will you undress yourself? Or shall I take care of it?" Qianchen, clutching his collar, gazed at her with eyes tinged with weakness and a hint of redness. "Forget it. You're in a daze from the fever. Let me handle it." Without a shred of gentleness, Jiang Luiying utilized her spiritual energy to tear his garments apart and cast them aside, then turned him over with a push, revealing his blood-stained back from her storage pouch. She retrieved some gauze, remnants from when Li Yotsua had confined her in the empty room during their seclusion. She bit down on one end of the gauze to begin wrapping his wounds. She pondered how to reach out to Dianqing, that in the realm of cultivation, practitioners could communicate using message talismans, which required a contractual agreement between both parties to enable precise communication regardless of distance. Provided they were not in a place that obstructed spiritual energy to that time. Jiang Luiying had been a rootless wastrel, unable to establish such a contract, leaving the matter unresolved that she began her cultivation. Dianqing had transformed into someone else entirely, leaving her with no immediate means to contact him. Drawing from her years of experience at the Song family, Jiang Luiying quickly bandaged Xian Chen's external wounds with precision. The gauze lay flat and expertly applied. After finishing, she touched the nape of his neck, noting that his fever had yet to subside, and reached for the quilt at the foot of the bed. As she covered him to his waist, her gaze caught on a jagged old scar that stretched horizontally across his lower back, slightly raised and paler than the surrounding skin. Jiang Luiying halted her movements, her left hand gently tracing the scar. She believed she recognized its origin, that it must have been the year 869 of the heavenly origin, during her second year as a disciple in Lingxiao sect. Each year, the sect organized trials for the disciples in secret realms, and that year, they ventured into a newly discovered realm not far from the sect, according to Qin Shopa and the two elders. This realm was deemed low in difficulty, suitable for disciples with 3 to 5 years of experience. Logically, realms assessed to be of low difficulty would not harbor any perilous beasts. Yet, among the disciples, Xian Chun was included. After all, as a major figure with a narrative of counterattack, even the most mundane realm would inevitably lead him to encounter some hidden boss. Chapter 71. I understand your urgency. But this is quite hasty at that time. Disciples were grouped randomly into teams of 3 or 4, entering the realm in batches. Jiang Luiying, possessing a system, effortlessly found herself in the same group as Xian Chun, accompanied by a true disciple of the second elder, whose strength was commendable and in terms of seniority, regarded as their elder brother. After their trio battled some low-tier beasts within the realm, the system alerted Jiang Luiying to a trap ahead, instructing her to devise a way to push Xian Chen into it. Despite her disdain for such actions, the desire to return to the modern world compelled her to act against her better judgment. Xian Chen remained as gullible as ever. Even after she had tricked him countless times, he maintained an air of indifference, as though he were accustomed to enduring such treatment that that time. Jiang Luiying often observed Xian Chun and felt an innate sense of disparity between them. Although they had both entered the sect in the same year, their names inscribed with the age of 18, Jiang Luiying perceived Xian Chun as far more mature than herself. When Jiang Luiying pilfered his belongings, he remained unfazed. When she secretly set him up for misfortune, he did not mind that it was not because Jiang Luiying held any special significance for him, but rather that he was simply that kind of person. Each time she witnessed him rising nonchalantly from the muck, she would inwardly exclaim, "Truly impressive, indeed resilient. The future sword sovereign." This mental fortitude and resilience are not attributes easily rivaled by ordinary individuals. In this instance, Jiang Luiying merely employed a subtle strategy to ensnare him, managing to do so without even arousing the suspicion of her fellow senior, who believed Xianchen had merely chased after a demon beast. After waiting outside for a moment, Jiang Luiying heard the system's alarm blaring, indicating that Xuanchen's life was in peril, and she needed to devise a means to lure her senior into the trap to rescue him. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Jiang Luiying led her senior to the edge of the trap, a ferocious demon tiger leaped forth, severely injuring her senior in one swift strike. The system clamored in panic, leaving Jiang Luiying with no choice but to disguise herself, donning a mask and a black robe, and plunge into the trap to save him. Upon entry, she discovered that it was more than just a trap. It was a space formed by a miniature array, teeming with writhing, serrated vines that a colossal man-eating flower was wrapping around Xuanchen's waist, attempting to draw him into its maw. Without hesitation, Jiang Luiying unleashed a lethal spell, striking the flower unexpectedly, which caused it to release Xianchun, sending him tumbling through the air, trailing a long string of blood droplets. Despite her exceptional talent, Jiang Luiying had only begun her cultivation journey 2 years prior and found herself in a dire predicament against this formidable foe. Ultimately, she and Xianxin joined forces, utilizing items redeemed from the system shop with points, enabling them to vanquish the enemy and escape. After emerging from the erase space, Jiang Luiying painfully expended a significant amount of points to procure healing ointments for Xuanqin's wounds. In his semi-conscious state, Xianxin, barely awake, still managed to grasp her arm and inquire about her identity. Jiang Luiying, of course, could not reveal her true name and could only vaguely respond, "I am but a person enamored by the noble sun." After uttering these words, she nearly grimaced at her own sentimentality. From that moment on, whenever the system indicated Xuanqin's vitality was waning, it was invariably Jiang Luiying, in disguise, who rushed to his aid, as if Xianxin were cursed. With the system's designated saviors consistently failing to arrive in time, leaving only Jiang Luiying, the seemingly malicious supporting character, to step in, perhaps due to the benevolent contrast offered by the figure in black. Whenever Jiang Luiying later bullied Xianxin, she noticed his emotional fluctuations had become markedly pronounced, as if they were peers. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luiying gently touched the long centipede-like scar on his back, contemplating that the narrative of a triumphant reversal was not easily attained. After covering Xianxin with a blanket, Jiang Luiying rose and discovered bloodstains on her attire, prompting her to fetch a change of clothes from the cabinet. Her previous garments remained, and she even found numerous new styles that were clearly not inexpensive and aligned perfectly with her taste. Searching through the cabinet, Jiang Luiying selected a flowing, water-red gown and, with a snap of her fingers, donned it using her spiritual energy. Before she could admire her reflection, the door swung open. Foam Kuei stepped inside and was immediately struck by the sight of shredded men's garments scattered across the floor. Raising her gaze, she saw Jiang Luiying, now dressed, adjusting her collar. She froze in place for several seconds before exclaiming, "Inger, I understand your urgency, but this is rather too hasty." Jiang Luiying retorted, "What am I hasty about?" Foam Kuei's gaze darted between the apparently unconscious Xianxin on the bed and the puzzled Jiang Luiying, before she stomped her foot in frustration and exited the room. Realizing that Foam Kuei must have misunderstood the situation, Jiang Luiying hurried after her, catching up in the courtyard. "Sister, it is not as you think." "Oh, never mind, never mind. You have returned with great difficulty." "I understand," Foam Kuei replied, rubbing her temple in exasperation. "What do you understand?" Jiang Luiying queried. Foam Kuei turned to her solemnly, stating, "Inger, I know you have feelings for him, but you are a girl, being too proactive." "Oh, sister," Jiang Luiying quickly interrupted, "you are overthinking it. He was merely injured, and I was only dressing his wounds." Foam Kuei's expression became peculiar. "Is that true?" "Of course. Otherwise, go see for yourself. My bandaging is quite commendable." "All right then." Foam Kuei sighed in relief before shifting the conversation to her reason for visiting. "Yesterday, upon seeing you, I sensed your cultivation seemed diminished compared to before." Foam Kuei chose her words delicately, not directly asking how she had fallen to such a state. Jiang Luiying extended her wrist, inviting her to examine it. Foam Kuei grasped her wrist, channeling spiritual energy to assess her condition, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. "Why do I feel that the way your spiritual energy flows seems somewhat familiar?" Jiang Luiying nodded. "Because Xianxin used to be like this," that a look of realization dawned on Foam Kuei, recalling how, after noticing Xianxin, due to her affection for Jiang Luiying, she assumed that since he was the one Inger favored, his abilities could not be lacking. She had thus taken an interest in Xianxin, occasionally providing him with guidance. However, she discovered that Xuanqin's spiritual root was quite peculiar, although his spiritual energy circulated normally within the meridians. His spiritual power simply could not coalesce. She had even conducted a study on this matter for some time, but yielded no results, ultimately setting it aside. Now, Jiang Luiying faced the same dilemma. Foam Kuei felt a twinge of regret for not having pursued her research with greater vigor, as it might have spared them from their current predicament. Jiang Luiying tugged on her sleeve, offering consolation. "It's all right. I learned from Xianxin that it was the Zhiyin Buddha who guided his spiritual energy to clear the blockages, alleviating the restrictions on his spiritual route. At least we have a direction." Foam Kuei nodded, but then added, "However, Zhiyin and his disciples have already perished. Perhaps only the Wanchon Buddha possesses the true transmission of that technique." "That should be the case," Jiang Luiying pondered before continuing. Thus, sister, I wish to request a favor from you. Request? You are my junior sister. Is there any need to ask? Jiang Luiying smiled sheepishly, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such a congenial senior. Could you inquire if there is any assistance available from the Jingfan Temple? As Feng Kuei contemplated, she remarked, I heard that the Wanshan Buddha was injured yesterday. I will send a message to inquire. As she spoke, a communication talisman appeared in her hand, and she began to inscribe words upon it with a flash of spiritual energy. Da-da, sister. Jiang Luiying pressed her hand down gently, stating diplomatically, I previously had some conflicts with the Wanshan Buddha. He has been intent on taking my life. Feng Kuei raised an eyebrow, quickly catching on. So it was indeed your doing that stirred the commotion at Jingfan Mountain last night. Having been sisters for many years, Feng Kuei had a fair understanding of her junior sister. Seeing Jiang Luiying looking down, hesitant to speak, she realized this mischievous girl had been up to no good again. However, she had not anticipated that Jiang Luiying had managed to offend someone as exalted and sacred as the Wanshan Buddha so thoroughly that, oh dear, let me think of how to phrase this. Feng Kuei waved her hand, erasing the words she had written, and began to contemplate how to navigate the situation. She needed to persuade the Wanshan Buddha to use the technique to alleviate his spiritual root restrictions while ensuring he did not take her away. This truly was a test of her skills. Chapter 72. How did you offend the Wanshan Buddha? Xianchen had spent the night on Jiang Luiying's bed, and upon awakening the next morning, the first sight to greet him was the figure of a woman reclining on a nearby couch. Little sister, he spoke absent-mindedly, but upon seeing her open her eyes and look at him, he quickly corrected himself. Miss Jiang, have you seen my senior sister? Jiang Luiying released a sigh of relief, realizing his concern was for Feng Kuei. Rest assured, I have seen her. Jiang Luiying stretched and approached him to check his pulse. Xianchen propped himself up, his gaze falling upon her delicate fingers resting against his wrist, and he questioned with curiosity. Miss Jiang, do you possess knowledge of medicine? A little, she replied modestly. May I ask where you acquired your knowledge, Miss Jiang? Xianchen sought to glean information about Jiang Luiying's experiences over the years. Jiang Luiying hesitated for a moment before casually shrugging. Oh, just learn it on my own. After a moment's thought, she felt this explanation was somewhat flimsy. So she added, I suppose you could say necessity has made me somewhat of a healer. Xianchen fell silent. A flicker of sympathy surfacing in his eyes. It seemed her body had suffered since her sacrifice, resulting in her frail health over the years. Glancing down at the neatly bandaged wounds on his body, he noted the professional quality of the wrapping,